Chapter 1. The calm belt impelled down. In the depths of the 7th level, within a damp and chilly cell, a frail-looking man was ensnared by countless iron chains. The world only acknowledged the existence of 6 levels in Impelled Down, where the most notorious criminals from across the globe were imprisoned, unaware of the clandestine 7th level. The Navy headquarters and the Celestial Dragons deliberately concealed this truth, for the 7th level housed a figure of utmost secrecy. Am I truly destined to perish here? Gu-chan shook his head with a bitter smile, enveloped in an overwhelming sense of weakness and sharp pangs of pain, coupled with an insatiable thirst for water and food. He was merely an ordinary young man, fresh out of university, who never anticipated being thrust into the world of One Piece. Even more astonishingly, he found himself confined in the 7th level of Impelled Down from the very outset. However, unlike other transmigrators, he did not inherit the memories of his predecessor, nor did he comprehend the reasons behind the individual's imprisonment in the 7th level. System installation in progress. Installation successful. Congratulations, host. You have successfully bound the gambling system. A system, you say? A flicker of light ignited in Gu-chen's eyes, only to be swiftly extinguished. What good is a powerful system if he remained ensnared by the shackles of sea prism stone? At that moment, a panel materialized in his mind. Host, Gu-chan. Stamina, 10. Devil fruit, none. Sword chi proficiency, 0. Hockey proficiency, 0. The host may utilize treasures from the pirate world to engage in gambling with the system, potentially yielding unforeseen rewards, but there is also a chance of gaining nothing. Is this truly all there is? As the system's notification faded, a trace of disappointment flickered in Gu-chen's gaze. A gambling system? He found himself curious about what rewards might arise from wagering a devil fruit worth 10 billion. Yet the system was utterly useless in the face of his current predicament. Just as despair threatened to consume him, a sudden thud echoed through the darkness. Bang! A glimmer of light seemed to pierce through the shadows, as the entrance to the 7th level swung open and several figures emerged in the distance. Who would have thought that Impelled Down actually has a 7th level? How intriguing. Moments later, a group of individuals appeared outside his cell. Upon recognizing their faces, Gu-chan was momentarily taken aback, for he was a seasoned fan of pirates, and this character was all too familiar to him, someone he both adored and loathed. Standing before him was Blackbeard, the man who had slain Whitebeard's 4th Division commander to seize the dark fruit. You are Blackbeard? Gu-chen's pallid lips moved, emitting a weak voice that momentarily stunned those in front of him. You know me? A hint of wariness and curiosity flickered in Blackbeard's eyes. He was intrigued by the identity of the villain confined in the 7th level by the world government, never expecting that the figure would instantly recognize him. If you wish to see your plan succeed, you must rescue me. The glint in Gu-chen's eyes turned enigmatic as he gazed at Blackbeard. He understood the purpose of Blackbeard's presence in Impelled Down and deduced that the Marineford War was imminent. You know my plan? Of course. Gu-chan lowered his voice to a whisper, audible only to the two of them. The tremor fruit. Upon hearing those 4 words escape Gu-chen's lips, Blackbeard trembled, his eyes reflecting profound shock. How do you know? There is nothing I do not know. However, if you wish to succeed, you must free me. After Gu-chen's declaration, Blackbeard hesitated, increasingly curious about Gu-chen's identity. His scheme was known only to himself and a select few of his closest crew members. Yet how could someone imprisoned in the 7th level possess this knowledge? A long pause ensued. All right, I agree. Blackbeard bellowed with laughter. From now on, you shall be my ally. A faint smile graced Gu-chen's lips indeed. He had made the right gambly, knew Blackbeard's nature would prevent him from simply walking away. In an instant, 2 swirling orbs of deep black energy materialized in the air, and with a snap, the sea prism stone chains binding Gu-chen shattered. He instantly felt a wave of relief wash over him. Let's go. Now that you are aware of my plan, we can no longer delay. With a sweeping gesture, Blackbeard signaled for his crew to turn and depart the frigid dungeon. At that moment, a message surged into Gu-chen's mind. Ding! The system has detected that the host possesses the Zoan-type turtle devil fruit. Would you like to engage in a gamble with the system? Upon hearing this, Gu Chan furrowed his brow. Aside from the rare, mythical Zoan fruits were generally considered the weakest among the three major categories. Yet, given the identity of his predecessor, being imprisoned here suggested that their strength could not be so feeble. After a brief moment of contemplation, he made his choice. If he merely needed to secure his existence, a Zoan devil fruit would suffice. However, he was now an escaped convict from the 7th level of Impel Down. Not only would he face the Navy's pursuit, but he also had to contend with Blackbeard himself. A mere turtle fruit would be utterly inadequate. I agree to the gamble. Gu Chun gritted his teeth, praying that the system would reward him handsomely otherwise. Without the capabilities of a devil fruit, he would soon meet his demise in Impel Down. Ding, wager. Turtle devil fruit, gambling commencing. As the system's voice echoed in Gu Chen's mind, he felt his heart stop momentarily. It had to succeed. In the next instant, the sound of fireworks erupted in his consciousness. Bang, bang, bang. Congratulations, host. You have won the gamble. Reward. Turtle fruit has evolved into the divine beast-type Xuanwu fruit, possessing Conqueror's haki and the ability to discern devil fruits. It even comes with special effects? One could only say that this reward was exceedingly generous. Though he was unfamiliar with the effects of the Xuanwu fruit, it was a divine beast type he had never heard of, likely to bring him many surprises. Most importantly, he had acquired Conqueror's haki, an exceptionally rare and formidable ability. Let's go. Blackbeard stood at the entrance, glancing back at Guchan. Gu Chan forced himself to mask the delight in his eyes and stepped forward. Ascending from the 7th level of Impel Down, they were met with a scene of soldiers' corpses scattered about. Gu Chan swiftly followed Blackbeard as they made their way out of Impel Down, heading towards Marineford. Gu Chan caught a glimpse of a tattoo on his arm. Adolfdid. Is that my name? Gu Chan fell into contemplation regarding the identity of the host he had transmigrated into. Was he a member of the D clan? Why was he imprisoned in the 7th level of Impel Down? However, he quickly shook off this line of thought, as his immediate concern was to find a way to protect himself. He understood that he was about to face the most colossal conflict since the dawn of the Great Pirate Era. Marineford. Gu Chan stood upon the execution platform, observing as a massive chasm formed between the Navy headquarters and the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard fought valiantly against the Navy, his gaze tinged with a hint of melancholy. Though both Whitebeard and Ace were among his favorite characters, he found himself powerless to prevent the unfolding events. Acting recklessly would only place himself in peril. Wait, what is that? Something seems to be happening behind the headquarters fortress. And who is that on the execution platform? As several soldiers of the Navy gasped in astonishment, everyone looked up, their eyes filled with disbelief. Sigh, I've been discovered, Gu Chen lamented, though he had anticipated this outcome. After all, with St. Juan Wolf's massive frame, remaining undetected was nearly impossible. Ha ha ha. So, I've finally been spotted. Blackbeard erupted in laughter, slowly rising from the execution platform to face the battered Whitebeard. It's been a long time. To see you one last time before your demise, old man. Teach. Whitebeard's voice was deep and mighty, brimming with authority and rage. What brings you here? From Impel Down, the infamous criminals? The beast, the tyrant, the drunkard? Sengoku's gaze was filled with astonishment as he spoke gravely. And you, Shiryu, you scoundrel, what has happened to Impel Down? Shiryu, a cigar clenched between his teeth, remained unfazed by Sengoku's fury, coldly retorting, my presence here answers your question, Sengoku. If you wish to know the specifics, go find out for yourself. You. Sengoku's eyes blazed with fury, his body trembling. Yet, when his gaze fell upon Gu Chun, he was momentarily taken aback, his body swaying unsteadily. Gu Chun furrowed his brows slightly, a hint of confusion reflected in his gaze. From the look in Sengoku's eyes, he was certain that Sengoku recognized him, and moreover, there was even a trace of fear evident in Sengoku's expression moments ago. Carp, Sengoku bellowed with fury, get up immediately. After a brief moment, the formidable Vice Admiral Carp, suppressing the anguish of losing Ace, rose from the ground, tears glistening in his eyes. Upon turning, he was taken aback at the sight of Guchan. Whitebeard roared, "Teach, you alone are not my son, perish." The tremor of the tremor fruit surged forth, striking towards the execution platform. In the next instant, Sengoku shed his outer coat and commanded in a deep voice, "All Navy personnel, aim at the execution platform and fire." Before Guchan could comprehend the situation, Carp, wiping away his tears, charged directly towards the execution platform, his iron fist clenched tightly. He knew well that Carp was a formidable beast, renowned for his devastating punches, and he dared not withstand such a blow heated. However, before he could react, he saw the full force of the Navy converging on the execution platform, with Carp advancing aggressively. Everyone instinctively made way, and Blackbeard promptly leaped down from the execution platform. Only Guchan remained, utterly bewildered. As he witnessed various cannons poised to strike him, panic surged through Guchan. What is happening? Am I being toyed with? Why is all this aimed at me? Just as I have emerged from prison, am I to be annihilated by the legendary Navy and the world's strongest man in unison? Wasn't Whitebeard supposed to eliminate Blackbeard? Shouldn't Carp be engulfed in sorrow at this moment? What sins have I committed in my past life? At this moment, his feelings could only be encapsulated in 4 words: utterly disenchanted with life. Though the chances of survival seemed nearly non-existent, he could not resign himself to despair. Beast type, Xuanwu fruit, activate. Guchan felt an immense transformation within his body. A gigantic turtle shell began to unfurl from his back, and he instinctively withdrew his head inside. Now, he could only pray that Carp and Whitebeard's onslaught would not shatter his protective shell. Boom! Boom! 2 terrifying assaults descended upon him. The cataclysmic tremors of the tremor fruit crashed against Guchan's turtle shell. Carp's iron fist landed heavily upon Guchan's shell. The spectators watched as the execution platform was obliterated, clouds of smoke billowing forth. What just happened? Why did Vice Admiral Carp suddenly strike? Who is this person? Could he also be a prisoner from Impelled Down? Regardless of his identity, he is surely doomed to suffer grievously beneath the combined might of Whitebeard and Vice Admiral Carp. The crowd gazed with curiosity at the unfolding spectacle. Moments later, as the smoke dissipated, a colossal turtle emerged into view. Damn it, that really hurt. No wonder they are regarded as the 2 strongest men. Good grief, Carp and Whitebeard are indeed ferocious. My shell nearly shattered. Coughing a couple of times, Guchan rose from the ground, relieved that he had previously chosen to gamble with the system. Otherwise, he might now be a lifeless corpse. The powers of the beast fruit were indeed terrifying. Although Carp and Whitebeard had not unleashed their full strength, managing to withstand their attacks was no small feat. As the smoke cleared, the crowd beheld the intact, deep green turtle shell, devoid of any marks. How is this possible? How could anyone endure the combined assault of Vice Admiral Carp and Whitebeard and emerge unscathed? This level of defense is astonishing. Expressions of shock filled the eyes of onlookers, plunging the scene into a hushed silence. Moments later, Blackbeard erupted in laughter. It seems the world government has truly imprisoned an extraordinary individual. But in the next heartbeat, he found himself locked in the deadly gaze of Whitebeard. Teach, you have destroyed the only ironclad rule aboard my ship and slain my comrade. Let us settle this. Gazing into Whitebeard's menacing eyes, Blackbeard, undeterred, laughed heartily. Old man, in that case, let me show you the power of the fruit I seized from Sachi, the mightiest ability, the dark fruit. Dark hole. With a thunderous shout, a mysterious black aura enveloped the surroundings. Standing to the side, Guchan narrowed his eyes slightly. While the world of pirates boasted many formidable figures, it was Blackbeard's cunning and enigmatic strength that truly unsettled him. Possessing a system, he could not afford to perish here. He needed to make his escape. Guchan cautiously surveyed his surroundings. All eyes were fixed on the unfolding battle, seemingly oblivious to his presence, and he prepared to retreat. However, in the next moment, Sengoku's voice echoed. All Navy personnel, cease pursuit of the Whitebeard pirates and apprehend this individual. Simultaneously, apart from the fallen Akainu, both Akiji and Kizaru turned their gazes toward Guchan. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code for 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Gu Qin stood frozen in disbelief. Was he truly to confront such a grand spectacle immediately upon his release? A wave of panic surged within him. Was this some kind of jest? Wasn't the battle between the Marine headquarters and the Whitebeard pirates? How had he become entwined in this affair? Moreover, Whitebeard was still alive, and his crew was in the midst of retreat. Why then was the Navy directing all its firepower towards him? At this moment, Gu Qin recalled the looks exchanged between Sengoku and Garp as they regarded him. A slight frown creasing his brow. Could it be that his identity had once belonged to a figure of notorious peril? So much so that the entire Navy would forsake their pursuit of the Whitebeard pirates to apprehend him instead? But there was no time for further contemplation. For if he did not flee immediately, even the formidable powers of the Xuanwu fruit would be of no avail. No matter how potent the fruit, its capabilities remained limited until fully harnessed. He had previously endured a combined strike from Whitebeard and Garp, appearing unscathed on the surface. Yet he had already reached the limits of his endurance. The thought of Garp delivering another blow was daunting, and the prospect of several vice admirals rushing in to deliver a few lethal strikes was equally terrifying. His Xuanwu fruit granted him terrifying defense, yet his speed was woefully inadequate. Just as Gu Qin found himself in a state of despair, a sudden golden light appeared in the sky. Gu Qin glanced up, his eyes revealing a flicker of surprise. The one who had come to rescue him was none other than the immortal Marco, a formidable creature capable of standing toe-to-toe with the three great generals. However, he quickly discerned the underlying reason. Marco was stalling the Navy to provide a greater chance for Whitebeard to escape. At that moment, the Whitebeard pirates, who had originally retreated, charged back into the fray, clashing fiercely with the Navy. "Marco, I commanded you to withdraw," Whitebeard exclaimed. "Father, please forgive our recklessness. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, we cannot stand by and watch you meet your demise," his sons replied. With a heavy heart, Whitebeard swung his massive blade, fully aware that his time was running short, even if he were to flee. Just then, Blackbeard launched a powerful punch, his eyes glinting with malice. "Father, do not underestimate our battle." Boom. A gaping hole appeared in Whitebeard's abdomen. Yet he merely frowned slightly and retaliated with a heavy fist aimed at Blackbeard. However, as the power of the tremor fruit neared Blackbeard, it was inexplicably absorbed. "Father, do you admire my darkness fruit? It can even absorb the powers of devil fruits," Blackbeard taunted. Before he could finish, Whitebeard seized a nearby blade and swung it down at Blackbeard. A wound instantly marred Blackbeard's chest, blood gushing forth as he grimaced in agony. The side effects of the darkness fruit intensified his suffering. "Teach, your greatest flaw is your arrogance," Whitebeard declared, disregarding his injury as he delivered a powerful punch to Blackbeard's head. "Father, do you truly have the heart to kill me? I am your son." Blackbeard's eyes reflected a glimmer of fear. If struck by Whitebeard's fist, he knew he would not survive. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard's massive frame trembled, momentarily hesitating. "Now's the time. Fire!" Blackbeard shouted, and his crew unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks upon Whitebeard. Given his current state, these assaults could easily be the final straw that broke the camel's back. However, just at that moment, Gu Qin appeared before them. Marco and the Whitebeard pirates were holding off the Navy, and he intended to leap across the chasm but found it too wide to jump. Searching for a suitable spot, he fortuitously passed through this area. I'm just passing by, please continue." Yet, his words went unnoticed. Blackbeard coldly replied, "Since you wish to save Whitebeard, you shall die alongside him." As his words fell, every weapon was aimed at Gu Qin. "What have I done to deserve this? I'm merely passing through. The chasm is far too wide for me to jump. I was merely trying to find a narrower spot to think of a solution." Wonderful. Someone is coming to save Father. This person previously withstood the attacks from both Father and Carp. Surely he can withstand Blackbeard's assault. Gu Qin's lips twitched slightly. He realized that he had truly plunged into an inescapable predicament. Fire. As soon as the command was uttered, the air was filled with a series of resounding gunshots. His own fruit abilities were teetering on the brink of collapse, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. Gu Qin felt as frantic as an ant on a hot pan, but then a sudden thought struck him. He still possessed another ability, the Conqueror's Haki. Although this skill was not particularly effective against such formidable foes, it could potentially alleviate the dire situation he faced. Gu Qin stood still, opening his eyes. The Conqueror's Haki activated. A tremendous wave of terrifying energy surged across the battlefield, causing everyone to stagger back a step, raising their hands to shield themselves. Some of the weaker Navy officers even fainted on the spot. After unleashing the Conqueror's Haki, Gu Qin exhaled slowly. Is this the essence of the Conqueror's Haki? What a fascinating sensation. In that fleeting moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of dominion over the world. Moreover, the most intriguing aspect was the resonance this feeling had with his body. Could it be that the original owner of this body also possessed the Conqueror's Haki? Gu Qin, caught in a moment of indecision, intended to withdraw. At that instant, however, Whitebeard seized him from the ground and, before Gu Qin could comprehend the situation, hurled him across to the opposite side. "Foolish sons, I am a remnant of the old era. None from the new age can board my ship. Depart safely. This is my final command." With a visage steeped in sorrow, Whitebeard closed his eyes. He could sense his mysterious aura gradually dissipating, as memories of his years began to flood his mind. The One Piece is indeed real. Father, father. As the words fell, Blackbeard and his crew unleashed a relentless assault upon the immense figure of Whitebeard. Yet, he stood resolute, his colossal form shielding against all attacks. Tears streamed down the faces of the onlookers. Despite their desire to confront the Navy, they had no choice but to heed Whitebeard's last order and retreat entirely. Witnessing this, Carp immediately intended to pursue Guqin, only to be restrained by Sengoku. Blackbeard, do not even think of leaving here alive, Sengoku bellowed, embodying the form of a golden Buddha. Meanwhile, Carp advanced towards Guqin, seemingly intent on joining forces with Akainu to eliminate him. In the Navy's estimation, Guqin posed a far greater threat to the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates and Blackbeard. Even Carp was willing to temporarily set aside grievances to join Akainu in extinguishing Guqin. As he noticed the two approaching him, Guqin furrowed his brow, a hint of apprehension flickering in his eyes. One was the legendary admiral, and the other, the most formidable general, even with the powers granted by the Tremor fruit. He could not contend against both simultaneously. At that moment, a voice rang out. It is the red-haired pirates. Ladies and gentlemen present, I implore you to grant me this favor. Should anyone still harbor a desire for combat, allow me to be your opponent. Red-haired Shanks unsheathed his sword, surveying the crowd with an air of regal authority. Apart from Guqin, none anticipated Shanks' arrival. The Navy stood still, all eyes turned towards Sengoku, awaiting his command. Blackbeard, momentarily taken aback, soon erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha, red-haired, you are exuding an increasing aura of masculinity. It seems this wound suits you well. No. You should now be referred to as Blackbeard. Casting a glance at Guqin beside him, Blackbeard reluctantly remarked, very well, although I have not obtained the most crucial item, I have still gained something. With that, he turned and led his crew away from the battlefield. Guqin licked his lips, narrowing his eyes slightly. Although allowing Blackbeard to depart posed a significant threat, his current strength rendered it impossible to detain him under such circumstances. The naval officers, witnessing this scene, intended to pursue, but were halted by Sengoku behind them. Enough. This ends here. Sengoku approached, casting a wary glance at Guqin before turning his gaze to Shanks. Before he could speak, Shanks interjected, Sengoku, grant me a favor and hand over Ace's remains. That is out of the question. A vice admiral allied with Shanks shouted. Sengoku, however, stepped forward and waved his hand, conceding, very well, I agree to your request, Marshal, but there are no buts. This conflict must come to a close. Although Ace had been executed and Whitebeard was deceased, the Marine headquarters had also suffered substantial losses. More critically, the monstrous beings imprisoned and impelled down had been released by Blackbeard. Furthermore, the most dangerous individual confined on level 6 had inexplicably appeared here. It was likely that upon learning of this, the 5 elders and those celestial dragons would be driven to madness. The balance of this era may well be irreparably disrupted. And you? Shanks turned to Guqin, stating, hand over Whitebeard's body. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.G. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. After Guqin finished speaking, the Whitebeard pirates immediately attempted to charge forward, but were halted by Shanks with a firm gesture. Very well. I place my trust in you, Shanks said, casting a glance at Guqin before continuing. However, should I discover that you dare to desecrate Whitebeard's remains, I will not show you mercy. With that, he turned to Marco and said, Marco, let us depart. I shall assist you in returning Ace's body to his homeland. There is no need for further conflict. Marco, choked with emotion, wiped away his tears and turned to leave with his companions. Observing this, Guqin hastily made his exit as well. Sengoku hesitated but ultimately chose not to intervene. Although Guqin's departure involved secrets pertaining to the world government and the celestial dragons, he had resolved to relinquish his position as admiral following the conclusion of the Marineford War, deeming these matters no longer his concern. With the war behind him, Guqin casually boarded a military vessel and departed alone. Ah, at last, I have escaped this cursed place of Marineford, he sighed. Guqin exhaled deeply, a hint of contentment gleaming in his eyes. Although he had acquired the system, along with the Xuanwu fruit and the Tremor fruit, he had simultaneously incurred the ire of the Navy, the world government, the Whitebeard pirates, and the Blackbeard pirates. The mere thought of this sent shivers down his spine. He had effectively offended the most formidable powers in the pirate world. What was he to do next? Compete for the title of emperor? Aspire to become the pirate king? No, he was merely a university student from Blue Star. Despite having obtained 2 formidable fruits, he could not naively believe that he was invincible. The strength of any fruit ultimately depended on its wielder. A seemingly simple string fruit, in the hands of Don Quixote da Flamingo, was developed into something terrifying. While the incredible powers of the transparent fruit were squandered by Absalom to spy on Nami while she bathed. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Although Gu Chun was deeply curious about the truth and his original identity, he understood that his life was of paramount importance. Moreover, even if he refrained from pursuing the title of Pirate King, Luffy would inevitably discover Raftel in due time. His role was simply to indulge in the unfolding narrative of the piratical world. Meanwhile, on Sabaody Island, the five elders sat gravely together. How could the 7th level of Impel Down have been breached? Should that individual emerge, it would likely upend the entire world. I have long asserted that Blackbeard is a cunning figure. He should never have been allowed to assume the position of Warlord of the Sea. If others were released, it would be one thing, but releasing Adolphus D. Teach is another matter entirely. What are we to do now? According to Sengoku's report, his power has not only increased significantly, but he has also acquired Whitebeard's Trimmer fruit. For an ordinary person to possess 2 devil fruits is inconceivable, yet with him, it is hardly surprising. I propose we find a way to issue a bounty on him, mobilizing the 3 admirals to capture him with unwavering resolve. However, even if we launch a full-scale pursuit, it may very well be in vain. Besides, do Akainu and the others even stand a chance against him? The 5 elders engaged in heated debate, their first encounter with such fervor. Let us consult with Lord M, one finally suggested. At this, the other 4 fell silent, tacitly agreeing. If matters progressed to this point without intervention, we would likely face irreparable consequences. No one knew what decisions the world government had made following the Paramount War. However, the news of Whitebeard's demise had spread to every corner of the globe, while the sudden emergence of Gu Chun captured everyone's attention, sparking immense curiosity about his identity. Just as the war concluded, the world government issued a shocking announcement, a bounty of 100 billion for Gu Chun. Who exactly is this Gu Chun? To warrant such an astronomical sum? Those who saw the notice were filled with intrigue, eager to uncover the events that had led to this bounty. I had never heard of this individual, yet the sheer amount was staggering, suggesting that capturing him would be exceedingly difficult. Others nodded in agreement. The Galactic Police expressing keen interest in the man named Gu Chun, as they had never encountered a bounty of such magnitude. It appeared that our General Star would soon have a formidable opponent. Perhaps General Star would even take on this mission. The conversation between the 2 Galactic Police officers caught the attention of others. It was unexpected that General Star would participate in this apprehension effort, indicating that the target was indeed a formidable adversary. As for someone like me, a mere novice, it would be wise to refrain from involvement. After all, what if I were to court disaster? The individual referred to as General Star sat in his office, holding the very poster concerning Gu Chun. This unexpected figure truly piqued his curiosity, and the general was eager to witness just how formidable he truly was. Meanwhile, Gu Chun, engrossed in his own affairs, remained oblivious to these developments until he finished his tasks and returned to his residence. There, he chanced upon a poster drifting to the ground, which he fortuitously caught. Upon examining it closely, he was astonished to find himself featured as the primary target. To think that he was valued at such a staggering amount, he was taken aback, realizing he possessed little in the way of exceptional abilities. System, he mused, if I were to turn myself in, would I be able to claim such a bounty? The system, upon hearing this, could only wish to roll its eyes. Do you not possess any common sense? Even if you surrendered, how would they transfer that sum to your account? You wouldn't even be alive to spend it. Upon hearing these words, Gu Chun felt a certain validity in them. Thus, she hastily departed. Her portrait was now in the hands of everyone. Should she be recognized by others, it would likely prove difficult for her to extricate herself from the situation. I believe there is merit in what you say. I must swiftly seek a safer refuge. Otherwise, I may truly find myself ensnared by these individuals. It seems you possess some degree of intelligence. You should leave at once. Numerous bounty hunters are undoubtedly already scouring the area for you. If you were to encounter one at this juncture, it would likely spell trouble for you. Upon hearing these words, Gu Chun nearly doubled over with laughter. With a population of 1.4 billion across the nation, sweet romance had yet to grace my life. What makes you think that merely strolling down the Bounty Boulevard would lead you to me? The system remained silent in response. Just as Gu Chun was about to depart, he collided with a burly man who was fervently comparing a poster back and forth. Have you seen the person on this poster? If so, please let me know. The imposing figure earnestly inquired. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. How could Gu Chun possibly come to a halt? Thus, scattering flowers, he began to flee. It was only then that the burly man realized something was amiss and commenced his pursuit, while others, bewildered by the situation, could only remain rooted in place, spectating the unfolding drama. Is my fate truly so tragic? Sweet romance seems to elude my grasp. Yet how is it that this bounty hunter chasing me feels like an inescapable connection? After all, who prompted such reckless confidence earlier, leading to a slap in the face? At this moment, the pressing concern is no longer whether I've been publicly humiliated, but rather how I might evade this formidable giant. Otherwise, I shall undoubtedly be captured. Oh, my dear host, might you be inclined to engage in a wager with me? The system's tone carried a hint of exhilaration. Very well, let us gamble. Faced with such circumstances, Guchen found no other recourse but to embrace this choice. Excellent. Dear host, today we shall partake in a different game. 6 playing cards will materialize before you, from which you may select one. Each of the 6 cards holds the potential to aid you or to assist him. Upon hearing these words, Guchen was filled with a profound sense of helplessness. If it were merely beneficial to me, that would suffice. Yet, why must it also extend to him? This system operates on a gambling premise, inherently encompassing dual outcomes. Faced with this statement, Guchen found himself at a loss. Compelled to make a choice. Dear host, before you lie 6 cards, please select one to determine the course of your fate. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Guchen inwardly cursed. Yet he did not relinquish the opportunity to flee. Just as he had surmised, the sound had reached the ears of countless individuals within a radius of several hundred miles. How could they possibly let such an opportunity slip away? To them, Guchen represented a veritable fortune. Brothers, what are you waiting for? If we capture Guchen, our living expenses will be secured for the foreseeable future. We shall no longer need to rely on the life of bounty hunters. We can indulge in lavish feasts and live a life free from toil. Upon hearing these words, the others were invigorated as if they had been struck by a surge of adrenaline, their spirits soaring higher than usual. An increasing number of individuals joined the pursuit. While Guchen, in his desperate flight, could only think of 3 words. What a calamity. What enmity had he incurred? He had merely intended to purchase some health supplements. And yet he found himself in this dire predicament. Who was it that sought to bring about his demise? Guchen, this unfortunate soul, was entirely oblivious to the events that had transpired. For him, it was as though he had inadvertently crossed into this unfamiliar realm, only to find himself confined within a pitch-black space. After a painstaking effort to escape, he was thrust into a conflict of moderate scale, ultimately leading to his current predicament. He yearned to question what heinous acts he had committed to warrant such a relentless pursuit, leaving him utterly exasperated. However, I believe your immediate concern should not revolve around the nature of your alleged transgressions, but rather on devising an escape from this dire situation. You are now encircled by adversaries, and according to the calculations of this system, in approximately 10 minutes, you will be completely surrounded, rendering any hope of escape futile. Damn it, do you think I do not wish to flee? With so many adversaries present and my abilities constrained by a time limit, soaring into the sky seems utterly impossible. While an aerial escape might hold some potential, given my current state, merely running swiftly on land has become my utmost limit. Must I engage in another wager with this system? Understand that should you succeed in this gamble, you could potentially extricate yourself from this perilous predicament altogether. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Guchen had always harbored a profound belief in the power of his own anger. Thus, he swiftly chose a card from the center, though the system's expression darkened noticeably. However, having made his choice, the consequences that ensued were solely his to bear. Dear host, I truly find myself at a loss as to whether to commend your fortune or lament your misfortune. Among these 6 cards, 5 grant the ability to soar through the skies, yet you have unwittingly picked the one that doubles the speed of those pursuing you, the system remarked, its voice laced with despair. Upon hearing this, Guchen was engulfed in a wave of hopelessness. He no longer wished to flee, for no matter where he ran, adversaries would relentlessly pursue him. Thus, he remained rooted to the spot, prompting the system to believe its host had been rendered senseless, urging him to make haste. What is the point of running now? Regardless of my direction, I will always be chased. Therefore, to circumvent this predicament, the only course of action is to stand here, a steadfast figure, allowing them to approach at their own pace. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Guchen, upon hearing the desperate slogans of the crowd, found himself engulfed in a sense of hopelessness. In truth, he yearned to seize control of his own fate and claim the substantial bounty offered. Ideally, he would squander this fortune before facing retribution, thus finding a modicum of satisfaction in his own entrapment. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Guchen attentively assessed his surroundings and ultimately selected the final card. A faint smile of delight appeared on the system's visage. Dear host, you are truly remarkable. You have chosen the card with the best fortune. Those individuals had long since encircled Guchen, rendering any attempt to escape rather challenging. Stop dawdling with these trivialities and tell me what card I drew in middle school. If you delay for another minute, I will surely be captured by them. Master, you have drawn the card for instantaneous teleportation, allowing you to travel 1,000 kilometers. May I inquire where you wish to teleport? Let us temporarily relocate to the forest.
It should provide some semblance of safety. I apologize, host, but this city is entirely surrounded by the sea. Your only options are the beach or the shoreline. Then let us proceed to the beach. The system nodded and began its operations. Gu Qin, you might as well surrender. Comply with us, and we may spare you some physical suffering. Cease these futile struggles. With so many of us, escape is utterly impossible. Had he not drawn this teleportation card? Gu Qin might have resigned himself to his fate, but the circumstances were now different. Perhaps it is best if you all return home to hone your speed. I, for one, shall not linger here to entertain you. Farewell. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Gu Qin lay upon the beach, uncertain of his next course of action. Why did the shoreline seem vaguely familiar? As if he had encountered it before? Upon hearing Gu Qin's words, the system began to question its own judgment, pondering why it had such a foolish host. Dear host, is your mind merely a vessel for excrement? The system, exasperated, struggled to find words. At your 6 o'clock, there lies a warship. It is your own vessel. Have you truly forgotten all of this? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Gu Qin has silently resolved in his heart that he will never again disembark the ship to procure supplies. Should he choose to descend, he must be impeccably prepared, for although the vessel may offer some semblance of safety, the perils of pursuing foes persist even aboard. The risks multiply exponentially upon setting foot on land, where he would undoubtedly face a multitude of pursuers. Had fortune not favored him today, he might have already been captured. The ship remains a sanctuary, he mused. The system, at times, struggles to comprehend the man's thoughts. Nevertheless, lying in bed does indeed provide a greater sense of security than the outside world. Why not conquer the stars and the seas? Gu Qin proclaimed with fervor. I firmly believe that a rainbow sea awaits us. The system perceived Gu Qin as somewhat foolish. I can grasp the concept of the stars and the seas. But what on earth is this rainbow sea you speak of? I have never encountered such a place. You simply do not understand, Gu Qin replied. A hint of secrecy in his tone. This is one of my little secrets. Somewhere in this world, a rainbow sea surely exists. It is only that no one has yet discovered it. At times, the system found it perplexing how such curious thoughts could spring forth in his mind. In Gu Qin's heart, he remained a devoted fan of Star Odyssey, convinced that the protagonist would ultimately uncover the rainbow sea. Nevertheless, the system interjected, while I comprehend your sentiments. You must share your forthcoming plans. You cannot remain hidden aboard this warship indefinitely. Your presence here will soon attract attention. Gu Qin lightly tapped his forehead, realizing he had overlooked a crucial point. Without further ado, he hurriedly departed from the shore aboard his warship, opting to venture to another location. Fortunately, he left swiftly. Within 5 minutes of his departure, a multitude of bounty hunters arrived at the scene. It seemed they had arrived a tad too late. The bounty hunters, gazing at the fading trail of the warship, wished fervently for the ability to reverse time. I refuse to believe we cannot apprehend him. As long as we can construct a formidable warship, we will eventually succeed. The bounty hunter team, comprising 3 members, found merit in this statement, leading them to pool their resources in pursuit of acquiring a warship. I believe our funds are sufficient. Let us approach the government to purchase a warship, one suggested. After this proclamation, the other 2 concurred, revealing a harmonious smile as they approached the government office. Greetings. We wish to procure a warship and inquire whether it can be sold to us at a reduced price. The soldier stationed at the entrance, taken aback, requested them to repeat their statement. You heard correctly. We wish to buy a warship, if you would allow it. Confirming their words, the soldier raised his wooden rifle, demanding they raise their hands. You audacious individuals dare to come here openly seeking to purchase a warship? I am keen to discover your intentions. The bounty hunters were disheartened. Their aim was to assist the government in capturing those on the wanted list, yet they found themselves ensnared. Just as the soldier was about to escort them to prison, they encountered a passing officer, providing them with a glimmer of hope for resistance. Greetings. What transgressions have these 3 committed? They appear rather virtuous, the officer remarked playfully. These 3 brazenly challenged the international government, expressing their desire to purchase a warship. The officer's demeanor shifted to seriousness upon hearing this. What? Are you implying you intend to engage in unlawful activities? In unison, the bounty hunters shook their heads vigorously, eager to clarify. Sir, this is a misunderstanding. Our intention in acquiring a warship is solely to pursue Gu Qin on the high seas. So, you mean to say Gu Qin has fled to the ocean? The bounty hunters nodded affirmatively. Very well, I shall grant you a warship free of charge, provided you successfully apprehend Gu Qin. Overjoyed by this pronouncement, The bounty hunters realized they would save a considerable sum. Rest assured, we shall not disappoint you. We will capture Guchun. The officer patted each of their shoulders in turn. You will need to register shortly. I shall accompany you to collect your warship, he said with a smile. True to his word, the officer led them to the naval base, facilitated the necessary registrations, and permitted them to select a warship. Is it truly wise for the officer to act thus? Warships are exceedingly valuable. Could it be a loss to bestow one upon them so readily? The soldiers' concerns held some validity, yet the officer dismissed them entirely. There is no need for worry. The damage Guchun inflicts upon enterprises far outweighs the loss of a solitary warship. Moreover, these individuals are not without utility. They can relentlessly pursue Guchun. We shall employ a strategy of attrition, continuously attacking until he is too exhausted to retaliate, at which point he will be easily subdued. The soldier found the officer's reasoning compelling. Return to your post, the officer instructed. Realizing he had been on duty all day, the soldier hurried back to his station. Sir, we are not particularly skilled in operating warships. We merely believe this one possesses significant capabilities. Might we borrow it, and upon capturing Guchun, we will promptly return it? The officer erupted into laughter at this suggestion. If you truly manage to capture Guchun, I would not only offer you this warship but two. Though the bounty hunters were fond of wealth, they understood the gravity of warship ownership. Possessing two without a legitimate purpose would lead to legal repercussions. And they aspired to be exemplary citizens. That is unnecessary. Upholding international justice is the duty of every global resident. The officer, taken aback by their commendable resolve, allowed them to proceed. Meanwhile, Guchun, reveling in his carefree existence on the open sea, believed others could not possibly track him down. Dear host, why do I sense no hint of desperation in your demeanor? You seem to relish life at sea. Indeed, I do. On land, I merely endure a life of relentless pursuit. Yet at sea, no one dares to chase me, nor can anyone locate me. Naturally, I find immense pleasure in this. For reasons unknown, Guchun felt an underlying subtext in the system's words. Whenever they engaged in a wager, he invariably emerged victorious. Could there be some hidden scheme afoot? Oh, my dear host, what are you implying? Must I compel you to speak for your own enjoyment? Consider this. If you were to lose everything you possess to me, would that not displease you? Should you become incensed, what would I stand to gain? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Guchun descended this time to procure a plethora of items. Sufficient provisions to sustain him adrift at sea for an entire month without experiencing hunger. Today, he intends to prepare a delightful meal. Guchun had just finished preparing a meal and longed to enjoy it while gazing at the magnificent sea. However, he soon noticed another vessel approaching at an alarming speed. If the system was not mistaken, it appeared to be a ship, yet he couldn't shake the feeling that it was heading directly towards him. And the individuals aboard did not seem to harbor any friendly intentions. The system nodded in affirmation. Dear host, you are not mistaken. Those individuals are indeed here to hunt you down. I did not expect the international government to be quite so generous as to lend them a new military ship. One can only wonder how many people are on board. Upon hearing this, Guchun lost all appetite and hastily discarded his meal onto the deck. Rushing back to the control room, he needed to escape. If he lingered any longer, his life would surely be forfeit. Meanwhile, Guchun's bounty hunting crew was initially filled with joy upon spotting his warship. Unfortunately, their elation was short-lived as they witnessed Guchun fleeing with the vessel. What are we waiting for? We must pursue him relentlessly. We cannot allow that brat to escape again. If we capture him, we will be set for life. And none shall dare to cross us again. The captain, spurred by these words, pressed on, and the ship's speed was not without merit. Within merely half an hour, they had completely lost track of their quarry. Frustrated, Guchun lamented, I've sought refuge upon the sea, yet they still pursue me relentlessly. Will this nightmare never end? The system, taking his words to heart, nodded seriously. Do not forget, you are currently the #1 wanted criminal. These bounty hunters value money above all else. They can locate you wherever you hide. Even if you seek refuge at the ends of the earth, they will follow you, and if you hide among the rainbows, they shall find you there as well. Guchun was on the verge of despair. Had he known, he would have refrained from disembarking. He decided to cast aside his worries and focus on nourishment. Otherwise, if they pursued him later, he would find himself with even less time to eat. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon hearing these words, Guchun began to flee desperately. Was it he who had lost his mind? Or were these individuals deluded enough to believe they could collaborate with him? You are merely dreaming. Such a notion is utterly impossible. It was a dramatic chase upon the vast ocean, and Guchun understood that this could not be a sustainable strategy. For the enemy's warships far surpassed his own in superiority. If only he could devise a way to seize the warship they possessed. This plan seems feasible. While Guchun continued his escape, he spotted a thick fog in the distance. If he could navigate through that fog, he would undoubtedly be able to evade them. Dearest host, shall we take a gamble? Guchun has come to realize that this system will never miss any opportunity for gambling. It is indeed a true gambler. Perhaps it is best to refrain from further involvement. After all, I have painstakingly gathered a few possessions, and if I continue to wager with you, I might lose them. I am certainly no fool. After uttering these words, Han Feng turned his ship and fled, with the three individuals still in hot pursuit, leaving him perplexed about their relentless chase. Upon hearing Han Feng's words, the system helplessly shrugged, not expecting this brat to be so unyielding. Since you feel that way, there is little we can do. You must rely on your own skills to escape. Han Feng navigated his warship, drifting across the sea. How could that brat run so fast? Our warship is equipped with the most advanced weaponry, yet they still manage to outpace us. The bounty team is quite straightforward, consisting solely of Li Ming, Li Wei, and Li Zhuang. Who knows? It is said that this brat possesses remarkable sailing skills. Otherwise, how could the nation possibly offer such lucrative opportunities? It seems this rascal has some abilities after all, Li Wei mused. If that is the case, perhaps we should return. This person's strength is undoubtedly beyond ours. If we continue in this manner, it may not bode well for us, Li Ming added. The three of them were unaware of their true capabilities. Reflecting carefully, they considered that a mere common criminal could not possibly ascend to the top of the bounty list. Surely, there must be something extraordinary about him. So, are you suggesting we return now, claiming we were unable to capture him? Li Zhuang expressed his reluctance. Yet, he also recognized that with their current abilities, capturing him was an impossible task. As Han Feng continued his escape, he suddenly noticed the warships pursuing him had vanished. He was puzzled by this turn of events when the system spoke to him. They felt that your strength was too formidable, and in order to preserve their lives, they have adhered to their navigational route back. However, based on my understanding of them, they may end up lost. Han Feng was surprised that the system possessed such insight. If you truly have this capability, I must commend you. Since they have departed, it indicates that I am temporarily safe. I cannot remain adrift at sea indefinitely. You may either disguise yourself or remain adrift. Both options present significant challenges for Han Feng. He had become a pariah, and anyone who spotted him would eagerly turn him over to the international authorities, so how could they possibly assist him in changing his identity? Perhaps I should continue drifting at sea. Lying on the deck, Han Feng lamented. He had previously envied those who could traverse the oceans, believing that surfing the waves was a thrilling endeavor. However, he now held a slightly altered perspective. Suddenly, he found himself reminiscing about the sensations of solid ground when he heard someone nearby calling for help. Help! 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 After confirming that he was not mistaken, Han Feng hastily steered his vessel toward the source of the cries. Was it possible that he had encountered the legendary siren? Yet, as he left, the desperate pleas echoed in his ears once more. Surely, I have not stumbled upon the fabled sea witch. It is said that sirens can enchant the mind with their voices. The system rolled its eyes at this notion. Given my current speed, I am curious about what thoughts occupy your mind. Am I indeed bound to the right master? The legendary sirens are said to beguile with song, but this is clearly a cry for help. Are you truly that foolish? Han Feng felt as if he were the first master in history to be looked down upon by the system. So, you mean to say that the cries I just heard were genuine pleas for assistance? The system nodded affirmatively. Han Feng began searching the vicinity and finally spotted the person in distress atop a reef. Who are you? Why are you suddenly here? The individual on the reef regretted calling for help upon seeing Han Feng's warship. Yet, if he did not board the vessel, he feared he would perish on the reef. My name is Qin Yuan Fan. I accidentally drifted onto the reef while transporting goods and have been awaiting rescue ever since. It appeared this person had been marooned at sea. Unaware of his own predicament, perhaps it would be best to rescue him and return him to shore before hastily departing. The system believed that while Han Feng's intellect sometimes faltered, his kindness remained intact. Thus, Han Feng brought Qin Yuan Fan aboard his ship. Are you a soldier? Qin Yuan Fan inquired with curiosity. I am certainly not. If I revealed my true identity, you would be quite alarmed. It's all right. Just tell me your true identity. Surely, you cannot be one of the wanted criminals? Upon hearing this, Han Feng nodded seriously. I am indeed one of the wanted individuals, and I currently hold the #1 spot on the list. With a wry smile, Han Feng continued, and Qin Yuanfan's disbelief was palpable. Just a week ago, I was the one atop the bounty list. Please, do not jest with me. When did someone surpass me? Seeing the skepticism in Qin Yuanfan's eyes, Han Feng quickly retrieved his wanted poster. Qin Yuanfan took it, scrutinized it closely, and realized that indeed, he was the #1 wanted person. Brother, what crime have you committed? How did you suddenly become so notorious? You are the first criminal of such renown I have ever encountered. Han Feng could only chuckle bitterly. Please do not mention it. I have no idea how this happened. I inadvertently became an international fugitive, and the bounty skyrocketed. Many are now pursuing me. So I will take you to shore, and you should find a safe place quickly. Han Feng felt this was the most benevolent act he could muster at the moment. Returning Qin Yuanfan to safety was all he could do, leaving the rest to him. Well, seeing you stranded out here all alone is rather unfortunate. Perhaps I should accompany you instead. I too am a fugitive, and even if they do not see you, they would likely launch a widespread manhunt and assault against me. Rather than this, why don't we accompany each other? Through their dialogue, Han Feng suddenly recalled that this individual was also on the wanted list. If they were to return to land at this moment, it is likely that many would pursue him. Thus, it would be more prudent for them to journey together. sailing the seas where they could watch over one another and serve as mutual guardians. At times, the system genuinely feels that its host is blessed in his naivety. Were he to have another master, upon hearing a cry for help, they might hastily flee without a thought for saving another. Nevertheless, the host possesses his own fortune. And as a system, it ought to feel content. Should it fail, it would need to seek a new human companion. Finding a compatible human is an arduous task. It has been searching for millennia, and it has only now found Han Feng. Therefore, it shall strive to protect her. Today, I ventured ashore to procure some daily necessities that should suffice for about a month. Once they are exhausted, we will devise alternative plans. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuanfen nodded in agreement. I had not anticipated that you would so swiftly place this burden upon me. When I first spotted the warship, I had resolved to prepare a meal, never foreseeing the turn of events. The two exchanged glances and erupted into laughter. Perhaps you should refrain from chatting here and hasten your departure. This is a treacherous reef, and should a storm arise, if you fail to steer properly, you could easily collide with it. At that point, not only would you be in peril, but even your vessel might not survive. The system cautioned Han Feng, who promptly returned to the control room and navigated the ship away from the danger. True to the system's warning, they encountered a tempest just after their escape. Fortunately, the storm was brief, and Han Feng could hardly fathom what calamity would have befallen them had they encountered it amidst the reef. Han Feng began to discern that the system seemed to possess some foresight. Sensing her thoughts, the system merely cast her a knowing glance. If I could predict the future, I would certainly not be bound to you. Yet, if you cannot foresee what lies ahead, how did you know a storm was imminent? And how did you know others would not pursue me? Han Feng boldly voiced her inner uncertainties. Their future days together were plentiful, and she wished for no secrets to linger between them. Brother, have you ever heard the adage that knowledge is power? I am, after all, an advanced system capable of predicting the arrival of a storm based on various physical factors surrounding us. Furthermore, are you not aware that those who pursued you have already departed? The underwater pressure has shifted, rendering the situation akin to your being unpursued. Have you not sensed this? After hearing this, Han Feng rolled her eyes at the system. Please, I'm human, not a pressure sensor. How could I possibly perceive such nuances? It seems you constantly look down upon me. Just as Han Feng maneuvered the ship to a safer location, she spotted the very vessel that had been in pursuit of her. The moment they laid eyes on her, surprise filled their expressions, soon replaced by a flicker of panic. After all, she was the #1 fugitive. Would they not simply eliminate the three of them and seize their ship's resources? Han Feng and Qin Yuanfen exchanged glances, noting that this warship appeared significantly more advanced. As they stepped onto the deck, the three brothers of the Li family found themselves utterly terrified, as the first and second most wanted individuals stood before them. I told you we should have left sooner, but you insisted on lingering here. Now look where we are. Our lives hang by a thread. The three brothers, upon seeing both of them, were rendered speechless, much like frightened mice. Han Feng and Qin Yuanfen exchanged glances. Recognizing the futility in their situation, they had done nothing to instigate this fear. What are you afraid of? We mean you no harm, Han Feng said, a hint of exasperation in her voice. Even if you do not intend to harm us now, within the next 3 hours, we are certain to meet a gruesome end, potentially sinking into the depths of the sea. How can we not be afraid? You are both wanted criminals. How about this? We will not harm you. We will simply bind you for the time being. We have set our sights on your warship, and we would like to exchange it for ours. The three brothers exchanged glances, ultimately conceding, for they had no grounds to refuse. As long as you are content, we shall comply. Thus, the two warships drew near, and Han Feng wasted no time in executing the exchange. To prevent any possibility of escape, the three were bound together, their ropes requiring considerable time to untie. Han Feng and Qin Yuanfen busily transferred their belongings to the new warship. The Li brothers began to believe that the pair genuinely only desired a ship exchange, rather than their lives. We have already stated that we merely wish to swap vessels. We harbor no intentions of taking your lives. Why are you so tense? They declared. Now, you may return on this warship, and when asked, tell them we bullied you into submission. We let you go as a mere challenge. The others listened, wide-eyed and bewildered, struggling to comprehend the absurdity of it all. All right, we understand, the Li brothers replied, as if they had narrowly escaped a grave fate, unable to believe their own experience. You truly do not seek our lives. It is said that you are notorious villains. How could such villains ever allow us to escape? Their disbelief lingered. At times, Gu Chun found himself perplexed by how these individuals had survived thus far. Tell me honestly, since you became bounty hunters, have you truly captured not a single villain? Or have you encountered many? The three brothers felt a sudden wave of embarrassment, ultimately confessing. We have merely caught a few petty thieves. Recently, we found ourselves short on funds, and upon seeing your bounty, we decided to pursue you. Upon hearing these words, Gu Chun nearly burst into laughter, astonished that these individuals appeared to be jesting. However, it was evident that the three possessed their own capabilities. Otherwise, they would not have complied so readily. All right, you should hasten back. Otherwise, a fierce wind may arise, leading you astray once more. When you return, be sure to convey to your superior the reasons I provided, for he will certainly not let you off lightly otherwise. Should you find it untenable on land, Seek me at sea, and I shall ensure your survival. The others nodded in acknowledgement upon hearing this and promptly set off in their vehicle. At that moment, their innermost thoughts were resolute. They would rather endure life on land than return to the seas, determined to be honorable individuals, steadfast in their refusal to engage in wrongdoing. Yet, in the days to come, numerous events would alter their perspective as they came to understand that not all matters unfold as one wishes. For instance, upon their return, not only did they fail to survive unscathed, but they also suffered the loss of a brother. I found the trio endearingly foolish, however. I pondered how the international governmental body had consented to provide them with such an advanced warship. Did they truly believe these three could capture us? Upon hearing this, Chen Yuanfan shook his head, reflecting on the inscrutable nature of these individuals' intentions. Why bother overthinking? If you could fathom the government's thoughts, you wouldn't be in such an embarrassing predicament now. Instead of contemplating these unknowns, why not simply enjoy a sound sleep? Yet, I couldn't help but wonder how someone like you could consistently find the audacity to sleep so peacefully. Chen Yuanfan, upon hearing this, turned over with a calm yet resigned demeanor. Given the circumstances, if one sought to uncover the true essence of the matter, did they believe it would be so straightforward? Rather than fret, it would be wise to let things unfold naturally. Eventually, all truths would come to light, so why the urgency? At that moment, Gu Chen found great wisdom in Zhu Yuanzhang's words and nodded obediently. All right, I understand. Thus, they continued their aimless voyage upon the seas, where for them, merely surviving without interference in their lives was a considerable blessing. They did not yearn for immense wealth or grandiosity. Their sole desire was to live each day joyfully. Gu Chen had always been calm and somewhat bored in solitude. With the arrival of a companion, his days finally possessed a hint of amusement. For Chen Yuanfan, Gu Chen was an unexpected element in his life. While many events unfolded as anticipated, some veered into the realm of the unforeseen. Clearly, Gu Chen was one such surprise. Henceforth, the two forged a deep brotherly bond, consulting and looking after one another wherever they ventured. Gradually, their relationship transcended mere friendship, evolving into a fraternal connection. Do you think those three brothers will receive a reward upon their return? Although they failed to capture us, they at least dared to challenge us. Might they be granted some form of encouragement or bravery award? I find it unlikely. Much like the foolishness of the government, merely punishing them would be a feat. The mindset of those in government is ever perplexing, so perhaps it would be wise to refrain from assuming they are accommodating. Initially, Gu Chen believed that anyone on the wanted list must exude a fierce aura, for he had never encountered an individual as composed as he. No fugitive had ever engaged him with such affability. Curiosity suddenly struck Gu Chen, prompting a desire to unravel the story behind Chen Yuanfan's transformation. Logically, he must possess a multitude of tales at this very moment. Feel free to converse. I shall take my leave for a nap to avoid basking in the sun with you too, the system declared before genuinely drifting into slumber. And Gu Chen made no effort to halt him. Could you share your story with me? I perceive a wealth of narratives concealed within your gaze, Gu Chen inquired. I find your statement somewhat peculiar. Why do you believe my eyes harbor such tales? Is it possible that they convey countless messages? Chen Yuanfan replied, a touch of curiosity lacing his words. Indeed, have you not heard the adage? The eyes are the windows to the soul, through your gaze. I can discern a multitude of matters, Gu Chen responded. This elicited a sudden burst of laughter from Chen Yuanfan. As he regarded Gu Chen, Chen Yuanfan pondered whether he was recounting his past experiences or silently enduring them alone. Since we are now aligned, as brothers, let us share our thoughts openly. Bearing such burdens alone must weigh heavily upon your heart. Perhaps voicing them will alleviate your inner turmoil. Up until now, Chen Yuanfan had been ensnared in a web of conflict, uncertain whether to divulge his thoughts. He had once placed immense trust in another, confiding his troubles, only for her to betray him, reporting his whereabouts to international authorities. Had he not been fortunate enough to escape swiftly, he might have found himself ensnared by them, leaving him apprehensive about trusting Gu Chen. Enough. Do not dwell on it too much. If you choose not to share, I shall not press further. My curiosity merely compelled me to ask. However, I do wish to convey that you and I are bound as eternal brothers. Your position as the first on the wanted list must stem from deeper reasons. No one is born a villain, nor does anyone spend years cultivating a life that leads them to such a fate. These words seemed to resonate with Chen Yuanfan, prompting him to sit upon the deck, his expression earnest as he regarded Gu Chen. If we are to exchange stories, should we not have wine, meat, or perhaps some sunflower seeds to accompany our conversation? Gu Chen naturally understood the situation, so he returned to a nearby galley within the control cabin. He retrieved a flask of wine and some appetizers that he had previously prepared in abundance. Rest assured, I stocked up on plenty of wine and snacks to keep myself occupied aboard the vessel. Let's drink and converse, he suggested. Chen Yuanfan was taken aback by the thoroughness of the preparations. Thus, the two of them settled on the deck, sipping wine and enjoying the snacks as Chen Yuanfan began recounting his past. Before I became an internationally wanted criminal, I was an esteemed international police officer, beloved by many. Yet here I am now, transformed into a fugitive. Don't you think this situation is rather absurd? Upon hearing these words, Gu Chen solemnly shook his head and then drained the last sip of his drink. I do not perceive this as a trivial matter. Something must have transpired that led to your despair. Otherwise, it is inconceivable that you would find yourself in such a state. Please, share with me what has happened. And refrain from uttering self-deprecating remarks. I assure you, I will not mock you. Qin Yuan Fan, meeting Gu Qin's steadfast and clear gaze, nodded in agreement and found himself compelled to recount his tale. It was 6 years ago when I was a beloved police officer, renowned for my efficiency in handling cases and pursuing fugitives. However, one day, an unforeseen event transpired that irrevocably altered my identity, and it was all because of my wife. As Qin Yuan Fan recounted this episode, his eyes brimmed with loathing. Gu Qin understood that this matter must be shrouded in immense suffering. Otherwise, such events would never come to pass. It transpired that during a mission, Qin Yuan Fan's identity was suddenly discovered by an enemy, who subsequently kidnapped his wife, hoping to negotiate for his life. The implication was that once he reached a place of safety, he would naturally release his beloved spouse. Qin Yuan Fan cherished his wife and child dearly. Their relationship was one of mutual respect and deep affection. Yet, at that moment, he was palpably anxious, aware that the kidnappers sought nothing more than money and a vehicle. Very well, he thought. I shall provide both the vehicle and the funds. Hurry and find a secure refuge, and cease tormenting my wife. To him, his wife was akin to his very soul. If harm befell her, he would not wish to live, nor would he spare those responsible. Qin Yuan Fan felt he had sacrificed too much for the sake of his identity, with all his honor. He had hoped to secure their safety. Unexpectedly, they feigned compliance but callously took his wife's life behind his back. It was shocking that these individuals exhibited such blatant dishonesty. Ironically, at that very moment, Qin Yuan Fan's wife was carrying the fruit of their love, and in a few months, he would have become a father. Yet, all of that hope had been reduced to ashes, leaving him despondent and unsteady. Weren't you supposed to ensure my wife's safety once you had secured your escape? How could you renege on your word? The enemy offered no further explanation, merely exchanging a glance that spoke volumes. Trusting anyone was an act of folly. Qin Yuan Fan, clinging to the faint hope of their integrity, was indeed exceedingly naive. You cannot believe we are merely seeking to survive. In truth, we would rather perish together. Vengeance is what has kept us alive until now. You are insane. I will not let you go unpunished, even if it takes me to the ends of the earth. I will employ every means to hunt you down, Qin Yuan Fan proclaimed furiously, longing to eliminate the threat before him. However, he found himself utterly powerless to prevent these lunatics from inflicting further harm, forced to let them depart. I feel utterly helpless. After all these years, I have yet to find them. I have come to terms with the reality that some things cannot be forced. Should I encounter them, I shall not let them slip away easily, but if I cannot find them in this lifetime, I shall simply accept it. Some entanglements are futile, he lamented, tears glistening in his eyes. Such tragedies would shatter anyone. Do not despair too greatly. Fate orchestrates our paths, and every encounter is a form of destiny. We must strive not to be overly obstinate, Gu Qin gently advised, his gaze filled with sympathy and profound concern for Qin Yuan Fan. Gu Qin initially wished to silence Qin Yuan Fan, yet Qin Yuan Fan felt compelled to continue his discourse. How should I articulate this? Upon hearing these exchanges, I realized that my adversaries, whom I had offended in pursuit of my vocation, were orchestrating my transformation into a cold, unfeeling weapon, ultimately resolved from the onset to condemn my beloved wife to a fate in the hands of others. It transpired that one day, as Qin Yuan Fan contemplated resigning from his post, he approached his superior's office. Just as he intended to enter, he overheard a conversation within, discussing matters concerning himself. Did you not assert that if Qin Yuan Fan were to lose his wife, who would perish at the hands of those rogues, he would seek vengeance? Why then has our desired outcome eluded us, morphing instead into this disheartening reality? Qin Yuan Fan could affirm that it was his superior who uttered those words. Astonished that someone he trusted could speak such treachery, I too did not foresee this outcome. Logically, one would expect a person to succumb to despair after such an ordeal, only to regain their composure and confront the rogues with fervor. Yet, I remain perplexed as to how things have spiraled into this state. Had I known this would transpire, I would have refrained from plotting against him. What shall we do now? Qin Yuan Fan remains in a state of despondency, threatening to render our years of nurturing futile. We had believed him to be our most potent instrument, yet he has ultimately disappointed us. Do not lose hope just yet, my lord, one suggested. I am confident he will soon regard those kidnappers as lifelong enemies. With a little encouragement, he may yet recover fully. Upon hearing this exchange, Qin Yuan Fan felt as though all hope for his existence had crumbled. He had believed they were genuinely concerned for his well-being, attributing their missteps to mere oversight. For days, he had sought to excuse their behavior. Yet, to discover that everything had been meticulously orchestrated against him was a blow far more devastating than death itself. This is all my energy. Does it not strike you as somewhat absurd? Qin Yuan Fan laughed bitterly, perhaps mocking himself. I find this situation far from amusing. I merely believe your methods of handling this affair are flawed. They may have thought you a fine specimen to mold into a ruthless killing machine. Yet they forgot that you are, above all, a flesh and blood individual. Your tale remains unfinished. Please, continue. I wish to understand the trials you have endured. Though he heard these words, he drained his glass in silence. Thereafter, he chose a fair day to position a wooden sniper rifle in a secluded spot. His superior, recognizing the validity of these sentiments, endeavored to comfort the despondent Qin Yuanfan daily. Had Qin Yuanfan remained oblivious to the truth of his circumstances, he would have undoubtedly felt moved and would have swiftly evolved into the person they envisioned. However, at this juncture, he was acutely aware of the reality and found it impossible to forgive. His superior, equally lost, pondered how to proceed. At that moment, Qin Yuanfan appeared as a mere shell of his former self, devoid of spirit or motivation. In 2 days, many new recruits will arrive. As a senior, should you not welcome them? I am certain they desire to meet you. To them, you are a paragon. They would relish the chance to engage with you. Yet, upon hearing these words, he remained ensconced in his despondent state. Perhaps it is best to let this be. I harbor no interest in such matters. I merely wish to quietly remain by my wife's side. For her sake, my presence brings her the greatest comfort. Thus, you may proceed without me. Over the next 2 days, his superior persistently urged him, but Qin Yuanfan remained resolute in his refusal. If he did not wish to partake, let him find solace in solitude for a while. They would then publicly proclaim that he was occupied with official duties, and when he felt ready to meet the recruits, they would announce his return. The two conferred on this matter, and the superior resolved to wait, for this was currently their only recourse. Many promising recruits were drawn here, a significant portion of whom sought to meet Qin Yuanfan. Time sped by, and as the superior passionately addressed the audience from the stage, Qin Yuanfan had already positioned himself in the distance, having set up his sniper rifle. Just as the superior rose to speak, Qin Yuanfan fired a shot at his foot, causing immediate chaos. As the instructor instinctively moved to shield his superior, he too suffered a wound. The scene spiraled out of control as many fled in panic, hastily relocating the superior to a safer location to ensure his security. The new recruits, startled by the commotion, sought to escape, leveraging their connections to find a more secure refuge. Their physical afflictions would soon heal. They merely required time to recuperate, while the superiors tended to their injuries. Qin Yuanfan approached them. The marksman must be precise. I can strike your hand without fail. So, my wife was merely a pawn in your elaborate scheme, was she? The superior and the instructor exchanged incredulous glances. What are you insinuating? We cannot comprehend your words. Did we not orchestrate this? The superior pressed. I overheard your conversation that day, Qin Yuanfan replied. With their defenses down, the moment Qin Yuanfan decided to act, everything would come to a swift conclusion. Qin Yuanfan, let us discuss this rationally. There must be some misunderstanding. Allow us to clarify. Your fate was never part of our calculations. We merely wished to prevent her from leaving. Even in this perilous moment, the superior maintained his composure, attempting to placate Qin Yuanfan and lower his guard. Yet, how could Qin Yuanfan be so easily swayed? You are my superior. If you continue to offer me such reassurances, I fear it will not be long before I transform into the very person you desire. Qin Yuanfan spoke with palpable sorrow. But just days ago, I overheard your conversation. I am now fully aware of the truth, knowing that everything was meticulously orchestrated by you. Do you truly believe I can still serve you faithfully? Thus far, no soul has been capable of comprehending the anguish that Qin Yuanfan endures at this very moment. Throughout his life, he has perceived himself as extraordinarily fortunate, blessed with a loving wife and a superior who holds him in high regard. He believed his life to be a seamless tapestry of success, unmatched by any other. Yet, as time unfolds, he feels akin to a mere jest, ensnared within the confines of others' expectations. Should this predicament become known to the world, he imagines he would meet his end as a fool, perhaps already the subject of ridicule, oblivious to the scorn cast upon him. The international government has deeply disappointed me. I had devoted my life to you, sacrificing precious moments with my beloved wife, only to find you unwilling to reciprocate. You seem intent on severing my bond with her, transforming me into a heartless machine of destruction. At times, I truly struggle to fathom your intentions. Regardless, my disillusionment with you is profound. From this moment forth, I shall no longer act in your favor, nor heed your commands. I seek to terminate this tumultuous relationship. His superior could not grasp the rationale behind Qin Yuanfan's words and felt a twinge of panic. Suddenly, Qin Yuanfan fled. And from that day, he became the first individual on the wanted list, ultimately facing a barrage of unfounded accusations, astonishingly accepted by those foolish enough to believe them. Upon hearing Qin Yuanfan's tale, Gu Qin could not help but express his sorrow. The twists and turns of Qin Yuanfan's narrative were far more intricate than he had anticipated. Had misfortune not befallen his wife, he would likely still be a pivotal asset to the international government, with a promising future laid out before him. Furthermore, his wife and child would assuredly be by his side, and life's fulfillment would be within his grasp. You are correct. Had circumstances not taken such a dire turn, my existence would resemble the idyllic life you describe. Perhaps the sheer bliss of my earlier years has rendered the burdens of my latter years all the more unbearable. Gu Qin was well aware that the international government was far from being composed of virtuous individuals. Nevertheless, it is evident that the circumstances have unfolded as they have. I firmly believe that in the future, you and your wife shall encounter each other once more, perhaps in another lifetime. As long as there remains a glimmer of hope for such a meeting, one must not relinquish it. Upon hearing Gu Chen's words, Qin Yuanfan felt a sense of comfort wash over him. He took another sip of the fine liquor in his glass. Pleasantly surprised by the taste of the drink Gu Chen had selected. You are even more formidable than I am. Pray tell, what exactly have you done? Surely, it cannot be something earth-shattering that would astound the world this winter. Upon hearing these words, Gu Chen shook his head, feeling more innocent than anyone else. To be frank with you, my brother, I have no idea how I became the foremost individual on the wanted list. I have done nothing, absolutely nothing. I merely mingled with pirates for a couple of days, and suddenly I found myself as the top target on that list. I truly do not comprehend what I have done to warrant such treatment. The international government has deemed me their #1 adversary. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuanfan let out a heavy sigh. I am genuinely astounded by your predicament. I never imagined you could be so inept as to remain oblivious to the reason for your notoriety. To speak candidly, I am equally bewildered. Ever since I emerged from a modest space, I have been relentlessly pursued by the international government. After associating with these pirates and assisting them with certain matters, the national government has regarded me as a thorn in their side. When Gu Chun uttered these words, he deliberately emphasized his tone, feeling like the most wronged man in the world. The two men ultimately confided in each other and then shared a drink. In Han Feng's mind, the system had often contemplated revealing the reasons behind the relentless pursuit by the national government. However, he pondered that should he disclose this information, Han Feng's perspective would undoubtedly shift, perhaps for the worse. Thus, it seemed wiser to allow him to continue living in this state of bewilderment, which might not be entirely detrimental. From now on, we shall be good brothers, reliant on one another at sea, and we must resolutely vow never to betray each other. Upon hearing this statement, Gu Chen nodded earnestly. There are certain matters they must confront, ones they cannot evade. If they truly wish to escape, perhaps unforeseen events would not have arisen. I believe your assertion is quite accurate. Apart from one another, we have only each other. The system, upon hearing Gu Chen's words, inexplicably felt a surge of indignation. What did it mean that the two of them had only each other? Was it not also a part of Gu Chen? What do you mean, aside from yourselves, you have only yourselves? What about me? The system expressed its discontent. You belong to me. Thus, from the very beginning, we have been in the same boat, Gu Chen replied. All right. Are you feeling a tinge of jealousy? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted in a state of inebriated haze. Gu Chen and Qin Yuanfan suddenly discerned a vessel approaching ominously from the distance. The menacing demeanor of the ship suggested that its intentions were far from benevolent. Abruptly rousing both Gu Chen and Qin Yuanfan from their stupor, shaking their heads to clear their vision, they came to the realization that this ship was likely there to plunder them. Given its aggressive approach, it seemed inevitable that confrontation would be unavoidable if they chose not to engage. I find your reasoning to be quite sound, Gu Chen remarked. After exchanging a knowing glance, the two prepared to mount a counteroffensive. However, noting the decrepit state of the approaching ship, Gu Chen contemplated whether it would be prudent to waste any more time. Perhaps we should consider a change of scenery, he suggested, ultimately allowing his inherent kindness to steer their decision towards retreat. With a mutual understanding, the two men hastily maneuvered their vessel in the opposite direction of the pirate ship. It appeared the pirates had caught wind of their presence, and the thrill of the chase ignited a surge of excitement within them. The other pirates confirmed their suspicion, erupting into boisterous laughter. In their piratical exploits, they had encountered numerous instances like this, and the adrenaline of the pursuit only heightened their exhilaration, akin to hunters tracking their prey. The pirate captain boasted with audacity, fully aware that their cover had been blown, and they no longer felt the need to conceal their movements. Swiftly, they surged towards Gu Chen and his companion. Observing the relentless pursuit of the pirate ship, Gu Chen and Qin Yuanfan exchanged glances, feeling a sense of exasperation. Despite their attempts to signal for evasion, it seemed their efforts only intensified the pirates' determination to catch them. I find this rather infuriating, Qin Yuanfan commented. Both men felt a sense of helplessness. Engaging in a battle would likely be futile, as their skills placed them at the top of the wanted list. Given the current circumstances, it seemed escaping was becoming increasingly unlikely. Just as Gu Chen contemplated turning the ship to confront their adversaries, Qin Yuanfan interjected. While we could easily dispatch that pirate ship, it would consume valuable time with little reward. It is wiser to evade them if possible. There is no need to stoop to their level. After careful consideration, Gu Chen found merit in Qin Yuanfan's argument. Their upgraded vessel, had they not intended to conceal their prowess, could have easily outpaced the pirates. Now, revealing their capabilities seemed inevitable. He entered the ship's cockpit and, after toggling several unique controls, the exterior remained unchanged, yet the internals underwent a remarkable transformation. With all components upgraded, at Gu Chen's command, the ship suddenly surged forth with unparalleled speed, a stark contrast to its previous pace. As if it had been invigorated by a potent elixir, the pirates, astounded by the unexpected acceleration of Gu Chen's ship, sensed an unusual energy emanating from it. The pirate captain exclaimed with exhilaration, "We must capture this vessel. Securing it will assure our future endeavors flourish." Thus, they intensified their pursuit. leading to a gripping chase across the waves. The ship ahead darted through the depths like an arrow, while the pirate ship, though distanced, relentlessly clung to its tail. Gu Qin and Qin Yuanfan furrowed their brows at the tenacity of their pursuers, realizing why pirates could act so brazenly upon the seas. If they had encountered a mere merchant ship instead of us, they would have easily succeeded, Gu Qin mused, observing the peculiar qualities of the pursuing pirate ship, which seemed to possess capabilities that enabled it to keep pace. Frustration welled within them. Being hunted by pirates while already pursued by the federal government felt utterly humiliating. Determined, Gu Chun resolved to cease fleeing and discern the source of the pirate ship's relentless pursuit. I wish to uncover what makes that vessel so formidable, he declared, gradually reducing their speed. The pirates, upon witnessing the halt of Gu Chen's ship, erupted with fervor, believing their adversaries had succumbed to despair. With a calculated throw, they launched grappling hooks toward Gu Chen's vessel, securing their grip upon its side. The sight of this maneuver confirmed Gu Chen's suspicions. These pirates were seasoned in their craft. However, they remained unperturbed as the pirates swiftly boarded Gu Chen's ship. Upon discovering only Gu Chun and Chun Yuanfan aboard, the pirates shed any reservations and brazenly demanded, "Surrender all your riches, and we may grant you a swift demise." Gu Chun and his companion exchanged a disdainful glance, their expressions betraying a hint of amusement. Upon witnessing all the pirates board their vessel, they simultaneously sprang into action. Given their formidable prowess, subduing these marauders was a mere trifle. And soon they had all the pirates firmly in their grasp. The once arrogant pirates now gazed at Gu Qin and his companion with palpable fear, astonished by the terrifying capabilities of the two. As Gu Qin and his ally surveyed the subdued pirates, they contemplated how best to handle the situation. To execute them all would likely lead to complications and risk exposing their own whereabouts. Yet, observing the pirates' adeptness in their previous actions, it was evident that they had committed numerous misdeeds in these waters, thus revealing their nefarious nature. While the two deliberated on their course of action, the pirates began to comprehend the gravity of their predicament, filled with regret for their earlier reckless bravado. "We recognize our mistakes. Please spare our lives. We vow never to engage in such heinous acts again. We beseech you, grant us mercy." The pirates pleaded desperately, their voices filled with anguish as they cried out for forgiveness. "Masters, we were foolish to dare rob such formidable individuals. We are but humble souls with families to care for. We implore you to show us compassion and grant us a chance to live. We would be willing to meet any condition you set, even offering all our treasures to ensure our survival. Please, spare us." Gu Qin and Qin Yuanfan, upon witnessing the pitiable state of the pirates, instinctively recognized that much of their lamentations were mere fabrications. Observing their tear-streaked faces and the wretched display of emotion, had the two not previously encountered the pirates' vicious demeanor, they might have been deceived by this pretense. Who would have thought your acting skills were rather commendable? Had we not witnessed your true nature moments ago, we might have fallen prey to your charade, they mused. However, after deliberation, they concluded that exterminating the pirates en masse was not a sagacious course of action. Yet, to release them unscathed would likely result in further plundering and potential loss of life at their hands, akin to releasing a tiger back into the wild, an act that would render them unwitting accomplices. Both men loathed such a possibility and thus resolved against liberating the pirates too easily. After careful contemplation, they devised a more suitable resolution and turned to the pirates with a proposition. "You are presented with two paths. The first is to persist in your piratical ways. However, we cannot allow you to depart freely. To prevent further malevolence, we would be compelled to execute you on the spot. The second option is to accompany us, aiding us in our endeavors when needed. We assure you that this path will afford you far greater prospects than your current existence as pirates. The choice is now yours to make." With that, they fell silent, observing the pirates. The marauders exchanged glances, realizing the gravity of their predicament. One path led to death, the other to life. It was evident that the two men intended for them to become their subordinates. Dissent could very well lead to their demise. "We pledge our unwavering loyalty to you, and we shall never betray you," the pirates declared earnestly, devoid of any hesitation. They judiciously opted to submit to Gu Qin and Qin Yuanfan, much to the satisfaction of the latter. As anticipated, the pirates valued their lives above all else, having long relinquished notions of dignity and integrity. This was fortuitous for the two men. As long as they maintained dominance over the pirates, the latter would dutifully serve them. Yet, they also understood that should their own strength wane even slightly, betrayal could swiftly ensue. It was a double-edged sword. A moment's carelessness could lead to self-inflicted harm. Nevertheless, both men brimmed with confidence in their abilities and remained unconcerned about the potential treachery of a few lowly pirates. Thus, I advise you to cast aside any treacherous thoughts. Such notions must not resurface. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, the pirates nodded furiously, placing their trust solely in Gu Chun and Qin Yuanfan. At this juncture, unity is our only recourse. If you wish to survive, obedience is imperative. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthless hand. Gu Chun appeared to offer a sweet morsel while simultaneously delivering a sharp slap. Observing the expressions of these individuals, he felt a profound realization. At this moment, They finally possessed their own subordinates, signifying a gradual augmentation of their strength. For them, this was merely the most rudimentary of achievements as time progressed. They would steadily cultivate and expand their influence, ultimately evolving into a force capable of rivaling the federal government. When that time arrived, it would signify the moment of their vengeance. Immediately lower the pirate flag, he commanded. Each of you should maintain your designated positions and refrain from any actions without our explicit orders. Under Gu Chen's directive, the pirates promptly removed their flag, replacing it with a rather unremarkable banner. A few pirates continued to steer their vessels behind Gu Chen's ship, gently swaying upon the ocean surface. Gu Chen was acutely aware that these pirates, after years of plundering, must have amassed a considerable fortune. Thus, he instructed them to lead him and his companions to their stronghold to present all their gold and silver treasures. At this juncture, he and Qin Yuan Fan had resolved to establish their own power. Therefore, wealth was indispensable. Among all the forces at sea, none were wealthier than the pirates, prompting the two ships to swiftly redirect towards the pirates' base of operations. Yet, within the vast realm of the sea, these pirates constituted merely a minuscule band, numbering only a handful of individuals. As they set sail, 10 pirates ventured out, leaving merely 2 or 3 behind at their stronghold. With both vessels propelling forth with utmost vigor, it was not long before they reached the pirates' base. However, to call it a stronghold was somewhat misleading. It was merely a modest island with a few hastily constructed structures. This sight left Gu Chen and Qin Yuan Fan feeling slightly disheartened. They had not anticipated that a band of pirates would reside in such a haphazard place. It raised doubts in their minds. Could this truly be their stronghold? If they inhabited such dilapidated conditions, how much wealth could they possibly possess? Is this truly where you reside? Why is it in such disrepair? Surely, you haven't lured us here under false pretenses, intending to escape? Upon hearing this, the pirates quickly shook their heads and swore to the heavens that this was indeed their home. However, since they had already arrived, there was no turning back. They disembarked onto the island. Meanwhile, the 3 pirates remaining on the island were taken aback by the sudden appearance of strangers, especially as they witnessed their leader attending to these 2 individuals with great deference. Fearful of incurring the ire of Gu Chen and Qin Yuan Fan, one pirate stepped forward to elucidate the identities of the newcomers. When they learned that their leader had allied with these 2, they were struck with astonishment. They had never imagined that their formidable leader would surrender to anyone, leading them to ponder just how powerful these 2 must be. Their gazes inadvertently infused with a sense of reverence. Gu Chen, naturally, had no inclination to engage with the insignificant pirates any further at that moment. His sole desire was to ascertain the extent of the wealth these marauders had plundered. However, upon surveying the surroundings, he harbored little hope regarding the pirates' fortunes. The pirates, brimming with enthusiasm, cordially invited Gu Chen and his companion to step inside their abode. Upon entering, they were taken aback to discover that, despite its dilapidated exterior, the interior revealed a world of opulence. The materials within were composed entirely of precious metals, jewels, and an array of rare treasures, all conspicuously valuable. This revelation left both Gu Chen and Qin Yuan Fan astonished. Although they had formed some notion of the pirates' wealth, they never anticipated it to reach such heights. Who would have thought that this shabby little house could contain so much? Gu Chen mused. The pirates, upon hearing this remark, exchanged awkward smiles. They, being quite perceptive, promptly presented all their treasures, realizing that even if they wished to discreetly hide some, they likely would never have the opportunity to return for them. Consequently, they laid bare their entire hoard, which further astounded Gu Chen and Qin Yuan Fan. Dozens of pirates toiled for nearly an hour to transport all the treasures. The once barren ground was now strewn with colossal chests, and upon opening them, they revealed an abundance of glimmering gold and jewels, the dazzling radiance nearly blinding. Even Gu Chen and Qin Yuan Fan, who were not particularly fixated on wealth, felt their hearts race at the sight of such riches. The pirates, too, exhibited signs of avarice. However, upon contemplating the formidable prowess of Gu Chen and Qin Yuan Fan, they quickly regained their composure, understanding that only by relinquishing these treasures could they safeguard their lives. Boss, these are all the silver and various gemstones we have accumulated over the years. Feel free to take as much as you desire, one pirate offered. Since you have been so generous, I shall not be remiss, Gu Chen replied. Although the prospect of revenge had waned for them, the immense wealth offered the potential for a life of nobility. With such a bounty at their disposal, their aspirations for establishing a personal dominion crystallized. This cache of gold and jewels could serve as their seed capital. With these resources, they could enlist soldiers, and similarly, they could continuously reclaim the seas from other pirates, thus ensuring a steady influx of wealth and the gradual expansion of their burgeoning power. I find your reasoning sound, Qin Yuan Fan concurred, igniting a fervor within both men and sharpening their vision for future endeavors. Yet, they remained grounded, recognizing that seeking retribution remained their paramount objective. Therefore, they did not linger but commanded the pirates to transfer the treasures onto their ship, and soon, the pirates' headquarters was thoroughly pillaged. Not a single item within the house was overlooked. Now, only a few dilapidated structures stood empty, devoid of their former riches. Once Gu Qin and Qin Yuanfan confirmed that all the treasures had been loaded onto their vessel, they were unwilling to delay any longer. They led this small contingent of pirates to continue their journey upon the vast ocean. Their aims were now unequivocal, to relentlessly seek out smaller bands of pirates, subdue them, and upon their surrender of riches, utilize those funds to upgrade their equipment and expand their influence. Gu Chun has emerged from his state of confusion. As their search area continues to expand, their reputation on the seas steadily rises, and among pirates, they have carved out a formidable name for themselves, with some even dubbing them the slayers of pirates. The fearsome pirates, once the scourge of many, now find themselves on a hit list, leaving ordinary folk astonished to realize that the very pirates they feared have met their match. Curiosity abounds regarding the identities of these individuals who wield such influence that they instill dread in all pirates. However, despite numerous inquiries, little useful information surfaced. Only that they are two young men, a deliberate outcome of Gu Qin and Qin Yuanfan's efforts. After all, they are still fugitives under a federal warrant. And drawing too much attention could lead to their discovery by the government, an outcome they would prefer to avoid. As Gu Chun and his companion lead a dozen pirates through the vast ocean, they also procure an extensive arsenal of weaponry on land. To evade detection, they strategically purchase in various locations, ensuring their activities remain under the radar. Rumor has it that Gu Qin is a truly terrifying figure. 3 individuals attempted to capture him, but were left utterly tormented, even being sent back on a naval vessel as their own means of retreat. It is hard to believe that such a sinister person could exist, one who would not simply dispatch his captors but instead subject them to such torment. Who knows? At present, Gu Chun is regarded as a monstrous villain, with tales circulating that those 3 were left in such a state that they would be wise to steer clear of him in the future, lest they risk losing half their lives. Amid the biting winds, 2 individuals overheard a conversation that nearly made them laugh. They could hardly fathom that their esteemed teacher had become a figure of such dread in the eyes of others. I never imagined that a person as honest and kind-hearted as you could be transformed into a merciless demon in their tales, one remarked, impressed. Do not think too highly of yourself. The next person to be labeled as wicked and terrifying may very well be you. But do refrain from arrogance. As the 2 intended to purchase some items, they overheard discussions about a certain Qin Yuanfan, who had once held the top rank but was now rumored to be far from virtuous, having allegedly harassed respectable women. The man who had just mocked others found himself embroiled in a debate, insisting he had never engaged in such behavior, claiming his heart held space only for his wife. They exchanged glances, shaking their heads in disbelief at how their reputations had devolved, realizing that the international government's reach was more formidable than they had imagined. Wearing masks and altering their appearances slightly, they hastily completed their shopping and fled, eager to avoid further provoking others or drawing attention to themselves. Who would have thought that our names would be tarnished in such a manner? Let us retreat to the sea after this purchase. There's no need to dwell on our misfortunes, one suggested, finding some wisdom in the words. As they made their way back to the ship, they overheard some individuals discussing the futility of attempting to capture Gu Qin, labeling him a superlative demon. The 3 brothers of the Li family, they said, had returned from their encounter with him utterly battered and were currently recuperating at home. Upon hearing these words, Gu Chun felt a sense of bewilderment. How could it be that he had returned unscathed, yet their accounts had transformed the narrative into something entirely different? Although Qin Yuanfan attempted to intervene, his efforts proved to be too sluggish. My brothers, one of them began, we would like to inquire about the Li family's 3 brothers. When I emerged from the company, all I heard were whispers of these events. What exactly transpired? Could you provide me with a brief explanation? The others nodded in agreement. Let me enlighten you, one continued. You may not be aware, but the 3 brothers from the Li family pursued Gu Qin, who had fled to the sea with a commission sword. Upon their return, they were battered and bruised, and now they are recuperating at home. According to the doctor, it is unlikely they will recover within a month. Upon hearing this, the 2 exchanged a knowing smile. Under their guidance, they made their way to the residence of the Li brothers, still ignorant of the true events that had unfolded. Your brother is utterly useless, one scoffed. The government has even lent him a warship, yet he still failed to accomplish his mission. Truly, a colossal failure. What nonsense are you spouting? My brother is far from useless. He is the most intelligent person in the world. He is not the person you claim him to be. Do not continue to argue. Your brother embodies that very description. Otherwise, how could he have ended up in such a predicament? At this point, it is akin to lifting a stone only to have it fall upon one's own foot. The little girl, upon hearing these words, was on the brink of tears. Gu Qin and Qin Yuanfan exchanged a glance, both letting out a heavy sigh, acutely aware that neither could endure the torment inflicted upon the young girl. You have gone too far, mercilessly bullying a child. Do you not possess a shred of conscience? Upon exiting, Gu Qin and Qin Yuanfan directed the children to disperse. As they entered the room to inspect the Li brothers, they were dismayed to discover the severity of their injuries. I had thought I had safely returned all 3 of you. How could you have endured such an ordeal once more? Upon hearing this, the Li brothers sighed deeply. We were not dealt with by you, but rather by agents of the government. Who could have anticipated that the authorities would claim it was you who bullied us? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Gu Qin and his companions exchanged glances before turning away from the three brothers of the Leaf family. As they observed the departing figures, a silent gratitude resonated within them. We have acquired wealth, and we can continue to seek medical treatment. At last, our sister will no longer have to toil alone in the outside world, expressed the three brothers of the Leaf family with heartfelt appreciation. Upon their return to the vessel, Gu Chun and his companions resumed their journey into the sea, utterly astonished by the audacity of the international government's actions. It infuriates me. I had presumed they operated with integrity, yet I am appalled to discover their unscrupulous deeds. It appears they have become accustomed to such tactics. As Gu Chun steered the vessel, she found herself lamenting. Suddenly, a serendipitous encounter unfolded before them. After rescuing the woman aboard their warship, both Gu Qin and her companion were left pondering the circumstances that had led her to such a dire predicament. Once the lady had tidied herself up, removing all traces of grime, an exquisite beauty emerged before their eyes, so stunning that it took their breath away. This unexpected revelation dazzled both of them, as they had not anticipated that their seemingly casual act of kindness would result in the rescue of such a striking individual. Gu Qin could not help but admire her own fortuitous luck. Upon realizing that Gu Qin and her companion had come to her aid, the woman expressed her heartfelt gratitude. I am immensely thankful to both of you. Your act of salvation is something I shall never forget, and I am at a loss as to how to repay you. However, Gu Qin and her companion quickly waved off her thanks, insisting it was merely a trivial effort. Nothing to fuss over. But we are indeed curious about the events that led to your current situation. With a resigned smile, the woman began to recount her tale. It is a rather long story. My father is the president of a trading company, and I was aboard our family's merchant ship to assist in transporting goods. Unexpectedly, we encountered a particularly treacherous wave, which resulted in the destruction of our ship. I feared I would meet my demise, yet fate smiled upon me when I encountered you both, allowing me to escape with my life. It was astonishing to Gu Chun to learn of the hardships the woman had endured. With a hint of compassion, she assured her, now that you are safe, you need not worry. The woman, her face aglow with gratitude, replied, I vow to repay your kindness with generous rewards in the future. Gu Qin and Qin Yuanfan exchanged a knowing smile upon hearing the woman's words, yet they refrained from uttering anything further. After all, should they choose to reveal the entirety of their substantial wealth, they could easily be considered formidable tycoons. Naturally, they did not take the woman's mention of grand gifts to heart. However, to put her at ease, they opted to remain silent on the matter. At that moment, the woman likely remained unaware of their true identities. Had she known they were the two most wanted individuals on the international government's list, it would surely have elicited a different emotional response. Presently, they appeared as nothing more than ordinary sailors embarking on a journey at sea, and the woman regarded them as such, harboring no suspicions. During her period of recovery, Gu Qin and Qin Yuanfan took turns caring for her, often preparing nourishing meals to aid in her recuperation. This kindness warmed her heart, and she felt immensely fortunate to have encountered such benevolent souls. Gradually, her initial cold gratitude transformed into a more amicable rapport with them. She had not anticipated that they possessed such gentleness and attentiveness, if circumstances permitted. She would have liked to take them home to introduce to her father and to continue living together. The intent of Gu Qin and Qin Yuanfan was clear, to ensure the woman's well-being before hastening her return to land. Yet, unbeknownst to them, their efforts seemed to lead to unforeseen complications. This sun is truly delightful. I have not basked in such warmth for a long time, she remarked. Why is that? Because the sea is often shrouded in clouds, and moments of sunshine like this are rare. We haven't seen such a beautiful sun in the past 3 days. Is that so? What a pity, she replied. I agree. In this serene environment, their ship gradually drifted from its original course, unbeknownst to the trio. The once brilliant sun began to retreat behind gathering clouds, and suddenly, they noticed the sky darkening ominously. The warm, gentle sunlight vanished, leaving them startled. Engrossed in their conversation, they had failed to notice the shifting conditions around them, and the rising winds suggested an impending tempest. Panic ensued among them. Gu Qin hurried to the cockpit to ascertain their position, but the adverse conditions rendered the radar ineffective. Frustrated, he struck the control panel in anger. Yet he realized that even in his fury, the priority remained to evade the looming tsunami. Remaining idle was not an option. Action was imperative. Without further hesitation, Gu Qin adjusted their course, propelling the ship in a determined direction while silently praying to escape the area before disaster struck. However, they seemed to overlook a crucial detail. The eruption of a tsunami has a pivotal epicenter. Should they choose the wrong path, they might unwittingly sail directly into the heart of the tsunami, potentially leading them not only into danger but also into its very center. After navigating for a considerable distance, Gu Qin sensed something amiss. Despite their ship's rapid speed, the surroundings remained unchanged, still engulfed in howling winds. Everyone, do not panic. We will make it through, Gu Qin assured them. While all were in a state of distress, he alone remained composed and collected. Through his adept maneuvers, he successfully evaded the tsunami. leaving the others astonished and somewhat admiring, for such skill was rare and unlikely to be matched by others. Guchen listened to all they said, merely offering a faint smile. To navigate the seas and extricate oneself from such circumstances is indeed a remarkable feat. However, Guchen refrained from boasting, for he understood that humility fosters progress. Come, do not cease your praises, he jested. The crew erupted in laughter, taken aback by the unexpected humor of the seemingly stern Guchen. They continued their voyage across the ocean, acutely aware that returning to land was no longer an option. Even amidst the vastness of the sea, they remained vulnerable to pursuit. What shall we do next? Are we to drift aimlessly upon these waters? One pondered. Yet, eventually, our provisions will dwindle. The others bowed their heads in silence, equally uncertain of a solution. Had it not been for their unexpected company, Guchen and Qin Yuanfan's supplies would have sufficed for several more days. Now, with the sudden influx of people, the sustainability of their rations was in question. Shouldn't I be the one worrying about this? Guchen remarked. Why do you now express such concern? Truly, I assure you, there is no need to fret or rush. In due time, we shall devise a solution. Besides, we are at sea. Surely we can subsist on what the ocean offers? The others interpreted his words as mere consolation. Do not placate us. We are wholly unaware of what the sea may provide. We have never partaken of its bounty. There was once a man who consumed a small salamander, and we believed the ocean's offerings to be harmless, yet an elder perished shortly thereafter. Upon hearing these words, Guchen was filled with disbelief regarding the nature of humanity in this world. What kind of individuals were they, who remained unaware that even the creatures of the sea were edible? While Guchen was navigating the vast ocean, he suddenly spotted a vessel, causing an immediate tension to envelop everyone on board. However, a few young men unexpectedly burst into laughter. There is no need for concern, they exclaimed. That ship is not owned by others, it is indeed our own. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon hearing these words, Guchen pondered another question. Since you are now one of us, are there any other items aboard your vessel? After listening to this, Jinping returned to his own ship and contemplated. It appears that there are no useful items from the shoe factory on our ship. However, if you wish, Chief, you may come and take a look. Should there be anything of value, we shall promptly bring it back. Upon hearing these words, Guchen immediately leaped forward, for he understood that in this world, where even fish were beyond reach, what could one anticipate from them? As Guchen approached the vessel, he was astonished to discover a fishing net. With such a net, he could capture numerous small creatures. Throw this onto the boat, he instructed. Following his command, Guchen cast his belongings onto the vessel. Jinping had originally intended to inquire further, but upon observing Guchen preoccupied with his own affairs, he obediently discarded the item onto Guchen's boat. Although the others were perplexed by this scene, they prudently refrained from questioning it. Guchen continued his salvage efforts aboard the vessel, seeking anything of potential utility. To his astonishment, he discovered a myriad of items on the ship, prompting him to call upon others to lend a hand in the retrieval. Although the rest were uncertain of Guchen's motives, it was clear he had established himself as their steadfast leader, and they obediently assisted him. What purpose do these items serve? We have exerted considerable effort to transport them. Surely they must hold some value? The pervasive concern resonated among them. Their eager gazes directed towards Hanfeng, hoping for clarification. Guchen contemplated the situation, since they would inevitably face the world together. It seemed prudent to share all pertinent information, thus fostering transparency and trust among them. I have witnessed many individuals consuming seafood without ill effect. It is possible that the previous elder ingested something toxic or failed to prepare it properly, leading to the adverse reaction. If you choose to trust me, I shall prepare a sumptuous seafood feast for you this evening. What do you say? The others exchanged wary glances. Apprehension clouded their faces, for to them, the ocean's bounty was fraught with perilous toxins. Could we perhaps opt for an alternative cuisine? We truly hesitate to indulge in seafood. Jinping voiced his trepidation. There is no need for fear. I harbor no ill intent. We are all comrades aboard this vessel. My intention is merely to introduce you to the exquisite flavors of seafood. I shall partake alongside you, and should it prove toxic, I would willingly share in the consequences. I assure you, I will not harm you. Jinping shut his eyes in resignation, realizing that Guchen had misconstrued his concerns. Mustering his resolve, he replied, In that case, do prepare a seafood feast for us this evening. We shall savor it together. Guchen discerned the unwavering resolve in their demeanor, and with a gentle smile, he shook his head before commencing the retrieval of the seafood. Indeed, his efforts were not in vain, as he successfully gathered a considerable bounty. The onlookers, however, were taken aback and kept their distance, too fearful to partake in the catch. With deftness, Guchen employed the dagger strapped to his thigh to meticulously prepare the fish, discarding the entrails without hesitation. The observers, perplexed by his actions, remained silent, their wide eyes brimming with curiosity. My dear host, I remarked, if you prepare such seafood, what if you inadvertently succumb to poison? The system voiced its concerns. Perhaps we should take a gamble. If I can produce a dish free of toxins, you shall reveal to me a treasure location. What do you say? After contemplation, the system concluded that regardless of the outcome, the endeavor would be advantageous for itself. Guchen initially believed that the system had fallen silent out of trepidation, prompting him to persistently provoke it with his words. Either you fear defeat, or you possess no treasure maps of the seas at all. Otherwise, why would you delay in responding? No sooner had he spoken than the system became visibly agitated. Yet, how could a system as sophisticated as Dr. Duokai's be oblivious to the whereabouts of a mere treasure map? Dear host, your assumption is quite perilous. I am an all-knowing system, and nothing can hinder my capabilities. If you truly manage to create a seafood dish devoid of toxins, then I shall acquiesce and grant you the location of a nearby treasure. How does that sound? Upon hearing these words, Guchen smiled faintly, for he had already achieved his purpose. Indeed, it is essential to infuse a touch of excitement into the monotony of daily life. After Guchen uttered those words, he carried the meticulously prepared seafood to the small kitchen aboard the ship. Qinping, Qin Yuanfan, and a few others stood dazed on the bed, uncertain of their next course of action. They contemplated whether to persuade Guchen once more, urging him not to act impulsively. What if the food turned out to be poisonous? There was no competent doctor among them, and what would they do then? Perhaps they should secretly steer the ship to the shore. If poisoning occurred, there might still be someone to rescue them. Yet, there was a fear that before any rescue could happen, they might be captured. After all, in the eyes of those on land, they were nothing more than walking currency. Upon hearing this, Qinping let out a heavy sigh, feeling utterly despondent about his future. Before fleeing to the sea, he had been a doctor, pursued by enemies due to certain circumstances. Thus, he had no choice but to sail with their leader. Perhaps he could take some emergency measures later. Qinping's heart lifted upon hearing this. Having a doctor was certainly better than having none. Though aware that this doctor might not accomplish much, a sense of comfort washed over them. Just keep an eye out, and if anyone shows signs of poisoning, rush to assist. Everyone will be there to support you. Qin Yuanfan instructed, and the man who claimed to have been a doctor nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Guchen, immersed in his culinary endeavors, remained oblivious to the turmoil outside. His thoughts were solely focused on preparing an exquisite seafood meal to dazzle them. He skillfully processed the ingredients from memory, gathering some spices. Although the selection was limited, Guchen believed that anything he crafted would not taste poorly. Thus, he ignited the stove and began to saw it. Every passing second felt like an eternity for those on the deck, consumed by anxiety, fearing that if they did not savor the present moment, they might never breathe fresh air again. They wished to stretch each second into 10. Can you all refrain from being so gloomy? We must have faith in Guchen, right? After all, he is our leader now. If we lack confidence in him, how can we stand united in the future? Qin Yuanfan remarked, having noticed the distrust brewing among them. If this continued, they would inevitably part ways, or worse, betray one another. To prevent such a rift, Qin Yuanfan knew he had to foster unity. Having weathered the storm, are you now afraid of this situation? Moreover, if Guchen truly lacked confidence, do you think he would undertake this task? He continued. The others nodded silently, acknowledging the truth in his words, yet fear still lingered in their hearts. Guchen will eat with us. If he doesn't touch his chopsticks, neither will you. That way, we can ascertain whether the food is safe. If you continue to dwell on your fears, you might leap into the sea before Guchen even returns with the dishes, he added. Gradually, the group began to calm their emotions. As the meal was prepared, the enticing aroma wafted up to the deck, bringing a sense of hope. They found it hard to believe that potentially toxic food could emit such a delightful fragrance. Even if it is poisonous, I must taste it. It has been so long since I've encountered such a tantalizing scent, one commented, echoing the sentiments of others who longed for the delightful aroma. When Guchen finally emerged, they were greedily inhaling the fragrant aroma of the food. I finished cooking. We only need a bit more time. Please set the table, he instructed. Prompted by his words, they eagerly gathered their plates, resembling eager fledglings awaiting nourishment, each taking their place at the dining table with obedient anticipation. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Guchen sensed that the time was ripe. Thus he enlisted the help of Qin Yuanfan and Qinping to fetch some items for him. When Qin Yuanfan and Qinping laid eyes upon the dishes, an overwhelming sense of astonishment washed over them. They could hardly fathom that such unappealing fare could yield such delectable results. What is this crimson creation? It appears so unsightly, almost resembling a large insect. Upon hearing these words, Guchen burst into hearty laughter, astonished by the ignorance of the group before him. What are you talking about? This delicacy is known as crayfish. A truly delectable treat, he exclaimed. Allow me to show you the proper way to savor it shortly. As the dishes were served, the others, already on the brink of starvation, hastily began to consume their rice. However, just as they were about to dig into the dishes, they recalled that these foods were potentially toxic, leaving them momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. Look at your cautious demeanor. Come, let me enlighten you on how to enjoy these culinary delights, Guchen remarked with a smile. Meanwhile, Qin Yuanfan and Qinping were eager to catch all the seafood, hoping to indulge in its bounty. Guchen had already realized their purpose and hastily intervened. We have sufficient provisions to sustain us for a while. After all, we have been navigating the seas. Are you truly concerned that we will lack seafood? Rest assured, I shall ensure that a variety of delectable flavors reaches you. You need not worry. Once we traverse this maritime expanse, other seafood will be beyond our reach. Qin Yuanfan found some merit in Gu Qin's words, and thus reluctantly retracted his net, gazing at the bountiful haul with a sense of profound happiness. How about it, system? Have I not fulfilled my promise this time? Yet you mentioned that I should obediently surrender the treasure map. The system, enticed by the enticing aroma, also felt a pang of hunger. Having never encountered such an exquisite array of food, I agreed to provide only the location of the most recent treasure, not the entirety of the map. Do not attempt to deceive me, dear system. Upon hearing these words, Gu Qin flicked his tongue in surprise, not expecting the system to recall its previous statements. Nevertheless, having a treasure location was indeed a stroke of fortune. All right, since you seem rather stingy, grant me a location for 3 treasures. And I assure you I shall claim it. Upon hearing this, the system promptly scanned the recent maritime conditions and identified a treasure site within a mere 500 meters from their current position. Set sail towards the southeast. There lies a small island. Within that island, you will discover a cave brimming with countless riches. Should you manage to unearth these treasures, you shall secure a prosperous future. Furthermore, if you transport these treasures to a quaint village situated 1,000 meters southwest, you may even exchange them for sustenance. The system, in its benevolence, had divulged this crucial information. Gu Qin felt a growing affinity for the system, appreciating its increasing understanding of his needs, thus sparing him further inquiries. Well then, my heartfelt gratitude to you. Gu Qin casually concocted a reason and set sail towards the southeast. The others, witnessing this scene, did not inquire further, assuming he merely wished to change their course. Look, there's an island over there. Shall we venture onto the island for a while? At this moment, the group's spirits had begun to stabilize. After years of navigating the seas, they had endured significant oppression. Since joining Gu Qin, they felt their lives had taken a turn for the better. Even in their state of fugitive, they found a peculiar beauty in their plight. Let us explore that island. Perhaps we might discover some sustenance, Gu Qin suggested. The others nodded in agreement and boarded the ship with him. Before embarking, they concealed the vessel in another location, ensuring it remained undetected. They also brought along weapons, ready to defend themselves should any threats arise. To their surprise, the air on the island was remarkably refreshing. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Gu Qin led them in search of resources on the mountain. To their surprise, the small island was abundant with various items. Once their exploration concluded, they planned to transfer these treasures onto the ship for gradual cultivation, envisioning a plentiful supply of vegetables to sustain them. Might we consider relocating the soil from here to the lowest tier of the ship, nurturing it carefully until it yields our sustenance? Gu Qin proposed. Qin Yuanfan, observing the unfamiliar food before him, questioned its edibility. Have we truly found food among this grass? Where could it possibly come from? Moreover, does it not require sunlight? Would it even thrive if moved to the ship's lower deck? Upon hearing these words, Gu Qin was suddenly struck by inspiration. Their clamp was so spacious that cultivating some food and plants would indeed be a simple task. I find merit in what you have said. Under Gu Qin's guidance, they discovered a cave. Initially, they hesitated to enter, unsure of what lay within. However, with Gu Qin leading the way, they ventured into the cave together. They lit torches and slowly made their way inside. At first, Gu Qin did not notice, but as they continued, he realized that the interior was becoming increasingly dry, and the air was far less humid. What on earth is going on in this place? Why is it so arid? It felt as though the atmosphere inside was distinctly different from that outside. Upon hearing these words, Gu Qin nodded, acknowledging the distinction. If it were the same, could they have possibly arrived at this place? As Gu Qin continued along his path, they appeared to glimpse something shimmering with golden light. Advancing further, they discovered a trove of treasures, leaving them utterly astounded by the sight before them. Just as they were about to rush forward, Gu Qin swiftly obstructed their path. Given the abundance of treasures here, it stands to reason that there may be traps. It would be prudent for everyone to exercise caution. We cannot ascertain who concealed these items. His companions found merit in Gu Qin's caution, thus restraining their initial impulse to dash towards the riches. Meanwhile, the system within Gu Qin's mind chuckled at his words, mocking him for his excessive wariness. Rest assured, I have already conducted a thorough investigation. There are no traps here. It is likely that former pirates stashed these treasures away, believing they would return for them in the future. Upon hearing these words, Gu Qin nodded in reassurance. To validate his dialogue with the system, he picked up a small stone nearby and tossed it forward, discovering no anomalies, which eased his anxiety. Everyone, follow my lead slowly. Do not rush ahead. If there are no traps, we shall consider ourselves fortunate. However, if traps do exist, it is imperative that we safeguard ourselves, he cautioned. The others nodded in agreement, and then they cautiously approached the treasures before them, which included gold coins, exquisite jewels, and an array of shields they had never encountered before. If these items could be sold on the market, I believe they would fetch a considerable sum, he mused. Gu Qin prepared a meal for himself, and in the gaze of the onlookers, he placed the fish he had cooked into his mouth. As he tore into the fish, an enticing aroma wafted forth, captivating the attention of the others. They thought, Well, if death is imminent, at least indulging in a hearty meal before the end can be considered a blessing. Indeed. The food was extraordinarily fragrant, and they found it difficult to restrain their salivation. One person spoke, then another, emboldened by the shared experience. And soon they too began to savor the dish. As they tasted the fish, a delightful flavor enveloped their senses. It was exquisite beyond compare. Having never experienced such a delicacy, they were astonished by its taste. "What is this? It is utterly delicious, surpassing any meat I have ever eaten," they exclaimed, marveling at how something that appeared devoid of meat could be so flavorful. "Goodness, this is unlike anything I have ever consumed. It is simply divine. Could these truly be poisonous? It seems that the more toxic the food, the more delectable it becomes." Guchen looked at the people before him with a sense of helplessness. He had already explained to them that the food was not poisonous. Alas, there was no other choice but to gradually impart this knowledge to them. "This red creature is called crayfish, a name I have just assigned to it." As referring to it as a large bug seemed utterly irresponsible. As others observed Guchen with the large bug, they too picked it up. Before Guchen could instruct them, they assumed that this large bug should be consumed in the same manner as the fish. However, upon taking a bite, they discovered that the shell was exceedingly hard and quite unpalatable. "Why are you in such a hurry?" he questioned. "The shell is inedible. Simply detach it from the tail and enjoy the tender meat inside." As Guchen elucidated, he simultaneously conducted a demonstration. The others followed suit, indulging in the lobster tails. Utterly astonished by the exquisite flavors that graced their palates. The taste was simply divine. I had never encountered such delectable fare before. "Oh my." Upon hearing this exclamation, others nodded in agreement. After savoring their own lobster tails, they even licked the remnants of the sauce from their fingers. It was astonishing how Guchen could command the waves, engage in battle, and still excel in the culinary arts. One couldn't help but ponder which fortunate woman, or perhaps man, would eventually benefit from his talents. Rest assured, I solemnly vow that after consuming this delightful meal, the only sensation you will experience is one of fullness, devoid of any other discomfort. At first, they misinterpreted the feeling of fullness as a sign of toxicity. However, their apprehension faded as they reveled in the deliciousness of the food. Even the prospect of mild poisoning seemed acceptable in light of such culinary bliss. Once the meal concluded, they realized that the overwhelming sensation Guchen had mentioned was not due to poison, but rather a consequence of their indulgence. As they had consumed several times their usual portion, the food was simply too exquisite. "I had never tasted anything so delightful. What should I do? I am utterly enamored with this cuisine. Perhaps you could prepare another meal for me?" Qin Yuanfan remarked from his resting place. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Guchen understood that at this moment. He needed to earn everyone's trust and foster unity among them. While he was preparing the meal, he overheard Qin Yuanfan's words. Realizing that Qin had always been concerned about their future. "We are all in the same boat now. I would never bring harm to you. Causing your demise offers no benefit to us. Only by forming a strong, cohesive team can we navigate the seas with increasing courage and never be subjected to bullying." The food he had just prepared should have already demonstrated his intent to journey alongside them. Upon hearing this, everyone, including Qinping, displayed a hint of shame on their faces, having mistakenly believed that Guchen intended to serve them poisoned food. They now genuinely acknowledged him. "From this day forth, you shall be our leader. If you instruct us to head east, we shall trust you completely. If you guide us to walk, we shall not hesitate to sail." Others nodded in agreement, and Guchen was pleasantly surprised to discover their endearing side. Previously, he had not fully grasped the meaning of the phrase extremely wicked individuals, believing it referred solely to those filled with malice. However, he now realized that some who were deemed exceedingly malevolent might be trapped by circumstances beyond their control. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon hearing these words, Guchen found the idea quite feasible. The food here was relatively abundant. Yet she wondered if they would have such provisions when they sailed to the next region. There were still plenty of nets they had just retrieved. They could collectively gather more seafood, which could temporarily be kept on the ship. The others nodded in agreement, as they had nearly digested their previous meal. They took up the nets and plunged into the sea, bringing up all the seafood. Guchen was aware that the people around her could hardly distinguish between edible fish and those that were toxic. After each catch, she meticulously sorted through them, discarding the undersized, inedible, or difficult-to-handle specimens back into the water. "Those are poisonous. I remember my father telling me about them. I can only keep the non-toxic ones." The others nodded in understanding. She mused that if these items were to be sold in the market, they would fetch a handsome price. The sight of the glimmering treasures dazzled her vision. Laughter erupted among the others, as they too recognized that if these goods were offered for sale, many would eagerly rush to purchase them, not only because they were antiques but also adorned with the symbols of pirates, which garnered fervent admiration from many. However, they acknowledged that such aspirations could only exist in dreams, given their current circumstances. Attempting to sell them might lead to their complete downfall before they even managed to sell out. A heavy silence enveloped them, as they pondered the futility of their situation. Could these treasures accompany them in death? Let us not be so pessimistic, Guchen interjected, shattering the dismal silence. Even if we cannot sell these items in the city, we will undoubtedly pass through small villages along our maritime journey. Their information is often outdated, and they will remain oblivious to our existence. We could trade these valuables for rice, flour, or vegetables with the villagers. Your constant gloom is burdensome. I am at a loss for how to lead you forward. Perhaps you would prefer to remain here and keep the pigs company in eternal slumber. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuanfan burst into laughter. It is precisely because we follow you that we have hope for survival, transforming our daily toil into a vacation-like existence. Gradually, laughter and joy filled the air, dispelling the previous ignorance and confusion. They felt fortunate to be by Guchen's side, believing it to be the greatest blessing of their lives. Guchen observed that everyone's spirits had been restored, and a gentle smile graced his lips. Indeed, it is only when we are filled with laughter and joy that our lives gain momentum. What does it matter if those we have grown fond of wish to catch up with us? As long as we live well, do we not relish the sight of them despising us yet unable to overcome our resilience? Upon hearing these words, one individual stroked his chin, acknowledging the wisdom in the statement. All right, my brothers, let us not hesitate any longer. Quickly move these items onto our boats. We shall exchange them for goods when we pass the next small village. Do you wish to rely on seawater to fill your bellies each day? Following this proclamation, the brothers promptly packed the items into boxes, each one carrying them to their respective boats, their faces alight with joy and laughter. Thankfully, on this island, they had not encountered any others. Otherwise, a scramble for resources would have surely ensued. The system noted, "Well done. I must say, you have quite the knack for this. I never anticipated that a few words could restore their confidence so swiftly. I truly admire your ability. Had I been in your position, I fear I would have succumbed to despair alongside them." Upon hearing these words, Guchen smugly remarked, "You are you, and I am undoubtedly different. Besides, if it weren't for my exceptional qualities, you might not have chosen to bind with me in the first place." The system, upon receiving this statement, inexplicably found some merit in his argument. Perhaps it was precisely because of Han Xion's distinctive style, his character, and his optimistic disposition that he became an appealing choice for the binding. The group had moved several sets of items before finally emptying the cave. Their mantra was that they must not allow others to benefit at their expense. They were determined to transport every single treasure. For if another wave of pirates were to arrive and seize these valuables, it would surely result in their loss. Guchen found some merit in what was being said, and thus decided to assist them in their efforts. Once they had finished moving their belongings, the group intended to set sail, but Guchen intervened. "The place where I grew up differs vastly from yours, which has shaped my experiences in unique ways. I have discovered that this island is abundant with edible resources. Perhaps you could assist me in gathering these provisions to take back." Upon hearing her words, the others hesitated. The leader replied, "It is not that I am unwilling to help, but rather that we are at a loss. If we manage to load these items onto the boat, how shall we sustain ourselves? We cannot rely on photosynthesis, nor can we utilize our own bodies as soil." At times, Guchen genuinely wished to pry open their heads to ascertain what thoughts occupied their minds. What I mean to say is, if we could transport the soil back, then everyone would no longer have any cause for concern. Why hadn't I thought of this solution before? Without hesitation, they followed Guchen's lead, oblivious to the fact that this grass was edible, and thus they tirelessly excavated the island alongside him. This plant is known as garlic sprouts. If cultivated properly, we could enjoy fresh vegetables throughout the year. Gently uproot it, but be sure not to disturb the roots beneath. Upon hearing this, the younger members behind him cautiously considered the garlic sprouts, carefully gathering them and temporarily placing them on the deck. This plant is called chili. I was surprised to discover it here. Let us move these to the ship as well. To my astonishment, we also found chestnuts here. Lads, gather those chestnuts and place them on the boat too. The others complied readily, having never encountered such items before. Are these things edible? Indeed, they are, though they require some processing. For now, just transport these back, and you may leave the subsequent matters to me. In this moment, Guchen realized that he was not only their leader but also their provider. Guchen circumnavigated the entire island, discovering an abundance of edible treasures. Driven by greed, he resolved to transport all these delights back to the deck. Little did he expect that the island harbored a plethora of food, prompting him to gather mushrooms, discarding those with overly vibrant hues. They labored tirelessly throughout the day, ultimately depleting the island of all its edible provisions. Do not underestimate these verdant morsels. They are indeed treasures. The other crew members aboard the ship were astounded by the spectacle before them, unable to believe their eyes. If Guchen were to fall into the water, it would mean succumbing to the clutches of a monstrous entity. Would their chances of escape not become even more dire? As they stared in disbelief, they pressed their bodies against the ship, shouting in unison, "Captain, can you hear us? Are you still alive?" The repeated cries of Captain echoed in the air. Even Chen Yuanfan exhibited signs of palpable anxiety, while he had confidence in Guchen's ability to handle minor creatures. This was an entirely different scenario. They were faced with a colossal beast unlike any they had encountered before, far beyond their capabilities. Even with the finest weapons at their disposal, they doubted their ability to contend with such a formidable adversary. A sense of confusion and fear enveloped them, for their guiding force was no longer present, leaving them uncertain of how to alleviate their distress. As they wallowed in despair, the creature suddenly retracted its tentacle, solidifying their belief that Gu Qin had perished at the hands of the monster. What are you waiting for? Hurry back. If you linger here, you might easily become a target for the beast. Among the crew, only Qin Yuanfan reacted swiftly, urging the others to retreat to the cabin. They recognized the truth in his words. Had it not been for his timely warning, they might have already been plunged into the depths of the sea. What shall we do now? The monster's tentacle has ensnared our ship. If this continues, our vessel will inevitably be dragged into the abyss. Qin Yuanfan cast a glance at the beast, realizing he must take over Gu Qin's responsibilities. He handed the helm to Adam. This is now in your hands. Steer carefully while I attempt to dislodge that tentacle. Seize the moment to escape as swiftly as possible. Do not hesitate. Adam vehemently opposed Qin Yuanfan's plan, unwilling to lose another companion. Although their time together had been brief, a deep bond had already formed. Abandoning each other now was out of the question. It's not as simple as you think. You lack an axe or a knife. There's no way to force that tentacle to release our ship. We still do not even know the true nature of that appendage, so it's best to refrain from such actions. Qin Yuanfan observed the massive tentacle, which continued to sway violently, threatening to capsize their vessel. Even without an axe, we still have a kitchen knife. I can inflict pain with it. And in that moment of agony, the creature may loosen its grip, allowing you to flee. If fortune favors me, I might also escape unscathed, just as Gu Qin suggested. He added, No, I cannot allow you to go. You must stay here and maintain control of the helm. I have navigated these waters for many years. Even if I fall into the sea, I will manage. The two argued fiercely, while other crew members yearned to assist, but were promptly silenced by Qin Yuanfan and Adam. Do you think this is a game? With your meager skills, you would only be courting disaster. The younger crew members fell silent, knowing that both Qin Yuanfan and Adam spoke truthfully, yet they were reluctant to remain idle like timid turtles. As their dispute reached a fever pitch, they suddenly noticed a figure climbing aboard their deck. What are you all doing? I was shouting outside. Did you not hear me? Had it not been for my agility, I might have already been pulled back into the depths by that monster. They gazed at the drenched man in disbelief, astonished by his swift return. They had presumed him lost to the sea, and Qin Yuanfan stared at him, questioning whether he had encountered a legendary merfolk capable of transforming into the likeness of the deceased. Who are you? Qin Yuanfan asked warily. I'm Gu Qin, came the calm reply. I cannot believe you are still alive. This is splendid news. How did you escape the monster's grasp? Adam exclaimed excitedly. But as he moved to embrace Gu Qin, Qin Yuanfan restrained him. What are you doing? The captain has returned. I wish to celebrate his return. Adam protested, puzzled by Qin Yuanfan's demeanor. Sensing the tension, he paused, realizing something was amiss. I once read of a creature dwelling in the depths of the sea, known as a merfolk, capable of consuming the dead and assuming their forms to deceive their loved ones, ultimately devouring them. Though I cannot ascertain the truth of this tale, we must confirm whether this man truly is Gu Qin. The other crew members took a step back, apprehensive of the implications. If this were true, it would be utterly terrifying. They found themselves at a loss, unable to determine if the man before them was indeed the genuine Gu Qin. But he claims to be Gu Qin, which implies he must possess the memories of that person, Adam continued. What if he has consumed Gu Qin and now possesses his memories? Qin Yuanfan countered. The world is vast and filled with wonders. One can never predict when they might encounter the inexplicable. Gu Qin, upon hearing these words, ultimately revealed a smile tinged with resignation. As Gu Qin advanced with each step, they recoiled in terror, their expressions betraying their fear. Unable to contain himself, Gu Qin burst into hearty laughter, clutching his stomach. While I ought to commend you, Qin Yuanfan, for your vigilance and quick reflexes, I find it impossible to suppress my amusement. After all, there are no merfolk in this world. I am simply Gu Qin. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuanfan appeared somewhat incredulous. A villain would never openly declare themselves as such. Do you possess any evidence to substantiate your claim of being Gu Qin? Surely, you must present some proof. With your wealth of collected stories, you should know how to distinguish a genuine merfolk. So, pray tell, what does a true merfolk resemble? Upon hearing this, Qin Yuanfan's face broke into an awkward smile, only to regain his composure. While I am only familiar with the legend of the merfolk, I admit I struggle to comprehend how to identify one. Thus, for the time being, we remain uncertain whether you are indeed human or a fish, and we must maintain a vigilant stance towards you. Upon hearing those words, Gu Qin instinctively raised his fist, a reflexive urge to strike. It was precisely this gesture that prompted Qin Yuanfan to rush in front of Gu Qin and envelop him in an embrace. I truly believed you were gone, he exclaimed. I never imagined you would return. Yet, when I first saw you, I thought you were merely an illusion. You have brought me so many miracles. Thank goodness you are still alive. Upon hearing these words, Gu Qin tightly embraced Qin Yuanfan with his own hands. Rest assured, I must live on. I have yet to discover other treasures. How could I possibly be vanquished by this monster? He expressed admiration for Qin Yuanfan's thoughtfulness regarding the merfolk. The friends, witnessing this moment, found themselves momentarily perplexed. Just moments ago, they were uncertain whether Gu Qin was indeed himself, and now he had revealed his identity. Even Adam was momentarily taken aback. If they were to assume each other's forms, despite possessing their memories, it would be utterly impossible to replicate such a gesture, which was a familiar nuance between Gu Qin and Qin Yuanfan. Upon grasping the essence of this sentiment, Adam understood that Gu Qin and Feng posed no issues. He too rushed forward to embrace Gu Qin, now wholeheartedly acknowledging their leader. Just as they were about to share their reflections, their vessel suddenly rocked violently, indicating that the monster had not yet relented. In fact, its fury seemed even more intense than before. What is happening? Why does it feel as though this creature is enraged? Qin Yuanfan inquired with curiosity. Upon hearing those words, Gu Qin displayed a rather awkward smile. While I was submerged in the water, I encountered his tentacle. As I approached, I beheld his true form, an enormous octopus. The others, upon hearing this, could only perceive the sheer terror of such a colossal creature, its multitude of limbs capable of causing significant upheaval with a mere flick. Should an additional 23 tentacles be present, it was certain that our vessel would capsize. However, Qin Yuanfan, having savored Gu Qin's culinary skills, was the first to contemplate that if he were an octopus, perhaps his tentacles could be transformed into a delectable dish. The thought of such a substantial limb yielding multiple meals intrigued him. He wondered if one might consider capturing it and preparing it for consumption. Upon hearing these words, Gu Qin could no longer contain the feelings he harbored for Qin Yuanfan and impulsively tapped his forehead against Qin Yuanfan's. If I could resolve this, would I need to climb up here? During their underwater struggle, he had inadvertently injured Qin Yuanfan's eye, and he must be extremely furious at this moment. Seizing the opportunity of Qin Yuanfan's heightened rage, Gu Qin urged him to accelerate and flee. Qin Yuanfan nodded in response and began to increase their speed, preparing to escape. Initially, they believed their efforts were futile, but eventually they realized that Qin Yuanfan's eye was severely hurt, causing him pain and preventing him from exerting all his strength on the vessel. Through their relentless endeavors, they finally extricated themselves from the tentacles of the octopus. Throughout the ordeal, Gu Qin pondered the reason behind the octopus's immense size and its lengthy tentacles, yet it became furious when provoked. Although there was no visible blood, he was certain he had damaged its eye. Otherwise, it would not have entered such a frenzied state. What are you thinking about? Are you reminiscing about life underwater? Qin Yuanfan inquired with curiosity. You guessed correctly. I have always been intrigued by the reason behind the octopus's extraordinary growth. Logically, such a phenomenon should be impossible. Adam happened to be seated beside Gu Qin. Many things on the sea defy possibility, much like the misty ocean we just traversed. No one knows how the sea came to be, and for all these years, that mist has remained, neither expanding nor diminishing. Gu Qin consistently sensed that something was amiss. The recollection of the octopus lingered in his mind, leading him to believe that there was an incongruity between it and the octopuses he was accustomed to. Did you not also perceive something unusual about that octopus? Qin Yuanfan and Adam exchanged glances before shaking their heads. Aside from its colossal size, the octopus appeared to bear no significant differences from ordinary ones. No, there must be something distinct about that octopus. I must uncover the truth. Upon hearing his words, the others quickly intervened, urging Gu Qin to abandon this notion. After all, we have narrowly escaped peril. If you were to return, it would be akin to a sheep entering the tiger's den. Gu Qin was resolutely determined to plunge into the water and investigate. I sensed something peculiar about that octopus, and I felt compelled to uncover the truth behind it. Others attempted to dissuade Gu Qin, but he remained impervious to their words, driven solely by his quest for knowledge. As if something there was beckoning him. Well, since I cannot stop you, I shall accompany you, Qin Yuanfan said with resignation, swiftly donning his attire. Perhaps it is wiser for me to venture alone, given the dangers involved. You should wait here obediently. I shall return shortly. Once I fathom the nature of this enigma, I will seek you out. However, Qin Yuanfan, undeterred by Gu Qin's insistence, continued, we understand the peril of this situation, which is precisely why we cannot allow you to embark on this journey alone. After all, what kind of brother would permit you to take such risks alone? If there truly are extraordinary discoveries to be made, I wish to partake in them. You cannot abandon me. Indeed, you cannot forsake us. If there happens to be treasure, how could you claim it all for yourself, leaving us bereft of fortune? I refuse to accept that. We shall accompany you, Adam asserted. Boss, you once told us that we share both fortune and misfortune together. Since your curiosity drives this endeavor, I must ponder it thoroughly. Chimed in the other crew members in unison. Ultimately, Gu Qin could no longer withstand their insistence, and they reluctantly retraced their steps. Should other pirates learn of this affair, they would undoubtedly regard Gu Qin as a fool, and those who followed him as a band of simpletons, having narrowly escaped a perilous situation only to return to their doom. This time, Gu Qin was thoroughly prepared. Upon their return to the area, the colossal creature indeed manifested before them. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. In his quest for understanding, Gu Qin cautiously approached the colossal octopus from the past. How could this be? Logically, a typical octopus would surely bear scars or wounds, yet this creature had merely lost an eye, devoid of any other marks, as if it were artificially affixed. Gu Qin pondered within, fixated on the notion of being affixed indeed. Gu Qin silently recited these words, and in an instant, it seemed he had unraveled a profound understanding. To confirm his hypothesis, he swiftly approached the vicinity of the octopus's eye, akin to a fish darting through water. He finally comprehended why he had always sensed something amiss about this creature. It appeared that the octopus was guarding something significant, deliberately placed there by certain individuals. I must return to discuss this matter thoroughly. There is undoubtedly a secret concealed beneath the octopus. As everyone struggled to escape the grasp of the octopus's tentacles, they spotted Gu Qin's head emerging from the water, and immediately, they pulled him aboard. Have you made any new discoveries? Qin Yuanfan inquired. Indeed. A significant revelation had surfaced. This octopus was not an ordinary one, but rather an artificially synthesized creature. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged puzzled glances, seemingly unable to grasp its meaning. My implication is quite straightforward, Gu Qin elucidated. It possesses the appearance of an octopus, yet it is operated by various devices, automated mechanisms. Do you comprehend what I mean? The pirates had drifted at sea for far too long, becoming somewhat disconnected from society. Yet they could vaguely grasp the essence of the situation. Qin Yuanfan, however, was well aware. I understand perfectly. Please explain further. What exactly is going on? Qin Yuanfan asked with curiosity, his interest piqued by the artificial octopus below. The notion of a man-made octopus was indeed fascinating. This creature was a fabricated phenomenon, housing within it a control device that would trigger an automatic attack whenever a vessel passed through the area. Although its tentacles appeared fleshy, they likely concealed wires beneath the surface. With this artificial octopus stationed here, equipped with control mechanisms, do you not find it rather peculiar? Upon hearing this, Adam instantly grasped the implication. So, boss, you mean to say that the octopus may be guarding treasures or other secrets that someone wishes to keep hidden? Precisely. Engaging in conversation with an astute individual certainly saves time. One cannot even afford to squander it. Adam's demeanor shifted from menacing to that of an earnest simpleton. My conjecture is that if we can destroy the control device of this enormous octopus, it will lose its capacity to attack. After hearing this, Qin Yuanfan changed into suitable attire. Allow me to accompany you. 2 heads are better than 1. Adam, you shall remain here to oversee the warship. Perhaps I should join you as well. Our combined efforts might expedite the task. If we can resolve the issue of the colossal octopus's control device sooner, our ship will face less peril. Gu Qin observed the affectionate expression shared between the two, and with a nod, he led them along. Despite the considerable pressure of the water, the 3 of them glided through it with the grace of fish. Upon reaching the vicinity of the octopus, they indeed engaged in a shared pastime, as Gu Qin had suggested, and proceeded to assault the octopus's controller. Fortunately, the controller showed interest solely in the sailboat and posed no threat to their physical forms. Gu Qin gestured an OK sign to them, prompting them to begin pulling at the other 2 tentacles of the octopus. As Gu Qin had surmised, they too signaled an OK. Through the damage he had inflicted upon himself, he gained access to the interior. Indeed, it was a waterproof controller. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that this controller possessed a switch. It seemed that it would not be long before someone would come to replace it. Could it be that they were behind this? Gu Qin, adopting a philosophy of avoiding unnecessary troubles, contemplated leaving this place. However, reflecting on the grievances he had endured over the past few days, he resolved to delve deeper into the secrets that were being concealed. Do not blame me. After all, you have continually cast so many errors upon me. With a gentle click, the controller was deactivated, and the tumultuous rocking of the vessel diminished. As the crew responsible for the ship sensed the gradual stabilization, they realized that Gu Qin and his companions must have succeeded. One by one, they rushed to the deck, eager to see if the tentacles they had feared had finally submerged into the depths of the sea. Adam and Qin Yuanfan swiftly swam to Gu Qin's side, witnessing the colossal octopus slowly descend to the ocean floor, and they understood that victory had been achieved. I suspect this giant octopus was deliberately placed here, Adam mused. Observe. There is a regional controller. Whenever someone approaches the octopus's designated territory, it initiates an attack. I'm genuinely curious about who could have placed such a creature here. Adam scrutinized the massive cephalopod and examined the controller within. I have drifted upon these waters for many years, and I once heard a legend. I cannot ascertain its truth, yet it seems to intertwine with these controllers. Pray tell, I am eager to hear it, Gu Qin encouraged. According to the legend, an international organization had labeled 4 notorious individuals as the 4 great evildoers, purportedly imprisoned beneath the sea, though their exact locations remain unknown. It is said that these 4 had acquired formidable abilities and had clashed with significant figures of international governments. To punish them, these officials chose not to execute them, but to confine them, forcing them to endure a life devoid of sunlight. It was later claimed that wherever a monstrous creature resided, it was a prison for one of these 4. While we cannot be certain of its veracity, I have sailed these waters for years without ever encountering such a place. Adam's words plunged Gu Qin into contemplation. If Adam's assertions were indeed accurate, he might inadvertently release one of the infamous 4 great evildoers. If what you say holds true, then this location must house one of them. Should we free it? Would we be courting danger? Qin Yuanfan echoed Adam's concerns, and the trio found themselves ensnared in a web of doubt. Just then, a massive surge of seawater dislodged the giant octopus from its position. Below them lay a cleverly designed passage lined with stones, remarkably dry within, despite its proximity to the ocean. Dear host, you have neglected me for several days. Shall we engage in a wager? The languid voice of the system resonated in Gu Chen's mind. Upon hearing these words, Gu Chen nodded. Each time. It has been you who proposed the stakes. This time, let me take the initiative, Gu Chen suggested. Of course, my dear host, you are free to make your choice. There is nothing you desire that this system cannot provide. We shall employ rock, paper, scissors to determine the victor. Should I emerge triumphant? You will present me with a pill capable of controlling an individual. If that person harbors malicious intent or wishes to bring me harm, I will make them experience the depths of despair. Upon hearing this, the system nodded and subsequently conjured a pill. Dear host, this is the very pill you seek. To demonstrate the system's care for you, should you succeed in defeating me, I shall personally ensure that this pill is administered to the individual of your choosing. Upon hearing these words, Gu Chen felt an overwhelming sense of pride. He had not anticipated that after so many days of silence and abstaining from their wager, you would extend such a generous offer. A touch of humility would be prudent. However, dear one, should you find yourself on the losing end, regardless of whether you possess that elusive pill, you must venture forth to uncover the truth. Fear not. Even without your prompting, I shall certainly delve into it. Gu Chen declared. Very well, let us commence. The system and Gu Chen exchanged glances before embarking on their wager. In the first round, Gu Chen chose rock while his opponent selected scissors. Without a doubt, Gu Chen emerged victorious. In the second round, Gu Chen opted for scissors, while his adversary chose rock. Indeed, the system triumphed. Now, they approached the third and decisive round, one that would determine the ultimate victor between them. Had he foreseen such an outcome, he would have preferred a single win per round, thus sparing them from further delays. Fear not, dear host. Let us proceed to the next contest. Gu Chen was exceedingly anxious. Without the pill, their lives would be tinged with peril. Thus, under the swift and relentless movement of Gu Chen's strategic mind, he emerged victorious in the third round, having chosen paper while his opponent had selected rock. Dear host, the voice chimed, your intellect has truly flourished of late. I was certain of my triumph in this round, yet I am astonished that victory belongs to you. Very well, take this pill. Gu Chen gazed at the medicine in his hand, filled with unwavering confidence. Why don't we venture inside? What if there is a treasure? The notorious four evil ones, known for their malevolence, must possess some means of survival. Perhaps they have already fled. As they swam into the depths, they discovered that it was indeed a dungeon. Affirming their previous suspicions, they could only wonder if one of the infamous villains still lingered. This place is excessively dark. I can scarcely see anything, Ada murmured in discontent. It has been ages since anyone has visited here. How could I possibly have a lantern? Suddenly, amidst the shadows, a deep male voice echoed, startling them all. Do not be afraid. I am to your right. There should be a torch nearby. With just a slight friction against the ground, a flame will ignite. If you doubt my words, feel free to try. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Gu Chen meandered through the cave, which unmistakably resembled a dungeon. A pressing question loomed. How had this man managed to survive in such conditions for so long? Qin Yuanfan approached Gu Chen, sensing an air of mystery surrounding the man before them. He must possess some extraordinary abilities, otherwise he would not be confined here. Young man, you've scrutinized me for quite some time. Isn't that rather impolite? Do you claim to know me? The voice of the man, despite being imprisoned, drew Gu Chen and Qin Yuanfan closer to Adam. Although the man was caged, he still received regular sustenance and even had access to a private restroom. However, such a life was undoubtedly torturous. If they remained here, it was likely they would find a way to end their own existence within a year. If I am not mistaken, you must be Huo Lang, one of the four great villains. The man burst into hearty laughter at this recognition, surprised that anyone could still identify him after his long absence from the world. I, Huo Lang, have been gone for so long, yet someone still remembers me. How flattering. Qin Yuanfan stared at the man, momentarily at a loss for words. You claim to be Huo Lang, but what proof do you have? His gaze bore into the man, and even Adam sensed a significant shift in Qin Yuanfan's demeanor. The man paid little heed, having not encountered another soul in ages. I am Huo Lang. Huo Lang is I. I shall not change my name or my lineage. Unable to contain his emotions, Qin Yuanfan strode forward, scrutinizing the man's face. I demand proof of your identity. Is it possible that one of the four great villains lacks the ability to substantiate his claims? Seeing Qin Yuanfan's volatile expression, Adam contemplated intervening, recognizing the potential danger posed by Huo Lang. Yet, Gu Chen restrained Adam, sensing that Qin Yuanfan harbored a unique sentiment towards Huo Lang. Let him handle it. I believe he has his reasons, Gu Chen advised. Young man, you are the first to request proof of my identity. Do you see this tattoo on my back? It was bestowed upon me by my wife. No one else in this world possesses this design. Huo Lang laughed heartily and revealed the exquisite tattoo on his back, a striking image imbued with an aura of dominance. He was indeed Huo Lang. Not only did his appearance closely resemble the images circulated by the international government, but the tattoo further validated his identity. He is called Huo Lang precisely because of this tattoo, Adam remarked from behind. Qin Yuanfan lowered his head, gripping his hands tightly as if wrestling with inner turmoil. After much contemplation, he removed his shirt, prompting Adam and Guchun to freeze in surprise as they beheld a similar fiery wolf tattoo on Qin Yuanfan's back. Adam approached Qin Yuanfan, carefully comparing the tattoos on their backs and realizing they were crafted by the same artist. What is happening between you two? Why do your tattoos bear such a striking resemblance? Upon hearing this revelation, Guchun swiftly comprehended the situation and hurriedly retrieved Adam. Previously, the fire wolf had mentioned that the tattoo on his back was bestowed by his wife, and Qin Yuanfan bore a similar mark. Could it be that they were both involved with the same woman? Adam's voice, neither too loud nor too soft, resonated clearly among the gathered crowd. Guchun attempted to silence him, but it was too late. Both the fire wolf and Qin Yuanfan cast him a piercing glare. Child, speak truthfully. Who bestowed that tattoo upon you? It was my mother. Child, the tone of the fire wolf quivered, his eyes glistening with tears. Your mother. My mother is named Qing, a skilled embroiderer who once crafted a unique design for a man. Many have sought after that same design since. Yet she insisted it was a spontaneous creation, devoid of deeper sentiment. Even substantial offers did not persuade her to replicate the fire wolf's motif. Upon hearing this, the fire wolf's previously carefree demeanor transformed, his eyes now brimming with sorrow. Child, is your mother still alive? At this juncture, Qin Yuanfan's voice cracked. My mother passed away long ago. Before her demise, she revealed to me the identity of my father. It turned out that Qin Yuanfan's mother had never disclosed anything regarding his father during his childhood, no matter how persistently he inquired. Eventually, sensing her impending death, she summoned Qin Yuanfan, finally uttering his father's name. What your father was called before is inconsequential, since I had him tattooed with the image of the firewolf. He has been known as such. He is among those the international government seeks, which is why I concealed this from you. I feared you might come to despise him. Now, as I approach my end, I have shared his identity with you. Whether you harbor hatred or resentment is entirely your choice. However, I still hope for a reunion between you two, carrying my heart's wishes. With those final words, Qin Yuanfan's mother succumbed to eternal slumber. Qing. The fire wolf let out a mournful howl from his confinement. I am so sorry, Qing. I promised you I would return to the mountains once my final task was complete, yet I never anticipated this would be our eternal farewell. Witnessing the tears streaming down the fire wolf's face, Qin Yuanfan found his resentment dissipating, replaced by a burgeoning bond of kinship. He longed to share with his father the life his mother had led, believing that even without his presence, his father deserved to know. Standing nearby, Adam and Guchun listened to their exchange, both at a loss for words upon realizing that one of the four notorious villains was, in fact, Qin Yuanfan's father. The situation had grown intriguingly complex. Uncle Firewolf, we must devise a plan to rescue you. You and Yuanfan deserve to be reunited, Guchun declared, approaching Qin Yuanfan. Qin Yuanfan nodded resolutely. He would employ any means necessary to liberate his father. He had already lost his mother and could not bear to lose his father as well. For he recalled his mother's words about his father's love for him, despite the circumstances that kept them apart. The firewolf, hearing his son's and his friend's declarations, felt a profound sense of comfort. His son bore no animosity. Instead, he was determined to find a way to free him, a thought the firewolf had never entertained. You must leave at once. This place is not as secure as you imagine. It won't be long before someone discovers your presence, and that will bring you great peril. I am already content just to see my son. I would willingly depart this world at this moment, the firewolf said, a smile gracing his face. Yet, Qin Yuanfan was resolute. He would not depart so easily, no matter the cost. Uncle Firewolf, please tell us everything you know about the situation here, so we can formulate a plan. We will not abandon you, even if it means risking everything. I will find a way to see you freed. Indeed, Uncle Firewolf, we need to understand the prison's layout. Are there any means of escape? Do not downplay the difficulty. Just share any possible solution, for surely one exists that can lead to your liberation. Despite the urgings, the firewolf remained reluctant, insisting they leave immediately to avoid the watchful eyes of the international government. Father, I understand your concerns about us becoming targets. However, you are unaware that we are already marked. I'm the second target on their list, Qin Yuanfan revealed, shocking the firewolf. A mix of astonishment and pride surged within the firewolf. What has my son done to earn such attention? Qin Yuanfan recounted his prior actions, omitting minor details but conveying the essence of his exploits. The firewolf erupted in laughter. What does it mean to surpass one's teacher? Truly, you are my son, inheriting my exceptional lineage. I detest their facade of righteousness, masking their own filth. As they shared laughter, Guchun interrupted. Now is not the time for idle flattery. Uncle, please, enlighten us on how to rescue you. We have already sabotaged the machinery outside, and it won't be long before they discover it. The longer we delay, the more difficult your escape will become. Qin Yuanfan nodded vigorously. Discovery would complicate matters significantly. This iron door is forged from a unique material. I have attempted various escape methods in the past, but none succeeded. Fire or other means have proven futile. However, there is a method I have yet to explore, although I recall someone mentioning it. Please, share it with us. I am eager to hear. It requires sulfuric acid and certain chemicals that can corrode the iron. Once the metal is weakened, I could potentially slip through the gaps. Upon hearing this statement, Chen Yuanfan and Gu Chen exchanged glances, realizing that such chemical substances were absent from their vessel. However, without these essential items, there was no way for his father to escape, which presented quite the dilemma. If Uncle Hua needed these materials, they would have to procure them on land, which would take some time. How often did they come to inspect the machinery? There were approximately 14 days until their next visit, during which time they would remain oblivious to any malfunctions in the equipment. Chen Yuanfan, Gu Chen, and Adam looked at one another, coming to a mutual understanding of their course of action. Uncle, you must wait for us here for a while. We shall swiftly gather these raw materials to facilitate your rescue, Chen Yuanfan declared, feeling a lingering reluctance as he realized he had finally encountered his father. Yet they could not reunite. Good child, please assist your friends in procuring these materials, and then your father will be able to emerge from this place, to remain by your side for a lifetime. If you delay any longer, it may be too late, his father urged. Chen Yuanfan understood that should those individuals discover any signs of his father's impending salvation, they would surely transfer him clandestinely to another location, making him even more difficult to locate. All right, father, stay here and await my return. I promise to rescue you and restore your freedom, he vowed. Good child. I believe in you, his father replied. With one last lingering glance, Chen Yuanfan and his companions exited the area. Now was not the time for despair. Their immediate task was to locate the required materials. Otherwise, it was only a matter of time before they were discovered, and the consequences would be far more severe than they could currently imagine. After considering this, Chen Yuanfan nodded in agreement, and they boarded their ship, setting off in search of the necessary supplies. The materials could only be found in the nearby town. It seemed they would have to return to land. The trio meticulously plotted their route and marked the location, ensuring they would not lose their way upon their next visit. Leave this location to me. I have navigated these waters for long enough to remember it accurately. Once we acquire the raw materials, we shall be set. Chen Yuanfan expressed his gratitude towards Adam. Initially, he had not considered Adam a brother, but from this day forward, Adam had become an invaluable ally. Please ensure you remember this location after we procure the raw materials. Do not stray from the path, Chen Yuanfan instructed. Adam nodded in agreement. They then searched the vicinity for any nearby villages, and through their diligent efforts, they eventually located a small settlement, prompting them to press on with determination. Captain, do you think this village will have what we need? A crew member inquired curiously. I cannot say for certain. We can only hope for the best. This is the closest village we could find, and if they lack what we seek, we must continue our search, Chen Yuanfan replied. The others nodded in understanding, aware of the challenges they faced and ready to assist Chen Yuanfan in rescuing his father. If they succeeded in liberating Uncle Hua, they would gain considerable power at sea. My dear host, you are about to arrive at this island. Perhaps you might indulge in a wager with me to alleviate your tension. I can sense your anxiety in your thoughts. The system chimed mischievously. Let us forego that. It's merely an island, and we know little of what awaits us there. We should investigate first and address any challenges as they arise, Chen Yuanfan responded, disappointed. The system sighed. Since encountering Uncle Hua's father, Chen Yuanfan had not engaged in any further wagers with it, aside from seeking solace in drink. It seemed there were no other options available. You, a mere system, wish to drown your sorrows in drink? I fear a single bottle would render you unconscious. Chen Yuanfan jested. The system, taken aback, struggled to comprehend this, as it was designed to maintain clarity at all times. I suspect you may be experiencing technical difficulties, Chen Yuanfan remarked. The system was about to retort, but realized that Gu Chun had already severed their communication link. As they slowly made their way into the village, they hoped to find the materials they required. Observing the villagers in their tattered attire, they noted that there were still Chinese individuals teaching, suggesting that the living conditions were relatively acceptable. Good sir, may I purchase some rice, flour, and vegetables from you? Chen Yuanfan inquired. The elderly man nodded and retrieved approximately 4 or 5 eggs from a henhouse. How much rice and flour do you wish to buy? Today's harvest has been plentiful. Every household has surplus grain, so perhaps I can sell you a bit more, the old man replied with a smile. Given the simplicity in the man's gaze and the dwindling supplies on their vessel, stocking up on provisions was undoubtedly a prudent choice. After all, they had ample funds and had no reason to fear the cost. How about 10 gold coins per jean of rice? Gu Chen suggested. The old man quickly shook his head. Young master, that is far too much. 1 gold coin can purchase a significant amount of rice. Upon hearing these words, Gu Chen shook his head. Old sir, I believe we are fated to meet. After such a long time, we finally encounter a village like yours. Would you be so kind as to sell us some rice at the price we proposed? You need to make a living, and we are not short on funds. Let us settle this matter. The elder, upon hearing this, was filled with joy and set aside some of his own surplus grains, subsequently providing them with the excess rice. They procured a scale to weigh the grains and ultimately handed the elder 30 gold coins. The elder, somewhat incredulous, bit into the coins and discovered they were indeed genuine. Old sir, we require more rice, the more, the better. Could you persuade others in the village to part with their surplus rice at the same price? 10 gold coins per pound? The elder nodded in agreement, securing his gold coins before seeking out others. Upon hearing his words, the villagers, having never encountered such a fortunate opportunity, hurriedly retrieved their excess rice and brought it to the shore. This is our family's rice, all of excellent quality. Please have a look. If it meets your standards, you may weigh it and take it away. Although Guchen trusted the villagers' sincerity, he remained wary of the possibility that someone might attempt to deceive them. They certainly had wealth, but they were not inclined to waste it. Very well. Let us open our bags of rice one by one. If it is satisfactory, we shall naturally purchase it. If not, we kindly ask that you take it back. The price remains as previously stated, 10 gold coins per pound. The villagers diligently began to open their bags, each inspecting the contents with care, and upon confirming the quality, they proceeded to weigh the rice. Here you go, this is your payment, one villager said as she handed over the coins. As she counted the money, she was astonished to discover that rice could fetch such a high price. What fine young men. Suddenly, a bag of rice was hurled away. Whose rice is this? The top appears good, but the bottom is filled with dirt. Is this an attempt to deceive us? This is truly excessive. Do you take us for fools or easy prey? One of the crew members remarked, clearly displeased. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuanfan inspected the bag closely and found, indeed, that the crew members' claims were accurate. In that case, we shall not accept this rice. We only buy good quality rice. We would prefer to go without rather than accept such substandard offerings. The villagers exchanged glances, uncertain of who had committed such a dishonest act by mixing sand into the rice. From among the villagers emerged a scruffy man, known by all as Big Scruffy. What is the matter? Is there a problem with my rice? This is all good rice. Why do you claim there is sand in it? Why not suggest that you added the sand yourselves? The first encounter with such an unreasonable man left Guchen astounded. It was no wonder he appeared so disheveled, likely lacking any social connections within the village. Is there sand in this rice? I believe you are more aware of that than I am. If it comes to that, you may as well take the rice back. I shall offer you 3 gold coins as compensation for our misfortune. Upon hearing these words, the scruffy man was engulfed in displeasure, exuding a strong scent of alcohol, reminiscent of a drunken fool. Are you trying to deceive a child? What can 3 gold coins possibly achieve? I am not concerned. I insist on selling you this rice. Simply weigh it, and give me the corresponding amount of rice. I do not desire these 3 gold coins. I wish to sell the rice to you. The villagers had largely grasped the situation. It appeared that this merchant had filled the rice with sand to maximize his profit and was now shamelessly attempting to force a sale after being discovered. Such behavior could tarnish their community's reputation. Sir, I implore you to contemplate the consequences should you choose to sell us this tainted rice. Do you comprehend the repercussions? Upon hearing this, Dalate revealed a scornful smile. Who am I? I am the notorious Scruff, and in this village, no one dares to provoke me. None are unafraid of my presence. Upon hearing these words, Guchen revealed a faint smile. Indeed, it is true that future generations must endure the trials of malevolence. As a person already steeped in wickedness, it is essential to have someone even more nefarious to keep one in check. Sir, please step aside for a moment. Your rice has some peculiar circumstances, but once the other villagers have weighed theirs, we shall naturally assist you. Upon hearing this, the disheveled man took his millet and stepped aside, and in the brief time he had been out, he had also brought along a wine jug, appearing as though he was soon to transform into a vessel of spirits. The other villagers hurried to apologize on behalf of Dalate, expressing their regret for the unfortunate encounter with such a notorious rogue, known throughout the village for his misdeeds. Even the village chief found him unmanageable, and they truly felt for the newcomers. Gu Chun and Chun Yuanfan nodded in acknowledgement. After all, it was not they who bore the brunt of the injustice. No need for concern. We are merely striving to make a living, just as they are for their work. These two pursuits are not mutually exclusive, and we completely understand. Now, let us resume weighing the rice. Once all the villagers' rice had been measured, the next task was to carefully unpack their belongings. If I am not mistaken, it is likely all there. Thank you for your cooperation, everyone. Should we require anything further in the future, I will reach out to you promptly. I hope this marks the beginning of a fruitful collaboration. The villagers, upon hearing this, were naturally elated to have such a generous buyer, and they welcomed the opportunity with enthusiasm. The elder suddenly recalled their earlier mention of needing some vegetables, and he promptly brought forth his own produce. Though my vegetables are few, they should suffice for a meal. Please do not think them insufficient, for these are all I possess. Guchen was pleasantly surprised by the old man's admirable character. This gesture was a token of our gratitude. After witnessing this scene, others felt compelled to return home and fetch some vegetables for them, especially since they had spent 10 gold coins to purchase a pound of millet. Naturally, they would be more discerning in their choices. Thus, offering them a bit of produce would not be a loss at all. Adhering to the customary practice, since vegetables are relatively light, I aim to meet the equivalent of 20 taels of gold, hoping for one thing above all, honesty from everyone involved. Before long, they emerged with an abundance of vegetables. The crew, observing this, suddenly realized the potential for bartering with the sailors. To their astonishment, the others returned so swiftly, prompting me to quickly settle the accounts for the vegetables. Villagers from elsewhere insisted on not charging any money. How could that be acceptable? The cabbages you cultivated required significant time and effort. It is unreasonable to take them without compensation. Please, accept these offerings. After Gu Qin and his companions had bribed the villagers, they inquired about where one could procure chemical substances. When asked about his purpose, he claimed that his boat was in disrepair and required chemical materials for restoration and repair. If you are seeking chemical supplies, it would be prudent to explore another direction. However, the abundance of goods in their tribe might indeed satisfy your needs. Upon hearing this remark, Gu Qin and Qin Yuanfan eagerly approached, hastening towards the direction indicated by the elderly gentleman. Indeed, following his guidance, they stumbled upon a chemical supply store, albeit one with a sparse clientele and exorbitant prices. Greetings. I wish to purchase some chemical supplies. Might I inquire if you can procure everything listed here? The attendant, upon glancing at the notes, retrieved all the requested items. Yet her demeanor remained one of reluctance. These chemical products are quite precious. Typically, they are reserved for students conducting experiments. May I ask if you truly wish to proceed with this purchase? Of course, we are more than willing. Every profession has its own norms, and we are well versed in them. Feel free to speak candidly, as these supplies are intended for the educators on campus. Gu Qin had long been prepared. He retrieved 60 gold coins from his garments, stating, I will use these coins to ensure that all financial matters are settled. Do you have any objections? The server nodded affirmatively, indicating there was indeed no issue. Sir, please wait a moment. I will gather all the medicines as per your note. After purchasing sulfuric acid, they intended to return to the city, only to discover a few young men stealthily appearing before them. What are you doing downstairs at our residence? If you wish to play with our daughter, you may come up directly. The servers swiftly filled their order, and Han Feng, satisfied with the acquisition of the medicines, naturally returned to the ship. Having procured all they needed, they understood that any experiments would have to be conducted aboard. They were somewhat conspicuous, yet fortunately, the locals were unfamiliar with them, and the alarm system remained dormant. Otherwise, they might have inadvertently created a scene of robbery. With their supplies secured, they merely needed to follow the instructions for preparation. Moreover, they had purchased double the required quantities. Should the first attempt fail, they could proceed to a second. Qin Yuanfan felt deeply moved by Gu Qin's generosity, astonished at such magnanimity. Upon returning to the ship, the crew wore expressions of jubilation. Earlier, when they had seen the rice, anxiety had gripped them, fearing they might starve at sea. To their astonishment, they had acquired an ample supply of rice, leaving every face both satisfied and plentiful. Let us not rush into other matters. We must return to the ship to create what we need. If all goes as anticipated, in about 10 days, those individuals will recheck the giant octopus apparatus. We must accomplish our task within this time frame and rescue Uncle Firewolf. Qin Yuanfan and Adam nodded in agreement, hastening back to the ship. Their first experiment had failed, and the second had met the same fate. Yet they remained steadfast in their belief that perseverance would eventually lead to success. I can't shake the feeling that we are missing a crucial step. No matter how we calibrate the dosages, the results remain subpar. Regardless of our precision, we ultimately face failure, Adam lamented. Having previously studied these matters, he had never encountered such a formidable challenge. I have faced a similar predicament, he continued, but I sense we may have overlooked something or misinterpreted the process. We should take our time to investigate further. If that proves futile, we could enlist a few professors from the university to assist us in the formulation. Adam found merit in this approach. However, he cautioned, you must consider the implications of this course of action. If we proceed thus, we may easily attract attention, particularly from the teachers and students of these institutions. They are perpetually engrossed in their phones and would likely remember our appearances. A mere comparison could lead to our recognition. Upon hearing these words, Gu Qin anxiously scratched his head, feeling overwhelmed by the difficulty of the situation. The prospect of relying on the students presented its own set of challenges, and the situation felt utterly hopeless. What should they do? They could not simply bide their time, as any further delay could result in his father being relocated once again, making it exceedingly difficult to find him. Qin Yuanfan expressed his frustration, lamenting that despite his arduous efforts to locate his father, he found himself powerless to procure the necessary items. Perhaps we should consider returning to school tonight to abduct a teacher, compelling them to assist us in obtaining these materials. If I were to handle the arrangements, we could offer them some antiques as a form of payment, allowing them to sell for profit. However, should they fail to produce satisfactory results, we would have no choice but to eliminate them, Adam remarked with a sense of resignation. Upon hearing these words, Gu Qin shook his head. Most teachers had already returned home, leaving only students behind in the school. Venturing out of the laboratory now seemed exceedingly perilous, especially given the fear that they might have already alerted their pursuers, who could be sweeping the area for them. If that were the case, they would undoubtedly be walking into a trap. We should contemplate alternative methods. I firmly believe that we can achieve success. Just as the urgency was palpable among the group, a young crew member suddenly awakened his hands. In my youth, I excelled in chemistry and had once prepared various compounds, though I have nearly forgotten everything now. If it is possible, why not allow me to give it a try? Upon hearing these words, Gu Qin, Adam, and Qin Yuanfan appeared as if they had encountered a beacon of hope, promptly laying all the materials before the crew member. The crew member glanced at the manual, furrowed his brow, and then utilized his personal pen to reconfigure the plans. Indeed, They discovered that the previous steps had been erroneous. The materials you received are fundamentally flawed. Numerous sequences have been disordered. The items at your disposal can only yield a solution that softens the specific chemical substance, rather than one that would cause it to be directly corroded. Hearing these words, Gu Chun and the others nodded in agreement. Indeed, exceptional students are distinct. The crew member, utilizing various sophisticated instruments and precise techniques, began to continuously prepare the solution. As expected, the solution crafted by a professional was unparalleled. They applied the solution onto the iron rod, and to their amazement, within merely half an hour, the rod became as pliable as rubber. Wonderful, we have finally succeeded. Chen Yuanfan exclaimed joyfully. Under Adam's guidance, they returned to the designated location, instructing the crew to wait at a distance of 100 meters. The crew felt a tinge of apprehension. However, seeing their leader so flustered, they resigned themselves to patiently await on the ship, ready to retreat at the slightest hint of trouble, avoiding any confrontation. Although the danger still loomed, given that a warship had previously been in the vicinity, its absence did little to quell their unease, as they were uncertain when it might reappear. Following the previous route, they located the entrance, and upon entering, they discovered Uncle Firewolf still there. A collective sigh of relief escaped them. Firewolf had anticipated their return would take much longer, not expecting them to arrive in merely 5 days. How did you return so swiftly? Have you successfully prepared the solution? Or has something unusual occurred? We have successfully concocted it. Father, you can come out soon, they replied. Upon hearing this, Firewolf was filled with disbelief. He doubted that these children could indeed prepare such a complex solution. Chen Yuanfeng poured the solution he had prepared into a basin and then applied it to the specially crafted metal before Firewolf. After about half an hour, they encouraged Firewolf to attempt bending it. I have long yearned for the outside world. It was merely my own restraint that kept me here. And now I can finally step out, he declared confidently, exerting force on the iron railing before him, only to find it unyielding. Disappointment washed over him. Yet it swiftly transformed into another emotion. Children, you may not realize how hard you have worked. Although this solution did not succeed, I have felt your efforts. I can remain here a while longer. Observing this scene, Chen Yuanfan slapped his forehead in realization. Firewolf, mistaking his child's emotional turmoil, hurried to offer comfort. My dear son, never lose faith in yourself regardless of the circumstances. Although you have faced failure this time, you have gathered invaluable knowledge. Perhaps next time, when you prepare the solution, success will be within your grasp. Gu Chen sometimes perceives a certain resemblance between Uncle Hua Lang and Chen Yuanfan, as both have unwittingly created numerous amusing anecdotes. Upon reaching the prison, Chen Yuanfan gently touched the iron bars coated with a solution, only to discover, to his astonishment, that they had become as pliable as rubber. This was truly remarkable. Just moments ago, they had felt as rigid as stone, yet now they were astonishingly supple. Father, you were touching the uncoated bar. This one is the one treated with the solution, so of course, you cannot lift the one you just touched, Chen Yuanfan remarked, eliciting laughter from everyone, including Hua Lang. Children, if you wish to laugh, you should hurry to the shore. This is not the ideal moment for merriment. The moment I step away from these iron bars, an alarm will trigger within 30 minutes. Given the considerable distance to headquarters, it will take some time for assistance to arrive. We must escape within this 30-minute window, otherwise, they will dispatch nearby personnel to pursue us. Hua Lang had been unaware of these circumstances. Had he known, he would have ensured everything was secure before leaving. It was only due to an officer's inadvertent drunken revelations during a visit that he was now grateful for that information. Otherwise, it could have jeopardized not only his son but also his loyal companions. Upon hearing this, the others swiftly made their escape, aware that 30 minutes could feel both lengthy and fleeting, depending on their resourcefulness. Once they reached the boat, they waved, and the crew promptly navigated towards them. The sight of an additional man evoked expressions of surprise among the crew, suggesting a close relationship between this man and their leader. Allow me to introduce. This is Hua Lang, one of the notorious 4 great villains, and he is my father. These individuals are my good friends, partners, with whom I have sailed the seas. The crew, upon realizing that Hua Lang was indeed the father of Chen Yuanfan, were expressions of curiosity and astonishment. Eager to inquire about the circumstances, but lacking the courage to do so, instead filled with wonder and speculation. I will gradually explain this matter to you, but now is not the appropriate time. I hope to share it with you in the future. Subsequently, Hua Lang accompanied his son to the lower deck of the ship. Given their similar physiques, Chen Yuanfan found a clean outfit for his father. After changing into fresh clothes and taking a cold shower, Hua Lang felt considerably rejuvenated. Father, please change here. Gu Chun will give you a haircut. He possesses quite good skills and can craft 2 attractive hairstyles. I shall call him to trim your beard, Chen Yuanfan suggested. Hua Lang nodded in agreement, feeling that without a mirror, he could accept his appearance. However, upon glancing in the mirror, he feared he resembled a primitive human, one that would likely evoke disbelief in anyone who beheld him. Gu Chun descended into the basement and unveiled his most adept skill, giving Hua Lang a mature and composed new hairstyle. He also trimmed away the thick, tangled beard, dressing him in Chen Yuanfan's attire, transforming him into a charming middle-aged gentleman. If he were to make no missteps, it was conceivable that countless women would be enamored by such a figure. I once remarked that should someone of his caliber appear before women, it would be unfathomable how many would be captivated by his allure, perhaps even vying for his affection. Eager to bear his children. Upon hearing this, the other party dismissed it as a jest, conceding that even if someone pursued him, he would remain indifferent, for his heart belonged entirely to the mother of his child. In his lifetime, he would find contentment simply in the companionship of his son. When Hualang reached the deck, the onlookers cast glances between him and Chen Yuanfan, their eyes darting back and forth in comparison, only to realize that they indeed bore a striking resemblance, akin to father and son. I never anticipated you two would resemble each other so closely. It is quite astonishing. Ada exclaimed. Just as their surprise peaked, a pirate ship suddenly emerged in the distance. Initially, they intended to circumvent the pirates, but to their dismay, the pirates, driven by their inherent bloodlust, sought to charge towards them upon spotting their military vessel. Let us depart swiftly. This ship is formidable, and they have mistaken us for those wretches. Hualang, despite years of confinement, felt the remnants of his combat instincts stir. He acquiesced to his son's advice and prepared to leave. Must you be so cowardly? When I sailed the seas with the 3 notorious villains, any pirate ship that caught sight of me would yield passage, he retorted. Brothers, I have come to a realization. Let us not pursue vengeance. We shall continue our journey at sea. If we encounter them, we shall retaliate. If not, we shall let it be. My brother may have perished at the hands of those fiends, but you all still live, and your lives stretch ahead of you. I cannot, out of selfishness, jeopardize your existence. You must remain by my side for a considerable time. Let us set sail towards the next treasure location. Upon hearing these words, the pirates erupted in cheers, realizing that their leader had finally grasped the situation, sparing them from a futile demise. In truth, even if it meant facing death alongside their leader, they deemed their lives worthwhile, for camaraderie is what one cherishes most in life. After enjoying a rare moment of safety, Gu Chun felt the stirrings of his internal system once again, sensing that this mundane existence was at odds with the spirit of adventure he craved. Dear host, how about we take a gamble? What do you think? Upon reading this statement, Gu Chun shook his head. Engaging in a wager with the system was seldom a harbinger of good fortune. In perilous moments, such bets were invariably safe, while in times of security, they were fraught with danger. Perhaps it was best to let it be. I am well aware of the little schemes dancing in your mind, and I have no intention of disrupting the tranquility of my current existence. The system, taken aback by his unexpected composure, fell silent for a while. Soon after, it resumed speaking. Well, since we are in this together, it benefits neither of us for you to remain in a state of perpetual exhaustion. Should you meet with an untimely demise, I would find myself alone, compelled to seek a new host, which is no simple task, as you are well aware. That being said, I assure you that my previous hosts were exceptionally fortunate during our wagers, unlike your rather unfortunate streak. Reflecting upon your past escapades, it is astonishing that, with your seemingly good fortune, you alone drew the card that accelerated your opponents, while others had 6 or 5 cards yielding instantaneous results. It truly baffles me. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon hearing these words, Gu Chen nodded and subsequently inquired about the current arrangement of the cards. Was it similar to before? Or was it a 50-50 chance? Half of the possibilities indicated that they could continue to navigate the forthcoming days in peace, while the other half signified varying degrees of peril, contingent upon one's fortune. When the 6 cards reappeared before Gu Chen, he pondered for a considerable time, hoping to draw a card that would double his luck. Ultimately, he chose the 3rd card, recalling that it had proven to be fortunate on the last occasion. As the system observed his selection, a mischievous smile crept across its interface, revealing that the host had indeed fallen into a trap. Among the 6 cards, only one was a safe card. Regardless of which card he picked, it was almost certain that it would be a dangerous one. Oh, dear host, your fortune is truly dismal. This card signifies that within 3 seconds, your pursuers will appear to your right. Prepare yourself for the countdown. While sunbathing on the deck, Gu Chun, upon hearing this announcement, hurriedly dashed into the control room, hoping to make adequate preparations. He had not anticipated that the system would be so treacherous. Indeed, as the 3-second countdown concluded, they witnessed the military vessel that had previously pursued them suddenly emerge from their left, unexpectedly appearing on the right side of their ship. Gu Chun had been vigilantly observing the left side, initially believing he had merely experienced a false alarm. To his astonishment, within the blink of an eye, the ship materialized before him. Thus, he hastily sought to escape from their present predicament, aware that a confrontation with the warship would yield no favorable outcome. The crew members sunbathing on the deck, witnessing this scene, swiftly armed themselves and retreated into the ship's cabin, clearly caught off guard. While only those who had managed to react took defensive measures. Everyone, stop dawdling. Hurry inside. Let us find shelter first, Gu Chen urged. Upon hearing his command, the crew quickly fled into the cabin, where they felt somewhat secure. Seizing the opportunity while the enemy remained oblivious, Guchen made a rapid exit. By the time their superior at the rear realized what was unfolding, plans for pursuit were already underway. The pirate ship ahead harbored several wanted individuals. Capturing them would assure future glory and wealth for the crew. Upon hearing this, the sailors were invigorated, filled with determination to seize those notorious figures. Thus commenced a spirited chase across the ocean. Under Adam's guidance, they soon reached the misty sea. As they navigated through it, the general recalled the indignities he had suffered there previously and resolved to await their emergence. "General, we VE arrived. Shall we pursue them inside?" asked one officer. The general shook his head. "This time, we shall not enter. We will wait here and observe when they choose to emerge. I am curious to see how long they will remain hidden." Guided by Adam, they emerged from the misty sea largely unscathed. If his conjecture was correct, the enemy was likely being cautious, lingering outside. Once they had evaded danger, Guchen unleashed a torrent of invectives at the system, which looked back at him with an expression of grievance. "Dear host, this wager was quite fair. You drew the wrong card. Otherwise, such an enemy would not have appeared so suddenly." "I was frightened too," the system replied, observing the system's overly eager demeanor. Guchen discerned that it was not frightened but rather exhilarated. "I see through you now. The more perilous the situation, the more excited you become. When things are tranquil, do refrain from speaking to me. Perhaps you could take a nap instead?" The system, feeling wronged, retreated to a corner, choosing not to engage in further dialogue. Guchen, too, was unwilling to converse. Had it not been for his own greed, leading him into the system's cunning trap, they would likely have been embroiled in another fierce battle. Fire Wolf had been sleeping soundly, unaware of the unfolding events until Qin Yuanfan recounted the situation to him. "You youngsters are rather timid. Back when my uncle faced those warships, he was resolute and refused to yield." Qin Yuanfan smiled faintly, recognizing that his father had never been one to concede easily. Even now, he retained a tenacious spirit. "Our mindset differs somewhat from yours. You fought to uphold your pride, while we now see little benefit in engaging in conflict. It is far better to live well, seek treasures, and discreetly trade them for gold on land, enjoying a carefree existence at sea. Perhaps we could even find a secluded island to live in tranquility, a life far preferable to the bloodshed at sea." Before meeting Guchen, Qin Yuanfan had shared similar sentiments with his father. He believed that taking on rival pirate ships was a matter of pride. Win or lose, they would recharge and fight again. However, after encountering Guchen, his perspective shifted. Witnessing Guchen's zest for life and the beauty of life at sea, he began to reconsider the toll of violence. Firewolf, hearing these reflections, felt a twinge of uncertainty. He had harbored similar desires to lead a quiet life with a Shui on an island, self-sufficient and distanced from the lives of others. Yet, reality was cruel, shattering his modest dream. Nonetheless, seeing his son by his side eased some of his melancholy. "It is now the realm of the young. We have long since exited the stage of history. Ultimately, your happiness is what matters. In retrospect, your lifestyle seems quite appealing. Had I not brought you along, perhaps your uncles would have continued, and we might have enjoyed such a life." Suddenly, Guchen recalled that there were still 3 notorious figures unaccounted for and tentatively inquired, "Uncle Yang, do you know where the other 3 infamous uncles are held? If we have found you, perhaps we can locate them as well and free you all." Firewolf had considered this possibility but recognized that their captors had kept them in distant, obscure locations, not easily found. "I do not know where they are. We were all managed separately, and the food bearers never disclosed any information." Adam pondered this in his mind. If Uncle Yang's location housed a colossal monster, it stood to reason that the other 3 notorious figures were similarly guarded by formidable beasts. Upon voicing this thought, the trio agreed it was entirely plausible and began searching for legends of monsters at sea. When other pirate ships caught wind of this news, they were incredulous. How could anyone seek such places? If they exist, surely no one returns alive. Should you provide us with useful leads? We shall reward you with 100 gold coins, a significant sum that can procure many things, provided your information is accurate. Some pirates, enticed by the prospect, attempted to fabricate a location. However, Adam had sailed these waters for decades. Any fabricated coordinates could easily be checked against the map, revealing their falsehood. Consequently, they not only failed to earn the reward but also faced punishment, a lesson in accountability. "I will grant you one final opportunity. If you cannot provide an accurate location, I shall cast you overboard to feed the fish." "I don't know. ITR throughout the day, they received several leads, but fortunately, the gold they obtained was sufficient for their indulgences. They inquired with numerous individuals, ultimately identifying 5 reliable geographical locations. Their plan was to investigate each one meticulously, as they had ample time ahead. "Let us pursue this route. Surely one will lead us to our destination," they resolved. Firewolf and Qin Yuanfan exchanged glances at the proposed route and nodded in agreement. As they watched the sun sink below the horizon, casting a mesmerizing glow over the sea, they found themselves entranced. However, chaos loomed on the international stage. Just 3 hours prior, they received an alarm indicating the location where Firewolf was imprisoned, signaling that he had successfully escaped. What could they do now? The leaders, in a flurry of anxiety, turned to each other, uncertain of the next steps. They could only hasten their reconnaissance of the other 3 notorious villains' hideouts, ensuring none of them could break free. Meanwhile, at sea, their warship continued its pursuit of Guchun, stationed at a different angle. They remained convinced that their quarry would inadvertently emerge, allowing them to take advantage of the opportunity. However, after 2 days of waiting, they still had not spotted any sign of the enemy. Time was running short, and they reluctantly ventured into the misty sea, only to become lost once again. When they finally emerged from the fog, their ship was in ruins, forcing them to return to land for repairs before resuming their chase. They had been heading towards the first location, which indeed bore a resemblance to the lairs of the country's foremost notorious villains, given its extreme remoteness and the unwelcoming geography surrounding it. Yet, despite their thorough exploration, they found no evidence of monstrous attacks. Could it be that the villains had changed their tactics? It seemed unlikely, as the area appeared devoid of any danger. Nevertheless, it was wise to remain cautious. Even in the absence of scripted monsters, unforeseen perils could still arise. We are nearing our destination. Let us quicken our pace and aim to enter the Bermuda Triangle before sunset, Guchun urged, glancing at the radar, which indicated they were approaching their target. I have heard that the Bermuda Triangle is an exceedingly strange place, where countless souls have met their demise under mysterious circumstances. Ships that enter never return, he added. His demeanor invigorated. What is there to fear? We have faced perilous situations before. Why should we cower before a mere triangle of death? We must venture inside to uncover the truth behind its enigma. As the ship drew closer to the Bermuda Triangle, the crew could no longer contain their whispers, sharing various rumors and gossip. Yet, all tales shared a chilling commonality: death. No one had ever emerged alive from the triangle, a terrifying curse that had persisted through the ages. While the crew did not fear death itself, a flicker of trepidation lingered regarding the bizarre nature of the triangle, for the greatest danger lay in the unknown. None knew what awaited them. Enough chatter. We shall discover the truth with our own eyes. The clues we seek may very well lie within the Bermuda Triangle, Guchun asserted, dismissing the notion that no one had ever returned alive as mere hearsay and proven by evidence. Observing the growing anxiety among his crew, he endeavored to stabilize their spirits. Gradually, they ceased their discussions about the ominous triangle and resumed their normalcy, propelling the vessel swiftly towards their destination. Guchun, have you sensed anything unusual? Chen Yuanfan suddenly inquired, scanning the surrounding waters. Are you referring to the mist rising from the sea? Guchun replied, noting the strange fog enveloping the surface. Indeed, at this hour, it is quite peculiar for mist to arise. Do you suppose it could be a weather phenomenon? He asked, glancing up at the overcast sky. Unlikely, Chen Yuanfan responded with unwavering certainty. Even the gloomiest weather should not produce fog at this time of day. This is a situation I have never encountered before. Guchun observed the unwavering expression on Chen Yuanfan's face and could not help but glance around at the surrounding mist, sensing an undeniable peculiarity. This fog only manifests as we approach the vicinity of the Bermuda Triangle, suggesting a significant connection. After a moment of contemplation, Guchun raised his gaze to Chen Yuanfan and said, Indeed, I have noticed it as well. What shall we do now? Under the current circumstances, our only course of action is to continue advancing toward the Bermuda Triangle, as the dangers in other areas are scarcely more favorable. Chen Yuanfan nodded in agreement and resumed maneuvering the vessel forward. As the ship surged ahead, the mist thickened progressively, transforming from a mere haze into a dense fog, causing visibility to plummet precipitously. Guchun's brow furrowed deeper. He had not anticipated such an aberration prior to entering the triangle. Given the fog's density, it was likely that conditions would worsen significantly upon actual entry into the Bermuda Triangle. Fortunately, the vessel was equipped with radar systems capable of continuously scanning the surroundings, ensuring the ship's position was monitored and maintaining a straight course. Without such technology, navigating through the thick fog could lead to an inadvertent deviation from our path, ultimately resulting in being lost at sea. A solemn silence enveloped the crew, with no one daring to utter a word, as an oppressive atmosphere descended upon them. Where are we now? Someone inquired. We have reached the periphery of the Bermuda Triangle. After advancing another nautical mile, we will be entirely within its bounds. Guchun surveyed the dense fog enveloping them, gritting his teeth with determination. He raised his hand and addressed the crew, no matter how perilous the surroundings. We must press forward. Everyone, advance at full speed. Upon hearing Guchun's command, the vessel erupted with a thunderous roar, swiftly darting into the thick mist like an arrow loosed from a bow. As they departed, the fog quickly closed in, shrouding their figures from view. Alas, the radar has malfunctioned. A distance of 1 nautical mile was traversed in the blink of an eye, but just as they entered the infamous Bermuda Triangle, Chen Yuanfan suddenly gasped in alarm. What? How could this happen? Upon learning of the radar failure, Guchun rushed to investigate. Indeed, the screen displayed only the word scanning, while their vessel's position and the ominous red dot marking the triangle had vanished completely. This place is undeniably peculiar. It seems the magnetic field here differs from that of other regions, Guchun remarked. There are numerous factors that can affect radar, yet I can think of no other cause in this instance. Precisely. We have barely entered the triangle, and already the radar is inoperative. The magnetic field here must be problematic. And look at this, Qin Yuanfan said, retrieving a compass from his bag. The needle began to tremble violently before spinning wildly, making it impossible to discern any direction. Then we shall have to rely on our instincts to navigate forward. Although it is perilous to proceed solely by intuition at sea, we have little choice given the circumstances. The fog is so dense that visibility extends only to the immediate surroundings of the ship. Gu Chen observed the situation and concluded, even with radar, we would likely encounter difficulties in this thick mist. The seafloor of the Bermuda Triangle is riddled with hidden reefs, and our current visibility renders radar ineffective. Let us proceed and assess the situation. Perhaps we will uncover something new, he added. The ship drifted slowly across the surface of the ocean, while the crew, gazing into the heavy fog, experienced a sense of unease, as if malevolent creatures lurked within, poised to swallow them whole. Everyone swallowed their dry throats and steeled themselves to continue. At this pace, it may take an eternity to escape the Bermuda Triangle. By the time we do, we may very well perish from hunger, Gu Chen mused, furrowing his brow. Suddenly, an unexpected disturbance arose. What sound is that? A series of indistinct noises filled the air. But upon closer inspection, it seemed as if everything that had transpired was merely a figment of their imagination. Did you hear that sound? Gu Chen inquired, perplexed. Turning to Qin Yuanfan. I did. It was eerie, resembling the sound of someone singing, yet I could not discern its source, Qin Yuanfan replied. Realizing that Qin Yuanfan had acknowledged the sound heightened Gu Chen's sense of urgency. In the vastness of the ocean, especially within the Bermuda Triangle, how could human voices be heard? This triangle grows increasingly peculiar. It seems there is indeed something amiss, Gu Chen said hastily as he ascended to the deck, scanning the surroundings, but saw nothing but the thick fog. At that moment, the strange singing returned, clearer than before, as if it were drawing nearer. Even Gu Chen felt a chill, for the situation was unervingly bizarre, and the melody approached with a rhythmic cadence that was hard to ignore. Suddenly, an even stranger occurrence unfolded. A crew member abruptly leaped into the sea, a satisfied smile adorning his face. This chilling spectacle sent shivers down the spines of those who witnessed it, leaving them bewildered as to why he bore such an unsettling grin and would choose to plunge into the depths. As the eerie song faded, silence enveloped the crew, who exchanged anxious glances, beads of sweat forming on some brows. Gu Chen stood in shock. Moments ago, the crew member had been jovial, and now he had vanished into the ocean, an unsettling turn of events that filled the air with dread. Mermaids! It must be mermaids! One crew member exclaimed in a panic. What mermaids? I've never heard of such a thing. Gu Chen retorted, bewildered by the claim. This is the song of the mermaids. The other crew members, upon hearing this assertion, fell into a deeper panic. The legend of mermaids echoed in their minds, mirroring the recent incident with their fellow crew member and inciting chaos. Just then, the haunting melody returned, clearer than ever, as though it rang directly in their ears. Plop, plop, plop. One after another, crew members jumped overboard, each wearing an eerily content smile. Could it truly be that mermaids were the source of their plight? Gu Chen could not help but ponder darkly in his mind. We must devise a plan quickly, if this continues. We will all leap into the ocean and become fish bait, Qin Yuanfan urged, sensing the dire situation. The crew plugged their ears, hoping to block out the sinister song. They anxiously awaited the return of the sound, and sure enough, it came. Plop, plop, plop. Once again, many crew members succumbed to the call of the sea. Plugging our ears serves no purpose. We must discover the source of this sound, Gu Chen declared, removing the earplugs from his ears, addressing the crew. What if it is indeed the mermaids? We could very well meet our doom. Another crew member protested. What other options do we have? Should we allow this sound to claim us one by one? We might as well fight back. Furthermore, I have observed a pattern. The intervals between the sounds are consistent, leading me to believe it is not the song of mermaids, but rather a phenomenon with a specific cause. But how do we locate the source of the sound? Our radar is inoperative, leaving us unable to track our course, Qin Yuanfan queried. Simply put, we must proceed in one direction, gauging our approach by the volume of the sound. The louder it becomes, the closer we are, Gu Chen explained. But how can we resist its influence over us? Blocking our ears has proven ineffective, Qin Yuanfan countered. Command the crew to find several magnets and place them around the ship, Gu Chen instructed. Do you still suspect the magnetic field is at fault? Qin Yuanfan asked. Even if it is not the sole reason, it must play a role. Let's test the hypothesis. Gu Chen replied. Indeed, when the eerie sound returned, everything remained unchanged. No one leaped into the sea again. Gu Chen exhaled in relief, for it seemed his conjecture was indeed correct. This made the situation more manageable. All he needed to do was locate the source of the sound to resolve the issue. Thus, the vessel continued its journey, with the peculiar sound echoing intermittently. Upon noticing a reduction in the sound's intensity, they promptly altered their course and steered in another direction. After half a day's search, Gu Chen and his companions finally discovered the area where the sound was most pronounced. It appeared that the source of the sound was nearby, and with a more meticulous search, they were certain to uncover it. Everyone was filled with excitement, eager to unveil the mystery behind the siren's song. They were curious about the extraordinary entity responsible for such a phenomenon. Look over there. At that moment, Qin Yuanfan pointed to a bright object in the distance. addressing Guchun. Quickly, steer the boat over. I must see what that is. Upon reaching the location, they swiftly retrieved the object. And it soon became apparent that the enigmatic sound emanated from this very item. After cleaning it, they finally revealed its true identity, an abandoned radar system, incessantly transmitting a fixed frequency, thus producing a sound reminiscent of human singing. This sound had a profound penetrative quality, affecting the minds of listeners, leading to instances of individuals jumping into the sea. Guchun was somewhat speechless upon discovering that such a mythological enigma was merely an obsolete radar. This revelation surpassed their wildest imaginations. Determined to prevent further harm, Guchun deactivated the radar and subsequently destroyed it, thereby eradicating the strange sound completely. They had come to embrace a particular truth. Some mysteries are easily explicable through science. They had initially believed they might encounter mythical beings, only to find it was simply a radar. Since we have encountered a radar here, does that not suggest that the infamous trio might also be nearby? If that holds true, could we perhaps locate the place where they are imprisoned? Adamu inquired curiously. In truth, both Guchun and Qin Yuanfen shared this sentiment. However, they were uncertain about the validity of this notion at that moment. This speculation could not be entirely substantiated. Perhaps the radar had been suspended here by some unknown force. After all, this was a region notorious as the Bermuda Triangle, and coupled with this hazardous radar, it was conceivable that they were not in the right location. Nonetheless, even with the possibility of mere false hope, they resolved to investigate further. You three remain vigilant and ensure the ship's safety. Do not let it sustain any damage. We shall descend to explore, and should any issues arise, we will notify you to discuss our next steps, Guchun instructed. Although others were eager to join, they recognized that the three of them were more adept underwater, significantly minimizing the risk of injury. Had any one of the others ventured down, it might have exacerbated the danger and jeopardized the remaining 23. They were all cooperating harmoniously, understanding that their current priority was to support each other in their respective roles. Perhaps I should accompany you down, Huolong suddenly proposed, reluctant to let his son take the risk, especially given the uncertainty of what lay beneath. Father, you have just emerged from that place. It would be best for you to remain above and enjoy the fresh air. When we reach the next location, you can descend with us, Qin Yuanfan replied, casting a meaningful glance that Huolong instantly understood, leading him to reluctantly permit his son to venture down. Ensure your safety at all costs, and do not take any unnecessary risks. The others nodded in agreement. The three of them began to explore the depths of the sea, only to find no locations resembling what they had anticipated. Just as they contemplated giving up, Guchun halted their ascent, urging them to continue their search. Guchun felt that this matter was undoubtedly far more complex than it appeared. If the confinement locations for the four of them were identical in structure, it would only confirm that the international group was indeed foolish. We should continue our search. It cannot be so straightforward that we stumbled upon it so easily. Last time, we were not merely driven into a corner. It was by sheer coincidence that we encountered that prison of the Fire Wolf Uncle, was it not? Perhaps the design here differs from that of the previous location. Upon hearing this, Adam and Qin Yuanfan nodded in agreement and resumed their underwater search with renewed determination. This time, their efforts were far more earnest than before, as they recognized the validity in Guchun's reasoning. While searching beneath the waves, they wished fervently that their eyes could emit light. Guchun Dong wiped and rubbed the stones. Feeling that the texture of this particular reef was entirely different from the others, he gently tapped on it and discovered that it emitted a hollow sound, prompting him to call the other two over. You two, step back for a moment. I shall open this classroom. Perhaps another uncle is confined within this rock. They exchanged puzzled glances, questioning how Guchun could be so certain of this. Guchun struck the reef with force, the sound confirming its emptiness. After hearing his words, they nodded in agreement. When Hanfeng detonated the reef with a stone, they cautiously entered through the newly opened path. However, unlike the area with Uncle Huolang, the moment this reef shattered, seawater surged in. A sense of foreboding gripped them. As they ventured further inside, they found the classroom to be entirely vacant. They quickly sought another direction, fearing they might drown in the encroaching waters. Qin Yuanfan and Ada, having not heard Guchun's warning, hastily began to break nearby stones in a desperate attempt to shatter the reef. The structure of these classrooms differed greatly from the ones outside, resembling a composite formation. Through their collective efforts, they eventually shattered the stubborn rock, but the incoming waves were relentless, sweeping them away. They clung tightly to another section of reef, which was indeed solid. Once the waves subsided, they gradually released their grip. It appears my assumption was incorrect. Fortunately, you two are unscathed. Otherwise, I would carry this guilt for a lifetime, Guchun remarked. Adamu and Qin Yuanfan swam over to Guchun, tapping his arm playfully. But their enthusiasm caused him to topple onto a nearby rock. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble reverberated, and a stone door creaked open before them. Meanwhile, on the ship, the atmosphere was far from tranquil. Huolang sat alone on the deck, observing the situation below, ready to rescue anyone in distress. He understood his son's intentions and remained on deck, refraining from entering the cabin, allowing the opportunity for the individual below to reveal themselves. Once that person showed their true colors, the lurking threat could be entirely neutralized. I propose we simply sail away, following the captain and his crew. We are surely doomed otherwise. Initially, I thought we could indulge in a carefree existence, yet here we are, embarking on perilous adventures to the most dangerous places in the world. Do you still wish to accompany them? Upon hearing the words of the bearded man, the others were momentarily at a loss. They believed they had settled into a worry-free life, only to realize they were still entangled in danger. I cannot fathom your thoughts. But for me, I relish a life filled with both excitement and tranquility. A monotonous existence would be utterly dull, a crew member remarked. I must concede there is some truth to what you say, yet I am more inclined to embrace this thrilling lifestyle daily. Each individual held differing opinions. Since becoming pirates, they had abandoned dreams of peaceful days. I genuinely do not understand what you are all striving for, nor do I grasp your aspirations. Survival is paramount. If we continue down this path, we may one day find ourselves not perishing at the hands of our enemies, but rather at the hands of our own comrades. Just look at the places we have ventured to in recent days. Are these truly suitable for humans? We have even dared to enter the Bermuda Triangle. Thankfully, this ship is sturdy and possesses decent sensitivity. Had we been aboard a regular sailboat, we would have drowned long ago. The crew members, upon hearing these words, recognized the truth in the bearded man's claims. They had shared similar sentiments in recent days, yet their captain had treated them well. None of the three had ever put them in harm's way. Even in dire situations, it was always the three of them who faced the dangers. Their unwavering trust in one another allowed them to feel secure in handing over the ship's reins. Bearded man, perhaps it is best you refrain from voicing such disarrayed thoughts. If you wish to leave, simply speak to the captain. Once we reach a safe harbor, you will undoubtedly be allowed to depart, Wang Ping advised. Some crew members found merit in Wang Ping's words, recognizing that voicing such opinions could undermine morale. Why do you all appear so wooden? If I did not consider you brothers, would I be sharing these sentiments with you? I could easily slip away unnoticed. Isn't that tempting? Yet, after years of camaraderie, I cannot bear the thought of us dying aimlessly at sea. Ultimately, one crew member stepped forward, supporting the bearded man's perspective. I believe there is some validity in what the bearded man says. Although we are pirates, we too yearn for a tranquil existence. After finally enjoying a few peaceful days, we are thrust back into a world of danger and adventure. I no longer wish to continue this way. Soon after, another crew member joined in, echoing the bearded man's sentiments. If that is the case, I think it wise for you to wait until we reach a safe location to discuss this with the captain. They will surely allow you to depart. And if conditions permit, they may even provide you with a sailboat to continue your journey at sea. Upon hearing this, the bearded man and the two crew members nodded in agreement, convinced they could achieve this together. When the captain returns, I will address this matter with them, the bearded man declared, then took the initiative to prepare a soup for the crew. Everyone knew he was quite skilled in the kitchen, so they did not hinder him. After they finished, the warm soup lay comfortably on the deck, and the bearded man offered a bowl of fresh soup to Hualang. This is the first batch I prepared, and the brothers have already tasted it. Why don't you give it a try? Hualang accepted the bowl but, without hesitation, splashed it overboard. The bearded man, witnessing this act, was filled with fury. If you do not wish to partake in my offering, you could have simply returned it to me. What is the meaning of throwing it on the deck? Do you harbor a grievance against me? My issue is not with you personally, but rather with your character. If I am not mistaken, you have added gelatinous powder to this soup. Should I consume it? I will feel utterly weak within 5 minutes, incapable of any resistance. Upon hearing this, the bearded man was struck with disbelief, astonished that the individual had discerned his secret ingredient. How could he have known? Upon hearing those words, the other members were enveloped in disbelief. They attempted to move their bodies, but as Firewolf had stated, their physical forms had gradually succumbed to weakness, rendering them incapable of exerting any strength. Other than lying on the deck, they found themselves unable to perform any actions. Big Beard, what are you planning to do? Wang Ping inquired, his voice barely above a whisper, so faint that it would be inaudible from a distance. Upon hearing this, Big Beard erupted into laughter, revealing his true intentions. What else could I say? Of course, I intend to seize the ship. Soon enough, I shall leave you all stranded upon the rocks, and when your leader returns, he will naturally rescue you. The crew was taken aback by Big Beard's treachery. Not only did he wish to escape, but he also aimed to steal the vessel. The sun is quite pleasant today. If you could manage to lie on the deck and take a good nap, perhaps the words you just uttered might manifest in your dreams. I know you are one of the 4 infamous villains, but what of it? With 3 of us against you, defeating you would be a trivial matter. Firewolf merely smiled, refraining from offering a retort. The 3 believed Firewolf looked down upon them. Big Beard handed a trinket to the other 2, who armed themselves with wooden sticks and approached Firewolf. A fierce battle ensued, and although the situation was perilous, Firewolf, as one of the 4 notorious villains, would certainly not fall victim to their assault. Enough of this play. I have warmed up sufficiently. I shall simply bind you all and resolve matters when my son returns, Firewolf declared. With a swift kick, she sent all 3 tumbling onto the deck and proceeded to bind them. She discovered a powder from Big Beard and, without mixing it with water, administered it to the trio. Now, you shall experience the taste of this powder. The crew members, rendered helpless, lay on the ship without recourse. Uncle Firewolf, is there no other way to antidote the poison? We cannot remain in this state indefinitely, they lamented. Firewolf assessed their condition and ventured to the inner hold, retrieving some antidotal provisions, which she boiled into a porridge and fed to them. Just wait 5 or 6 minutes, and you will regain your mobility. Upon hearing this, the crew remained skeptical, but after the allotted time, they gradually lifted their arms, feeling a resurgence of strength, and slowly rose. Once all the crew members had restored their vigor, they approached Big Beard and his accomplices, encircling them. We treated you as brothers, yet you wish to cast us into the depths. Your betrayal of our leader is utterly unforgivable. I dare say our leader would not hesitate to cast you into the sea to feed the sharks. Big Beard and his companions attempted to plead for mercy, but the effects of the powder had rendered them speechless. They were now under constant watch. The uncertainty of their fate loomed ominously. Should they attempt to flee? Explaining their escape to their leader would be an impossible task. Firewolf reclined comfortably on the deck, realizing why her son had prevented her from descending. He had evidently sensed the looming betrayal, showcasing his keen observational skills. Gu Chun and his companions remained below. Upon witnessing the opening door, they were suddenly swept away by the rushing seawater. Initially, they anticipated a scene identical to the previous one, but to their astonishment, they found themselves amidst a genuine mountain. As the seawater receded, it gradually dissipated, seemingly obstructed by the exterior door. Could this be the fabled automatic door? I can't shake off the peculiar feeling about this place. Let us tread carefully, Gu Chun advised. Oh, my dear host, to which eerie realm have you ventured this time? It appears so sinister, and there are no torches to illuminate the darkness. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon hearing these words, Gu Chun nodded, realizing that acquiring a systematic solution was far from simple. Master, you must engage in a wager with me. Should you emerge victorious, I shall conjure several torches along your path, and additionally, I can provide you with a matchstick to bear. However, if you are defeated, all 6 gold coins you possess shall rightfully belong to me. Gu Chun had not anticipated that the system would also possess a penchant for wealth. Without a second thought, the two exchanged nods, adhering to the customary practice. Given that the master was currently preoccupied, I shall refrain from indulging in frivolous antics and propose a simple game of rock, paper, scissors, best 2 out of 3. In the first round, the system emerged victorious, and the 6 gold coins that Gu Chun had so graciously offered swiftly transferred into the system's possession, leaving Gu Chun feeling a pang of regret. Had the coins been his to keep, he would not have felt such distress. It was the fear of losing them to another that gnawed at him, leaving him helpless to reclaim what was lost. Dear host, you have just lost. Would you like to engage in a second wager? Gu Chun gritted his teeth and nodded. Without a torch in such a place, it would undoubtedly pose a considerable danger. Then, my master, please continue with the best of 3 matches. As Gu Chun's mind raced with thoughts, he ultimately triumphed over the system. At last, a torch materialized 50 meters ahead of them. Accidentally stepping on it, he picked it up, and at long last, everyone had a source of light. Beneath the torch's flickering warmth, they realized they were in a cavern that appeared to be artificially constructed, making them feel as though they had wandered into a labyrinthine realm. Gu Chun glanced down at his feet and then turned to look behind him. Everyone, let's hold on for a moment. It appears we have wandered into a labyrinth, endlessly circling in the same spot. Let us ponder if there might be another way out of here. They examined the footprints ahead and then their own behind, confirming they were indeed identical. Earlier, we encountered 2 forks in the path. We chose the left one, and now we shall opt for the right. They retraced their steps repeatedly, but at long last, they discovered a correct direction, finally breaking free from the cycle of repetition. Why has it taken so long? And yet we remain unable to find an exit? This uncertainty was a source of great trepidation for Gu Chun. Perhaps we should abandon this endeavor. I sense a growing unease within me. Let us leave this place for the time being, he suggested cautiously. Chen Yuanfan acknowledged the wisdom in Gu Chun's words, noting that this environment hardly resembled a place of confinement. If one were to attempt living here, they would likely succumb to madness from the oppressive surroundings, water, and weaponry within a matter of days. Adam also yearned to depart, and the other 2 were already preparing to turn away, yet Adam seemed frozen in place. Why are you not leaving, Adam? Gu Chun inquired with curiosity. I cannot move. A snake has been watching me, he responded. At this revelation, a palpable tension and fear enveloped the group. Gu Chun cautiously searched for the serpent's location and finally caught sight of its form. It was unexpected to encounter a snake in such a place. Although unsure of whether the creature was venomous or not, prudence remained the wisest course of action. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Gu Chun and Adam were tasked with diverting the snake's attention, while Chen Yuanfan searched for stones in the vicinity. If they could successfully lure the serpent away, their escape would be assured. However, amidst his searching, Chen Yuanfan despondently discovered that there were no stones to be found nearby. Chen Shuefan shifted slightly and noticed that the snake seemed oblivious to his presence. Just hold on a moment, I will find a stone shortly, he urged. Meanwhile, Gu Chun and Adam were at a loss, doing their utmost to capture the snake's focus, hoping it would hesitate between them, thus granting Adam more time. Their greatest fear was that they had unwittingly ventured into the snake's den, complicating their escape. The thought of being trapped in such a predicament was daunting, without venom. They might have felt more secure, but the vibrant coloration of the snake's head suggested it was indeed poisonous, and they dared not move hastily. Have you found any stones? If not, we should temporarily retreat. We cannot all perish here. One of us must go for help or find a stone and return. We will do our best to buy you time, suggested Adam. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuanfan resolutely refused to abandon his companions, continuing his search for stones. Yet, it appeared that the area had been thoroughly washed clean by floodwaters, leaving no stones in sight. Both of you should abandon that notion. I will never flee alone. We enter together, and we shall exit together, all three of us safe and sound. I refuse to be ungrateful and leave you behind. I will soon find something to divert the snake's attention, he declared. Although Han Feng recognized Qin Yuanfan's good intentions, he urged him to leave without wasting more time. Nevertheless, Qin Yuanfan remained resolute, as if he had not heard. Ultimately, he discovered a shell, light enough to carry yet likely to catch the snake's eye. When he tossed it before the serpent, it immediately lunged for the shell, granting them a precious moment to breathe. They were immensely relieved that they had refrained from any movements upon encountering the snake. Otherwise, their speed would have rendered them unable to evade its strike. This snake is truly terrifying. I never anticipated encountering such a formidable creature. I vow never to provoke a snake again. We should depart swiftly, with a small snake present. It stands to reason that a larger, perhaps maternal snake lurks nearby, possibly accompanied by siblings. Leaving now is the wisest course of action, Qin Yuanfan concluded. The other two recognized the wisdom in his words and hastily retreated to the cave's entrance. However, just as they were exiting, they suddenly heard a sound akin to friction, sending waves of terror through them. They exchanged apprehensive glances and brandished their weapons, hoping to avoid a dire confrontation. Do not look back. If we can just make it out of this cave, we should be fine. Let us leap forward with all haste. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Gu Qin and Qin Yuanfan exchanged glances. Both intrigued by the possibility that Adam possessed an innate charm for snakes. Otherwise, how could they be so enamored with him? You all should leave and not worry about me, Adam's voice echoed. After searching for an opportunity, Qin Yuanfan and Gu Qin ventured inside, resolute in their decision to never abandon Adam. Although their acquaintance was recent and their bond not yet deeply forged, they had already regarded each other as steadfast brothers, the kind that would never forsake one another. They filled their clothes with stones and sharpened their daggers. Fortunately, when they descended, the Fire Wolf had provided each of them with a dagger for unforeseen circumstances, which they now found indispensable. I am fully prepared. We cannot leave Adam here, Gu Qin declared firmly. Qin Yuanfan nodded in agreement, and together they followed the traces of Adam's abduction. Upon reaching the end of their search, they were astonished to find Adam ensnared, evidently caught by human-made traps. Doubts began to surface regarding the presence of others in this vicinity. As they cautiously surveyed the cavern, their suspicions were confirmed. They had indeed stumbled into a serpent's lair. A colossal mother snake coiled menacingly, surrounded by countless smaller snakes, signaling that these younglings would pose a formidable challenge. Indeed, our initial assumptions were correct. This is the snake's den. We must drive these smaller snakes away, lest Adam become their prey. Rescue will be far more difficult if that were to happen, Qin Yuanfan remarked, nodding in agreement. They devised a series of rescue plans, using stones to create disturbances in various locations. Their strategy successfully distracted the smaller snakes, allowing them to inch closer to the mother snake, who remained vigilant, scanning her surroundings. If their deductions were accurate, snakes hunted based on thermal cues. I knew they were here all along, but their lack of significant movement lulled me into complacency. The mother snake mused. Qin Yuanfan and Gu Qin dashed towards Adam, with one of them poised to sever the ropes binding him. However, Adam had succumbed to the serpent's venom and lay unconscious. What audacity for a human to intrude upon my domain. This one shall become sustenance for my offspring. The mother snake thought, enraged at the thought of her meal being snatched away. She retaliated fiercely. Qin Yuanfan and Gu Qin, undeterred, carried Adam while fending off the mother snake's onslaught. The sight of her elongated fangs instilled trepidation, and as she gaped her maw, a foul stench enveloped them. We must not linger. This is not our territory. With the smaller snakes absent, we can contend with the mother snake, but if they return, we will be in grave peril, Gu Qin urged. Qin Yuanfan, heeding his words, sprinted forward. The mother snake, realizing their intent, pursued them with alarming speed, her sharp fangs seeking to pierce their flesh and incapacitate them. Yet, they proved too agile, outpacing even the swift serpent. Frustrated by her inability to catch them, the mother snake barreled through the cavern, causing stones to tumble around them. Had they not been quick on their feet, they might have been crushed beneath the debris. We must remain cautious of the falling stones. A single blow could be fatal, Qin Yuanfan cautioned, concerned that Gu Qin might struggle to carry Adam. He offered to take over. I can still manage. Let us escape first, and you can take over once we are outside, Gu Qin replied. They glanced back at the raging mother snake and pressed onward. Just as they neared the exit, the cavern began to collapse. Gu Qin, determined to ensure Qin Yuanfan's escape, braced himself against the falling stones. Qin Yuanfan, on the brink of despair, realized the enormity of the boulder that Gu Chen held aloft. "Stop dawdling and come here. What are you waiting for?" Gu Chen shouted. Hearing his friend's voice, Qin Yuanfan rushed forward, rolling out of the cave as exhaustion enveloped him. He let Adam slide from his back, kicking him out, thus becoming trapped at the entrance. The weight of the stone was insurmountable, and as Qin Yuanfan frantically struck it, he quickly understood that his strength alone might not suffice to shatter it. At this moment, Gu Chen's condition was far from ideal. When that stone fell, it had already inflicted a wound on his arm, and the scent of his blood began to permeate the cavern. It is said that human blood can significantly heighten the aggression of the mother serpent. The mother serpent gradually approached Gu Chen, yet in a sudden twist. The once frenzied creature became eerily calm, and the two found themselves locked in a silent gaze. Up until now, Gu Chen finds himself perplexed by the nature of this peculiar pattern. Is it truly intended to frighten him to the brink of death? The thought process of the serpent eludes him. What is the essence of this situation? Is this not the opportune moment for it to strike? Or does the snake require the act of devouring him to fulfill its purpose? Nearly 5 minutes have elapsed. Yet the serpent remains locked in a tense standoff with Gu Chen. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Gu Chen hesitated as he observed the serpent's movements, perplexed by its behavior. Was it perhaps a ritualistic act of consuming itself? Outside, Qin Yuanfan was in a state of frantic anxiety, utterly at a loss for what to do. He relentlessly struck the stone with his hands, only to discover that it remained completely impervious, showing no signs of damage whatsoever. The mother serpent appeared to be somewhat sorrowful, tears welling in its eyes as they glistened like dew. Gu Chen watched this spectacle, a sense of unease creeping over him. Could it be that something possessed emotions? Was there a need to express gratitude to the heavens for bestowing upon the mother serpent a feast? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Gu Chen gazed at the serpent before him, sensing an air of adorably foolish innocence about it, though its recent display of ferocity was undeniable. The snake's eyes glistened with moisture, wide and round, fixated on the man in front of it, evoking an odd mix of ugliness and charm. "Do we know each other?" Gu Chen inquired tentatively. To his surprise, the mother snake nodded in response. "But we have never met before," he continued. Perplexed by the situation, Gu Chen began to suspect that he had lost his sanity, engaging in conversation with the serpent. Upon hearing his words, the mother snake lay down and performed a series of wriggling motions, climbing up the wall only to tumble back to the ground, the sound of its fall echoing loudly. Gu Chen noticed a sense of familiarity in its movements, yet he could not recall where he had seen such actions before. The hopeful glimmer in the snake's eyes gradually dimmed, as if it had abandoned any expectation that Gu Chen would remember something significant. Strangely, he felt an inexplicable bond with the creature, a flicker of emotion that he couldn't quite identify. Meanwhile, outside, the members of the team were undeterred. Adam, groggy and sore, awoke to find himself with 2 distinct bite marks on his rear, presumably inflicted by the very snake they were discussing. "What are you doing?" he asked curiously. Qin Yuanfan recounted the events to Adam, and together they began searching for stones nearby, hoping to break through the boulder that blocked their way. "We must rescue Gu Chen. When I was taken, neither you nor Gu Chen abandoned me. I cannot forsake him now," Adam stated resolutely. Qin Yuanfan nodded in agreement. They were not ones to give up easily. Inside, Gu Chen's parents heard the commotion outside and cautiously took a step forward. The snake, believing that Gu Chen had recognized it, moved closer, but upon sensing Gu Chen's apprehension, it resigned itself to the ground, its expression one of frustration. Strangely, Gu Chen felt an urge to reach out and stroke the creature's head. When he finally realized what he was doing, he found his hand gently caressing the snake, which seemed to respond with a contented demeanor. At that moment, the obstruction at the entrance was shattered, and the waters began to surge in. Seeing Gu Chen in proximity to the snake, Adam instinctively raised the nearest stone and struck the serpent. The mother snake recoiled in pain and quickly shifted its position. Yet Gu Chen's gaze lingered on it, filled with reluctance and a hint of sadness. "Are you all right?" "When we entered, it looked as though you were about to be devoured," one of the newcomers remarked. Gu Chen shook his head, assuring them, "This snake has not harmed me. In fact, it possesses a unique bond with me. Please do not harm it. I feel as though we share some form of connection or misunderstanding. Allow me to converse with it further." Gu Chen approached the mother serpent, scrutinizing its form as it slithered by, a flicker of familiarity igniting within him. The mother serpent appeared to recall memories that resonated with Gu Chen. It lifted a stone and placed it before him. Upon grasping the stone, an idea suddenly sparked in Gu Chen's mind. He decided to amuse himself by teasing the serpent. He tossed the stone away, prompting the mother serpent to dart after it. After a brief interval, it returned, entwining the stone in its coils. Witnessing this scene, Gu Chen finally remembered that in another realm, he had once portrayed a small serpent. Eventually, due to the vehement opposition from his neighbors and the refusal of his parents, he had set the creature free in a vast forest during a tranquil night. Strangely, he later discovered it beneath his window at home. They had once delighted in such playful antics together. Is your name not Lai Chiener? Guchen inquired. Upon hearing this, tears streamed down the mother serpent's face, and it fervently nodded in affirmation, a gesture that conveyed a profound distinction from mere agreement. Chen Yuanfan and Adam looked on in astonishment, momentarily perplexed by the unfolding events, yet they seemed to grasp the essence of the situation. Gu Chun approached the mother snake and gently tapped her head with his own, only to discover that she was indeed the young version of herself from his childhood. How did you arrive in this world? Did you come here alongside me? He pondered. Yet I distinctly remember you as a small snake. How have you suddenly transformed into a massive python? Have you undergone a genetic mutation? The mother snake communicated a series of gestures with her body, while Gu Chun comprehended her movements. The other two individuals could not grasp their meaning and eagerly sought Gu Chun to elucidate the situation for them. She was once a little snake, frolicking freely, when, for reasons unknown, she found herself in this world, illuminated by the blinding light of a nearby vehicle. As time passed, she gradually evolved into her current form. She has lived here all along, believing she would never encounter me again. Yet, unexpectedly, we have crossed paths, and her joy is boundless. She wishes to accompany me, to remain by my side always, and now, no one can impede our union. Even Gu Chun himself could not fathom how he was able to interpret the snake's intentions. Perhaps it was due to their shared childhood, which had deepened their understanding of one another. The mother snake nodded vigorously at his explanations, while Chen Yuanfan and Adam looked on in astonishment, never having anticipated such a fascinating occurrence in their lifetimes. I heard you refer to her as Chen just now. Is that her name? Chen Yuanfan inquired with curiosity. Gu Chun nodded slightly. This is the name I bestowed upon it. Does it not evoke a sense of grandeur? Upon hearing this, the two individuals were left wondering just how much Gu Chun cherished wealth when he chose this name. Are you certain you wish to accompany me? He inquired. I shall be navigating the seas in the future, uncertain of the life that awaits me, nor the sustenance you may require. Are you sure? Upon hearing these words, Lai Chiener nodded in affirmation. If that is the case, then come along with me. Just as they were about to depart joyfully, they noticed the small snakes trailing behind Lai Chiener. Surely, she could not intend to bring these creatures along as well. That seemed rather implausible. Consequently, Lai Chiener expressed a series of gestures, prompting Gu Chun to interpret her intentions once more. Lan Xiang clarified that these small snakes were not his offspring, as he had yet to engage in mating. Thus, it was impossible for him to have sired them. They had existed since his arrival at this place, having grown alongside him, and their bond was one of siblings rather than that of mother and child. Lai Qian suggested that he return to bid them a proper farewell, and then they could proceed together to await their departure. After Gu Chun uttered these words, he led the two of them outside, leaving the farewells to them. Sometimes, one truly wishes to know what experiences Lai Qian shared with them. Lai Qianer felt an immense reluctance. Ever since arriving in this world, she had been accompanied by her little serpent. However, her master had returned, and she was to depart with him. Lai Qianer offered them heartfelt comfort before seeking them out. Have you bid your farewells properly? If you have, then let us ascend to the surface. Upon hearing this, Lai Qianer nodded. They had not anticipated that their search for a person would result in bringing a serpent back, and they wondered if the crew on the shore would be terrified by this news. Lai Qianer suggested that Gu Chun ride on her back, allowing her to swim to the surface. Gu Chun initially contemplated asking if the two could also sit upon her, thereby reducing their drag. But Lai Qianer recalled that these two had previously attacked her, and thus she declined. The two had no choice but to shake their heads in refusal. Let us slowly nurture our bond with Lai Qianer. We should first report this situation to our comrades, so that when Lai Qianer surfaces, they are not alarmed. Finding merit in their reasoning, she agreed. As they swam upward, they exchanged glances, both curious to experience the sensation of a massive water python gliding through the sea, wondering if it might be akin to riding a dragon. Alas, they had no such opportunity now. They would need to foster a good relationship with Lai Qianer, perhaps one day riding upon her for an exhilarating journey. Upon surfacing, they discovered Uncle Huolang seated at the front, with 3 traders bound behind him. The traders lay weakly upon the bed, clearly defeated. You guessed correctly. This bearded man indeed planned to conspire with the other crew members to betray you, intending to leave us stranded on these rocks while he fled on the warship. Huolang recounted the events verbatim. The 3 attempted to display expressions of remorse and utter pleas for mercy. Yet the current situation seemed to allow little room for such gestures. Initially, they had thought that if the traders wished to leave the ship, they could be placed in a safe location, free to pursue whatever they desired, even joining other pirates if they so wished. They would ensure ample provisions for them on the island. However, they had not anticipated such betrayal, which deeply saddened them. Now, the 3 regretted their choices. But it was far too late. By the way, Gu Chun had tamed a pet in the sea, a colossal python. When everyone sees it, they must not be afraid, for this python may soon live among us. Rest assured, it will not harm you, but do not provoke it. Speak to it in a calm manner, as it possesses a remarkable sense of understanding. When the other members heard this news, they expressed their disbelief. having spent many years at sea without ever encountering two individuals who would fear a mere water python. When Gu Qin was brought aboard by Lai Qian'er, the sight startled everyone on the ship. While they had encountered water pythons before, none had ever seen one of such colossal size. Some crew members were so frightened that they fainted. Gu Qin, feeling somewhat embarrassed, rubbed his nose, never expecting to frighten his fellow crew members. He had already informed them of the creature's arrival, yet they seemed unprepared for the reality of it. This water python is a friend I have nurtured since childhood, named Lai Qian'er. If any of you find him unappealing, please refrain from harming him. Simply avoid engaging with him. However, if you take a liking to him, you may gently stroke his head, and he will not retaliate. He possesses great intelligence, so rest assured. Even if the crew wished to refuse, it was too late. After all, this was the captain's pet. They decided to coexist for the time being, reasoning that if the creature were truly ferocious, the captain would not have brought it aboard. With an air of pride, Lai Qian'er slowly slithered onto the ship, astonishing everyone as this python was nearly 10 times longer than an ordinary water snake. Huo Lang observed the python with a sense of curiosity, as if recalling a past encounter from his youth when he had battled a similar creature in this very vicinity. Otherwise, he could not explain his familiarity with it. As Adamu turned around, the crew noticed 2 gaping holes in his trousers, revealing his pail behind. "Captain, what happened to your trousers? Do you need to patch them up or change into another pair?" Upon hearing this, Adamu suddenly recalled being bitten by a snake and, overwhelmed with fear, collapsed onto the deck. Whether to change trousers was now inconsequential. After all, he had been poisoned by the snake, and there was no antidote aboard. He feared he would not survive much longer. Lai Qian'er cast a disdainful glance at Adamu, who then languidly lay on the deck, astonished that the very creature responsible for his predicament was indifferent to his plight. Gu Qin approached Adam with a reassuring demeanor. "Rest assured, the snake is devoid of venom. It poses no harm to your body, aside from minor physical injuries, without any chemical repercussions." Upon hearing this, Adam sprang up from the stretcher, realizing that he was indeed unharmed. He hastily made his way to the inner cabin to change into a more dignified pair of trousers, for the current ones were utterly embarrassing. While Gu Qin acknowledged that the snake was Adam's pet and would coexist peacefully with the crew, he raised a pertinent concern. Should other pirates become aware of the snake's presence, they might be tempted to seize it or even plot against its owner. Perhaps it would be wise to keep the snake concealed for the time being. Gu Qin had yet to appear, and already the atmosphere soured, prompting an outburst from him. Huo Lang, unaware of his misstep, could not fathom what had provoked such discontent. "Uncle Huo Lang, might I kindly suggest that you offer him some water next time you address him? Otherwise, he may take offense." Upon hearing this, the crew aboard the ship erupted in laughter, astonished by the charming and amusing serpent. Rest assured, they do not stoke the flames of anger. "Uncle Huo Lang, you are welcome to come and observe. The scales on Qian'er are exceptionally resilient, impervious even to the likes of their wooden spears." Huo Lang, intrigued by this assertion, approached cautiously, running his fingers over the scales, confirming their formidable toughness. Adamu, having changed his attire, finally noticed the 3 individuals bound before him. He had initially assumed that the bearded man would remain steadfastly loyal, yet surprisingly, it was she who first broached the subject of betrayal. Disappointment clouded his gaze as he looked at the bearded man, who silently pleaded for mercy. However, still under the influence of a tranquilizer, he could only maintain a stoic expression in response to Adamu's scrutiny. "What shall we do with these 3 traitors?" Adam mused. "As it stands, it is merely the 3 of us deliberating this matter. I am indifferent. You 2 can reach a consensus and inform me when you are ready." A hint of regret laced his words, for the betrayal of his subordinates weighed heavily upon him. To plead on their behalf at this juncture would irrevocably tarnish his standing before these 2 brothers, leaving him unable to hold his head high for the rest of his days. Gu Qin and Qin Yuanfen exchanged glances, fully aware of the thoughts occupying Adam's mind. They approached him, placing their hands gently on his shoulders. Initially, their intention had been to abandon them on the rocky outcrop, allowing fate to take its course. However, considering their bond as his brothers, they decided that if they encountered a picturesque island suitable for habitation on their journey to the next marked location, they would ensure to leave them there. Upon hearing these words, Adam embraced the 2, taken aback by their genuine concern for his well-being. Truthfully, these 3 brothers had been by his side for many years, and a sense of camaraderie had undeniably developed. Thus, Adam found solace in their thoughtful handling of the situation. "Thank you, my brothers. Your actions resonate deeply within me, and I shall forever cherish them." Gu Qin and Qin Yuanfen exchanged glances, then struck his chest with their fists. "We are all brothers. Let us refrain from engaging in any trivial matters. We should swiftly proceed to our next destination, as it appears this place does not hold what we seek." Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. Qian, meanwhile, lounged lazily on the bed, basking in the sunlight. Having spent an extended period beneath the sea, she had long been deprived of the sun's warmth. "I have prepared a meal," Fire Wolf humbly declared. "Though my culinary skills may not match yours, it should still be palatable. You have worked hard today. Please make do with my cooking for now." Gu Qin, Qin Yuanfen, and Adam nodded after hearing these words. As they began to partake in the meal prepared by Uncle Huo Lang, it was not that the food was inedible. In fact, it was somewhat delectable. However, having already savored the culinary creations of Gu Qin, this meal felt slightly lacking in flavor, leading each of them to eat sparingly. What is the matter with you? Are you feeling a bit downcast? Or is it that my cooking does not please your palate? You seem to eat without enthusiasm. With each of you consuming but a single bowl at a painfully slow pace, Lang remarked, a hint of hurt in his voice. If Lang recalled correctly, his culinary skills were quite commendable. Compared to the other three rascals, he considered himself a veritable culinary deity. Father, it's not that your cooking is lacking. It's just that Gu Qin's dishes might be a touch more exquisite. When Gu Qin prepares his next meal, you shall understand why we struggle to enjoy this one. Since my son has articulated it so, I must certainly sample Gu Qin's cooking, Lang replied. Once they had finished their meal, they noticed that Lai Qian remained languidly sprawled on the boat, leaving them at a loss for what to feed him. Gu Qin approached Lai Qian, inquiring about her culinary preferences, for one cannot endure hunger indefinitely. Lai Qian gestured towards the depths of the sea with her head, and then proceeded to enact a series of motions. There was no need for concern regarding Lai Qian, as she assured that should hunger strike, she would venture into the ocean to procure her own sustenance, refraining from consuming the provisions of others, thus alleviating any worries. The group harbored no apprehensions about Lai Qian pilfering their supplies. Rather, their curiosity lay in what she might consume and what nourishment she sought. Their voyage upon the sea continued smoothly, devoid of peculiar encounters or hostile entities, and they were fortunate to evade the clutches of belligerent pirates. Ahead lay a picturesque island, prompting the crew to disembark and ascertain the presence of edible treasures. Should they discover any, they were to replicate their prior actions and return with their finds, ensuring nothing was squandered. The crew had grown unwavering in their trust towards Gu Qin's assertions. Observing the verdant flora flourishing on the ship's deck, they recognized the validity of Gu Qin's words. It was indeed the cultivation of such greenery that afforded them daily access to fresh produce, sparing them from the monotony of an all-seafood diet. Recently, they had been diligently preparing soft bones, fearful of the consequences of inaction. Upon exploring the island once more, they found little beyond coconuts, devoid of any other edible delights. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Gu Qin swiftly sliced the coconut open, inviting them to savor its refreshing juice. They discovered that the coconut water was truly delightful, suitable for crafting a beverage. If everyone enjoyed it, they could transport all the coconuts onto the ship. But they must avoid exposing them to the harsh sunlight, ensuring they are stored in the cabin instead. The crew nodded in agreement, having already brought everything down. Gu Qin took another stroll around the island, uncovering additional edible provisions to bring back, providing them with sustenance for a while longer. Observing the three traders sprawled on the ship, they ultimately relinquished some of their food, placing it beside them. Gu Qin and his companions also left behind some rice and additional sustenance. What we have done is a testament to your humanity. I hope you will refrain from repeating such foolishness in the future. Live well here, and in time, you shall be grateful to us. This path was chosen by you. I once believed you would accompany me on this maritime journey, yet it is you who have betrayed me most profoundly. You have truly disappointed me, Adam lamented. With that, Adam turned and boarded the ship with Gu Qin and Qin Yuan Fan, disregarding the sorrowful whimpers of his three subordinates behind him. Gu Qin and his companions navigated their warship across the vast ocean, observing Ada Mu's rather despondent demeanor. They could empathize with her current state of mind. After all, being betrayed by one's most trusted ally is a bitter pill to swallow. Even Ada Mu found it somewhat difficult to accept. One by one, Gu Qin and the others approached her in an effort to offer solace. Do not allow the actions of a few traitors to tarnish your spirit. The boundless sea is our true home. We must hold our noble heads high and gaze resolutely forward. While I understood their intentions, I couldn't help but reflect on the fact that the bearded man had been by my side for a considerable time, sharing in both peril and triumph. I had thought him to be my most steadfast brother, only to discover that he was the first to betray me. However, fret not, I, Ada Mu, having traversed these waters for so long, will not dwell in sorrow. I shall soon regain my composure. Very well, Gu Qin replied. But if you have anything weighing on your mind, do share it with me when you have the time. I will be your most devoted listener. Ada Mu looked at Gu Qin with gratitude, saying, I truly appreciate your support. I am well aware that enduring prolonged suffering is far less desirable than a swift resolution. Discovering these traitors beforehand is indeed fortuitous. Otherwise, it could have led to significant troubles at a critical moment. There's no need for thanks. Since we are all in this together, we are bound as brothers, sharing both fortune and adversity. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Gu Qin swiftly turned around and inquired, what happened? What could possibly cause such alarm? Boss, we have spotted another warship on the distant sea, and it is rapidly approaching us. Their aggressive demeanor suggests they harbor ill intentions, came the reply. Oh. Let me take a look, Gu Qin said, disregarding the need to further comfort Adam and hastening into the command center. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Adam recognized that this was not the time for melancholy reflections, and he too steeled himself, following Gu Qin into the command room. Given their aggressive approach, It seems they are indeed preparing to strike, Gu Chen remarked, furrowing his brow as he observed the radar's blips. Boss, what should we do now? Should we retaliate? Let us refrain from rash actions for the moment. We must ascertain their true intentions first. Gu Chen gestured to halt his subordinate's eagerness to engage. This warship looks strangely familiar. I feel as though I have seen it before, Adam pondered aloud, glancing at the vessel. Do you recognize the owner of this warship? Gu Chen asked, intrigued by Adam's expression of uncertainty. After all, Adam had roamed the seas for over a decade, and his knowledge of various individuals and encounters far surpassed that of the inexperienced newcomers. It appears familiar, yet I cannot place who it belongs to at this moment. Adam admitted. Regardless of who it is, should they dare to attack us, we shall confront them and discover their identity then, Gu Chen murmured, casting his gaze towards the approaching warship. Just then, the opposing vessel drew ever closer. A booming voice echoed through their loudspeakers. Halt your ship immediately. All crew members, stand on deck and surrender your treasures. If you comply, we may let you go unharmed. Otherwise, do not blame us for being ungracious. The crew realized that these individuals were indeed targeting them. Order all crew members to prepare for battle, Gu Chen commanded, understanding that evasion of conflict today was improbable. Every member aboard the ship readied their weapons, aiming at the oncoming warship. With a swift motion, Gu Chen released an arrow that struck a man on the opposing ship squarely in the forehead, causing him to plummet into the sea. This arrow acted as a spark, igniting fury in the adversaries who were enraged by Gu Chen's preemptive strike. Brothers, return fire. We must force them to surrender for daring to attack us first. Let them witness the might of the Aduwal, came the rallying cry from the opposing ship. The battle escalated. The air filled with the whistling of bullets and the hum of arrows as both sides engaged fervently, rapidly reaching a fever pitch. The Aduwal? This is indeed the first time I've heard of it. Their strength appears commendable, Gu Chen mused, taking the boastful shouts from the opposing ship seriously. At that moment, Adam, who had been observing, suddenly grew animated upon hearing Gu Chen mention the Aduwal. Ah, now I remember whose ship it is, he exclaimed. Have you recalled the owner of this vessel? Gu Chen asked, noting Adam's excitement, sensing he had made a significant discovery. I wondered why the ship seemed so familiar. Its owner is an old acquaintance of mine. We have had numerous dealings in the past, yet due to his insatiable ambition to expand his territory beyond a singular domain, we have not crossed paths in quite some time, causing me to gradually forget him. Do you believe your connection could persuade him to halt the attack against us? Gu Chen queried, hopeful that their prior acquaintance might mitigate the conflict. Adam shook his head with a wry smile that may prove exceedingly difficult. While we have collaborated on several occasions, it was always driven by mutual benefit, and our actual rapport was never particularly amicable. If the opportunity arose, we would not hesitate to eliminate one another without a moment's doubt. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen realized that his plans had fallen through, and it seemed he must resolve the matter himself. He said to Adam, this works out well. We need not hold back any longer. If we were to become acquainted, it would hinder our ability to act with full force. Thus, it is much simpler this way. You can proceed without hesitation. This individual has committed numerous heinous acts over the years, so eliminating him would indeed be a service to society. Let us act with full force and swiftly capture them. We might even uncover some valuable information. With that, Gu Chen joined the fray, and the tides of battle began to shift. As the opposing side found themselves at a disadvantage, ultimately being gradually subdued by Gu Chen and his companions. Seeing the dire situation, the bearded man attempted to flee by ship, but Gu Chen was not about to let him escape so easily. He promptly summoned his pet, the Shadow, to secure their vessel. As if by magic, a massive shadow emerged from the depths, belonging to his pet. It swiftly swam beneath the ship, wrapping its form tightly around it and pulling with great force. As the bearded man struggled to navigate the ship to safety, he suddenly realized that no matter how he steered, the vessel remained utterly immobile, a realization that struck him with dread. Before long, all the pirates aboard were slain, leaving only the bearded man in the cockpit, frantically attempting to operate the controls. Despite his desperate efforts, sweat pouring down his brow, it was all in vain. Gu Chen and his team successfully boarded the ship. Switch, my old friend, it has been ages. It appears your situation is rather precarious, Gu Chen remarked. The bearded man, startled to hear his name, looked up in astonishment. Oh, my God, Adam, is that truly you? Indeed, it is I. I am currently sailing with my newly appointed captain, and we were suddenly attacked by you, leaving me no time to recognize the situation before the battle ended. Switch was skeptical of Adam's words, but circumstances forced him to relent. He continued, all my men have been slain at your hands. I am curious how you intend to address this matter. Your fate is not mine to decide. How we proceed will depend on our captain's wishes. Oh, I am eager to see the individual you revere as captain, for I am intrigued to discover what unique charm could compel you, a dominator of these waters for over a decade, to bow down. This is our captain. Adam gestured towards Gu Chen, presenting him to Switch. As Switch scrutinized Gu Chen too assessed him thoroughly. The man was clad in tattered garments, his hair a chaotic explosion, but it was his prominent, ruddy nose that captured the most attention. Though not particularly tall, he gazed at Gu Chen without a hint of fear. Switch, regardless of your relationship with Adam, The fact remains that your unwarranted attack on our vessel today must be addressed. Therefore, produce whatever you possess that may preserve your life. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to send you on another journey. Observing Gu Qin's resolute demeanor, Switch, in a bid to save his own life, replied, I am willing to relinquish all my wealth in exchange for my survival, as this is a well-recognized treaty among pirates. What say you? Gu Qin noncommittally nodded. And sure Weiqi, believing he had acquiesced to his request, also nodded in agreement. He then led the group towards the cabin, swiftly halting before a sturdy iron door. Pointing at the door, he declared to the crowd, all my wealth lies within. Simply open the door to claim it. Gu Qin and his companions were taken aback to discover that Swig had chosen to carry all of his wealth on his person, a rarity among pirates. What are you waiting for? Open the iron door without delay. I can indeed unlock the door. But how can you assure me that you won't kill me once you obtain the treasure? Swig retorted. Do you truly believe you possess any bargaining power at this moment? To me, you have already lost your worth. I could end your life at any time. Swig's expression shifted several times before he finally sighed in reluctant acquiescence, ultimately complying and opening the iron door. As Gu Qin and his companions beheld the numerous massive chests within, their hearts swelled with elation, astonished by such an unexpected bounty. Have a few men carry these chests onto our ship, count them carefully, and then deliver them all to my quarters. Understood, Captain. Soon after, several individuals stepped forward, diligently transporting the chest one by one. Now, may I take my leave? Swig inquired cautiously, casting a glance at Gu Qin. Release you? When did I ever utter such words? You lack integrity. We had a deal. I offered all my wealth in exchange for my life. And yet you deny it so swiftly. If memory serves me correctly, it was you alone who proposed the exchange of wealth for life. I never consented. And what are we? Pirates. Do you truly believe you can negotiate honesty with pirates? Have you been drinking sour wine? Swig's countenance darkened, realizing that he was likely facing an unavoidable demise. After over a decade of navigating these waters, driven by ambitions of expansion, he found himself in such dire straits. Panic began to seep into Swig's demeanor. Captain Gu, if you would grant me my life, I promise to repay you tenfold, 100-fold, with even greater treasures. All I ask is that you spare me and allow me to live. Is that not possible? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Gu Qin shook his head once more, declaring, there is no need for further words. Regardless of what you say today, I shall not acquiesce to your demands. If blame is to be assigned, it rests solely upon you for provoking us without cause. Fortune and misfortune are but the result of one's own actions. Today, your fate is sealed. With that, Gu Qin raised his firearm, aiming it at Shivich's head, and pulled the trigger. The gunshot echoed, and Shivich's lifeless body slowly collapsed onto the deck. Just as Gu Qin was about to instruct his men to dispose of the corpse into the sea, an object resembling a parchment rolled in sheepskin emerged from Shivich's clothing. Capturing Gu Qin's attention, he reached out and extracted the item. What could this be? Upon unveiling it, Gu Qin discovered a deep brown sheepskin scroll. Its considerable were suggesting it had withstood the test of time, with frayed edges hinting at its long and storied past. Upon discovering a parchment made of sheepskin, Gu Qin was instantly filled with exhilaration. Based on his numerous experiences and the whispers of legend, he surmised that this ancient scroll undoubtedly contained a detailed map leading to hidden treasures, a revelation that had bestowed immense wealth upon countless fortunate souls, propelling them onto the path of prosperity. Gu Qin eagerly unrolled the parchment, yearning to discover the precious secrets concealed within this artifact that had been closely held by Shiveki. However, upon unfurling the scroll, his excitement quickly morphed into profound disappointment. The parchment lay barren, devoid of any markings, resembling more a mere keepsake than a treasure map. This disillusionment left Gu Qin crestfallen, as his eagerly anticipated trove had vanished before his eyes. He dismissed the parchment, carelessly tucking it into his cloak. After thoroughly searching Shiveki, he found no other valuables, and with a resigned sigh, he withdrew his hands and commanded his subordinates to cast Shiveki into the vast ocean. Boss, all the gold and silver treasures have been accounted for. We await your inspection before delivering them to your quarters. Very well, I shall proceed at once, Gu Qin replied, following his men to the place where the treasures were tallied. Before him stood dozens of chests radiating the allure of jewels, their brilliant colors nearly blinding him. A wave of joy washed over Gu Qin. He had not anticipated such a bountiful haul. Distribute all these treasures among the brothers, he instructed, pointing towards one of the chests. Thank you, boss. Thank you, came the jubilant responses as men hurried forward to lift the chest. The boss is bestowing riches upon us. Hurry over. The sailors flocked to Gu Qin, their eyes drawn to the enormous chest brimming with gold and jewels. Even if shared among them all, it promised each a handsome fortune. Long live the boss. Thank you. Cheers erupted around him, and Gu Qin could not help but smile. Brothers, let us share both fortune and hardship. Without each other's support, victory would have eluded us today, not to mention the acquisition of these riches. Therefore, the treasures within this chest will be distributed among all of you. Upon hearing Gu Qin's words, all the crew members were profoundly moved. They had not anticipated Gu Qin's extraordinary generosity. The wealth they had amassed since aligning themselves with him surpassed their previous annual earnings, which naturally engendered a deep sense of admiration and respect for Guchen. Guchen observed as everyone distributed the treasures from the chest. All right. Everyone may return to your respective duties. Rest assured, as long as you diligently follow my lead, wealth will certainly be abundant in the future. Upon hearing Guchen's words, the crowd promptly resumed their tasks, and the ship swiftly set sail once more. At that moment, as Guchen gazed upon the vast array of gold and silver treasures, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Despite the copious riches, Shiweichi had merely placed them in a room, secured only with a few iron locks, seemingly indifferent to their value. Yet, the parchment he had just extracted from Shiweichi was treated with utmost care, as if it were a lifeline. There must be some underlying mystery to this situation. Guchen, unable to continue counting the treasures, hurriedly returned to his chamber and retrieved the sheepskin scroll he had discovered on Shiweichi. After a thorough examination, he found no clues or indications of anything unusual, leading him to reluctantly set it aside. At that moment, he noticed Adam and Qin Yuanfan and quickly beckoned them over. Please summon Firewolf immediately. I have matters to discuss with you. Observing Guchen's anxious demeanor, Qin Yuanfan and the others did not dare to delay and promptly called for Firewolf, following Guchen back to his room. Boss, what is it that you wish to discuss? Your mysterious demeanor has truly piqued my curiosity, one of them inquired. Guchen smiled mysteriously and said, the reason I summoned you all here today is to discuss a matter that has been troubling me greatly. He then retrieved a parchment made of sheepskin from his bosom. The sheepskin scroll was discovered on Shiweichi. It was something she kept close to her. My instincts suggest that it is not merely what it appears to be. Yet, at first glance, it seems to be an ordinary scroll devoid of any markings. I would like to see if any of you might have insights or knowledge regarding this item that could lead us to a solution. Upon hearing the mention of a sheepskin scroll, the eyes of everyone present brightened, immediately associating it with the notion of a treasure map. They finally understood why Guchen had gathered them all. He suspected that this scroll held some mystery that warranted collective contemplation. However, after examining the scroll, a contemplative silence enveloped the group, for it appeared exceedingly mundane, lacking any extraordinary features. In that moment, Adam proposed a suggestion. I have heard that in the past, individuals would use an invisible ink to convey messages, rendering the writing invisible until exposed to fire, which would reveal the hidden text. Perhaps we should give it a try. With no other alternatives at hand, they agreed to proceed with the experiment. Guchen promptly fetched a candle and placed it at the center of the four of them, holding the sheepskin scroll over the flame. After a short while, something remarkable began to occur. Delicate black lines started to emerge on the scroll. A map. This is a map. Adam exclaimed excitedly, as Guchen observed the lines coalescing into a coherent form, revealing a complete map. Upon closer inspection, the group discovered that the location of the treasure corresponded precisely with their intended destination, invigorating their spirits. It appeared they would not need to go to great lengths, as they could conveniently locate the treasure along their route. Thus, Guchen commanded his subordinates to hasten their pace, urging them to swiftly proceed towards the treasure's location. Guchen and his companions advanced along the route indicated on the treasure map acquired from other pirates. However, I have always been somewhat perplexed. If we were to rediscover this treasure site, what course of action should we take? Should we still transfer the treasures aboard our ship? And how shall we manage these treasures? After all, we are destined to roam the seas for the entirety of our lives. Are we to relinquish them to the depths of the ocean? Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. Not only can we retain these treasures, but we could also venture to nearby islands and barter with the villagers for provisions. Have you forgotten how we procured the rice and vegetables you consumed? Upon hearing these words, Guchen and Qin Yuanfan nodded in understanding. They were aware that some crew members' hearts had already begun to shift. Some were drawn to the thrill of perilous adventures, while others yearned for a life of tranquility. What everyone harbored in their hearts was largely guessable. They desired a simple, unremarkable existence. Yet, little did they realize that the moment they arrived in Shanghai, their ordinary lives had come to an end. As they journeyed to the next destination, they would occasionally pass by a small island or perhaps a renowned matrix. If they so wished, Guchen offered to temporarily place them in Chengminju town, allowing them to experience a semblance of ordinary life. Should they change their minds, they could always reach out to him. When some crew members heard this, their hearts stirred. They longed for the mundane existence of an ordinary person, feeling overwhelmed by the constant threat of life at sea. Despite their desire to return home and embrace a commonplace life, they had never considered betraying their comrades. One man, after much contemplation, finally stepped forward. I am uncertain of what fate awaits me for this choice, yet I feel compelled to express my thoughts. I was forced into piracy against my will. I yearn for a simple life. I do not wish to continue facing peril on the high seas. I am the sort who thrives in serene circumstances, and I wish to return to land. With that, one crew member stood up, prompting others to follow suit, as if they had all been grappling with this choice for an eternity. In total, 5 crew members opted to return to life on land. Given that the situation had progressed to this point, they could not hinder those who wished to leave. If there are others among you who wish to return to the land, step forward. This opportunity may not come again. The remaining few exchanged uncertain glances, unsure of what decision to make. Do not concern yourselves with others, focus on your own desires. If you wish to continue adventuring with us at sea, stay. If you desire a stable life on land, step forward. Regardless of your choice, we shall ensure you are well taken care of. Ultimately, one more crew member emerged, tears streaming down his face. I am sorry. I too wish to accompany you to the end, to leave behind a legacy of glory at sea. Yet, I have endured enough wandering on the ocean. I long to return to land and embrace a life of stability. Now, there were 6 crew members poised to withdraw from the maritime journey. Very well. Since everyone has made their decision, we shall no longer impede your departure. Upon your arrival on land, we will present you with a few items, whether you choose to utilize them for your own living or sell them. They will undoubtedly provide you with considerable benefit and ensure your livelihood. This is the final gesture we can offer you. They hoped the crew would thrive on land and not suffer from the burdens of financial hardship. Hearing these words, the 6 crew members were overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in their eyes, astonished by the extent of their generosity. Firewolf approached them, acknowledging that though he had not spent much time with these crew members and understood their own aspirations, he was grateful they were able to consider others' well-being. In the previous instance of rebellion led by the bearded captain, these 6 members had refrained from stepping forward. It was not that they had not contemplated leaving. They simply felt that, in such a grand moment, to act as traitors would be a source of embarrassment. As they passed an island, the 6 crew members contemplated the possibility of continuing their lives there, though Gu Qin and Qin Yuan Fan were somewhat reluctant. This is merely an island. We cannot predict when a ship might pass by, and whether it can take you back is uncertain. It does not seem particularly safe here. They wished to linger a while, as this place seemed to align with their desires to continue living, though they were uncertain if it was feasible. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. After Gu Qin uttered these words, he, along with the other crew members, resumed their journey along the designated route, determined not to abandon their quest. The 6 crew members remaining on the island watched as the ship gradually disappeared, clasping their hands together as if bidding farewell. The others, witnessing the receding figures, were overwhelmed with a medley of emotions, yet they held no regrets regarding their choices, for they knew that their deepest desire was to embrace adventure. Let us not dwell in sorrow. Each member harbors their own thoughts and feelings, as they are living beings with unique modes of contemplation. Our task is to support them as best we can and to nurture the bonds of friendship that unite us. This is the only course of action that aligns with our conscience. Upon hearing these sentiments, Adam nodded, acknowledging that these brothers had indeed not experienced the best of circumstances alongside him. If they were now to find stability, he felt it only right to share in their joy. I must concede that you present a valid point. Indeed, these brothers have finally attained a semblance of stability and the instinct for survival, and it is only fitting that we celebrate their achievements. Simultaneously, we must persevere, for we shall not allow the departure of some to hinder our voyage. Xiaohe gazed at the departing figures, momentarily perplexed as to why they had chosen to remain on such an uninhabitable island. Qin Yuan Fan sat at the bow of the ship, and Gu Qin approached him, gently patting his shoulder and speaking up. Since those crew members departed, your countenance has shifted. Is there something amiss, my friend? Sometimes, I find their choices commendable. Had I been in their position, I too might have made the same decision. Yet, I cannot fathom why I chose to continue this journey with you all. Perhaps it is due to my father's sternness or the essence of our bloodline. In any case, I am filled with anticipation and joy at the prospect of continuing this voyage, likely stemming from a deep-seated passion within. Upon hearing these words, Gu Qin realized that Qin Yuan Fan was an astute individual. If he were to comprehend the situation, there would undoubtedly be no issues. Conversely, if he failed to grasp it, no amount of persuasion would penetrate his understanding. They had followed the map's guidance and were now in the vicinity, within a radius of 100 miles. If his suspicions were correct, this location must harbor some sort of mechanism. Otherwise, the sea would not appear so unnaturally calm. What should they do next? The group stared at the map, uncertain of their next steps. Initially, it depicted 2 forks in the road, but inexplicably, it had transformed into 3. Let us not panic. We should first explore our options and determine which path to take, one suggested. The others nodded in agreement, scrutinizing the routes and discovering that the choices were not significantly different. Let us proceed down this path, as I have observed that the route behind may prove to be more spacious, ensuring our vessel remains untroubled. Upon hearing this, the crew commenced their navigation forward. Through their relentless efforts and deliberations, they eventually arrived at the treasure site. The sight before them evoked a sense of nostalgia, as if they had returned to a familiar place. As per our usual protocol, you shall remain aboard to safeguard the ship while we disembark to inspect any peculiarities, they declared. However, just as they were about to descend, they were abruptly halted by the fire wolf, who was cryptically obstructing their path. You should refrain from descending for now. Even if this place conceals treasures, it is unwise to linger here. If you wish to preserve your lives, it would be prudent to depart swiftly. What has happened to my father? Weren't you eager to uncover the mysteries of this treasure? They questioned, perplexed by the sudden shift in attitude. The fire wolf, constrained by limited knowledge, struggled to articulate an explanation. The peril could only be demonstrated through action. Striking a match, He ignited a flame that soared 50 meters into the air, instantly engulfing the sky above the ocean in a thick blaze. This area was shrouded in mist. If they were enveloped by it, even the slightest movement of their ship could create friction with the surface, potentially igniting the volatile gases. The group was astounded to encounter such a terrifying phenomenon and yearned to flee, yet they feared the gaseous threat. Remain calm, as there is no gas ignited yet. An explosion is not imminent. If we proceed slowly, we should be safe, one reassured them. If this truly was the treasure site, it seemed they would have to relinquish their dreams. To preserve their lives, they had no choice but to retreat. However, calamity struck unexpectedly. As they cautiously navigated, the flammable gases ignited, engulfing them in flames, reminiscent of being encircled by fireballs. The searing heat was unbearable. Attempts to extinguish the flames with water proved futile, only intensifying the inferno. What shall we do? Why can't water extinguish the flames? The crew exclaimed in terror. The inability of water to quell the fire was a harrowing realization. While traversing the sea, they had never feared fire, for water was always within reach to quell such disasters. Yet now, the circumstances had drastically changed. What are we to do? Panic spread among the crew, leaving them at a loss for the next steps. Glancing at their surroundings, Gu Chun began to formulate some hypotheses. Dear Master, I sense you may be in dire straits. Perhaps you should wager with me. I might just provide a solution. In this moment of crisis, Gu Chun had no time for further gambles. You'd best retreat to where it's safe. With your intellect, you likely cannot conceive a resolution. I shall devise a plan myself. The system, incensed by this remark, retorted. Master, you are questioning my capabilities? Can such a trivial predicament confound me? Cease your boasting. The danger is imminent, so seek safety. At that moment, Gu Chun felt as though he were on the brink of being scorched, surrounded by flames. Although the water was ineffective against the fire, one could always resort to sand. Upon hearing these words, Gu Chun expressed his gratitude and then proceeded to manipulate the sand. The onlookers initially believed Gu Chun had lost his sanity in his haste. However, when they witnessed him casting the sand onto the flames, they swiftly comprehended the situation. Thus, they too began to search for soil. They did not extinguish all the flames, but instead quelled the fire in one direction before hastily escaping by boat. The experience was exceedingly perilous. They had not anticipated such danger. Nevertheless, gratitude was due to you, this erudite and resourceful system. It was at this moment that the system realized it had been cleverly outmaneuvered. Oh, my dear host, you have truly become increasingly cunning, employing provocation to your advantage. Once they emerged from the peril, a sense of profound confidence enveloped their faces, embodying the belief that survival after such a calamity would surely bring fortune. As they gazed at the treasure location receding into the dense fog, Qin Yuanfan felt a pang of reflection. One could only wonder what sort of individual could procure treasures from such a treacherous place. They had already claimed the sheepskin scroll as their own. It seemed unlikely that anyone in this world would ever uncover the whereabouts of that location again. Gu Chun was deep in contemplation, not for any particular reason, but rather recalling why he initially found the parchment so remarkable. It was primarily due to the meticulous manner in which Shi Wei Qi safeguarded the treasure map. They had procured a trove of gold and silver from Shi Wei Qi. Yet these riches paled in comparison to a mere piece of parchment. What secrets lay concealed within it? However, they currently lacked the capabilities to unravel this mystery. Gu Chun believed that retracing their steps would yield little in terms of fruitful discoveries. Yet, the innate spirit of exploration that resided within every pirate began to surface at this moment. Once they were adequately equipped and empowered, they would undoubtedly return to that location. He yearned to uncover the treasures that lay hidden there. The group set forth on their journey. The saying, surviving great adversity brings forth future blessings, seemed to resonate with them. Remarkably, their days at sea had been relatively calm, devoid of any tumultuous storms. Nevertheless, their pirate ship was in dire need of repairs, and the provisions on board required replenishment from a nearby village. Concerned that they might not find a suitable island to anchor at in the coming days, the pirates proceeded with caution, rationing their remaining supplies with great care, particularly the vegetables and fruits, consuming only a minimal amount each day. Uncle Huolang devised a meal plan for them, being an experienced pirate who had often faced such dire circumstances. Unlike others, he remained remarkably unperturbed, asserting that their situation aboard the ship was manageable. At the very least, they could rely on the ship's provisions for a while longer. And the waters in this region teemed with fish. The only caution was to avoid encounters with other pirates. As long as they maintained this distance, they could sustain their safety for an extended period. After 5 more days, their supplies were perilously low. Everyone was summoned to conserve their meager rations. Qin Yuanfan gazed through the telescope, hoping to catch sight of an island. Initially, escaping from the treasure site seemed to herald a stroke of luck, but it soon became apparent that many challenges still lay ahead, beyond their control. Yet, hope emerged. Qin Yuanfan indeed spotted an island, approximately 30 minutes away, though it remained uncertain whether it was inhabited. Nevertheless, the mere existence of the island was monumental news for the band of pirates. Gu Chun had not anticipated that they would find themselves in such a dire predicament. Alas, there were enemies. A voice, raised in alarm, echoed through the air, prompting everyone to take their positions. Following the direction of the shout, they beheld an unfamiliar pirate ship looming ominously before them. Other pirates were also lurking nearby. Damn it. Given the nature of pirates, upon sighting Gu Chen's vessel, it was unlikely they were contemplating a collaboration. Rather, they were probably eager for a confrontation, where the victor would reign supreme and the vanquished would be left to their fate, due to their dwindling supplies. The morale of Gu Chen's crew surely paled in comparison to that of their adversaries. They were oblivious to the condition of the enemy and uncertain how to confront them. The atmosphere was thick with despair. Just as they had glimpsed a flicker of hope, they were now on the brink of despair, facing the possibility of a brutal clash with other pirates. Could they truly emerge victorious? There's no need for excessive worry. We are formidable as well, one of them reassured. The enemy is not dissimilar to us. Look, their ship is not particularly grand. In fact, it may even be slightly smaller than ours. And their armament likely does not match ours in completeness. The only uncertainty lies in the quantity of weapons aboard their vessel. Gu Chen sighed deeply and exchanged a knowing glance with Chen Yuanfan, who possessed a remarkable ability to uplift the morale of the troops. Everyone must have faith in their own capabilities. This arduous battle may not result in our defeat, and it is quite probable that our adversaries are in a situation similar to ours. We have reached a critical juncture, devoid of resources, so let us remain confident. Only then can we endeavor to confront others. This sentiment held considerable merit. The other crew members aboard the ship listened attentively to Chun Yuanfan's words, their demeanor shifting slightly. Each person assumed a defensive posture, wary that a moment's inattention might lead to their demise at the hands of their foes. They waited in suspense for half a day. The pirate ship seemed oblivious to their presence, remaining eerily still, despite the proximity of the two pirate vessels. Not a single sign of friendliness or hostility had been exchanged. What could this possibly mean? Approximately half an hour later, the pirates began to lower their guard. Yet an inexplicable occurrence unfolded. The pirate ship that had troubled them for so long vanished into thin air. Chen Yuan then found this astonishing. How could a pirate ship simply cease to exist? Surely, what they observed could not have been a pirate ship. As the leader, Gu Chen maintained a cool head and analyzed their situation. Based on previous experiences, they must be encountering an optical illusion. He had just sighed in relief, recognizing that this was indeed not an opportune moment for conflict. Since it was merely a misunderstanding, they decided to proceed towards the island. Before long, they arrived. The island was inhabited by indigenous people. After disembarking from the pirate ship, a few individuals remained to guard their vessel while the rest ventured forth to procure sustenance. To the pirates' delight, it appeared that the locals were not overly fearful of them and engaged in normal interactions. Adam took the initiative to negotiate with the islanders, as he excelled in such matters, especially since they were willing to purchase vegetables and rice, which the locals would likely not refuse. Greetings. I am a traveler passing through. How much do you charge for your vegetables and rice? Can we exchange with gold coins? Adam inquired of an elderly gentleman. The elder paused momentarily, then resolutely shook his head. The harvest of vegetables and rice this year has been poor. We cannot sell any. Every family requires sustenance. And if we sell everything to you, how shall we survive? This was disheartening. Upon hearing this, the mood among the group soured significantly. They had initially hoped for a more amicable reception, but it seemed that friendliness was not to be found here at all. Boss, what should we do now? Gu Chen shook his head, realizing that they too lacked provisions, and that reaching the next isle would require time. Let us remain here for a few days, he suggested. Even the poorest harvest should yield some surplus. They decided to stay, intending to repair their pirate ship, which had endured numerous hardships at sea, rendering it considerably more dilapidated than before. It was precisely for this reason that Gu Chen contemplated remaining, for they possessed the means to survive in this place. Although they were unable to procure food from the island's indigenous inhabitants, they could still dwell here for a couple of days, exploring whether the island offered any edible resources. The small isle was replete with consumable vegetation, yet the group seemed unfamiliar with which plants were edible. They foraged for wild greens. Fatigued, they erected rudimentary tents and succumbed to slumber, ready to continue their exploration the following day. However, their expedition was abruptly halted by an unexpected visitor, the island chief, a native who intercepted them with a sigh. This island is not as simple as you envision, he cautioned. Our people cultivate very little land for a reason, which accounts for our modest yields. If you wish to survive, you must depart. The chief's words hinted at unknown elements residing on the island, intriguing the adventurous pirates. We are certain we can endure here, chief. What lies upon this island that instills such fear in you? Do you intend for your descendants to live in perpetual trepidation? The chief fell silent for a moment, acknowledging their audacity, as their words indeed confirmed their boldness. After a moment of contemplation, he acquiesced to their request. Should you manage to eliminate the source of our fears, we shall bestow upon you all the surplus provisions we possess. Others had declined such an offer solely out of fear. Each individual desired to retain some valuable resources, for while they lacked many things, food was their greatest scarcity. The prospect of a calamitous event depleting their own supplies made them cherish what little they had, although each household possessed a modest amount of expendable reserves. Gu Chen acquiesced. The island chief departed. Everyone was evidently exhilarated, as they had not anticipated such thrilling events occurring here. They were truly eager to encounter the so-called monsters they had mentioned. If they could genuinely assist the indigenous people in resolving a significant calamity on the island, it would undoubtedly be an exceedingly commendable endeavor. Guchen remained alert and composed. The indigenous inhabitants of this island were remarkably innocent and kind-hearted, residing here without being driven away, and even cautioning them about the presence of other entities on the island. Uncle Firewolf stepped forward with a sigh, stating, "We are here to search for sustenance to bring back to the ship, and then we shall depart swiftly." Did Firewolf possess knowledge of something? All eyes turned towards him, and with a hint of resignation, he continued, "I am aware of what these islanders fear. Upon my recent observation, it appears their lives are not excessively arduous, yet they certainly face challenges. How could they afford to construct such an exquisite altar?" Everyone seemed puzzled by Firewolf's insinuation. He understood that these young pirates still lacked the insight required to grasp the gravity of the situation. What I mean to say is that there is a strong possibility of ancient human presence on this island, potentially even cannibals. Cannibals. The legendary savages who subsist on human flesh could be found here. Noticing the calm expressions of his companions, Firewolf realized they were skeptical, and with a hint of frustration, he elaborated, "I recognize you may doubt the veracity of my words, for even I am hesitant to assert it definitively. Encountering cannibals on this island would be a terrifying ordeal. Moreover, they have pledged to address this matter with the local inhabitants. But if they are indeed cannibals, can they truly resolve this issue?" Everyone lowered their heads in contemplation, and Firewolf shook his own, observing the scene. After so many years, to think he might encounter cannibals on a small island, though perhaps that term was premature, as uncertainty lingered. Nonetheless, Firewolf was acutely aware that the truth aligned closely with his suspicions. There undoubtedly existed other beings on this island. "Uncle Firewolf, we comprehend your intentions. You wish for our safety. However, we are entirely out of fresh water, and here lies an opportunity to procure vegetables. Why should we not seize it? Furthermore, they were pirates, masters of the seas." The exuberance of youth surged forth, transforming Firewolf's somber words into a source of inspiration for them. Although Firewolf felt a sense of resignation, he could not help but admire the vitality and strength of the younger generation. If they were determined to proceed, then they should charge forward boldly. As an elder, he should not impede their spirit. "Very well, let us strive to uncover the secrets of this island, one by one." The existence of secrets on the island was an undeniable truth known to all. Previously, circumstances had forced them to forfeit an opportunity to explore for treasure. But now enthusiasm was rekindled, and they were reluctant to leave this place. Exploration and adventure were the very essence of a pirate's life. As they ventured deeper, an eerie and uncanny atmosphere enveloped them. Creatures existed, yet remained eerily silent, as if the entire jungle trembled at their presence. "I must admit, I am feeling a bit fearful." Adam could only utter such flippant remarks to maintain his composure, albeit met with a disapproving glare from Firewolf. In such circumstances, it was inappropriate to speak so loudly. They had promised the island's inhabitants to exercise utmost caution during their mission. Everyone held hands, dismissing any embarrassment as a means of survival. They were aware that excessive noise could attract unwanted attention. All present heeded Uncle Firewolf's words. Among them, only Firewolf possessed substantial knowledge about ancient humans. Though others had their experiences, their understanding paled in comparison to his. They successfully traversed a considerable distance within the jungle. Signs of human habitation were evident nearby, suggesting that Firewolf's conjectures bore merit. He may have misjudged the specific type of ancient humans, but he had not erred in recognizing their existence. A sense of suffocation and regret washed over the group. Nevertheless, brave pirates never yield. Some trembled in fear, yet outwardly maintained an appearance of courage. They scrutinized every inch of the land around them. Upon reaching the edge of the jungle, they encountered no ancient humans, discovering a hiding place that allowed them to exhale in relief, but vigilance remained. A few pirates gathered firewood, an eternally useful resource. They sat together, somewhat incredulous at the mysterious nature of this place. Within the jungle lay what seemed to be a small tribe, evidenced by the sight of structures. These dwellings were clearly not inhabited by the indigenous people, but rather by the ancient humans they had come to investigate. Their refuge offered a view of the outside world, where they observed a group of primitive humans clad in animal skins laboring in the fields. Indeed, we now know whom to approach for agricultural products. Uncle Firewolf, can you discern their ethnicity? They suddenly do not appear to be cannibals. Firewolf remained silent. Such determinations could not be made merely by a fleeting glance. If that were the case, he would be underutilizing his talents by staying here. Whether they are cannibals remains unclear. Let us observe a while longer. The ancient humans commenced singing in a language entirely foreign to them, inducing silence among the group, followed by the sound of their normal discourse. What are those outside the jungle planning to do? They are utterly disgracing our reputation as cannibals. Those who have dwelled here have not sent us any support. Several pirates exchanged glances. If the group outside the jungle were indeed cannibals, then their arrival here would mean they had fallen into the island chief's trap. They had not been persecuted by the island's cannibals. In fact, they were eager to return and ally themselves with them, while the pirates merely served as tools for their reintegration into their kin. Such realizations were easily comprehended, casting a pallor over their faces. If that were the case, Should the island chief arrive now to inform them of their existence, how long could this hiding place truly remain concealed? Their refuge was merely an ordinary cave, albeit well hidden. It might not appear to be of a size suitable for ordinary humans, yet it encompassed its own realm. However, the space was limited, which was why they quickly dismissed the suspicion of cannibals discovering their location. Yet, concerns lingered regarding their provisions. Clearly, others had resided here before, raising the question of who required such sustenance. Footsteps echoed in the cave, causing a palpable tension among the group as they hastily concealed themselves behind the rocks. It appeared that a tribe of cannibals had arrived, accompanied by a young girl of human descent. After a brief exchange of conversation, the cannibal retrieved some provisions and swiftly departed. Yet, they were acutely aware that the girl would not leave. The individual brought in was likely of considerable significance and potential utility, but such concerns were not their immediate priority. The pressing issue at hand was their inability to escape. Soon, their presence would be disclosed to the cannibals by the island's chief, revealing that they had brethren still on the island. Would they simply stand by, helplessly watching their comrades meet a grim fate in such a dismal manner? I am aware that others have appeared here. Come forth. Will you not divulge this to the cannibals? Gu Chun, Firewolf, Adam, and Chen Yuanfan emerged and were taken aback by the sight of a young human girl seeking money. Though captivated, they felt a pang of anxiety. They had concealed themselves so thoroughly, yet a mere girl had managed to uncover their presence. As you can see, although I am not a sacrifice here, I am being forced into marriage with the chieftain of the cannibal tribe. Her gaze turned icy as she spoke. They brought me here to compel my compliance. So I have been feigning obedience while biding my time for an opportunity. Despite the grim reality of their situation, her arrival indicated a glimmer of hope. Their lives should not end here. Let us collaborate, Gu Chun stated plainly. I understand that we may seem like inexperienced youths to you, yet we possess some degree of capability. If we manage to escape, we will take you with us, sailing across the sea. If you prefer, we could even deposit you on a nearby island, close to the mainland. The girl chuckled softly at this proposition, surprised that she had indeed found allies. She nodded at the group. Very well. I shall divulge everything I know. The cannibal tribe, she explained, was not fundamentally different from humans. They were merely stronger and more adept in combat. The reason many of them ventured beyond the jungle was that devouring humans felt akin to consuming their own kin. The island leader they had encountered was no ordinary figure. Publicly, he was the head of the jungle, but secretly, he had become the second in command to secure a steady supply of fresh meat. If he were to be obstructed by the obstinate individuals outside, his position would be jeopardized. I foolishly believed we had found a benevolent soul here, she lamented. That island leader is a beast in human guise, unworthy of the title. The girl recounted her tale. How she was once an ordinary child until a maritime mishap led her to this dreadful place, bound by the cannibals with no hope of escape. Protecting Gu Chun and his companions was her endeavor to find a means of survival. If I assist you, would you rescue me from this wretched place? She asked earnestly. The pirates contemplated her request and agreed. They were all mere humans, yet in this dire situation, the girl's willingness to aid them warranted their gratitude in return. If we can extricate you from this place, we shall certainly do so, for our ultimate goal aligns, to escape this hell. Initially, they had intended to assist the island's inhabitants in procuring vegetables and rice, but instead, they had been ensnared by the treachery of the so-called leader. Will we be discovered here? She pondered, aware of her status as a sacrifice and the multitude of guards present. You shall not be found. She reassured them with a smile. You have yet to see what lies beneath the stone you've hidden. Upon inspection, they discovered a narrow tunnel, painstakingly excavated by the girl over the past days, containing several torches for their escape. If we cannot exit directly through the jungle, we shall dig our way out, she proposed. She had meticulously crafted an illusion of robust appetite, ensuring that the meals delivered to her were plentiful, even receiving uncooked vegetables and rice to prepare her own meals. She had untied her bindings and cleverly concealed her supplies, creating portable rations. With the strength of numbers, their chances of successfully fleeing this place would be far greater than her solitary efforts. As long as their plan remained undiscovered, escape was indeed feasible. The group expressed their approval of her strategy. However, news from the outside world was equally pressing. Hearing sounds from beyond, they peered out to see the island leader, who had deceived them into arriving here, appearing somewhat diminished in status. His obligatory greetings to others suggested he had lost favor, slightly lifting their spirits. During this time, outsiders had arrived on the island, and she had intentionally lured them into the jungle, a gift for the tribe, hoping they would appreciate it. It became evident that the island leader was merely a tool to maintain his position in the tribe, necessitating connections with local inhabitants for credit. Outsiders in the jungle? They furrowed their brows, realizing they had been oblivious to events unfolding beyond their knowledge. The leader, taken aback, insisted he had orchestrated a beneficial situation for them, believing they were contemplating how to repay him. Indeed, you were clever to bring genuine humans here, but where are they? Our people have not encountered anyone as you claimed. Where have they gone? The island leader, caught off guard, stammered, I do not know. They should be here. Perhaps they discovered the truth and left prematurely? But even if they did, they should have left some trace. I understand you may feel exiled and wish to prove your worth to us. Yet we have seen no evidence of your efforts. How can we acknowledge you? A cannibal remarked with a sigh. Damn it. No. I refuse to believe that those fools could see through my masterful performance, he retorted defiantly. No matter who comes, I will not be convinced. And thus, he clung to the belief that he was not exiled, for he continued to oversee the organization of the cannibals, ensuring they cultivated their crops successfully. The onlookers, engrossed in the unfolding drama, found a certain humor in the situation. It was rather amusing that those who had deceived them held a position of such insignificance. Their deceit was merely a desperate attempt to elevate their own status, even enduring humiliation from the local cannibals. A person of integrity would have long since severed ties with such individuals. The girl exchanged glances with them, and they promptly understood her silent cue. Pushing aside the stones to create a narrow gap through which they could breathe before slipping inside, she adeptly secured their exit, awaiting the arrival of the island chief in silence. The chief, in her presence, exuded an air of superiority, and had she not been confined in that place or overheard their conversation, she would have remained oblivious to the fact that all of it was meticulously crafted by him. I know you are watching from the shadows, probably mocking me in your thoughts, the chief's voice rang out, causing Gu Chun and his companions to tense in anxiety. Chen Yuanfan, accompanied by Adam, began to dig in the direction the girl had indicated, striving to excavate as much as possible, hoping that they might find a means to escape this winter moonlit island. Now, tell me honestly, have you seen anyone like yourself today? The chief sneered, and Gu Chen's group remained unaware of his grotesque demeanor, oblivious to the girl's inner turmoil as she shook her head firmly in denial. Your inquiry is utterly pointless. I have been here the whole time. What are the chances I would encounter them? She retorted, the absurdity of the situation dawning upon her. After all, on this island, apart from the recent arrivals, she was the only normal human left. If those humans caught sight of her, they would undoubtedly interrogate her with fervor. My lord, the inspection time has arrived. The offerings are not to be treated as mere spectacles. If you linger too long, I shall face punishment, and if my actions disturb your mood, I beg your forgiveness. Those beneath the rocky cavern were preparing to emerge, yet the girl remained motionless. Chen Yuanfan initially contemplated digging his way out, but Gu Chen halted him, insisting they continue their previous efforts without attempting to escape just yet. It seems there truly is nothing of concern here, the chief's voice echoed again, sending shivers down their spines. I have no obligation to intervene in matters that do not concern me. I have already cast my lot. Why complicate matters further? I am a clever individual, as you well know. The girl sighed, her tone laced with resignation, seemingly taken aback by the chief's perception of her naivety. Though he desired a certain answer, it was clear that a gathering of humans could only lead to trouble. Avoiding this sacrifice was undoubtedly a wise choice. Yet he still exhaled heavily. It appeared that their group possessed some cunning, managing to keep their true identities hidden, and he pondered where they might be. If he were to discover their location, the chief eventually departed, but the girl hesitated, fearing that others might follow him, which would spell disaster. She lowered her voice, instructing, for now, do not venture out, just hold steady in that cavern. I have a feeling someone will seek me soon. This indirectly confirmed the gravity of the situation that Gu Chun and his companions had stirred. They could only imagine the fate that would have befallen them had they chosen a different path instead of this cave, likely discovered and met with a grim end. Now, they could only hope to avoid drawing the attention of the pirates aboard the ship. However, Gu Chun believed they were safe. Only he, Chen Yuanfan, Adam, and Huolang had ventured into the jungle, and they had communicated with their allies to prepare their defenses should they fail to return. Although provisions aboard the pirate ship were scarce, the remaining few could manage their rations for a week without much trouble. If that were the case, the most pressing concern remained their escape. The cannibals, in fact, consumed vegetables as well. They had become somewhat civilized over the years, and the notion of devouring human flesh was merely a self-deception. Their very genes had transformed due to years of a plant-based diet. Were she truly a sacrifice? The way they gazed at her would resemble that of hunger, yet their expressions resembled those of fellow humans, or perhaps even kin. The cannibals beyond the jungle had not merely been exiled by a fictitious tribe. Rather, they were the first to realize that the cannibalistic nature had evolved. They no longer indulged in the casual consumption of humans, as the guilt associated with such acts weighed heavily upon their spirits. Listening to the girl, they nodded in agreement, acknowledging her suitability as a pirate. Her calmness in the face of adversity and her insightful analysis were commendable. With such a reliable ally, if they failed to escape, it would be a grave disservice to her. Yet, the girl refrained from allowing them to surface. The individual who had just spoken with the chief approached, likely the next leader of the cannibals. Observing the girl cowering in the corner, he couldn't help but chuckle. You haven't wronged us, have you? She lifted her head and gently shook it. Should you suspect others, I commend your courage, but to doubt me seems rather absurd. She glanced at the ropes binding her, finding humor in the situation. If I were to encounter my kind, I would certainly assist them. Yet, do you truly believe I possess the means to aid them now? Humans, after all, were creatures that cowered in the face of adversity. The girl did not feign innocence. She simply articulated her dire circumstances, rendering him momentarily uneasy. You enjoy lavish provisions every day. That is the quickest way to lose your edge. Spare me your sob story. What if you truly did assist them? Though her expression remained composed, she could not suppress a scoff at such a question. The notion of helping them while punishing herself was ludicrous. She would assist if she chose to. It had nothing to do with these twisted individuals. The day of sacrifice loomed near, and as the days passed, her meals would grow increasingly sumptuous. "You want to fatten yourself up. When it comes time to feast, we shall relish it even more," he remarked before departing. Once outside, however, his mind replayed the horrific imagery of consuming human flesh, sending chills down his spine. What if he became like those cannibals who, after listening to the entire conversation, Guchen felt a sense of admiration for the young lady before him. She possessed both courage and wisdom, a rare combination in someone so young. "Do you think I'm truly remarkable? So many have approached me with questions, yet I remained completely composed, never revealing my true self to anyone," she stated, her straightforwardness shining through. Observing their expressions, she couldn't help but chuckle. "In truth, I also consider myself quite capable. However, no matter how skilled I may be, I lack the means to escape alone. So rest assured, we should work together harmoniously. By the way, I am Ansha. Feel free to call me by that name." Guchen nodded and asked, "Ansha, do you wish to join us as pirates?" She would undoubtedly make an exceptional pirate. The three bystanders gazed at Guchen with incredulity, astonished that he could be even more cunning than they had anticipated. Encountering a beautiful maiden, he devised such a charming approach to entice her into their ranks. However, if the subject were indeed Ansha, it did seem as if they were specifically attempting to recruit her as a pirate. Ansha responded with a nod. "In truth, I have always harbored a dream of becoming a pirate, yet I cannot guarantee that I will remain with you indefinitely. Perhaps I have my own path to pursue. The future is uncertain, and we shall discuss this further later. You ought to introduce yourselves to me as well." Having noted everyone's names, they were about to embark on a life of inseparable companionship. "Perhaps you could collect some vegetables from the cannibals. Pirates must be particularly deprived of greens, right?" This statement held merit, for at sea, in the absence of meat, most would resort to consuming fish, or worse, entirely neglect vegetables, leading to scurvy, which would thwart their adventurous aspirations. It seemed they not only had to escape from the cannibals but also needed to pilfer their vegetables. "I have been observing the cannibals' garden for quite some time. Allow me to inform you that the garden is typically occupied only at night, as the cannibals are generally asleep after dark. Since this is their territory, unless an external force intervenes, no one can challenge the cannibal strength, rendering them completely unguarded at night. Even Ansha's guards would be fast asleep by then. Indeed, complacency breeds inertia. Once free from her constraints, Ansha accompanied them to the garden, where they harvested a multitude of various vegetables. They also procured several baskets crafted by the cannibals to carry their loot. This band of vegetable thieves stashed their bounty in a secret hideout, while Ansha had persistently urged Chen Yuanfan to continue digging, primarily to prepare for the worst-case scenario that they might need a means of escape, alongside their vegetable haul. How much time remained until the day of the sacrifice? The day would surely attract a multitude of people. Leaving amidst the chaos would be most advantageous. As for the vegetables and fruits, they could be discarded if necessary. They assessed their progress in digging, determining how far they had tunneled. If all went well, an additional 3 nights of work would suffice for their escape. Chen Yuanfan gestured to indicate that he had already excavated nearly 200 meters of narrow tunnel, an impressive feat, especially considering that Ansha had labored alone for a considerable time without achieving such progress. 200 meters. While that may seem brief, by continuing to dig along this distance, they could find a place to flee. 1,000 meters away lay an abandoned cave, typically devoid of visitors and quite concealed. "I stumbled upon this cave by chance. We should strive to reach it." It was indeed a little-known locale, perfect for their escape. Once they left this wretched place together, surely they could all thrive elsewhere. The day of the sacrifice soon arrived, and their tunnel was completed. The exhilaration Chen Yuanfan felt upon breaking through was indescribable. As Ansha had mentioned, no cannibal was aware of this location. To ensure their safety, they added numerous The group led by Guchen appeared utterly disheveled, unmistakably indicating that they had returned under extraordinary circumstances. They seemed oblivious to the urgency of their situation. If they were captured by that band, it would spell doom for all aboard. They were at a loss as to which direction to steer the vessel when Uncle was suddenly suggested, "Let us seek the treasure we previously failed to uncover." There was no room for hesitation. Time was of the essence. They unfurled the sails and set course towards their prior destination. As they drifted a considerable distance from the island, they could discern the frantic figures of the poets in the distance. "Boss," one of them spoke candidly, "to be honest, while they were unaware of our intentions, we discreetly acquired a small quantity of rice." Guchen cast a glance and noted the considerable amount of rice they had gathered. It appeared quite abundant. They had procured it from the island chief, who possessed a vast expanse of land and a plethora of crops. To their surprise, it was not apparent at first glance that the island chief was indeed among the wealthier inhabitants of this isle. "How have you fared during these days?" With their absence, the pirates aboard the ship must surely be less than jubilant, and their disappearance was not merely a casual absence, but rather a sudden vanishing act that left everyone quite anxious. The island chief had approached to inquire about Gu Chun and his companions, but sensing something amiss, they simply informed him that Gu Chun had boarded the ship, which was in need of repairs, hence their prolonged stay. They harbored a nagging suspicion that the island chief refrained from taking action against them due to the formidable arsenal of weapons and cannons they possessed. Development on the island progressed at a glacial pace, and the villagers had likely never even laid eyes on such weaponry. A single cannonball could obliterate a village in an instant. They dared not confront them head-on. You may not be aware, but there are no ordinary humans on this island. All its inhabitants are cannibals. The pirates widened their eyes in disbelief at the revelation of such a truth. Nevertheless, their interactions with the villagers had been remarkably harmonious. With the exception of their leader's inexplicable disappearance, they had been quite cordial with the common folk. It is not surprising that you were unaware. I too was initially oblivious. The cannibals we encountered were, in fact, exiles because they refrained from cannibalism. Why must those who do not consume humans be ostracized? Although cannibalism may be an inherent trait of their race, why can't the non-cannibalistic cannibals coexist peacefully with their more traditional counterparts? There is no fundamental difference between them. It is outrageous that such discrimination exists. I was a sacrificial offering at the cannibalistic ritual, and by chance, I saved your leader. I needed to escape from that place. So we collaborated. This collaboration is what enabled our successful escape. Without such unity, the outcome would have likely been far less favorable. For instance, Gu Chun and his party could have perished at the hands of the cannibals, becoming their next meal. In this world, the individual known as Ansha her intelligence and capability suggest she should have a broader future ahead, rather than spending her life adrift at sea like them. After all, those who remain consider themselves natural-born adventurers, yet women are different. Ansha is strong-willed, which is commendable. But does that mean she will forsake marriage and motherhood for the entirety of her life? Such a possibility seems exceedingly slim. Ultimately, she will leave. Guchen sincerely hopes the young lady finds a rewarding job, allowing her to flourish further. Ansha is perceptive, yet that does not imply she can easily accept her circumstances. When you inquired on the island why I didn't articulate so much, it was simply my desire to be a pirate. And I am confident I could excel beyond any of you. This has never been a point of doubt for them. From all that has transpired, it is evident that Ansha possesses remarkable abilities that extend far beyond what she has shown. However, women are inherently delicate. Excessively gruesome scenes are not suited for someone as tender as Ansha, and they are reluctant to expose her to such realities. During this period, I will certainly see you and fulfill your needs. Nevertheless, I urge you to reconsider the notion of becoming a pirate. Life at sea will undoubtedly prove more arduous than one can imagine. A week has passed, yet they have not discovered a new landing point. Their days have unfolded with little distinction from yours, the only difference being their aunts. Gu Chun gazed at the night sky. Although the days had passed in a rather mundane manner, he felt a twinge of regret for not having adequately prepared himself, rendering him unable to venture to the location of the treasure. Have you not wavered in your convictions? He inquired, casting a glance at Ansha. In truth, there was no need for such a question. Gu Chun could discern Ansha's thoughts with clarity. A person's attitude towards another matter is often quite apparent. I rather enjoy life here. Everyone is quite amiable. I believe I can stay, and I assure you, I will not be a burden. Yet, he harbored concerns that they might inadvertently engage in a skirmish with other pirates, particularly if Ansha were to be present at that moment. You may not be aware, but compared to other girls, I possess a certain degree of self-defense capability. To speak frankly, I do not require your protection. I am more than capable of safeguarding myself. As for those weapons, had it not been for their insistence on keeping her from handling them, she would have longed to showcase her abilities before others. Viewed in this light, their refusal to allow her to become a pirate seemed rather inconsiderate. Guchen fell into a moment of silence, then sighed, "Since you say so, I shall certainly not stand in your way." The following day, the pirates had relished a week of tranquility. Ever since the battle with Switch, those vile creatures had scarcely dared to provoke them again, much to their satisfaction, sparing them the need to prepare for conflict and waste precious time. Particularly with the addition of a lady in their ranks, the gentlemen of the crew found themselves compelled to make numerous adjustments. Notably, their previously disheveled appearances had largely vanished. Each day began with them meticulously grooming themselves. Piracy itself is a profession that instills fear in ordinary folk, and their usual unkempt demeanor alone could scare off countless passers-by. Yet now, they appeared surprisingly amiable, their overall image having undergone a remarkable transformation. Glancing at Gu Chen, Ansha smiled and remarked, "You see. Have you ever considered my worth in the team? It seems I must be quite formidable after all." Gu Chen awkwardly nodded, then turned his head away. They had arrived at yet another island, just as their provisions had run out. Unlike the previous terrifying locations, this place appeared considerably more normal, and the elderly negotiator seemed to hold considerable respect among them. After exchanging food, they boarded the pirate ship. This island seemed to fall under the jurisdiction of a certain nation, thus the regulations were somewhat stricter, prompting them to leave without delay as they set sail. Ansha frowned as she surveyed the vegetables and rice. These items certainly required thorough washing. Perhaps it was the woman's intuition, but Ansha had an unsettling feeling that something extraordinary awaited them that night. However, the other pirates aboard the vessel seemed oblivious to this peculiar premonition. As night fell, everyone had succumbed to slumber, save for those on watch. Guchen gazed at the surrounding scenery when Ansha approached him. Thanks to her insistence, The food collected that day had been meticulously prepared, allowing everyone to dine and then sleep soundly, blissfully unaware of any impending troubles. After a moment of contemplation, Ansha decided to voice her true thoughts. Guchun, I can't shake the feeling that tonight is going to be unusual. I sense that trouble is looming. This was not merely a feeling, it was a certainty. Yet, they remained unaware of what awaited them. Guchun felt an inexplicable anxiety surging within him. He had always sought to dismiss his inner turmoil as mere illusion, yet Ansha's words made him question whether this was truly a figment of his imagination. I find the old man on this island rather peculiar. His gaze was fierce when he looked at us. Perhaps we should rouse the brothers tonight and prepare for any potential danger? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Guchun nodded in agreement, opting not to turn on the lights. Yet the pirates were already awake. It was evident that the force of the cannon was insignificant against the formidable exterior of the sea monster, revealing to them that brute strength alone would not suffice to subdue this creature. I shall fetch a knife for you. The fire wolf moved with remarkable swiftness. Injured and clutching his weapon, Guchun gazed at the beast before him and could not help but chuckle. You have harmed so many of my brethren, rest assured. I will not let you escape unscathed. Just wait. With that, Guchun charged forward, prepared to engage the monster in close combat. Damn it. When did Guchun become so impulsive? They thought, realizing the peril of wielding a knife in such a dangerous situation. What if he were to be overwhelmed by the pirates? However, to their astonishment, Guchun was not being brutally mistreated. Chen Yuanfan discerned that, contrary to their expectations, Guchun was not seeking a brawl, but rather thrusting his blade directly into the sea monster's flesh. Black blood oozed forth, and in that instant, Chen Yuanfan comprehended Guchun's intention. Boss, hurry back, he urged. Brothers, once the boss returns, let us fire upon the wounds of this beast. I refuse to believe that we cannot slay it. Hearing the commotion outside, Ansha sensed a turning point had occurred, understanding what Guchun required. He quickly gathered all the knives in his vicinity and placed them on the deck. Guchun observed Ansha's subtle movements and smiled. He had previously pondered whether keeping Ansha around was a wise decision, but now it seemed like an exceptionally astute choice. Ansha was undeniably different from other women. She possessed her own thoughts and, in addition to her intellect, exhibited remarkable capability. In critical moments like this, she contributed her share of effort. With the knowledge they gained, they would no longer need to rely on indiscriminate cannon fire. Qin Yuanfan, Adam, and Tualang, like Guchun, were all robust enough to penetrate the thick hide of the sea monster, inflicting immense pain upon it. Armed with the knives Ansha had prepared for them, their spirits soared with fervor. No matter how formidable the sea creature was, it could not escape their grasp. The physical torment enraged the sea monster. How dare these insignificant beings inflict such agony upon him? It emitted a series of low growls, and several tentacles crashed onto the deck, causing it to tremble. Several crew members were unable to withstand the force and fell into the sea. However, pirates were no strangers to water, and these comrades could only temporarily endure their plight in the ocean. If you release your hold now, we might spare your life. But if you continue your rampage, do not blame us for meting out justice. Everyone glared at the sea monster, yet received no favorable response. The creature launched an even more ferocious assault. Lacking such formidable abilities but possessing audacity, it was only itself that would suffer in this confrontation. With that, the crew surged forward, inflicting multiple gashes upon the monster's body. The immense pain rendered the creature nearly incapable of lifting its tentacles. Without its tentacles, what could the sea monster accomplish? As they saw the wounds multiplying on the creature, they rushed to the deck and bombarded it with cannon fire, determined to make the monster understand the taste of bullets. For it must realize they were not to be trifled with. Ultimately, the sea monster succumbed, and the crew retrieved their fallen comrades from the sea. This battle had been arduous. In truth, it felt as though they had fought 2 skirmishes. The urgency of the situation and the loss of life plunged everyone into silence. Guchun sighed and addressed his comrades, let us not dwell in sorrow. We must depart this waters swiftly, the sea monster is dead. But its demise may provoke further complications. This body of water may not harbor only this single creature. If that is the case, its blood will surely attract others. The ship's navigator was uncertain of their destination. Today's ordeal had been exceedingly taxing, and provisions aboard were dwindling. Guchun resolved to find a place where they could revel for a while, allowing the crew a brief respite. During this time, you may reflect on your thoughts, he said, glancing at Ansha. Previously, during their encounters with the cannibals, he had recognized Ansha as a woman of both courage and intellect. Yet he had never considered bringing her into the pirate life. Though she possessed talent and skill, he remained reluctant. Once aboard this ship, there would be no turning back. Faced with an uncertain path of life and death, could she truly endure? Are you still contemplating this matter? What is it about me that dissatisfies you? Is it my lack of exceptional strength? Yet, have you not witnessed my abilities? Ansha had long been unwilling to settle for mediocrity. The life of a pirate, fraught with uncertainty, was also exhilarating and passionate. On the pirate ship, she felt a sense of freedom and believed that she belonged to the sea. You are indeed formidable. And I concede that. However, your presence here is perilously dangerous. As a young woman of striking beauty, you could lead a blissful life in the realm of ordinary folk. Following us, we cannot help but feel we are forsaking your future. They owed her an apology for the future she could have had. After all, she was a woman. And even if she contributed nothing aboard the pirate ship, there would always be whispers behind her back. Gu Chun did not wish for Ansha to be incessantly discussed or subjected to malicious ridicule. Departing would undoubtedly be a prudent choice for her. The trio had never witnessed Gu Chin's demeanor so serious, yet it was understandable. Keeping Ansha with them was a source of concern for all three. Nevertheless, during their confrontations with the sea monsters and the band of pirates, Ansha undeniably demonstrated remarkable strength and innate talent. This is my affair. I must follow my own heart. I assure you, I will give this matter careful consideration. However, from this moment on, you must refrain from bringing it up incessantly. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Chun nodded. He chose not to mention it, but he earnestly hoped that Ansha would make the decision to lead a normal life. The following day, everyone was too fatigued from the previous night's exertion. Gu Chun replaced the crew of pirates at the helm, allowing those who had journeyed through the night to rest. The night watchmen were likely on the verge of collapse. Yet, Ansha rose early, finding herself on deck at nearly the same time as Gu Chun. The day had shed the ominous atmosphere of the prior evening. The azure sky was poetic, prompting both Ansha and Gu Chun to close their eyes and revel in the beauty of the moment. The sea was indeed breathtaking, and Ansha felt reluctant to part with such splendid scenery. As she opened her eyes, she noticed a distant town, sighing, "Are you truly going to stop here?" Stopping was essential for recuperation. They were not lacking in wealth, having plundered treasures from various locales. Their destination was a small town, predominantly inhabited by fishermen, where the peak fishing season was in full swing, with several families preparing their boats at the docks. Observing the fishermen, Ansha mused. Why can't we simply live as they do, honestly as fishermen? The allure of being fishermen held no appeal for those who had once been pirates. The financial disparity between the two vocations was stark. The rewards of piracy were far greater. No one desired to toil endlessly like those fishermen, only to earn a meager sum. Their piracy was rooted in skill. Otherwise, they would have perished long ago. Upon sighting Gu Chun and his crew's vessel, the townsfolk recognized the ship's insignia and could not help but exclaim, "Those are pirates. My goodness, pirates have arrived." Although they had not committed any acts of aggression, the public's reaction was overwhelming. Gu Chun felt a sense of helplessness as he led his comrades into the town. Once the ship was secured at the dock, no one dared to voice dissent. After all, these were pirates. Any dissent could lead to severe repercussions. Was it true that pirates were this notorious? Ansha could not stifle a laugh. Gu Chun himself was surprised by the commotion, especially since they had done nothing wrong. Yet, it was reasonable. Ordinary fishermen would surely prefer to avoid encounters with individuals like them. They might have previously crossed paths with pirates who had harmed them, leading to such misunderstandings. However, they would never engage in such trivialities. Their intent was exploration, to seek out the remaining three great ghosts. They had no interest in petty mischief. Why is it that your words carry so little credibility? Ansha shook her head. You truly wouldn't commit such acts? Absolutely not. It was not solely Gu Chun. The pirates aboard their ship would never resort to such actions. Though perceived as villains by others, even these pirates possessed a sense of conscience. If they were to plunder, it would only be from the wealthy. These fishermen led difficult lives, and they had no reason to target them. Ansha found Gu Chun's reasoning compelling, unable to counter his arguments. Meanwhile, the brothers had ventured to the tavern for drinks. Gu Chun had to clean up after them. They certainly couldn't end up sleeping on the streets after a night of revelry. The town had a limited number of inns, and it was likely that few people stayed there on a regular basis, yet they managed to find one. After securing several rooms, Gu Chun settled at a table. It had been quite a while since he had enjoyed a simple home-cooked meal in such a quaint establishment. Qin Yuan Fan, Adam, and Ho Lang were also beside Gu Chun and Ansha, with the five of them gathered around a table, all smiles and laughter, radiating joy. I never imagined we had become this formidable. A colossal sea monster has been so effortlessly dealt with by us that I might just fall in love with myself. Adam exclaimed as he poured himself some wine. Although they were in town, Gu Chun was cautious and did not permit them to indulge excessively in alcohol. He had similarly advised the few brothers who had ventured to the bar. Gu Chun was confident that his words would resonate with them to some extent, alleviating his concerns. However, the companions at the table did provoke a degree of worry. Now that we have arrived in the town, is there really anyone who would wish us harm? Ansha remarked, a hint of amusement in her voice. By the way, I heard you've been discussing Ansha's decision to stay or leave. Ansha, have you two come to a conclusion? Her inquiry was remarkably direct. Ansha nodded. I intend to remain. I believe my skills are sufficient for a life as a pirate, and I am certain I can improve. Perhaps one day, I might even succeed your current leader. The three turned their gazes toward Gu Chun. Gu Chun felt a sense of helplessness. It seemed that despite their many conversations over the past few days, Ansha had absorbed none of his words. On the contrary, she appeared to be brimming with aspirations and confidence about becoming a pirate. I truly hope you can expedite your journey to leadership, he thought, as he found the crew insufferable at times. Managing them to be as obedient as they were now required far more than mere brute force. To claim that victory could be achieved solely through strength was an affront to all of Gu Chen's efforts. He had only just begun to strive to be a pirate himself. Ousting him at this juncture would surely earn him little respect. Insha rolled her eyes. Furthermore, being a woman in such a position often invited skepticism, although the atmosphere aboard the ship remained congenial, devoid of such prejudices. However, before her escape, Ansha had also been part of another crew, witnessing the fickle nature of human relationships. Indeed, the crew held Gu Chen in high regard. And while a few of them contemplated a coup, none could rival Gu Chen's influence alone. This was the very source of their envy. Was Gu Chen a sorcerer? How could he inspire such unwavering trust among so many? After finishing their meals and drinks, Insha took her room key and returned to the single room Gu Chen had prepared for her. The solitude of her small chamber offered a profound sense of security. Gu Chen's meticulousness was commendable. It was no wonder he earned the crew's loyalty, which stemmed from the accumulation of countless thoughtful gestures. After a few days of rest, Ansha's position was finally solidified, and the crew's attitude towards her gradually became more relaxed. Their lives were now intertwined. And although her gender elicited a certain tenderness from the crew at times, for the most part, she was regarded as just another comrade, akin to Chen Yuan Fan. I have spoken to you at length, subtly urging you to return to a normal life, yet you seem completely deaf to my entreaties, Gu Chen lamented. Feeling exhausted from his earnest attempts to communicate with Ansha, Ansha felt a twinge of guilt. How could she articulate her predicament? In truth, she had not disregarded Gu Chen entirely. At the very least, during the designated rest period he provided, she had procured all the essentials she would need at sea. Women, in particular, had specific monthly needs, and concerned that her maritime duties might hinder her from shopping, Ansha had stocked up significantly. After all, keeping such provisions in her room would not go to waste, and it would save her considerable time later. The crew returned. Their spirits evidently lifted after a period of recuperation. They had adequately rested and were now compelled to return to the sea. On the final evening, a young pirate entered Gu Chen's quarters. Though still quite young, he was diligent and a commendable assistant aboard the ship. However, he appeared to be troubled. You sought me out, so I presume you have some positive news? Gu Chen inquired, attempting to appear as amiable as possible. The young pirate nodded, seemingly aware that his forthcoming words might sound absurd, and chuckled nervously. Boss, I wish to ask, if I chose to return to a normal life now, would you consent? Given his tender age, it was relatively easy for him to return to a conventional existence. Yet, he had previously been given the chance to voice his desires. Why had he not fought for it then? I recall offering everyone an opportunity. Why did you not express your discontent with life at sea back then? You owe me a reasonable explanation for your current sentiments. In truth, Gu Chen had no intention of obstructing the young pirate's wishes. He recognized the boy's youth and possible lack of clarity regarding his own aspirations, believing it essential to grant such a young soul the opportunity to reconsider. Perhaps he had once thought he could endure, but after the recent encounter with danger, he had come to a clearer understanding. Boss, I genuinely wish to continue living with you all and aspire to become the finest pirate in the world. Yet, I am acutely aware of my own limitations, he confessed, lowering his head with a sigh. His abilities had always been inadequate. He lacked the skills to be a distinguished pirate. I once believed my youth afforded me ample opportunities. But now I question whether I can endure until I'm mature. What if I do not live to see that day? He pondered. What would I have to show for it at the pinnacle of my aspirations? I long to leave because I wish to grow, to pursue education, and to acquire knowledge before returning to conquer the realms I desire. Remaining at sea now serves as a burden to everyone. During our encounter with the sea monster, everyone hoped to protect me, yet I was captured. The allure of a peaceful and joyous life in a small town enticed the young pirate. He yearned for stability before striving to become a better version of himself, hoping to return with renewed strength rather than the fragile state that had made him vulnerable. I completely understand your sentiments, hence I find myself in agreement with your request, Gu Chen said, affectionately ruffling the boy's hair. However, the young pirate lacked family support and was uncertain about the path ahead in his education. I will provide you with some funds, sufficient to cover your tuition and living expenses for these years. Promise me you will seek a welfare institution, at the very least, a sanctuary for yourself. The money I give you must be preserved, as it is your ticket to continuing your education. The young pirate had spent nearly 3 years living the pirate's life. Throughout this time, he had learned much, discerning between right and wrong. Gu Chen had treated him well, and the boy understood that he wished to repay his kindness should their paths cross again in the future. After the young pirate departed, Ansha entered. Gazing at her radiant face, Gu Chen found himself momentarily entranced before quickly chuckling at his own foolishness. What brings you here? Have you finally made up your mind to return to reality? Ansha shook her head. She had overheard Gu Chen's conversation with the young pirate and, to be candid, it was only after listening to their exchange that she realized Gu Chen could indeed be considered a good man. He was responsible and diligent with his crew, which explained why they all seemed to support him mindlessly, as if under a spell. It was no wonder that even the combined efforts of Chen Yuan Fan and his companions could not rival Gu Chen's singular influence. Of course not. I cannot so swiftly disregard my previous commitments. I have just listened to your words and never anticipated that you could indeed be considered a good person. In truth, They are not as malevolent as others might envision. He merely seeks to provide a good home for the crew aboard his ship. He is still but a child, yearning for a life akin to that of ordinary individuals, aspiring to learn and venture towards a brighter future. Why should I impede him? Moreover, he is quite obedient on the ship, and everyone holds him in high regard. His reluctance to leave previously likely stemmed from his attachment to this familial bond. He has witnessed the sacrifice of others for his sake, which must have been a profound trauma for his tender heart. It is indeed pitiable. Anshin nodded in agreement with Gu Chen's perspective, observing him with a hint of amusement. So your fervent encouragement for me to return to a normal life is a demonstration of your desire to take responsibility for me? Although these words seemed entirely reasonable, when spoken by Ansha, they took on a different nuance. Receiving no response as he had anticipated, Gu Chen remained remarkably composed. He gazed at Ansha and sighed. That was then. I now believe you are quite suited for our pirate life. Ansha, possessing keen intelligence and sharp observational skills, particularly in her sixth sense, would not be a liability if she stayed with them. On the contrary, Gu Chen sometimes felt that it was his group who held her back. Had it not been for prior events, Ansha could have chosen to join any pirate crew she desired. She could not suppress a laugh. Gu Chen appeared earnest as he spoke. Nodding in agreement, she candidly asserted, to be honest, I believe I will surpass all of you in the future. The ambition to become the world's greatest pirate is a common dream, and Gu Chen shared this aspiration. He smiled at Ansha, reassuring her, rest assured. Our crew is not lacking in skill. Those who remain aboard the ship undoubtedly possess unique talents. Gu Chen believed that each individual was exceptional, rivaling Ansha's abilities. Very well, Ansha said, looking at Gu Chen with curiosity. Were you previously a member of the Revolutionary Army? The Revolutionary Army? Gu Chen shook his head, realizing that Ansha was indeed not a simple person. Even the Revolutionary Army was aware of her, suggesting that her previous identity must have been significant. I have never been a part of the Revolutionary Army. They are pirates, and Ansha should be well aware of this. Why then would she pose such a question? Well, I initially assumed that someone of your capabilities would likely belong to the Revolutionary Army. Ansha gazed at Gu Chen, stating candidly, I too was once a member of the Revolutionary Army, which is why I inquired. I am eager to discover if there are any other pirates aboard this vessel who share a similar fate. Surely, Ansha must have endured much, right? I recall you mentioned previously that you ended up on that cannibal island by accident after departing from the ship of the double team. It seems you have concealed quite a few truths from us. Ansha felt a twinge of embarrassment. In truth, she could have chosen not to hide these matters. Yet doing so would have made it exceedingly difficult for her to survive among pirates. The days spent in the Revolutionary Army were, in fact, less joyful than this period as a pirate, and this is the reason I ultimately decided to stay. She had always disliked the constraints imposed by the Revolutionary Army. Furthermore, I genuinely admire your approach. I find your decisiveness and bravery commendable. Most importantly, those around you are gathered together because they trust you implicitly. Gu Chen was momentarily taken aback. Regardless of who voiced such sentiments, they were undeniably high praise. He lowered his head, unable to suppress a smile. These brothers have chosen to follow me, and thus I must take responsibility for them. Anyone in my position would act similarly. Your flattery is indeed unwarranted. This cannot be mere flattery. Indeed, as Gu Chen had articulated, the matter at hand was not as extraordinary as it seemed. However, Ansha, having witnessed the intricacies of human relationships, understood that the simplest of requests often prove to be the most challenging to fulfill. More often than not, when individuals ascend to a certain height, they tend to forget their once innocent selves. At times, Ansha felt as though she had changed. Yet her days as a pirate had rekindled the pure heart she once possessed. In truth, I have kept something from you. I possess the ability of a devil fruit. Ansha gazed at Gu Chen, who appeared somewhat astonished. The fact that she could personally disclose such a secret indicated her earnest desire to integrate with them. I had previously surmised that you harbored more secrets than I had imagined. However, your silence did not compel me to pry. Now that you have chosen to reveal your truth, does this signify that you genuinely wish to join us? Ansha nodded. Of course. To be candid, I had harbored a hope of returning to the Revolutionary Army, but upon reflection, I doubt they would have room for me any longer. The Revolutionary Army possesses a uniquely complex nature. While it cannot be said to be entirely adversarial to pirates, the relationship between the two factions is far from amicable, and they maintain a hostile stance towards the world government as well. When the burden of the Revolutionary Army becomes too exhausting, perhaps it is better to embrace the life of a pirate, carefree and adrift upon the seas. You have yet to share the nature of your devil fruit ability with me. I have listened to your boast for quite some time, yet you remain reticent. That seems rather unkind of me, does it not? Gu Chen smiled at Ansha. Typically, he maintained a demeanor of calm detachment, yet now he was capable of indulging in light-hearted banter. This surely marked a significant shift in their relationship. I possess the ability of the tomato fruit. The tomato fruit? Gu Chen felt somewhat ignorant, having heard of such a devil fruit but remaining unaware of its true capabilities. My ability is rather trivial. It allows others to temporarily disregard both my presence and that of those around me. This power was certainly not as feeble as Ansha had described. Gu Chen's eyes sparkled with realization as he couldn't help but exclaim, I now believe that keeping you by my side is the wisest decision I have ever made. If such an ability could envelop their entire pirate crew, It would undoubtedly facilitate their endeavors immensely. Ansha, perceiving Gu Chen's thoughts, found it somewhat amusing. If I possessed that capability, I could indeed conceal our entire team, as you suggested. However, it is evident that my strength is still lacking, even to hide my own presence. I can only manage for a brief duration. A fleeting moment could suffice for an entire fleet to escape. You should diligently hone this skill. There will undoubtedly come a time when it proves invaluable for the Zero Purchase faction, Gu Chen advised Ansha. Ansha genuinely felt the essence of what it meant to be straightforward. Nonetheless, it was reassuring. I hope you and your team will not disappoint me, and that together we may grow even stronger in the future. Gu Chen refrained from demonstrating his abilities to Ansha, leaving her uncertain whether his silence stemmed from a lack of capability or a belief that he was not yet worthy of revealing his true potential. However, one thing was unmistakable. Upon learning that she would remain with them, Gu Chen appeared genuinely pleased. As they returned to the sea, the departure of the young pirate saddened several members of the crew, for he had been their companion for a considerable time, and his absence weighed heavily on their hearts. In truth, the boy was thriving in the real world. With diligent study, he was destined for a promising future, perhaps even enlisting in the Navy or the Revolutionary Army. When discussing such matters, there was no animosity towards either the Navy or the revolutionaries, for to the common folk, becoming a member of either was a source of immense pride. No parent wishes for their child to grow up as a pirate, despite the simplicity and joy in their lives. Understanding the sorrow among them, Gu Chen recognized that life at sea was fraught with peril, necessitating vigilance. Though the pain of parting was palpable, Qin Yuanfan and Adam managed to maintain a semblance of equilibrium on the ship. Previously, they had departed from 5 different terrains. Although the sentiment was heavy, it had not been as overly displayed. This time, however, they mourned the departure of a child who had grown up alongside them. From a tiny tot to a young man, it was no wonder their hearts were so heavy with grief. Life at sea was arduous. Gu Chen toiled from dawn to dusk. Yet, the challenges bore their own rewards, as he possessed an abundance of experiential cards from various places, many of which he could not even recall. We will surely meet again, Ansha smiled. I have collected experience cards from multiple regions, some of which I still do not recognize. On the following day, aboard the ship, Gu Chen granted Ansha a position of considerable esteem and introduced her anew to the crew. Greetings, everyone. You may wonder why I am reintroducing Ansha. There is no particular reason, simply observe. This is our new member, Ansha, who will accompany us in making crucial decisions moving forward. I hope you will welcome her. It was evident that Gu Chen regarded Ansha's status as slightly elevated compared to that of an ordinary pirate, yet the reasons behind this were unclear to the others. The remaining trio was unaware of the nature of the conversation between Ansha and Gu Chen, leading them to speculate whether Gu Chen was intentionally provoking dissent among the crew. Boss, we must admit that at times, her contributions may indeed surpass ours, but after all these years by your side, is this the status we deserve? Why is Ansha afforded such special treatment? This sentiment echoed among the crew, who remained puzzled. Indeed, had Ansha not showcased her devil fruit powers the previous night, Gu Chen would never have accorded her such respect. As skepticism grew, though they treated Ansha kindly, many began to question Gu Chen's judgment. To be frank, the reason for your respect towards her is simple. She is also a devil fruit user, Gu Chen revealed. The crew was taken aback. Had Ansha been feigning modesty all along? Miss Ansha is incredibly formidable. Not only does she possess keen battle instincts, but she also wields the power of a devil fruit. And she kept it hidden until now for a grand reveal? They marveled, unable to contain their admiration. Ansha's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, while she felt worthy of such praise. The compliments were overwhelming. Actually, it's not entirely true. I was merely hesitant about fully committing to becoming a pirate. I couldn't reveal everything while still in doubt. Now that I have made my decision, I believe you're all entitled to know. The crew chuckled at her candidness. The moment of introduction soon passed, for they were at sea, where a sense of reverence was paramount. Ansha glanced at Gu Chen, her thoughts veiled, while he remained calm, gazing at the tranquil sea as if the tumultuous waves and lost lives had never existed. Boss, you must also be a devil fruit user, right? I've shared nearly everything about myself, yet you all hold back. It hardly seems fair. You will eventually learn the nuances of each of us. The reason for our silence lies in the timing. It is not yet ripe. Recently, rumors had circulated about naval exercises in the area. Some Navy personnel can be quite insufferable. They provoke confrontations without cause and engage in futile skirmishes. I've heard we might encounter many Navy vessels. I hope my arrival here doesn't bring bad luck. Just refrain from dwelling on such thoughts, and they shall not befall us. Throughout their journey, they had not encountered many pirate crews, yet Gu Chen felt a nagging suspicion that this area was not solely inhabited by their fleet. As Ansha spoke, her expression shifted. She had unwittingly spoken too extravagantly. Nearby, several fleets were converging upon them. Heavens, could they all be Navy? Qin Yuanfan and Adam were scanning the surroundings through binoculars, and the results were evidently unfriendly. Those who existed around us must have known long ago. The majority nearby were Navy, with only a scant few pirate vessels in sight, perhaps 2 or 3, and judging by their trajectories, they appeared to be heading our way. Ships were approaching from all directions, and it was becoming increasingly clear that they intended to encircle us. In such circumstances, could they truly escape? Fear not, Ansha reassured, aware of the collective anxiety. We will undoubtedly find a way to slip away from all these people. Although she herself felt that with her current energy, activating her devil fruit abilities might yield suboptimal results, she believed she could manage to render an entire crew inconspicuous for a minute or two. No one held Ansha accountable for her words. This was undoubtedly a sudden ambush meticulously orchestrated by the scheming Navy, and while it may not have been outwardly apparent, everyone felt a surge of joy with the addition of a new member to their ranks, momentarily overlooking their predicament. They possessed the capacity to extricate themselves. They were unafraid. Regardless of who approached, even if it were the most formidable of foes, this fleet would certainly find a way to evade capture. Those detestable Navy officers harbored foolish hopes of profiting from them. The camaraderie among the crew was quite amusing. Yet, such a family dynamic provided Ansha, the new member, with immense reassurance. Having such comrades truly felt wonderful. Just moments ago, she had worried whether they might place the blame for their situation on her. To her surprise, she realized that her concerns were unfounded. Her companions were far more warm-hearted than she had imagined. Ansha smiled. This was the life of a pirate she had longed for. Their situation was growing increasingly perilous. Let us remain still. Once they depart, we shall ascertain our position, she advised. The 3 other pirate ships were drawing nearer. As long as they maintained their alignment with those vessels, they would be fine. The proximity of the 3 pirate ships was undeniable, and they could now see each other's captains, though they had never encountered the pirates aboard those ships and were strangers to one another. The shared experience of being bullied by the same faction fostered a sense of unity among them. I have lived many years, and never have I encountered such underhanded tactics aimed at us. Brothers, we are kindred spirits, subjected to the same despicable individuals. Let us devise a plan. We shall surely topple them. Though their numbers were greater, their fighting spirit far exceeded that of their adversaries. As Guchen uttered these words, his gaze remained fixed on the Navy. The essence of piracy lies in loyalty, and the intent of the 3 pirate ships was evident, united in life and death. They were brothers on the same front. Should they exploit Ansha's abilities, that would indeed be an egregious overreach. They would undoubtedly prevail against them. In Guchen's heart, the Navy was akin to a disjointed mass, despite their shared objective to subdue them. He surmised that they had yet to devise a plan for dividing the spoils after capturing them, each harboring ulterior motives. You have already surrounded us, yet you still possess the confidence to engage in idle chatter. Truly, you are the most admirable pirates on the continent, he scoffed openly, seemingly unperturbed by the prospect of a pirate uprising that could sever their heads from their shoulders. Even Guchen couldn't help but marvel at their audacity. Yet, it was merely a matter of mingling. What merit was there in flaunting their might before them? Even if they were encircled, what could that possibly signify? Did that guarantee that these contemptible Navy officers would indeed claim their heads? They were certainly no match for the Navy. To encircle us while displaying no fear of our retaliation. Where on this continent could one find such a warrior as you? Retaliate? The individual clearly viewed the trapped pirates through a biased lens, momentarily stunned by Guchen's words, as if the notion of pirates striking back had never crossed his mind. We have reached this point. Even if we were to retaliate, it would amount to little more than a mere tickle. How utterly foolish. Guchen observed that the pirates had 4 ships in total, while the naval forces encircling them barely had 8, if that. The notion that they could not escape under such circumstances, with fewer than 8 vessels to contain them, seemed utterly absurd. The remaining 3 ships, having refrained from attacking earlier, likely believed that sheer numbers would suffice. Once they gathered, the strength of these individuals would surely be impressive to them. However, the one who so brazenly mocked them was merely a lowly naval commander, far beneath the level of the target Guchen truly sought. Such a figure, prancing about like a jester, could only be regarded as a trivial plaything. It appeared that the Navy's standards for recruitment were rather laughable, given that such an individual could rise to their ranks. Guchen's overt contempt was unmistakably conveyed through his scornful taunts. Were it not for the weapons aboard the ships, Guchen surmised that the combined forces of these naval ships would not stand a chance against him alone. Who among you is the strongest? He inquired, feigning ignorance. I have heard that the Navy prides itself on fairness and justice. Let us settle this with a one-on-one duel. There are many fishermen nearby, and I am sure the esteemed Navy would not want their citizens to witness such a bloody spectacle. Of course, this was a fabrication on Guchen's part. Yet he astutely tapped into the Navy's most cherished facade, their commitment to serving the people. This was a deliberate provocation, for if they declined, the repercussions on their public image would be significant. The pirates' reputation among the populace was already tarnished, and they were indifferent to it. The Navy, however, was not. Indeed, those who managed to remain afloat had already surpassed the capabilities of the majority. Initially, Guchen believed such occurrences to be mere rumors. After all, if a ship's captain could be as foolish as the one he had just encountered, it was evident that their competency was indeed extraordinary. The speaker's vessel was centrally positioned, likely the command ship of the naval group Guchen had been observing. Interestingly, this individual, despite being in opposition, cast biting remarks at the previously mocking commander. Was this a reflection of discord within the Navy? It seemed their situation was even more entertaining than he had anticipated. Enough with the flattery, Guchen remarked, adopting an air of amusement. Ansha remained quietly in place, watching the other 3 ships. Their captains were clearly not devoid of intelligence. It was evident they were scheming, likely contemplating a cooperative strategy, since they were right in front of Guqin. Ansha thought it more prudent for her and Chen Yuanfan to engage in dialogue with the opposing crew. Together, Ansha, Chen Yuanfan, and Adam stealthily approached the neighboring ship. Their discreet approach went unnoticed, as they had maintained a low profile. "Greetings, Captain. We hail from the adjacent vessel," Ansha cheerfully greeted. The mutual impression was favorable. And after a brief conversation, an agreement was reached. With the 4 pirate ships encircled, it created an ideal opportunity for alliance. Moreover, the captain of the trapped ship, being articulate and adept at stirring sentiments, was entrusted with the task of negotiation, while the remainder of the crew would handle the more combative aspects. "Your skills are indeed commendable," Ansha acknowledged. "However, since we have resolved to take all of you with us, we shall not relent. To inflict harm on so many at once would be quite unseemly, particularly at sea. Thus, let us abide by your suggested rules." Guqin understood that should any side emerge victorious, they would likely refuse to acknowledge it. Though the outcome was already anticipated, they were obliged to play along for the sake of delaying the inevitable. Guqin was concerned that the others aboard the ship might not be able to contend with the naval forces, and was preparing to send Firewolf into the fray. However, unexpectedly, Ansha forsook negotiation and chose to take the stage herself. After all, the conversation had been delightful from start to finish, and entrusting it to those 2 men was not out of the question. Moreover, discussions between men often flowed more freely. Given that it was a matter of life and death for so many, it was prudent to summon the most formidable individual. Yet, concerned for her safety, I resolved to step up personally. Ansha smiled, teasingly wondering if the men on the opposing side would even be able to best her. The pirates, showing no courtesy, had the audacity to send forth such a delicate young lady. Just by looking at her countenance, no one would believe she belonged to the ranks of pirates. In my opinion, possessing beauty alone suffices. There is no need for violence that could tarnish one's goddess-like image. However, she never truly had such an image to begin with. So what was there to lose? Rest assured, that will not happen. Ansha rolled her eyes, expressing her disbelief that someone of his caliber could even think he might triumph over her, even if he were to face 2 of her. Indeed, it was quite the mockery. If a grown man could not prevail against such a fragile girl, how could he maintain his standing among his comrades? Regardless, he held a position within the Navy, distinct from ordinary sailors, and could barely be considered part of the leadership class. It was evident that this lady was exceedingly confident in her abilities. Should he find himself vanquished at my hands, he ought not to return home weeping for his mother. Such excessive prattle. Ansha furrowed her brow, noting that her opponent wielded a sword while she had chosen a whip instead of conventional weapons like knives or swords. "Do you believe this whip will be of any use against me? One strike from my blade, and it shall shatter," she taunted. The laughter echoed around her. Yet Ansha remained oblivious. "I find your assumption rather amusing. Do you truly think that by choosing a whip to face me, you could break it?" Such a notion was indeed a gross underestimation of her prowess. Ansha gracefully swung her whip. The difference in skill was evident, as even from a distance, he felt the gust of wind emanating from her movements. Impressive. Swallowing hard, he realized retreating was no longer an option. Perhaps she was merely a fade of strength, appearing formidable only while wielding the whip. Yet, deep down, everyone understood that the ability to handle such a weapon was no trivial matter. As her opponent drew his sword, Ansha swiftly disarmed him, sending his weapon into the depths of the water. In the brief span of a single exchange, he had lost his means of defense. Now, should he attempt to engage Ansha barehanded, the outcome was glaringly obvious. He stood no chance against her caliber. "I concede, I am indeed outmatched," he admitted. Just moments ago, he had been mocking them, and now, having been swiftly dispatched, he had inadvertently placed considerable pressure on those who followed. The man Guqin had so boasted about could not have anticipated that someone once deemed foolish would suddenly display such acumen in this critical moment. It was no wonder, in comparison to others, that this individual managed to secure a position. It turned out his strength lay in this arena. The derision he felt for that man was on the verge of spilling over. Guqin gazed at Ansha and smiled gently. It appeared that he was beginning to showcase his abilities, truly integrating himself into the situation. The existence of Lai Qianer had yet to be revealed. Although the Navy typically maintained a commendable image, Guqin remained skeptical. He doubted that they would not feel fear when confronted with the formidable presence of Lai Qianer. Observing quietly, he watched as one challenger after another faced Ansha, only to retreat to their ships in defeat. It seemed that Ansha was indeed formidable. The crew members regarded Ansha with astonishment, having initially perceived her as an unremarkable young girl. Little did they know, she possessed not only the powers of a devil fruit but also exceptional combat skills. Guqin could perceive a certain cohesiveness emanating from Ansha. Should she exert her utmost effort aboard the ship, attaining a status akin to his own would likely be within her grasp. To his astonishment, despite my absence, she has managed to recruit such a remarkable individual as her crew member. The system's voice suddenly chimed in, laced with mockery directed at Guqin. His expression shifted, feeling somewhat uneasy. Previously, this mischievous system had remained silent for ages, yet now it chose to jest at his expense. Glancing at Ansha, Guqin nodded, acknowledging, "I have indeed discovered a treasure." She possesses both capability and composure. While Qin Yuan Fan and Adam were also competent individuals, at times they appeared rather juvenile when compared to Ansha. Is this a contest of prowess for affection? Nonetheless, this individual undeniably possesses the potential for great future accomplishments. The system chuckled, its words hinting at deeper meanings, prompting Gu Chun to regard Ansha with renewed scrutiny. Could it be that what she showcased before the crowd was not her full force? Who is she, and why does the system bestow such high praise upon her? It seemed she had previously been affiliated with the Revolutionary Army, evident from the traces of their technique she bore. Moreover, her training must have been quite rigorous. For such exquisite muscle definition is a rarity. To think such an exceptional talent was forsaken by the Revolutionary Army, allowing her to venture here as a pirate, is quite fantastical. What is more astonishing is that she has been placed under Gu Chen's command. With her presence, one can be certain that this remarkable young lady's innate gifts will not go to waste. She is destined to become an extraordinary pirate. Among the crew is the infamous Firewolf, one of the 4 great villains. Should other pirates learn of this formidable ship's lineup, they would likely risk their lives to join. It is indeed perplexing that such an exceptional vessel is entrusted to his stewardship when so many capable individuals are on board. It raises questions as to why he was afforded this leadership opportunity. It seems absurd. Did the talented individuals aboard not contemplate surpassing him to oversee the ship's operations? The crew members are both formidable and unassuming, leaving Gu Chin to wonder where such fortuitous luck had come from. He felt envious merely by witnessing it. The very girl he had been extolling as his rival now stood before him, demonstrating remarkable leadership abilities and taking initiative at this critical juncture. Most importantly, at this moment, he, as the ship's highest authority, was merely a spectator, while she undoubtedly garnered considerable goodwill among his crew. Having accomplished so many meaningful and valuable tasks, it is likely that several crew members are now contemplating defection. Fortunately, Gu Chen remained indifferent to such trivial matters. He was more than capable of managing the ship adeptly, and he welcomed the prospect of her taking on these responsibilities. Resting well and seeking out the remaining 3 villains. Was that not an enticing endeavor? As a brief conversation concluded, Gu Chen lifted his gaze, only to find the situation had transformed once more. Ansha had evidently displayed her prowess before the Navy, who now dared not send anyone forward. You truly are quite the lonely lot, they mused, initially sending forth a delicate young lady to duel with us, only to discover she is a devil fruit user and exceptionally skilled. Our forces stand no chance against such excellence. She could depart right before our eyes. What a clever ruse. It seems they have thought this through quite thoroughly. Gu Chen listened to the other party's words, feeling an overwhelming urge to roll his eyes. Was this truly a matter of their strategy? It bore no relation to any scheme at all. Ansha had merely issued a simple warning, and the other party happened to lack the capacity to withstand it. TSK, despite the seemingly numerous naval forces, they were nothing but a motley crew, unable even to subdue a young girl. Of course, Ansha was no ordinary girl. You are the most formidable navy on the continent, while Ansha is merely a young maiden. Although she often trains with us in martial arts, she remains an ordinary girl at heart. I fail to comprehend the intent behind your words. She is indeed formidable, but surely not to the extent you claim. To an absurd degree, is she? The defeated naval officers fell into a heavy silence. To be humiliated on stage by such a young girl was already quite distressing, and the captain's words pierced even deeper. If no one else dares to challenge us, should we not be set free? With 2 other ships remaining, we represent everyone. If truly no one else steps forward, I request that you disperse now. Allow us to leave, and vow not to provoke us again within 3 days. How could that be possible? From the beginning, they had no intention of allowing these pirates to depart. Who would have thought that in the end, they would find themselves outmatched, forced to retreat? Absurd, this cannot stand. We have never sought trouble with you. The naval leader chuckled. It appeared that none among us were willing to challenge any further. Thus I must reluctantly take the stage myself. After all, he was their commander. If he were indeed bested, how would the naval forces save face? Young lady, I can see that you possess considerable skill, yet I doubt you have the capability to harm even a single hair on my finger. Such arrogance, such blatant disregard. It is customary to issue bold declarations prior to a duel, yet few would resort to such humiliating taunts. Indeed, Ansha seemed to be instantly incensed, her expression darkening as she regarded him, somewhat amused. If you all are frightened by a mere girl, how embarrassing it would be for this to spread. Perhaps you should reconsider your words. Those fools. He silently derided the previous competitors. He would take the stage himself, no matter how formidable Ansha was. She was still just a girl. He was different. His age alone positioned him advantageously, and he was growing stronger with each passing year. What extraordinary talent must this girl possess to defeat him at such a young age? Thus, it was clear that such a possibility was unlikely. He lifted his head, gazing at Ansha with confidence. Indeed, these individuals have brought disgrace upon us as naval officers. However, these are merely isolated incidents, as long as I am present. There will be no unexpected outcomes. TSK, truly, the Navy renowned across the entire continent speaks with such audacity. While our ranks may be youthful, our capabilities are not to be underestimated. We have endured numerous trials, unlike you, and I do not believe you can best Ansha. Gu Chen crossed his arms, declaring this to be the most intriguing match of the day. All eyes were fixated on the young girl, particularly those aboard the other two ships. Initially, they assumed she would soon exit the arena, making way for their own fighters. To their astonishment, this young girl had indeed given her pirate crew a fighting chance, persevering until now. Observing the Navy personnel retreating in disarray, they could only surmise that she had instilled fear in them. Ansha, keep it up. You are undeniably the strongest. And surely you can vanquish all your adversaries. So far, wherever she stood, all foes had been thoroughly routed. Ansha brandished her whip, an ordinary implement found aboard the ship. Gazing at her opponents with a smile, she reassured them, "Rest assured, facing such mediocre opponents does not require my full strength. He is no match for me." Anyone can boast, but she possessed the genuine ability to back her words. Could the other contender truly defeat her? The power often overlooked by others can be formidable, especially when one adjusts during critical moments. The opposition might find it impossible to land a blow while she could relentlessly dominate her adversaries. Such a capability is indeed remarkable. It was during the skirmish that Ansha realized how cunning her skill was. Despite the opponent being seasoned and having battled her for a considerable time, he was on the verge of collapsing while she appeared untouched, which struck him as peculiar. Damn it, he thought. I have exerted all my effort. Yet at the most crucial moment, I lost sight of my target and could not pinpoint her location. This recurring predicament left him bewildered, questioning what mockery awaited him if he continued to boast. Though the fight had scarcely begun, it felt as if the narrative was drawing to a close. Ansha chuckled. From the looks of it, I must seem quite formidable, as evidenced by the bruises on your face. Defeated, utterly defeated, in the face of absolute strength. Their prior antics appeared utterly ridiculous. Ultimately, the Navy personnel could not best a mere young girl, if word of this spread. It would not only provoke laughter, but also shake the public's faith in the Navy's prowess. Lack of strength is one thing, but what is truly alarming is the absence of both power and integrity. The events of today serve as a glaring reminder. And I must reiterate before you, should you engage in actions that displease us, we shall not let you off lightly. The entire affair felt dreamlike. The Navy had arrived with fervor and departed just as swiftly, leaving only their retreating figures for the onlookers to admire. My goodness, they mused. I knew Ansha was formidable. Yet I never anticipated her prowess to this extent. She single-handedly dueled against multiple opponents, ultimately besting even their naval commander, truly remarkable. Had she not employed her devil fruit abilities and relied solely on hand-to-hand combat, many would have bested her. However, she was simply that fortunate and skilled. The two pirate ships were taken aback, realizing they had merely lingered for a brief moment, with nary a disturbance caused. The Navy had barely managed to lay a finger on them. Brothers, thank you. Were it not for your inclusion, we might still be entangled with those individuals, they lamented. The thought alone being quite vexing. How fortunate indeed. As everyone departed, the crew exchanged glances at today's mascot, their expressions laced with jest. A snake named Liqian, which we had raised together, startled Ansha as it slithered up from beneath the deck. She was a non-venomous female, gentle in nature. Guchin introduced Ansha. Previously, this snake seemed to be in the midst of shedding its skin, with the tail still not completely shed, so everyone dared not disturb it. Now, it appears that the shedding period has been successfully completed. How delightful. This snake truly looks quite charming. Most importantly, it exudes a sense of docility. Although I am essentially a stranger to her, she does not seem to harbor any ill intentions, merely gazing at me intently from her spot. You must not have exercised your powers today. I did not anticipate your remarkable prowess in defeating so many opponents. I had thought Guchin might eventually step onto the stage himself. Such trivial matters can easily be imparted to me. Their skills are insignificant in my eyes. The abilities granted by my devil fruit can swiftly manifest during battles against others. In fact, many of them lost that match precisely because of her devil fruit. I am fortunate to possess such a powerful fruit, which grants me formidable self-preservation capabilities. Although this statement alone is already quite extraordinary, this woman is not as simple as she appears. Her physique likely differs from others. The system reminds me that you are indeed fortunate. This girl has no ulterior motives towards you and seems destined to become the mightiest pirate king. To have such an exceptional teammate, and to boot, she is a woman. How enviable. You can firmly cling to her side. She is bound to become formidable in the future. While I cannot ascertain your future, I can confidently assert that she will undoubtedly grow even stronger. How could one trust him over Ansha? Guchin was quite confident in himself. Although he had not been in this body for long, he had accomplished many tasks that needed to be done. Uncle Firewolf had been located, and Ansha had joined his fleet. Rest assured, I will demonstrate my prowess through results. In the end, I shall prove to be the most formidable. The system remained silent. Everything progressed smoothly, and the three ships had successfully evaded their pursuers. To be honest, given your remarkable abilities, why did you not escape from the cannibal tribe's island on your own, instead of leaving with us? Xin Yuanfan looked at Ansha, feeling somewhat nostalgic. With such capabilities, it seemed effortless for Ansha to flee, yet at that time, she had consistently portrayed her weaker side to them. I never encountered anyone on the cannibal island, Ansha explained. Gazing at them, the ship I was on must have departed without me. Could I have left the island alone? That is simply impossible. Even if I could defeat so many people, where could I go on my own? It was not that she was incapable of overcoming them. but rather that she had nowhere to turn. Now that she was with Guchun, she had found a place aboard their vessel. Ansha couldn't help but smile. Thus, encountering you was my fortune. Had I remained there for another 10 or 20 years without meeting you, I would surely have despaired. It was perplexing to think who could have been so short-sighted as to abandon someone as exceptional as Ansha. Regardless of the faction, her abilities were undeniably impressive. To think such a person was discarded? Chun Yuan-fan and Adam felt a bit embarrassed, but were unable to suppress their curiosity, cautiously beginning to inquire. We are quite interested to know why you were left behind. Which organization were you serving? Ansha paused, casting a glance at Guchun. She was uncertain if revealing her identity as a member of the Revolutionary Army would lead them to regard her differently. Chun Yuan-fan, perhaps you should refrain from asking. Can't you see this question is rather sensitive? Guchun interjected, rolling his eyes. Ansha smiled gently. Well, this is something everyone will eventually learn. Before arriving here, I was indeed a member of the Revolutionary Army. Upon hearing this term, the others nodded in understanding. Unlike the Navy, the Revolutionary Army did not directly target pirates. Yet their relationship with pirates was inherently adversarial, albeit to a lesser extent. Such an identity need not be concealed. It was not as if she were a Navy officer, where many aboard the ship might have been unable to accept Ansha's presence. Nevertheless, one could never be certain. After all, today, Ansha had displayed the skills belonging to their pirate crew before so many. Have you forgotten today's events? You helped us immensely. How could we not accept you? Besides, with Ansha being so charming, why would anyone reject her? Chun Yuan-fan defended her. Everyone laughed amiably, and after their interaction, Chun Yuan-fan and Adam took their leave. The ship's crew found themselves a comfortable spot to relax, while Guchun and Ansha remained nearby. Guchun, Ansha inquired, do we have any tasks ahead? You have yet to mention anything, and I am quite curious. Given their current circumstances, finding treasure was out of the question. They lacked the means. However, they could attempt to seek clues regarding the 4 great villains, albeit they would need to approach the matter through another individual who just happened to be aboard the ship, Firewolf. Regarding this issue, most aboard had not probed Firewolf too deeply. However, as one of the 4 great villains, he likely possessed more information than they did. Shall we interrogate Firewolf together? Ansha, only aware of his existence on the ship, was momentarily taken aback by Guchun's suggestion. Why must we interrogate him? Does he hold some particularly extraordinary secret? Guchun suddenly recalled that Ansha was unaware that Firewolf was one of the 4 great villains. He explained. Firewolf's identity is quite significant. He is indeed one of the 4 great villains. This is why I chose to approach him. The information we acquire from him is inherently asymmetrical. Do you understand my point? It was certainly easy to comprehend. Ansha nodded, though hesitantly asked, so, has no one questioned him about this matter during his extended stay on the ship? In truth, there had been inquiries, albeit from a notably small number of individuals. Most were preoccupied with treasure hunting, allowing certain matters to slip from their minds. It was only by chance that he had become intrigued and sought to investigate the 4 great villains. Otherwise, he likely would not have contemplated this issue at all. The limited information we possess is precisely why we have entrusted this matter to you and me. We are undoubtedly the 2 individuals aboard the vessel most capable of earning Firewolf's trust. Primarily, it is our capability that matters. Chun Yuan-fan and Adam. If they were to learn some of the underlying truths, could potentially expose the situation directly. They must not be involved. I find your reasoning quite sound, Ansha remarked, gazing at Guchun. However, interrogating Firewolf may not prove to be a straightforward endeavor. How intriguing of a character must he be to maintain his position aboard the ship for so long without raising any suspicions? I am well aware that my assertions hold merit, Guchun replied. After their discussion, they proceeded without further deliberation, bringing Firewolf to the deck, where the night had deepened, leaving only the 3 of them present. Guchun and Ansha gazed at the Firewolf, their eyes brimming with curiosity. Guchun inquired softly, could you possibly address a couple of our questions? The Firewolf replied, what questions cannot wait until morning? Why pose them now, in the dark? When I'm at a loss for answers. He rolled his eyes in exasperation, adding, I presume you are merely trying to use me to locate the 4 great villains. Am I right? Such matters are rather easily deduced. We are all astute individuals. Convoluted discussions serve no purpose. It is far more effective to speak plainly. Especially for someone like the Firewolf, whose fiery temperament is well known. If there were to be endless mutterings without any substantial information, it might drive him to frustration. Indeed, Guchun remarked, after all the time spent aboard this ship, the number of inquiries you've faced from the crew about the 4 great villains has been alarmingly few. This seems rather unrealistic. Thus, I wish to ask you if you could provide us with a concrete reason and perhaps indicate the whereabouts of the remaining 3 individuals. Without any information, how can we hope to locate the rest of the 4 great villains? He appreciated straightforwardness. Ansha regarded the Firewolf, their gazes locked upon him. The Firewolf paused, then chuckled. If I were to claim complete ignorance on this matter, would you believe me? If it were truly as straightforward as he suggests, that would be quite absurd. Ansha shook her head, and the Firewolf, somewhat resigned, explained, the crew has their own duties. No one can maintain constant vigilance over me. As for the remaining 4 great villains, I certainly cannot have full knowledge of their whereabouts. Who can say if their hiding places have shifted? What grounds would I have to explain their absence then? Upon hearing this, and Sha and Guqin began to grasp the Fire Wolf's apprehensions. They exchanged a knowing glance and nodded. And Sha spoke again. You need not worry about these matters. Even if we find no significant leads, we shall not be disheartened. A mere clue would suffice. The Fire Wolf sighed. After such a prolonged stay aboard the ship, he had thought his affairs would draw little attention. Yet, he realized he had underestimated the situation, after all. His unique identity could hardly go unnoticed. In truth, he confessed, I am not particularly well acquainted with the movements of the remaining three. However, if I remain silent, the leads you acquire would indeed be scant. Presently, you possess only a treasure map, yet the location is inaccessible for the time being. In the future, who knows if others might reach it before you? Discovering the remaining 4 great villains might unveil further clues to treasure. We have connections with several reputable fleets. By who? Though cunning is also rather cautious at times, one might say he is quite suspicious. He is likely hiding within a fleet he trusts. Guqin and Insha had heard of the fleet associated with Baihu. However, their own fleet had been adrift for far too long, and the information they obtained was extremely limited. To gather news, they would have to rest in nearby towns. Having just completed a brief respite, they found themselves in need of another. There was a small town nearby, known for its abundance of information, situated at the junction of 2 kingdoms. If they were to rest there for a while, they might acquire valuable intelligence. After discussing this matter, the trio retreated to their quarters. The following day, as the crew busied themselves with their tasks, Guqin surveyed the ship, which he had meticulously organized, nodding in satisfaction. He addressed the crew in a voice loud enough for all to hear. Crew members, we have pressing matters to attend to. Today, we shall spend some time in the nearby town of Ahuatian. Locating the remaining 4 great villains is of utmost importance. The crew, uncertain of Guqin's intentions, exchanged bewildered glances. After all, if memory served, they had only recently taken a break from confronting the Navy. The information regarding the treasure was woefully inadequate. Guqin observed their confusion and added, Ahuatian is a strategic location where we should be able to gather significant intelligence. He had no desire to venture into fiercely competitive areas. If they were to explore, it would be in search of the elusive ancient treasure shrouded in mystery. The crew began to grasp Guqin's plan. Indeed, while they possessed a treasure map, its utility was limited. Could they recklessly intrude upon a treasure's hiding place without sufficient knowledge? Understood, Captain. We should be able to arrive by this afternoon. Once they reached the town of Ahuatian, the pirates adopted a more subdued demeanor. Their purpose here was to gather information, and they wished to avoid drawing attention in such a perilous locale. Should they attract the notice of troublesome navy or revolutionary forces, a fierce battle would likely ensue. Finding a reasonably good inn, the group decided to settle there temporarily. They did not select the finest rooms but casually chose a few. Although the ship had ample supplies of vegetables and rice, they could not resist gathering additional provisions. It would be unwise not to stock up. Should they uncover treasure or clues about the 4 great villains, they would likely be adrift for an extended period, without sufficient provisions. How could they sustain themselves on the sea for so long? Adamu and Qin Yuan Fan were tasked with intelligence gathering. In this area, the best sources of information were likely the various taverns. These establishments often hosted a mix of patrons, making it difficult to discern who might be valuable sources of news. With so many storytellers present, one could easily become swept up in gossip, making it both easy and challenging to extract useful information. Qin Yuan Fan and Adamu ventured to a nearby tavern as evening approached, finding it bustling with patrons, primarily middle-aged men discussing matters of the sea. I spotted another ship docked at the pier today, likely a pirate vessel. I wonder what these pirates are thinking, returning here every so often to indulge in revelry. Indeed, while those individuals may have enjoyed themselves, the townsfolk were likely gripped by fear. Qin Yuan Fan and Adamu exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. They could not shake the feeling that the speaker was alluding to them. Yet, were there not other crews that had also frequented this place? Were their intentions aligned? It seemed plausible. After all, Qin Yuan Fan and Adamu struggled to comprehend why pirates would repeatedly visit this town. I heard that one of the 4 great villains, Baihu, has been thriving aboard a certain pirate ship lately. His status among pirates is immensely coveted. Many ruthless and malevolent pirates find themselves overshadowed in his presence. I have heard that the powers of the awakened devil fruit he possesses are exceptionally formidable, which likely explains his elevated status among pirates. The captain of that ship appears to be Vera, a formidable figure in his own right, rumored to have transitioned from the Navy to piracy. Transitioning from the Navy to piracy? Both Qin Yuan Fan and Adam found this rather absurd. The two factions, the Navy and pirates, are inherently opposed. The Navy often critiques these so-called innocent pirates from a moral high ground. It seems implausible that someone would abandon the esteemed Navy to become a despised pirate. The notion is, quite frankly, far-fetched. Their sentiment was echoed by another individual present. You can't possibly be fabricating this? What sort of status do pirates hold that the Navy would be unaware of? The relationship between the Navy and pirates has always been antagonistic. How could it be as you describe? The reverse, with a pirate joining the Navy, would be more credible. After all, aside from the thrill of treasure hunting and a moderate income, the life of a pirate is fraught with peril. The Navy is currently in its prime, and everyone aspires to join its ranks. Forsaking the opportunity to become a Navy officer for the anonymity of piracy seems utterly unreasonable. The individual, clearly taken aback, fell silent and stammered before regaining some composure to assert loudly, "Just because you say it's impossible doesn't make it so." Vera has already risen to captain, which indicates his exceptional capabilities. Becoming a Navy officer among so many others, do you even comprehend how low that position is? After all, when the Navy sets out to apprehend pirates, they typically dispatch several ships together. Vera does indeed possess an air of mystery. Chen Yuanfan and Adam exchanged knowing glances and nodded in unison, ordering a pot of wine, though neither drank much, focusing instead on the conversations around them. A nearby table seemed to consist of individuals likely hailing from a pirate background, perhaps having spent considerable time in pirate circles. They couldn't help but chuckle at the earlier discussion. It is quite astonishing that Captain Vera's reputation has reached even this small town. Indeed, the wild tales spun about him are rather amusing. Captain Vera has indeed taken in one of the notorious four fiends, the White Fox. Yet he is not of Navy origin. The idea that someone from the Navy would turn to piracy is simply unrealistic. A Navy officer attempting to integrate with pirates would, at least initially, find it challenging to bond with his crewmates, even if they were acquainted. This may be the crux of the matter. Navy personnel, with blood on their hands from countless pirate encounters, cannot easily dismiss such animosity. Adam and Chun Yuanfan listened intently, gaining a clearer understanding of the situation. Their previous remarks had indeed been outlandish, yet some useful information emerged. Chun Yuanfan exchanged a glance with Adam, and together they approached the two pirates, inquiring sincerely, "We inadvertently overheard your conversation and wish to know if individuals like us could join you and become pirates?" The two pirates remained wary, sizing them up. Adam and Chen Yuanfan appeared robust, yet it was uncertain whether they would suffice as pirates. "I believe it's possible, but our next destination is the Cliff Reef. A perilous location. You two hardly seem capable of accompanying us there. You appear too ordinary." The two's request to join their crew seemed unwelcome unless they were willing to merely serve as deckhands. Initially, it seemed they would have to navigate a convoluted path to learn their itinerary, but to their surprise, the pirates revealed it quite readily. While they had heard of the Cliff Reef, they were unfamiliar with its specifics. The name itself sounded treacherous, yet they had never heard of its dangers. They nodded in agreement. Frankly, having been pirates for too long, if not for their inherent boldness, they wouldn't dare venture to such a place. It cannot even be classified merely as a reef. Its size rivals that of a small island, rumored to harbor vast treasures within its depths. Which is why we contemplated testing our luck there. No wonder. We are both eager to go, as it would provide us with valuable insights. We are certain we could become exceptional pirates. The two pirates sighed, not mocking Firewolf and Adam, yet expressing concern. That area is prone to landslides. A moment's carelessness could lead to fatality. We are accustomed to it, but you newcomers might not fare so well. If you wish to become pirates, seek out a slightly safer crew. They had no intention of accepting them. The two departed with smiles. Back at the inn, Guchin arranged a private dining room for a more engaging discussion. "I have gained little today, as the topic of the ship was scarcely broached." Guchin sighed, lamenting that the others were too engrossed in gossip to discuss maritime matters. After listening for some time, he had gleaned numerous trivialities about the small town. Ansha nodded in agreement. She and Guchin were baffled by the digressions, having anticipated some serious discussions but finding only gossip from start to finish. The only somewhat useful tidbit was that pirates had recently been flocking to Ahuatian town. However, aside from this, there was little else of value. Chun Yuanfan and Adam exchanged amused glances, relishing the opportunity to shine. In comparison, they had indeed garnered significant insights today. Clearing his throat, Chun Yuanfan adopted a serious demeanor. Adam immediately picked up on his cue, grinning at the group. "It seems that we are the only ones who have made any gains." Ansha frowned, astonished that so many had failed to uncover useful information, while these two, who appeared the least credible, had found something promising. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. "I hope you truly possess valuable information and are not merely spinning tales," she said, eyeing Chen Yuanfan and Adam. Yuchen shared Ansha's sentiments. These two were typically rather frivolous, and he hoped they wouldn't team a step on such matters. "Look at you two, so in sync. It's clear you are targeting us. Are we truly as unserious as you claim?" "Indeed." Ansha and Guchin exchanged knowing glances, each detecting a hint of amusement in the other's eyes. However, it was best not to prolong the jest. What if Chen Yuanfan and Adam had indeed uncovered something useful? Enough banter. Unless you divulge the information you've acquired, I shall assume it to be mere fabrication. She fixed her gaze on Adam and Ansha. The two individuals were deeply earnest. It was only at this moment that they truly engaged with the matter at hand. "We inquired around the town and indeed discovered information regarding the White Fox. He was part of Vera's fleet, and their next destination was the Cliff Reef." The Cliff Reef, a perilous locale, provoked questions about whether treasures were hidden in such treacherous waters. Everyone pondered this, and Ansha and Guchin repeated Vera's name. The latter recalling having heard it before, yet failing to remember the specifics. "Is this all the information you have gathered? What manner of person is Vera? Have you investigated further?" Chen Yuanfan and Adam exchanged glances. Though those two pirates sailed under Vera's banner, they hadn't engaged in meaningful discussions about her, leaving them rather uninformed on the subject. What you inquire is precisely what we do not know. However, we have heard some intriguing rumors regarding this matter. Although, to be candid, even we find these rumors somewhat dubious. How could a Navy officer possibly turn pirate? The very notion provoked laughter from Chun Yuanfan and Adam, who found the idea absurdly humorous. What do you make of this? Ansha inquired, observing their expressions as if they had stumbled upon something quite amusing. Despite the triviality of the matter, her presence emanated an aura that intimidated both Chun Yuanfan and Adam. It felt as if nothing could escape her keen perception. In truth, the rumor suggested that Captain Vera had once been a naval officer who, disenchanted with the internal environment of the Navy, resolutely chose to oppose it and embraced a life of piracy, eventually rising to become a formidable pirate captain. Such claims were met with immediate skepticism from everyone, except for Ansha, who furrowed her brows, contemplating the plausibility of such events. The very fact that these rumors had circulated indicated a semblance of truth. Yet if they were false, they would mislead many. During our stay, we encountered some crew members from that ship who seemed dismissive of the rumors, leading me to suspect they might indeed be unfounded. Such trivial matters hardly warranted our concern. Is that truly the case? I pondered. I believe the possibility cannot be entirely dismissed. After all, I transitioned from the Revolutionary Army to piracy myself. Do you not welcome my presence? Ansha mused, massaging her temples. Perhaps it is feasible, yet there remains a fundamental difference between the Navy and the Revolutionary Army. The Navy is rife with decay, whereas the Revolutionary Army, as a nascent force, exhibits far greater inclusiveness. The Navy and pirates are inherently at odds, and both sides tirelessly disseminate the other's faults to sway public opinion, a source of great frustration for them. Typically, when calamity befalls both pirates and the Navy, the populace tends to favor the Navy. To win the hearts of the people, one must align with the Navy. This accounts for the skepticism surrounding someone transitioning from Navy to piracy. It simply seems too irrational. Nonetheless, each individual possesses unique thoughts and choices. No one can truly know another's motives. Only by encountering the enigmatic Vera and the White Fox can we arrive at a definitive conclusion. But are they truly heading to the Cliff Reef? To speak candidly, Ansha doubted the credibility of this information, considering it pertained to their adversary's itinerary. After all, Vera's fleet would not trivialize such significant matters concerning two novice apprentices seeking passage. Are you suggesting that the ship with the White Fox is currently resting in this town? Both Ansha and Guchen seized upon the core of what Qin Yuanfan and Adam conveyed, tentatively nodding in agreement. This aligned with recent rumors of an influx of pirates. It appeared that, beyond their presence, others were also in town, recuperating. The town was a veritable melting pot, with some unsavory characters blending in among ordinary folk. It would be impossible for us to locate them here, nor did we possess evidence to confirm that their next destination would indeed be the Cliff Reef. With a sigh, Ansha rubbed her temples. Why did this matter grow more absurd and vexatious with each contemplation? Qin Yuanfan and Adam concurred with Ansha's assessment, realizing that they had done little more than linger at the tavern. Concerned about the truth of the situation and its alignment with their observations, they both sighed. We should dispatch someone to the docks to ascertain whether any pirate ships, aside from our own, are present. If they set sail, they might summon us to join them, making it easier for us to follow. The uncertainty led to a cessation of further discussion. After all, they were not compelled to engage in a deadly confrontation. Even if they encountered each other in this town, what of it? Having steeled themselves mentally, they appeared considerably more composed than before. However, an unpleasant incident soon transpired. Their comrades were bullied in the town. The events unfolded the following day when a crew member, merely fulfilling Gu Chen's orders to gather information, unexpectedly fell victim to an attack. The perpetrator exhibited exceptional skill. Numerous crew members investigated the scene, yet none uncovered any trace of the assailant. Following the somber farewell for their fallen comrade, the atmosphere thickened with tension for several days. This incident was unforeseen. The complexity of the situation exceeded their expectations. What lay in this town, and why were they targeted? These were questions they could not answer, but the unease was palpable. We must remain vigilant. Aside from the crew at the docks, the rest should remain at the inn. I intend to investigate who possesses the audacity to commit such misdeeds. Ansha displayed remarkable leadership. Ordinarily, Guchen would have taken the lead, yet today it was Ansha who commanded the effort. Guchen gazed at Ansha, increasingly awed by her remarkable capabilities. After all, he had not been overseeing these individuals, yet the crew held her in high esteem. Initially, he presumed that the matter was connected to the other pirates in the town. Perhaps not specifically the White Fox, but undoubtedly tied to piracy. To his surprise, the following day, the issue was resolved. Indeed, it was related to pirates. The next day, all those pirates were apprehended by the town's constabulary, revealing that formidable figures existed within this quaint settlement. The brothers mourned their losses, yet simultaneously, they found themselves deprived of a wealth of information. At last, 3 days later, the fleet to which the White Fox belonged set sail. This respite had extended over many days, leaving everyone somewhat weary. After recuperating, they returned to the ship, appearing somewhat dazed. It was said that the vessel associated with the White Fox was indeed in their vicinity, yet prior to departure, they had been unable to locate it. All eyes were fixed upon the ship ahead, silence enveloping them, the atmosphere tinged with tension. Previously, relying on the town's minor clues, the only reassuring news they had received was that the White Fox and his crew were indeed within the town. The rest remained shrouded in mystery. And as they neared their quarry, the emotions of the few were a medley of anticipation and apprehension. Qin Yuanfan and Adam's cautious demeanor towards Gu Qin was rather amusing. What is the matter? Are you so anxious about locating one of the four great villains, the White Fox? Finding their target did not guarantee that he would be amenable to their intentions. Any encounter could ignite a considerable conflict. They needed to seek a relatively tranquil stretch of sea to ensure their safety. As they sailed further from the town, Uncle Firewolf regarded the ship, lost in contemplation, before suddenly laughing. Having been labeled one of the four great villains for so long, I never imagined that locating the remaining three would be so straightforward. The White Fox was indeed the only one among them who had escaped that oppressive governance. Qin Yuanfan and Adam exchanged glances with Gu Qin, and suddenly, Qin Yuanfan recalled the words spoken by Firewolf upon discovering his identity as one of the four great villains. When all four are gathered, that will mark the day our ship reigns supreme upon the seas. I and the White Fox should be among the more easily found of the four great villains. Our success in locating him this time is likely due to sheer luck. It has been ages since I last interacted with the White Fox, and I am uncertain if, upon encountering us, he would be willing to sever ties with those aboard his ship. Firewolf aspired to craft another maritime legend. They were capable of becoming legendary figures. Gu Qin was a leader who always ensured a safety net in every endeavor, while Ansha was a trustworthy individual, serving as a calming presence within the team. As for his son, they occasionally exhibited a lack of seriousness, yet they maintained their principles in numerous matters. Unbeknownst to them, another ship was embroiled in an equally intriguing tale. The status of Vela and the White Fox differed significantly from their expectations. Rumors had long circulated that Vela had once been a naval officer, and those who had supported his captaincy now turned traitor in this dire moment. Observing Jack's reckless antics aboard the ship, Vela was on the verge of laughter from frustration. As one of the four great villains, the White Fox possessed more seafaring experience than anyone else, having encountered betrayal aboard ships before, yet he had never been so thoroughly ostracized. Confined in the pirate ship's basement, the White Fox could find no words. This was undoubtedly his most humiliating day. Did the crew lack intelligence? How could they allow themselves to be bullied by such individuals? Vela signaled for the White Fox to remain calm. His naval background, while significant, bore little weight now. Did it imply that he still had connections to the Navy? Evidently. These crew members had harbored thoughts of betrayal long before, yet they had been oblivious to the extent of their treachery until it reached such a critical point. Vela and the White Fox were not individuals to be trifled with. Their restraint thus far stemmed from their overwhelming strength. Dispatching the unruly crew would be a simple task, primarily utilizing the powers of their devil fruits. The combined strength of the crew likely paled in comparison to that of the White Fox alone. Vela felt a twinge of pity for them. Fear not. Once we reach a more expansive stretch of ocean, further from the town, we shall no longer need to conceal ourselves. I will not leave a single one of them standing. The White Fox nodded, his complexion pale and his gaze fierce, revealing his genuine rage. Just don't hold me back when the time comes. Both Vela and the White Fox had navigated the seas for far too long. It was laughable to think these few could reduce them to such a state. I sense that someone has been searching for your whereabouts recently. I have discovered that a fleet has taken a particular interest in me. Vela observed the White Fox, who, unaware of Firewolf's emergence, furrowed his brow. Perhaps it is your former comrades from the Navy? The White Fox replied, how would I know of their existence? My emergence is likely known to only a handful. They are probably here to seek you. However, as long as I am by your side, rest assured I shall protect you should any danger arise. While Gu Qin and the others were oblivious to the events unfolding between them, they soon sensed something amiss. Qin Yuanfan, peering through his binoculars for an extended period, turned to his companions, seemingly incredulous at the absurdity of the situation, shaking his head. We have been so overt. Why is it that the opposing ship shows no sign of caution? Although the White Fox and Vela were not extensively acquainted, they at least understood that both were formidable figures. Would such formidable characters truly lack a sense of vigilance? Could there be a miscommunication in our intelligence? Gu Qin furrowed his brow. Let us hold our position. I suspect there may be unknown developments aboard that ship. It is possible that ownership has changed hands, and the captain may not be the capable Vela we know. Ansha nodded in agreement, clearly considering Gu Qin's assessment to be accurate. They had followed that ship for so long. How could they have been mistaken? All eyes were upon the actions of the crew, abandoning Vela and the White Fox. This ship was indeed rife with fools. Shen Yuanfan's instincts were not wrong. They exhibited no caution whatsoever. Although they were aware of the existence of their ship, they did not perceive it as a direct threat. Captain, that ship has inexplicably followed us for so long. Should we not begin preparing for a potential confrontation? I cannot shake this unease. The newly appointed individual is a formidable-looking middle-aged man, robust in stature, yet he possesses a rather superficial intellect. Upon learning that Vela is affiliated with the Navy, he spearheads the effort to ostracize him. lacking any genuine leadership skills. He nonetheless feels compelled to lead the team after Vela's dismissal. O'Neill sighed, regretting his hasty targeting of those two individuals. Now he finds himself in a predicament. Should anything untoward occur aboard the vessel due to his actions, his standing on the ship would surely plummet. There is no need for defense, as they may not be directly aimed at us. Our numbers are already scant, and those adversaries are preoccupied with their quest for treasure. They are unlikely to venture near the treacherous cliffs. This ship probably shares the same destination as ours. Yet, unbeknownst to them, they are indeed being targeted. However, the crew appears to have been brainwashed, having long been indoctrinated with the notion that Vela and the White Fox are villains. They can only recognize O'Neill, despite his utter lack of competence and illogicality in leadership. Below deck, the White Fox and Vela are already plotting their next move. These fools still have not brought them any provisions. After such a lengthy wait, there has been no sign of activity. The White Fox rises, and the restraints that had been forcibly placed upon him are instantaneously released. One cannot help but wonder about the efficacy of such devices. Could they truly confine them? Their understanding of their capabilities seems woefully inadequate. Opening the door that leads to the deck is an exceedingly simple task for the two of them. The relentless advance of Gu Qin's fleet instilled a sense of unease among the individuals on the deck. With a sudden sound, two individuals unexpectedly emerged from the direction of the basement, figures that should not have been present on the deck. I never imagined that in our absence, you would so quickly descend into chaos. It is perplexing where you derive the audacity to act against us. Vera observed the group before her, regarding them with a gaze as cold as that reserved for the deceased. Previously, they had refrained from action due to the proximity to the town, but now, they would show no mercy. It seemed as though all the efforts of years past would amount to nothing. Nonetheless, he still had the companionship of a White Fox. The White Fox, watching them, felt an urge to laugh. You may not fully comprehend our capabilities. With beings of your caliber, I could dispatch you all with merely a fingertip. The words were delivered without a trace of compassion. Unexpectedly, while searching for someone aboard this vessel, they were treated to such an amusing spectacle. One wondered if the illustrious White Fox, renowned among the four notorious villains, might be inclined to join our fleet. A gangplank had been erected between the two ships, and as Gu Qin's small group approached, they found O'Neill collapsed on the deck, causing them to frown in concern. The White Fox had initially intended to disregard Gu Qin, but upon noticing the Fire Wolf at his side, the attitude shifted dramatically. Fire Wolf, you have arrived so swiftly, the White Fox remarked, tears welling in his eyes. Vera recognized the identity of the White Fox, and it became evident that this individual was indeed the famed Fire Wolf. I am Vera, a junior. I never anticipated encountering a senior in such circumstances. Shall we deal with these individuals together? In less than a quarter of an hour, all aboard the ship were securely bound. Chen Yuanfan and Adam looked at the White Fox and Vera with eager expressions. During this time, they had heard numerous rumors regarding the two, and it was astonishing to finally behold their true forms. Their emotions were unexpectedly complex. Initially, it was this young lad, Gu Qin, who discovered me. Would you two care to join us as we reign over the seas together? Gu Qin chuckled softly, Senior White Fox. Only a pirate ship that gathers all four notorious villains can truly become the pirate king of the seas. While these individuals are indeed pirates, they have all heard of the infamous names of the four. Looking at White Fox, I find myself at a loss for words. The realization that the four notorious villains had always been aboard their ship was perplexing. Why had Vera chosen to conceal this information? If they had known White Fox's true identity, how could a series of subsequent events have unfolded? Vera, why did you not disclose the existence of the four notorious villains? Had we known, would we have found ourselves in this predicament? Truly, foolishness begets folly. Vera rolled her eyes at them, dismissing their concerns, and shifted her focus to Gu Qin and his companions. You need not concern yourselves with them. The two will handle it adequately. White Fox, that Fire Wolf is an old acquaintance of yours. You two should converse. There is nothing on this ship that I hold dear anymore. If it must be destroyed, so be it. Vera's smile faded as she gazed at the vessel she had toiled over for so long, unsure of what to say. Was there truly no one on board, apart from White Fox, whom she could trust and feel close to? How lamentable. Understanding Vera's current emotions, White Fox nodded and pulled Fire Wolf onto another ship, leaving only Chen Yuanfan and Adam aboard Vera's vessel. White Fox turned to Fire Wolf and inquired, What brings you to seek me? Though his words were succinct, they bore no hint of detachment. Fire Wolf could not help but chuckle, revealing his thoughts completely. You know I have a son. He is aboard this ship and is named Chen Yuanfan. White Fox, I wish to locate the four notorious villains to ensure our safety and make the ship the foremost in the world. His words were earnest. White Fox was momentarily stunned and glanced at Gu Qin, sensing that this Gu Qin was likely the captain of the ship. He was eager to hear what Gu Qin might say. Gu Qin nodded thoughtfully, proclaiming, I am the captain, and I aspire to cultivate a crew capable of reaching the pinnacle of the world's maritime ranks. I have already witnessed the cautionary tale of Vela today. We shall not find ourselves in such a predicament. Vela, I wish for him to join our ranks, with his crew dissolved. Aligning with us is undoubtedly an excellent choice for him at this juncture. However, Baihu harbored doubts about Vela's willingness to acquiesce. He was not one to willingly submit to inferiority. Gu Chen's vision was admirable, and Vela would surely resonate with his ideals. Yet Vela would never compromise his dignity merely to adorn Gu Chen's ambitions. You all harbor overly optimistic illusions, Bai Hu remarked, scrutinizing them. How can you be so certain that Vela will join your cause? Bai Hu indeed intended to remain, moved by Hualang's words. The era of the notorious four was. In truth, behind them, the future belonged to the youth who would forge their destinies. It was astonishing that Hualang's offspring had already reached an age where they could shape history. Unbeknownst to them, Vela arrived aboard the ship. He surveyed his surroundings. His thoughts inscrutable to those around him, yet all eyes were fixed intently upon him. He was a significant figure. I understand that you wish for me to stay. Vela smiled, acknowledging the gravity of his recent predicament, where all his former allies had betrayed him. It seems I have but one option. Incha interjected, Vela. We are not the kind of people you imagine. If you are unwilling to join us, we would never impose that upon you. With Bai Hu present, our crew shall not suffer any losses. Vela regarded Ansha, sensing something peculiar in his gaze, prompting him to inquire, do I appear odd to you? Your scrutiny feels somewhat unsettling. Did you once serve in the military? Ansha asked cautiously, not specifying whether it was the Revolutionary Army or the Navy. Ansha's surprise turned to understanding as he recalled Vela's naval past. I never expected Captain Vela's gaze to remain so sharp. I once served as a revolutionary soldier. But unlike you, I was not in the Navy. Following an unfortunate incident, I remained aboard this ship, aspiring to become a pirate. With the ultimate goal of being the world's foremost pirate. Her determination was evident. Becoming a pirate was a significant decision closely tied to Vela's fate. Vela felt a smile creeping upon his lips, recognizing a kindred spirit in Ansha. It seems our circumstances are quite similar. I am pleased to join you temporarily. Becoming the world's greatest pirate is also my dream. However, given the current situation, my only path forward is through your company. The crew grasped the significance of this agreement. Ansha had not anticipated that Vela would consent to stay simply because of her presence. This was indeed fortuitous news, enhancing their ship's combat prowess. Meanwhile, aboard Vela's ship, all crew members were bound tightly. Vela's expression darkened as he entered the ship's hold, preparing to confront those restrained. He ignited a torch and spread a thick layer of oil across the floor. Keeping these individuals alive was undoubtedly courting disaster. The flames would soon engulf everything. Having boarded Gu Chen's vessel, Vela knew he would need to address this matter again in the future. He observed the ship, ensuring that all aboard were consumed by the inferno before feeling at ease to set sail. With the addition of new crew members, space aboard the ship had become constricted. Brothers, before we embark on our treasure hunt, we must prepare and expand our pirate ship. Otherwise, how shall we accommodate any future members? This was indeed a pressing concern. Vela turned to Bai Hu, jesting, I have only just joined this ship, and already I am assigned to laborious tasks. What a surprise. Yet, he recognized the necessity of these measures. By the way, I heard you intend to go to the cliff reef. Why venture there? Isn't it considered quite dangerous? Qin Yuanfan and Adam were curious about their plans. This curiosity stemmed from a lack of substantial clues regarding these two individuals. Leaving their images in Qin Yuanfan and Adam's mind shrouded in mystery, Bai Hu and Vela exchanged glances with them, puzzled. How do you know our destination? Did the traders spill our plans during their raucous discussions? While the traders did share information, their chatter was hardly discreet. In truth, your companions are not as brash as you imagine. Their conversations were merely a tad too loud. We happened to be nearby while gathering your information, which is how we overheard your plans, Qin Yuanfan explained, his demeanor slightly tense in the presence of Bai Hu and Vela. Adam nodded along, unsure of what else to say. Afterward, we received word that you had set sail, and upon checking the route, we discovered it indeed led to the cliff reef, which is why we inquired. Unexpectedly, Adam felt a semblance of nervousness from Qin Yuanfan, a rarity for him. We were fortunate, as we began probing for your information on the first day but found little of value. We deliberated for quite some time before uncovering even a hint of your whereabouts. In the face of this revelation, Ansha couldn't help but chuckle. Bai Hu and Vela nodded, realizing how perilous their previous lives had been, particularly Bai Hu, who had believed he could hide well aboard that ship. Now, it was clear that they had almost pinpointed his direction. Vela sighed. All crew members aboard this ship were cultivated by my hand, yet I never anticipated producing such inept individuals. They display a complete lack of vigilance, able to speak of critical matters in public without restraint. I find it hard to believe these are my own prodigies. His tenure as captain felt like a dismal failure. Ansha observed Vela with amusement. You didn't apply your naval training methods to these pirates, did you? That would be utterly unfeasible. The Navy's constraints would never be tolerated by such a crew. Vera fell silent for a moment. Silence, is it not a wordless agreement? Ansha found herself wanting to laugh. She had not anticipated this turn of events. Observing Vera, it seemed she still felt quite aggrieved. Pirates are inherently drawn to the unrestrained beauty of the sea and the thrill of adventure. Excessive constraints can easily lead to the opposite effect. You are indeed a commendable captain, but that is contingent upon your own adherence to stringent standards. For them, the rules aboard the ship are not overly numerous, merely a few principled guidelines established by consensus, which everyone adheres to diligently. While it's true that minor transgressions occur occasionally, They have never faltered on significant matters. Initially, Ansha did not believe their way of life was particularly admirable, yet in comparison, it certainly proved to be far superior. Being betrayed is inherently distressing, and it was unexpected for Ansha to mock her in such a manner. Vera felt genuinely wronged, particularly since Ansha herself hailed from a military background. You do not understand. While I have always admired the freedom of the seas, my prolonged tenure in the military has inevitably bound me to its regulations. The stringent rules I set forth are intended to ensure my crew's well-being. By adhering strictly to these guidelines, they can indeed enjoy a considerable degree of freedom. However, it is clear that they are reluctant to do so. Yet, Vera did not believe himself to be in the wrong. Why should he be? He merely wished for everyone to share his perspective. Your approach is quite commendable in its own right, yet it is impractical aboard our vessel or yours. The majority of pirates yearn for greater liberty. Ansha gently reassured Vera, and his spirits lifted slightly. Her previous remarks had genuinely affected him. In truth, I did not initially know the White Fox, but later I took him in and concealed his identity as one of the 4 great villains. I consistently portrayed him as a formidable individual to my crew. Yet due to White Fox's reluctance to unleash his full potential, my so-called members began to target him. It was, without a doubt, akin to stirring up trouble on sacred ground. The reason White Fox refrained from revealing his strength was his desire to protect those aboard the ship. In retrospect, my earlier thoughts seem somewhat laughable. These matters should be set aside. Both White Fox and Vera wished to avoid revisiting an experience that bore the stigma of humiliation. By the way, what of the Firewolf's son, Qin Yuanfan? I have yet to meet my old friend's son, and I am quite curious about what sort of young man he has become. Qin Yuanfan and Adam had been discreetly paddling nearby, hoping to remain unnoticed. Yet their presence was inadvertently acknowledged. Yuanfan approached White Fox, a smile adorning his face, though it was evident to all that he was quite nervous and awkward. You must be the little scout known for gathering information, correct? How is it that I, an old friend of your father's, stand before you, and you remain so anxious? White Fox found amusement in the situation. He recalled how Firewolf possessed a fiery temperament, yet his son appeared to be quite the bashful young man. My son has yet to become familiar with you. Once he does, you will understand his true character. It is still too early for him to reveal himself before you. Firewolf, having caught on to White Fox's curiosity, rolled his eyes and responded. Enough of that. Seeing Chun Yuanfan's timid demeanor before White Fox infuriates me. It is one thing to be timid in front of me, but to exhibit such timidity before this little hypocrite is truly unbecoming of my son. Perhaps a disposition unlike your own is not such a bad thing. If he were entirely like you, would he not be rather dull? White Fox jested. Firewolf rolled his eyes. Since when does being like me equate to being dull? I see you understand nothing. Only someone like me possesses such extraordinary offensive capabilities, enabling them to seize the initiative during competitions and showcase their strength first. After all, anyone can tell he is not someone to be trifled with. Ultimately, both White Fox and Vera turned their gazes to Gu Chen, with Ansha and Firewolf present. Why would the captain of this ship be entrusted to a seemingly unremarkable young lad? Their confusion was palpable. The most puzzling aspect was that Gu Chen had yet to exhibit a response akin to that of an ordinary person. Upon witnessing their decision to temporarily join the ship, he simply agreed without reservation. Such youth paired with composure always attracts attention. If all goes as anticipated, this young man may very well be our superior in the future. White Fox scrutinized Gu Chen, striving to discern what made him exceptional enough to earn the begrudging respect of the notoriously fiery Firewolf. Unbeknownst to him, yielding to Gu Chen was, in fact, a most advantageous arrangement. He truly was destined to be their superior, and contrary to their assumptions, he did not attain this position solely through his expressionless demeanor. In truth, Gu Chen was not always so stoic. Esteemed seniors, he began, I understand your sentiments. This ship harbors many seasoned individuals whose abilities surpass my own, yet you have entrusted this prestigious position to a mere youth. I fully comprehend your hesitations regarding my youth. Gu Chen smiled as he addressed them. However, this was not difficult to understand. He refrained from boasting, instead signaling to Qin Yuanfan and Adam, who promptly grasped his intent and began to speak. White Fox, Vera, you may not realize this, but Gu Chen is the most unifying force aboard our vessel. In times of peril, he consistently makes the most astute judgments, while Ansha is also capable. She can sometimes exhibit emotional tendencies that may cloud her judgment compared to Gu Chen. Being a woman who once served in the Revolutionary Army, she occasionally displayed remnants of her military past when confronting certain factions, which was akin to Vera's mindset. White Fox and Vera regarded Gu Chen. Although they did not observe anything particularly extraordinary about him, they also failed to discern any traits that would render him unsuitable for the role of captain. In truth, their captain possessed his own abilities, yet the crew remained largely unaware. In due time, all secrets would be revealed as they navigated their journey together. With the addition of 2 capable and authoritative new members, the crew expressed their joy by fetching rare wines from the cellar, though each person consumed only modest amounts. Although there was a sense of joy, everyone restrained their exuberance to avoid any unforeseen mishaps. Lian Qian couldn't help but join Gu Chen on deck. The system had scarcely made an appearance. Gu Chen called out to it a few times, yet it remained unresponsive and frigid. Good heavens! How did you so swiftly encounter two notorious villains? And why is Baihu, one of the four infamous figures, present aboard your vessel? Missing today's occurrences has truly resulted in a significant loss. Upon hearing the system's astonished tone, Guchen felt a chuckle rising within him. What should astound the system the most is the presence of such a formidable individual as Baihu on the ship, and yet, Guchen still manages to maintain his status as captain, with half of the four notorious figures seemingly in your quarters. Why are they not vying for the title of captain? This captain, to this day, has faced no threats from anyone. It is truly perplexing. Is the title of captain so off-putting? Why has no one contested Guchen's authority thus far? The four infamous figures remain under a bounty. Their very nature makes them ill-suited for public appearances. You should be able to discern some nuances, and Sha can be impulsive at times, while I predominantly uphold my composure. Thus, it is entirely reasonable that no one has suggested replacing me as captain. The crew requires a calm leader to navigate the journey, and I am undoubtedly the most suitable candidate thus far. Guchen does not believe that his abilities are lacking. Rather, he has simply not had the opportunity to showcase them. It seems unreasonable for others to look down upon him. Your observation resonates with me, and I can indeed grasp the pressure you must feel while aboard this vessel. With a plethora of exceptional individuals congregating here, it would be quite challenging for Guchen, as the captain, to inspire confidence if he appears overly ordinary. Indeed, the pressure is immense. However, he revels in this challenge. Although my abilities have seldom been displayed, this does not imply their absence. It is evident to all that my strong leadership skills are not difficult to discern. My capabilities are commendable, and my aspiration to lead my crew to become the world's foremost pirates remains unwavering, regardless of any circumstances. This night is destined to bring unrest for some. The following day, in order to reach the cliff reef, they must undertake a significant expansion of the ship, simultaneously reinforcing various details. Everyone is busy, after organizing all tasks. Guchen joins in the efforts. Nearly all hands are devoted to this transformation. Baihu, Vera, and even Huoleng do not receive any special treatment due to their status. They work alongside the others, contributing to the ship's improvement. I now understand why this young man has consistently chosen to be the captain. He indeed possesses the competence and the audacity to encourage us to work together. Such resolve is not typical among ordinary individuals. Moreover, the fact that he engages in manual labor alongside his crew is no surprise that the sailors readily accept him as their captain. Ansha, the only female crew member aboard, would likely receive preferential treatment on other ships. While Guchun's treatment of her is fair, it does not significantly surpass that of her male counterparts. Accompanying Chun Yuanfan and Adam to procure the necessary building materials for the ship has proven to be quite arduous. Under the addition of Baihu and Vela, Guchen's fleet has evidently experienced a qualitative leap in strength. Even the most elite fleets would likely think twice before engaging them in battle. However, while the software capabilities are commendable, the hardware remains rather ordinary. Guchen regretted destroying the previous ship belonging to Vera. It was evident that his current vessel paled in comparison to Vera's, and logically, he should have claimed that ship for himself, allowing his own to become the grave of those traitors. Vera, of course, had also realized this, as he could still perceive the dismal aura emanating from the ship. Vera, I truly wish to inquire how you managed to craft your former pirate ship, he mused. This vessel, if I may say, is undeniably of a pitiable caliber in terms of capability. I cannot fathom how such a ship could attract so many exceptional sailors to serve aboard it. Vera, somewhat speechless, noticed Guchen's genuine curiosity and confusion regarding the matter. Sighing, he replied, the pirate ship I once commanded was custom-built for me, and the cost was not exorbitant. However, I have come to understand all of your current assets, and indeed, it appears you lack the funds to afford such a vessel at this moment. Guchen could not help but sigh, realizing that despite their prolonged wanderings at sea, their accumulated savings were insufficient even to procure a reasonably decent pirate ship. Whoever said that pirates earn a fortune was mistaken. The everyday expenses are substantial, and the costs of living as a pirate are far from ordinary. If we fail to discover the treasures we seek at the cliff reef, we might very well face bankruptcy. You need not spend money to acquire a ship of my quality. With some effort, this vessel could be made serviceable. Yet, it must be done with diligence. A careless alteration would render it utterly useless. Already classified as a subpar pirate ship, if further mishandled, it would descend to the lowest tier of quality. In fact, we previously obtained a map indicating a treasure's location, but our equipment is inadequate for an expedition there. I estimate it will take considerable time to save enough money to replace our entire set of gear. If the treasures we find do not offset our expenses, then the mere thought of such a scenario sent a shiver down Guchen's spine. It was an outcome they could not allow to transpire. As Vera was now a member of the crew, Guchen confided in him regarding the treasure and the ship. Vera understood Guchen's implication. It felt a warmth in his heart upon hearing his words. Show me the map. Perhaps we can devise a plan together. That location may not be beyond our reach. Vera looked at Guchen, who did not hesitate to produce the map and hand it over. Vera studied the map, furrowing his brow. Isn't this location Death Island? Is there truly treasure hidden there? The name aptly suited the ominous nature of that cursed place. The mere thought of its dreadful atmosphere made Guchen shudder. It seems you are quite familiar with this location. It undoubtedly harbors treasure. However, as you mentioned, our resources are insufficient. Fortunately, the map remained in their possession. Even if they could not venture to Death Island at present, opportunities would arise in the future, provided they did not acquire identical treasure maps. Vera nodded. Though he still found it hard to believe that treasure could be hidden in such a place. He could not help but reflect, I once led my crew there. But we were quickly driven back by the oppressive atmosphere. I never anticipated your target would be the same. If they could not go to Death Island, their only option was the cliff reef. For one, the safety of the cliff reef was significantly greater than that of Death Island, making it a far more suitable destination for them. After much deliberation, both concluded that the cliff reef was indeed the most fitting challenge for their expedition. Not for lack of reason, the cliff reef was not as perilous as its name suggested, yet it was certainly extraordinary. Few ventured there, and even fewer were aware of the hidden treasures it concealed. It was an ideal hunting ground, where opportunities abounded and dangers were scarce. However, their discussions of treasure were abruptly interrupted the following day, as Vera and Guchen resolutely joined the crew repairing their vessel. Similar to Vera's previous ship, this one was of exceedingly poor quality, constructed from inferior materials, and its small size meant that everyone had to squeeze together during daily life. The need for expansion was not merely due to the addition of 2 new members. The current ship was simply inadequate for their next destination. Ansha procured various useful building materials, and after several days of discussions, they finally managed to remove an outer layer from the ship. This layer was crafted from special materials, appearing unremarkable at first glance, yet it was remarkably resilient. Even if faced with cannon fire, it would withstand damage in the short term. Most of the internal materials were replaced with more durable metals, making it difficult to breach even if damaged. This enhancement provided peace of mind should they encounter well-equipped fleets at sea. Moreover, the ship's gunpowder supplies were completely renewed, now featuring integrated cannons with low recoil yet high damage. In a direct confrontation with foes, they would hold a significant advantage. Most importantly, the deck area had been expanded, providing more rooms for everyone, complete with essential living facilities. In terms of configuration, it was undoubtedly superior to its predecessor, perhaps buoyed by the arrival of their new vessel. The crew's spirits noticeably lifted. Vera, who had once felt the profound loss of everything he had built over the years, found solace in the construction of this new pirate ship. The past had faded into oblivion. What mattered now was the beauty of the present. Indeed, he had suffered under poor leadership, and all prior experiences were behind him. He was now poised to embrace a fresh life as a pirate. Though reluctant to admit it, he had to acknowledge that Gu Chun was an exceptionally gifted individual, with remarkable leadership qualities that made him an ideal captain. I never anticipated my new life would arrive so swiftly. It still feels surreal. Vera chuckled, reflecting on the plans he had made with Bai Hu. At this moment, he ought to be fretting over the ship's affairs. Who was behind the betrayal of the entire crew? They had no means of knowing. Having lost his ship and his crew, the prospect of regaining everything in a short time seemed utterly fantastical. Yet, the present was different. He had indeed lost those things. However, as a crew member, I have also gained other invaluable experiences. Throughout these years of navigating challenges, I never anticipated that in the end, I would remain an exceedingly ordinary crew member. The only extraordinary aspect lies in this remarkable leader. Gu Chen did not impose an early definition upon Vera, however. It must be acknowledged that he is indeed a rather extraordinary individual, one whose significance cannot be overlooked. His uniqueness is undeniable. It is to be hoped that during the forthcoming period, as captain, Gu Chen will not disappoint him. Bai Hu accompanied them, or rather, followed Huolang. Both were among the infamous 4 villains, each possessing their own thoughts, yet sharing a common aspiration, the desire for the 4 villains to reunite. When that moment arrives, the world will understand the nature of their existence. A month later, their ship was fully prepared, the pirate vessel transformed into a new entity, and the crew had their own designated quarters. The living conditions had improved considerably, providing a more relaxed and comfortable environment. Yet, they faced the escalating dangers that the future held. Unbeknownst to them, this world was far more perilous than they could have imagined. They were unaware of the numerous trials and tribulations that awaited them on their journey. Fortunately, these challenges were gradually resolved through the efforts of Gu Chen and his companions. Ultimately, these passionate youths succeeded in realizing their lifelong dream of becoming the most formidable pirates. What treasures lie within the cliffs of ruin? Vera, you have never mentioned it to us, and we ventured forth without any preparation. If we encounter danger along the way, will you take responsibility? Ansha regarded Vera, perhaps due to their shared military backgrounds. Although they had once found themselves on opposing sides, fate had conspired to unite them as comrades in arms. Regardless of the reason, they had grown quite familiar with each other. Ansha's forthright nature was something Vera greatly admired. In the previous fleet, he had desperately needed someone like her, direct and efficient. Indeed, Ansha did not disappoint him. Even on this ship, she emerged as a natural leader, commanding the respect and obedience of the majority of the crew. I do not possess extensive knowledge on the subject, and it is not that I do not wish to share, but rather that I am uncertain how to convey it. The place we are heading to is fraught with various adventurous perils. This too serves as a test for my crew. Though they are pirates, Their experiences thus far have been woefully insufficient. Aside from myself, the ship is manned mostly by individuals of mediocre ability. Vera felt a sense of helplessness. Despite his earnest efforts to cultivate their skills, the results were disheartening. It was rather ironic that such an unremarkable group dared to challenge him, and Baihu nodded and stepped forward. Our intention was to choose this location for the growth of the fleet. We are not entirely certain of what awaits us. But with our abilities, even if we cannot lead the crew to the ultimate treasure, ensuring their safe return should pose no issue. The remaining narrative is one they should already be aware of. Their words naturally sparked curiosity among the crew regarding the Cliffs of Ruin, especially given their lack of familiarity with the site. Gu Qin, with eyes fixed intently on Vera, inquired, "Now that we are involved, will your aspirations be elevated?" Vera nodded. With the current team, he hoped they could seize the treasures of the Cliffs of Ruin, lest they prolong their endeavors unnecessarily. The Cliffs of Ruin loomed ever closer, and everyone braced themselves for what lay ahead. Hualang took the opportunity to introduce the so-called Cliffs of Ruin. This place was likely unfamiliar to most, but it was crucial to note that it was riddled with various toxic substances. Even an ant seen scurrying across the ground could lead them to their demise. This was no exaggeration. Such hidden threats were impossible to fully evade, and they could only strive to avoid them. A moment's carelessness could result in disaster for the entire team, a conclusion no one wished to face. What if we have no antidote? Chun Yuanfan and Adam appeared somewhat anxious, yet their eyes betrayed no fear. Instead, there was a palpable curiosity. The others looked at Chun Yuanfan and Adam and could not help but chuckle. Many threats in nature lack a remedy, which is unavoidable. If they tread carefully, they could navigate the island successfully. Moreover, with Hualang and Baihu by their side, having witnessed countless challenges, they would surely help them steer clear of some dangers. The ship had docked, and after ensuring everything was in order, only the core members would venture forth. Gu Qin was concerned that if everyone embarked on the adventure, the vessel on the shore would become a target. Should it vanish unexpectedly, life on such a toxic island would spell death for all. Although they did not fear death, perishing on this island seemed a particularly frustrating fate. They were not lacking in capability and aspired to become the world's greatest pirates. No one would relish the idea of dying here. However, Vera and the others were not worried. As the initial testing ground for the crew, Baihu and Vera had spent some time here. While the toxins were indeed plentiful, there were also resources that allowed them to sustain life, albeit with dual consequences. Thus, while it was a perilous locale, it could also be regarded as a secure haven under certain conditions. Remarkably, despite having been on the island for nearly half an hour, they had encountered no dangers. Everyone was able to identify potential toxic insects and plants, and they successfully avoided any hazards. Ansha and Vera, having undergone rigorous military training, remained remarkably composed, not expressing any signs of thirst despite their long trek. The crew initially felt a bit lost, but soon realized that they were encountering elements familiar from their prior training experiences. Chun Yuanfan and Adam, being juniors, felt somewhat out of place trailing behind them. Surrounded by numerous dangers they could not confront, they could only serve as passive observers, a feeling that weighed heavily upon them, leaving them reticent. You need not wallow in self-pity. Since you have chosen to accompany us, align yourselves with our pace. Observe your surroundings closely and identify anything that resembles a toxin. On a sudden whim, Gu Qin deemed this location an exceptional site for the trials of Qin Yuanfan and Adam. At the very least, he felt confident that the two would grasp his intent and adapt accordingly. Indeed, everything unfolded as Gu Qin had envisioned. Upon hearing his words, Qin Yuanfan and Adam swiftly regained their composure. The surrounding environment was undeniably perilous. Yet it posed merely a threat stemming from nature itself. There were no adversaries here to rival them. To a certain extent, they ought to feel a measure of ease in such surroundings, for the dangers posed by human hearts far surpass those of the environment. How perilous are the toxins in this place? Father, please enlighten us. Only by understanding the extent of the danger can we discern how to respond effectively. The fire wolf nodded, while the white fox regarded Qin Yuanfan with evident intrigue, particularly since neither he nor Adam had revealed their capabilities. I have just observed the toxins here, and they are essentially as follows. The spiny blades of grass likely harbor paralyzing toxins, and as for the fauna, they are predominantly venomous. Perhaps even a tiny ant beneath your feet could possess a toxin potent enough to render you lifeless in an instant. Hence, one must exercise extreme caution in this locale. A careless encounter with something hazardous could irrevocably seal one's fate. Qin Yuanfan and Adam swallowed hard, feeling a twinge of fear. However, their youthful pride prevented them from displaying any weakness in front of these seasoned individuals. It appears this place serves as a trial not only for the two of us but for you as well. Furthermore, they needed to ascertain the location of the treasure. With no one knowing its whereabouts, it implied that they would likely remain on this island for several more days until the so-called treasure was unearthed. Gu Qin certainly yearned to uncover the treasure, as did everyone else, yet the peril posed by the environment was an undeniable concern for all. With a sigh, Gu Qin gazed at Qin Yuanfan and Adam, inquiring whether they still wished to accompany them. If they felt unwilling or fearful, he offered to escort them back, assuring he would catch up later. After all, in such treacherous surroundings, Qin Yuanfan and Adam appeared rather juvenile. Having traversed the island for an entire day, they had reached its central region. Following discussions between Vera and Bai Hu, it was concluded that the captain merely desired his crew to experiment in the periphery. Venturing into the center, or even deeper, would necessitate careful consideration of the safety of those accompanying them. Qin Yuanfan and Adam, however, harbored no fear of this challenge. Though undeniably youthful, who could assert that youth equated to incapacity? They were indeed a remarkable duo, combining both vigor and capability. Rest assured, we shall safeguard ourselves and certainly not burden you, they declared. If we truly manage to stay with you until the treasure is unearthed, it would indeed signify our exceptional prowess, would it not? While they might seem insignificant before seasoned adventurers, among their peers, they shone brightly. Everyone nodded in agreement. Vera and Bai Hu had not anticipated that Gu Qin, too, was a young man capable of discerning priorities. His refusal to abandon them in such a perilous location, instead opting to confront the dangers together, was commendable. No wonder he had earned the title of captain. Gu Qin, you are quite young yourself. Surely you should accompany Qin Yuanfan and Adam back? What makes you believe your presence here is without consequence? Firewolf jested, drawing the collective gaze of the group toward Gu Qin. Just moments earlier, Qin Yuanfan and Adam had been oblivious to the implications in their hearts. Gu Qin held a distinct status, not merely a youthful captain, but one akin to their esteemed predecessors. I require no assistance. I possess the means to ensure my own safety. My concern lies solely with their potential misfortune, which does not imply I am immune to danger here, Gu Qin retorted, his words laced with a chill. Suddenly, the voice of the system resonated in Gu Qin's mind, startled by their surroundings. Gu Qin, how did you come to be in such a place? This area is rife with venomous insects and plants. Remaining here is exceedingly perilous. It was unexpected that the system would discern his situation so swiftly. Gu Qin shook his head, urging it to take a closer look. This place, I am certain I can withstand. It is but a trivial threat. After all, the young bull is unafraid of the tiger, and the system had grown weary of further discourse. The myriad dangers lurking in this locale were ample enough to claim Gu Qin's life, though it seemed he remained oblivious to this peril. Nevertheless, the system harbored deep concerns. If Gu Qin were to truly perish in such a setting, would not the system itself also face oblivion? Gu Qin gazed at the myriad objects scattered beneath his feet. With each step he took, a cacophony of discordant sounds emanated from the ground. Treading cautiously, he advanced cautiously until he reached the very center of the island. Where he halted, the distant sky had transformed into a foreboding shade of black. Although Gu Qin could not discern the origin of this ominous phenomenon, he sensed that proceeding any further might be ill-advised. It was midday, yet dark clouds had inexplicably gathered overhead, a troubling omen indeed. Having witnessed this, do you still wish to press onward? The system regarded Gu Qin with a hint of anxiety, emphasizing that preserving one's life was paramount. Perhaps it would be wise to wait a moment. The ominous sky spoke volumes, and both Vera and the White Fox, standing beside Gu Qin, also paused in their tracks. Let us postpone our quest for treasure until this ominous presence has passed. The sudden darkness in the heavens instilled a profound sense of dread in all of them. Though their resolve remained steadfast, the sight alone was enough to evoke fear. Surrounded by towering trees, there was little chance of finding refuge from the encroaching gloom. Gu Qin instinctively sought to evade the shifting mass of dark mist, yet found himself encircled by trees, with no refuge in sight. Those beside him scanned their surroundings, unable to discern anything beyond the verdant foliage. The group exchanged bewildered glances, at a loss for words, observing the rising panic among them. The system whispered into Gu Qin's ear, advising that their immediate task was to utilize the ropes at their disposal to draw the trees together, thereby creating a barrier. The island's trees, lush and abundant, would, when gathered, provide ample cover to shield them from the encroaching black mist. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. At the pinnacle of the tree, Gu Qin shouted aloud, then forcefully cast the rope he held into the air, prompting the two men to finally realize each other's intentions. After securing the rope to the tree, Gu Qin began his descent, pulling on the rope, while Qin Yuanfan mimicked his movements, descending alongside him. The weight of the two men caused the branches to converge towards the center. Upon reaching the ground, Gu Qin firmly anchored the rope to another tree. The others followed suit, employing the same technique to bind the surrounding trees together. The trunks amassed above their heads, and as Gu Qin observed the approaching black clouds, he urgently urged everyone to take shelter. As the ominous clouds drew near, rain unexpectedly began to pour down. This deluge bore no resemblance to any ordinary rain. With a tinge of acidity, droplets filtered through the leaves, landing squarely on Gu Qin's shoulder. A sharp pain coursed through him. He instinctively grasped his arm, only to be reminded of the scar beneath his touch, which ignited a wave of pain. As Gu Qin had just withdrawn his hand, he noticed the black mark scorched onto his skin. It seemed that this rain was not merely a simple accident. Everyone had wrapped themselves up in their garments. After Gu Qin spoke, he immediately laid down beneath the tree trunk, the pain radiating from his shoulder incessantly. Taking a deep breath, he sought to calm his turbulent emotions. Qin Yuanfan observed Gu Qin's condition and swiftly retrieved the medicine he had on hand. It was best to endure a little longer. Even with painkillers, it was uncertain whether they would alleviate the injury. Qin Yuanfan glanced at Gu Qin's wound, then looked at the raindrops cascading down from the trees. It seemed this island harbored countless secrets. What was to be done about the wound? None of them had encountered such an injury before. And seeing Gu Qin's agonized expression left them feeling somewhat helpless. Under ordinary circumstances, they might have been able to offer assistance. But even the mere presence of this rain had proven formidable, instilling a sense of worry about the journey ahead. There were few places where rain could become so corrosive. It appeared this location concealed significant treasures. While one would normally focus on their injuries, Gu Qin's thoughts were consumed by the wealth hidden within this island. Only by acquiring these treasures would his suffering not be in vain. Yet, with the relentless downpour, how could they find a way out? The ominous black clouds seemed to sense their plight, hovering not far from them. Even if they wished to depart, they were compelled to organize their belongings. If they could not seize an opportune moment to resolve their predicament, they might find themselves confined within this makeshift shelter of trees for the rest of their lives. This caustic rain offered no solutions, prompting them to begin peeling away the outer layers of the books. Perhaps only the bark of these trees could provide them with the assistance they desperately needed. Gu Qin cast a glance at Qin Yuanfan, remarking, "Among us, your strength is unparalleled. Given my injured hand, which hinders my mobility, this task must be entrusted to you." As they had previously bound the trees together, the group had already recognized the challenge at hand. Now, with the sudden demand to strip the bark from the trees, Qin Yuanfan found himself in a bit of a predicament. The recent rainfall had saturated the trees, and if he were to attempt to peel the bark off with his bare hands, he would undoubtedly suffer from the corrosive effects. Lacking any tools, Qin Yuanfan hesitated to proceed on his own. Gu Qin cast a glance at the leaves behind him, now drenched, and turned his attention to the backpacks of several individuals nearby. He pondered the possibility that one of them might contain something resistant to corrosion. Perhaps they could utilize some iron implements. After all, the group would only require these for a short time. Once they stripped the bark from the trees, the items would become obsolete. Although the cliff reef posed a genuine threat, Gu Qin's remarkable aptitude for identifying toxins enabled him to react swiftly to danger. In contrast, Qin Yuanfan and Adam were considerably less adept in this regard. The firewolf and the white fox wished for their departure, hoping to ensure their safety. However, Qin Yuanfan and Adam did not perceive the need for special treatment. They understood the concern of their companions and maintained a positive yet resolute demeanor. Having come this far, why should we retreat? They asserted. We shall endeavor not to burden you, as we too seek to grow along this journey. You need not worry excessively about our safety. Moreover, why should two capable men be sent back? Was Ansha accompanying them? Although they may not match Ansha's strength, they possess considerable skills of their own. The group observed Qin Yuanfan and Adam, noting the evident growth in the two young men. Gu Qin hoped to provide them with the opportunity to develop further. He lowered his head, contemplating for a moment. The night is already upon us. It would not be particularly safe for you to return now. Given your steadfast attitude, you may accompany us. Should any misfortune occur, they would ensure the safety of these young men. The firewolf regarded Qin Yuanfan with a sense of nostalgia. Initially, he had hesitated to allow his son to take such risks in this treacherous locale, doubting his capabilities. Yet, it became clear that he had underestimated his son. A compassionate and capable young man, he was surprised to find that he had belittled him. The firewolf felt a chuckle rising within him. Yet his previous sternness towards Qin Yuanfan and Adam began to wane. You both have indeed matured, and we must consider the sentiments of youth. Thus, I reluctantly permit you to remain with us. Now, as night has fallen, we must devise a plan for our next meal and shelter. Do you understand? Surrounded by venomous insects and poisonous plants, the prospect of finding suitable lodging was bleak. Qin Yuanfan and Adam glanced around, realizing their limited ability to identify toxins. They surveyed their surroundings but discerned little, ultimately returning their gaze to Gu Qin. Gu Qin found himself at a loss for what to do. The available accommodations were exceedingly scarce, while their numbers were considerable and the cost of living substantial. Was it truly feasible for such a multitude to embark on a treasure-seeking expedition together? Why is there a mark here? Qin Yuanfan inquired, pointing to a tree. He had intended to find a suitable place for everyone to rest, but was taken aback by this discovery. Gu Qin hurried over. The tree in question was not a poisonous one, but rather an unremarkable old camphor tree, which was unexpected in this location. Upon the tree, there was a fresh mark, evidently made not long ago, suggesting that others had indeed ventured here. The expressions of those present grew solemn. Qin Yuanfan and Adam exchanged glances, refraining from interrupting their thoughts. Surely, others must have arrived here as well? Qin Yuanfan voiced his concerns, gazing at the mark. He felt a sense of fatigue, previously. He had harbored a glimmer of hope that he and Adam could assist Gu Qin and the others, but now, alongside them, there was another group on the island. Could the two of them truly avoid being a burden to the entire team? To be frank, both Qin Yuanfan and Adam doubted their ability to do so. What is wrong? Are you frightened by the presence of others here? Gu Qin observed Qin Yuanfan and Adam with keen interest. How could that be? Why would we fear something like this? They both quickly denied, though they had to concede that the sight of such a mark did indeed unsettle them. However, it was certainly not fear. Furthermore, why should they be afraid? The presence of others did not imply that they were inherently superior. They were merely two young individuals who, with their determination, could indeed surpass those adversaries. Well, as long as you are unafraid. I have been rather concerned about the two of you, Gu Qin smiled, clearly appreciating the vigor of Qin Yuanfan and Adam. The duo chose to remain with their group. They were undeterred and perhaps, in fact, could lend their support to Gu Qin and the others, who says that the unremarkable cannot contribute to the team. The two of them were bound to grow during this adventure at the cliff reef. Firewolf, your son has turned out quite well, showing half of your former charm. I never expected you could raise such a thoughtful child, Baihu teased Firewolf, who was at a loss for words. As a father, he wholeheartedly supported his son's decisions. Truly, he was his father's son, so bold. Now that we have a general understanding of the island's situation, aside from us, there are likely one or two more fleets here. Their purpose for coming to this island should align with ours. We must tread carefully. In the conflict between the clam and the heron, it is the heron that profits. We aim to be that heron. The group nodded in agreement. Their knowledge of the enemy was still woefully inadequate. Maintaining their strength and tracking the foes would be the most crucial tasks in the coming days. Gu Qin, your ability to discern poisons is quite strong. We must ensure a quality night's sleep tonight. Please devise a plan to identify a suitable resting place nearby, Ansha requested. Her expression revealing her own sense of helplessness. Gu Qin fell into a moment of silence, uncertain of how to respond. With the night sky shrouded in darkness, he could not guarantee the absolute safety of their chosen location. Given the presence of camphor trees, it would be prudent to gather some branches to kindle a fire, which could help repel a portion of the venomous insects and ferocious beasts. Ansha nodded, glancing at Qin Yuanfan and Adam, while they might struggle with other tasks. Collecting firewood to facilitate a blaze should pose no significant challenge. Upon receiving Ansha's directive, Qin Yuanfan and Adam promptly set to work. Do not venture too far. Meet us back at this marked spot, Gu Qin instructed. Hua Lang, remain here to provide support and, if necessary, conceal yourself for reconnaissance. Gu Qin, please inform Hua Lang of any poisonous creatures in the vicinity. With that, they turned their attention to locating their shelter for the night. Gu Qin understood that. In a situation where everyone was unfamiliar with poisonous substances, it was imperative for him to step forward and assist everyone in accomplishing this task. Ansha gazed at Gu Qin, hoping that the challenge would not be too daunting for him. Let us first ascertain whether there are any suitable caves in this vicinity, if we can find a cave. Our survival here would be significantly more manageable. Much like our previous experience on the Cannibal Tribe's island, having a cave for shelter provides conveniences beyond what others might imagine. However, should we fail to locate one, we would have no choice but to erect tents. Yet, given the myriad unknown dangers that lurk on this island, setting up tents would undoubtedly pose a security risk. If possible, Gu Qin still preferred to find a secluded little cave. Though it was unfortunate that finding such a refuge in this place would be no small fortune. Qin Yuanfan and Adam, having heeded Gu Qin's words, had not strayed too far. However, with few camphor trees and even fewer branches suitable for firewood, the two searched diligently, each carrying a large bundle, fearing they might not gather enough fuel. Upon returning to a marked tree, they found Firewolf waiting for them. Observing Qin Yuanfan and Adam, Firewolf felt a twinge of complexity in his emotions. The two of you have returned quite swiftly. Let us seek out the others together. Baihu and Vera accompanied Gu Qin in the search for shelter. As members of the four great villains, they had already established effective communication during their interactions. Firewolf could sense Baihu's direction, and at night, their movements required utmost caution. Unexpectedly, they discovered that others on the island also sought to claim a share of the bounty. As they approached the midsection of the cliff reef without any casualties, it appeared that their rivals, much like themselves, possessed a formidable toxin identifier. Clearly, this location harbored significant treasures, otherwise, it would not have attracted so many competitors. Success breeds envy. Should they truly acquire this treasure, they would likely incite jealousy among others. Dad, what are you thinking about? We've been following you for quite some time now, yet you haven't spoken to us at all. Firewolf finally realized. Sensing the presence of Qin Yuanfan and Adam behind him, he smiled. It's not that I do not wish to converse. It's simply that we must remain vigilant here. I trust you would prefer to avoid any unforeseen mishaps, particularly those instigated by ourselves. Qin Yuanfan and Adam exchanged glances and fell silent. The night was indeed eerie. Yet fortunately, Firewolf was aware of Baihu's direction. After about 10 minutes, he guided Qin Yuanfan and Adam to Baihu. I didn't expect you to complete the task so quickly. We have yet to find suitable accommodations. It seems you two youngsters will have to toil a bit longer. Ansha teased Qin Yuanfan and Adam, their relationship growing increasingly close, making Ansha's character more vibrant. Gone were the initial icy indifference and earlier awkwardness. Now, only trust and camaraderie remained among companions. It's perfectly fine. We insisted on following you. And now doing a bit more work is merely to prove our worth within the team, Qin Yuanfan remarked, glancing at his father, Firewolf. He pondered whether, before becoming one of the four great villains, his father had been just as diligent and earnest, even in the role of a mere logistics support. Firewolf ruffled Qin Yuanfan's hair, saying, what we truly desire is your attitude, diligence, and seriousness. Many have lost sight of the pirates' original intent. Only the two of you still embody that spirit. Night had fully descended, yet none had kindled a fire, until they found a suitable place to rest. Lighting a fire would only invite unnecessary dangers. We've found it, Guchen exclaimed, his night vision serving him well as he beheld a small cave before him. Unable to contain his laughter, finally they had discovered a fitting refuge. The group cautiously approached, avoiding the so-called poisonous creatures, and looked at the spot Guchen indicated. It was a cave entrance about a meter high, overgrown with some weeds, appearing quite suitable, though it remained uncertain whether it could accommodate all of them. I shall enter first to assess the space. If it proves adequate, I will beckon you all to join me. With that, Guchen stepped inside. Shortly thereafter, his voice echoed from within, assuring them that there was ample room. Come quickly. Upon hearing this, everyone promptly entered through the cave's entrance. Guchen discovered that this small cave was indeed remarkable. From the outside, its mysteries remained concealed, yet within, the space was surprisingly vast. Qin Yuanfan and Adam quickly kindled a fire, and the temperature rose instantaneously, allowing the surroundings to become distinctly visible. Their group found ample room within, and to their astonishment, there was another entrance on the opposite side. Both entrances were adorned with bonfires. Given the inherent dangers of the island, the two men took turns keeping watch at night, ensuring everyone has safety. The following day, as dawn broke, Guchen awoke early, initially intending to rouse his companions. He hesitated upon noticing their weary appearances and decided against it. After a while, he finally managed to stir them from their slumber. It was Firewolf and White Fox who had kept watch during the latter half of the night. You two could ascend to the ranks of the four great villains, serving as such exemplary models for us. Is night watch truly that arduous? Could you not endure even a little? Firewolf and White Fox exchanged glances, both feeling somewhat embarrassed. They had not realized that while they began the night alert, fatigue gradually enveloped their thoughts, leading them to succumb to sleep. This was their oversight. Qin Yuanfan and Adam, during their watch in the earlier hours, had been far more diligent, ensuring that the firewood was replenished as needed. No matter, we remain quite safe today, Ansha remarked with a smile directed at Guchen. Indeed, the peaceful night indicated that this place was commendable. Guchen surveyed the group, at a loss for words. Upon exiting the cave, they did not let their guard down, remaining vigilant. Since learning of the presence of other fleets on the island, they had become even more cautious than before. Not all pirates shared their philosophy of non-aggression. Many were fiery and unpredictable, striking without provocation. Their greatest concern was whether the newly emerged pirates on the island were of such reckless and unhinged disposition. They could only hope otherwise. Why do I feel as though I am merely circling in place? Despite marking so many points, I find myself back at the starting point. It leaves me speechless. Suddenly, they heard another voice. The group held their breath, grateful for the dense poisonous vegetation that concealed them. Thanks to Guchen's forewarning, their careful disguises provided a modicum of safety in the face of the poisonous flora, offering them a slight edge against potential threats. Guchen felt a surge of anxiety. Silence enveloped the group as they listened intently to a member of the crew engaging in light-hearted banter. The speaker clearly held a position of some stature aboard the ship. Otherwise, the pirate captain would not indulge him so readily. This place was undoubtedly more complex than it appeared, and while I understand your impatience, there is no need to rush. With so many people present, your agitation could easily influence the emotions of others. The captain remained composed, a stark contrast to the fervently joking crew member. The crew member sighed, wishing for a different circumstance, yet his internal turmoil proved insurmountable. He could not fathom the purpose of their endless circling. They had lingered in this same location for 3 days, leaving numerous markers behind. Were they to repeat the same actions as yesterday? What significance would that hold? It would be far more prudent to retrace their steps according to the previous markers, allowing them to seek treasure in a new locale. After all, the world is replete with places of hidden riches. Did they truly lack for treasure in this one spot? The captain exhaled deeply, gesturing to the toxic surroundings. I too wish to lead everyone back, but the dangers here are evident, are they not? If we were to retrace our steps and encounter new perils, who would be accountable? We have already invested an entire week here. Would you truly abandon all our efforts? Without a master of toxin identification like Guchen, the average individual would find navigation in such an environment exceedingly difficult, requiring numerous trials to ascertain whether the flora and fauna were hazardous. This explained why they had traversed the same distance in significantly less time than the other crew. All eyes turned to Guchen. Fortunately, he was present. Had they found themselves in a predicament akin to that of other crews, it would have been dire. Qin Yuanfan and Adam held differing thoughts. Despite being peers, Guchen possessed a wealth of knowledge far beyond theirs, leaving the two already impressive young men feeling quite disheartened. Perhaps this was the reason Guchen had ascended to the role of captain. Nevertheless, the inherent vitality of youth prevented them from conceding defeat so readily. The future remained vast and uncertain, and they too could master this knowledge. Who could predict what the distant future might hold? Perhaps, after a long passage of time, Qin Yuanfan and Adam would emerge as pillars of the pirate world. Indeed, they could achieve such heights. However, even then, they would still be serving under Guchen. Guchen, amidst the myriad challenges he faced, gradually cultivated the most formidable version of himself. They finally departed, and a sense of relief enveloped everyone. However, Ansha wore a serious expression, According to the opposing party, it was highly likely that they had also fallen into the same formation as their adversaries. How could they possibly make them run in circles? Aside from being ensnared by the formation, Incha struggled to rationalize this unnatural phenomenon. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on their faces. This island was indeed far more intricate than they had anticipated. It was no wonder it was dubbed the Cliff Reef. Beyond the sheer cliffs and the overgrown grass, strange variables lurked, indicating that this journey would yield significant personal growth. As for the formation, they had to endeavor to locate its core. Otherwise, they would be ensnared in this place indefinitely, just like their opponents. They needed to exercise caution, ensuring they remained undetected while maintaining vigilant awareness. The overwhelming fatigue was palpable. This was the initial thought shared by all. The island had indeed proven to be excessively exhausting, particularly for Gu Qin, who had to sustain absolute focus to discern all potential toxins, safeguarding his team while also seeking the so-called core of the formation. After a full day of trekking, they encountered the fleet multiple times. To avoid detection, they exerted tremendous effort, yet after a day, they gained a clearer understanding of their counterparts. The opposing captain was a young man. Despite his youth, his physique was rather unflattering, possessing a beer belly larger than all of theirs combined. Some among them were notably tall, yet a girl, seemingly in her teenage years, emanated an aura akin to that of a spiritual leader. This intriguing pairing was undeniably captivating. They conducted a cursory study of their adversaries, although no substantial insights were gleaned. They were confident that if a confrontation became unavoidable, they would not be outmatched. Despite their robust builds, the few individuals in the opposing party appeared to lack intellectual acuity, truly a case of brawn over brains. As night fell, their self-proclaimed cleverness yielded results indistinguishable from those of fools. Indeed, they had squandered a day merely wandering in circles. Upon returning to the cave, silence descended upon them. The sole achievement of the day was the accumulation of firewood, which far exceeded that of the previous day. Shen Yuanfan and Adam collected the firewood, unwittingly amassing a considerable pile within the cave. It seemed their efforts had not been in vain. Otherwise, they would have had to expend more time searching for firewood again. Stretching, Shen Yuanfan and Adam reflected on the day's hardships. They had traversed and searched tirelessly. Yet, they believed in the capabilities of their companions and remained hopeful. Recognizing that the day's lack of discovery was inconsequential, there was ample time ahead, and many tasks lay before them. They were oblivious to the whereabouts of the other group. Yet all were content with their modest cave dwelling. A golden nest or a silver nest could never compare to one's own humble abode. Moreover, in such a treacherous locale, this cave was far from being a mere doghouse. It offered a semblance of safety, with just the right amount of space. Most importantly, the cave was nearly devoid of toxins, a rare find indeed. It was a stroke of luck to discover such a haven in this perilous place. What if they were to end up like that other crew? Shen Yuanfan gazed at his companions, unable to suppress a sigh. He could hardly endure languishing in this wretched place any longer. Yu Chen waved his hand dismissively, asserting, "Tomorrow, we shall undoubtedly find it. After all, this is merely a small cliff reef, known to very few. Even if a substantial treasure lies hidden here, there is no need for such convoluted measures, is there? The number of visitors is scant. This checkpoint is sufficient to eliminate a considerable portion of them." The following day, vigilance prevailed throughout the night watch. As the presence of others heightened everyone's caution, it appeared that the existence of Shandong had indeed gone unnoticed by that group. Almost simultaneously, they sighted another fleet. What is it about this cliff reef that renders it so extraordinary? Having lingered here for so long, they had uncovered nothing. And now they found themselves ensnared in this wretched place. Frustration was mounting. Among the group, it was evident that only the captain maintained his composure. In the face of his crew's anxiety, helplessness, and grievances, the captain calmly analyzed their predicament. "We have been here for a week and know this route inside out. What holds us captive is not this cliff reef, but ourselves. There exists but this singular conventional path. We have explored every fork, yet still, we have not discerned the correct way. Can we truly be blamed for this?" Gu Qin surveyed the group before him. It appeared they too were on the quest for the peculiar path the captain had mentioned. Perhaps it was indeed only by discovering this unique route to their destination that they could fulfill their shared aspirations. Once that group departed along an alternate path, a palpable sense of relief washed over them. Listening to their words, a flicker of hope ignited within me. It seemed we stood a fair chance of reaching our goal. Shen Yuanfan and Adam exchanged a knowing glance. Regardless of the challenges, finding the way should not be overly complicated. Their failure to locate it the previous day was surely an anomaly. "We must not separate here," Gu Qin cautioned. "Not everyone among us can discern between what is toxic and what is not. Caution is paramount, understood?" With an air of resignation, he exemplified his leadership acumen. And though the others harbored some dissenting thoughts, they suppressed them. Bai Hu and Vera exhibited an unprecedented level of cooperation. They soon encountered that same fleet again. Although they were not traversing the same path, it was inexplicable how they managed to cross paths once more. Fatigue weighed on them. As this group seemed to convey a tacit message, this route was yet another failure. Returning to the initial cave, the echoes of their past ambitions resonated in their minds as they gazed at the cave where they had spent 2 nights. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck them. Why couldn't this cave serve as the focal point? They had rested here for quite some time. It was well ventilated, spacious, and secure, suggesting that it might have been inhabited previously, perhaps for an extended duration. The more they contemplated, the more plausible this theory appeared. They all entered the cave. Familiar with its features, Guchen furrowed his brow, contemplating. This must be the central focal point. If we can overcome this hurdle, we should be poised to seek the treasures left by the cliff reef. However, upon a cursory inspection of the cave, aside from its unusually favorable environment, everything else appeared rather ordinary. Could it be that their assessment was incorrect? While two individuals might entertain such doubt, the collective sentiment leaned towards the likelihood of their intuition being correct, and soon they began to investigate earnestly, to uncover the true mystery. It was imperative to delve beyond the surface and explore what lay within. Their diligence bore fruit when Guchen's voice drew everyone's attention. One of the subordinates had discovered a mechanism and gently pressed it, revealing a map before them. The very treasure they sought was indeed contained within this place. After verifying the authenticity of the map multiple times, they set forth, swiftly departing the previous location within a mere 2 hours. They were left to ponder whether the stranded fleet, trapped for nearly 5 days, would ever find their way here. This place was undeniably remarkable. As they admired their new surroundings, the island's myriad poisonous plants coexisted with breathtaking scenery, offering an extraordinary experience. It was hard to fathom that such a serene locale had claimed the lives of countless individuals. Do you think there are competitors here? Ansha inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she looked at Guchen. Indeed, aside from the fleet trapped in the central region, they had not encountered any other vessels. Was it possible that only their 2 fleets had arrived at this locale? Furthermore, with the treasure map now in their possession, they presumed no other teams remained. While there were no indications of additional groups aside from their own, Guchen felt an unsettling sensation, sensing danger might lurk nearby, potentially unbeknownst to them. With a wry smile, Guchen appeared somewhat fatigued. Should they indeed encounter adversaries here, they would need to tread carefully. Reaching this point suggested their opponents were formidable or that their leader possessed exceptional prowess. Otherwise, guiding a seasoned fleet to this site would have proven arduous. Tension enveloped them all. Hidden in the shadows could very well be those who would contest them for the treasure. The allure of this location was largely attributed to rumors of a potential inheritance of devil fruits, the most coveted prize among pirates across the continent. If such a legacy truly existed, it would explain the presence of rival pirate crews comparable to theirs, by who did not withhold information, revealing Vera's situation. To be candid, while Vera is undeniably powerful, she has yet to encounter a suitable inheritance of a devil fruit. A significant reason for choosing this location for their trials was to provide Vera an opportunity to ascertain whether the inheritance here might be appropriate for her. Their gazes turned to Guchen, clearly eager to discern his thoughts on the matter. Guchen found himself at a loss for words in response to the White Fox's remarks. While he did not particularly require this inheritance of the devil fruit, it did not imply that others were similarly disinterested. Should there arise others within the team who seek the same legacy, he would not intervene. For both Qin Yuanfan and Adam possessed considerable competitiveness in this regard. Upon hearing Guchen's words, Qin Yuanfan and Adam exchanged glances, uncertain of how to articulate their own thoughts. In truth, neither of them felt an urgent need for the inheritance of the devil fruit in this place. They were still youthful and would encounter numerous opportunities in the future. Moreover, Vera's capabilities surpassed theirs. Thus it was only fitting that she should be prioritized for any advantageous opportunities. This world was inherently one where the strong preyed upon the weak. So the notion of granting the devil fruit inheritance to Vera did not strike Qin Yuanfan and Adam as peculiar. Vera's potential contributions to the team were far greater than the sum of their own. Vera observed Guchen, having listened to their conversation, and could not help but admire him as a commendable leader. The guidance he provided to Qin Yuanfan and Adam exceeded her expectations. They were not only obedient but also considerate. A faint smile crossed her lips as she pondered the roots of her sentiments. Perhaps they stemmed from past experiences of being wounded by her own team members. This fleet was bound for greatness. She could assure that none would rival their combination of excellence, size, fairness, and camaraderie. The White Fox chuckled, following closely behind the Firewolf. What began as a spur-of-the-moment decision turned into a fortunate find for both of them. Their willingness to remain with Guchen's fleet was noteworthy. Although they sought no fame, their mere presence would undoubtedly benefit the entire team, attracting even more individuals in the future. After discussing this matter, a sense of relief washed over them. However, no one truly felt at ease. Compared to their previous state, the current atmosphere felt distinctly unsettling. Was it possible that their surroundings were indeed fraught with peril? We have entered a region rife with toxins, Guchen remarked gravely. The air around them was thick with danger, the toxins here far more potent than before. Even with an expert like Guchen capable of identifying such threats, traversing even a short distance would require considerable time, making it difficult for them to conceal themselves. To their surprise, after some time had passed, the rival fleet they had previously underestimated found its true path, or halted, addressing the group. I understand that everyone is weary, but we have only just begun to explore this area. This is not the time for complacency. We must remain vigilant and locate a suitable place to rest for the night. Yet, the tension in the air was palpable, having crossed into a new phase. This location appeared to be even more perilous than the last. Meanwhile, luck had not favored them. Behind a large boulder, Guchen found a clearing where they could set up camp after dealing with the toxic vegetation. The remaining toxic plants were left around as a protective barrier. If anything unfortunate were to threaten them, these plants would serve as a deterrent. Gathered together, the atmosphere among them diverged sharply from the comfort of their previous cave. Fatigue weighed heavily on everyone, particularly Ansha, who felt the discomfort of being surrounded by so many older men, a stark contrast to her previous solitary quarters. All eyes turned to Ansha. You need not be so tense. I am unfazed by our current surroundings. My ambition is to become the world's foremost pirate. If I cannot endure these minor hardships, why would I share my aspirations with you? She believed in the integrity of those aboard the ship, confident that she would face no issues. Why then should she feign fear in their presence? Her logic resonated with the crew, who exchanged affirming glances, particularly Qin Yuan Fan and Adam, who attempted to adopt serious expressions, which appeared rather amusing. Ansha, we were also considering that with so many men around, it must be somewhat awkward for you. Do you truly feel no discomfort? While serving in the Revolutionary Army, Qin Yuan Fan and Adam were not necessarily pirates at sea, and frankly, she did not care whether those around her were male or female. Their anticipated reaction fell short. Disappointment lingered in the air as Qin Yuan Fan and Adam had hoped to provoke a response from Ansha, but instead received a lackluster reply. You think too much. When I was battling in the outside world, you were likely still in your cradle, otherwise. You wouldn't be of similar age yet still acting as my subordinates. A silence ensued. Ansha's eloquence left Qin Yuan Fan and Adam feeling sheepish. Although her words held undeniable truth, they could not shake the feeling of embarrassment that accompanied them, as if they were being looked down upon by her. We have been making efforts. Haven't you noticed that our presence in the team has been growing? Qin Yuan Fan winked at Ansha, who paused thoughtfully. If she was not mistaken, the reason for their burgeoning sense of importance stemmed from their increasing involvement in tasks requiring assistance. Nonetheless, if this misunderstanding fueled their enthusiasm, she saw no harm in letting it continue. It is indeed increasing. Thus, you should take on more responsibilities and speak less. If you remain silent, no one will regard you as mute. Moreover, do not become a burden. If you drag down the team, you must reflect on your actions. Ansha delivered this lesson with a serious demeanor, effectively admonishing the two. Qin Yuan Fan and Adam felt an unprecedented mental fatigue. Despite being chastised by Ansha, they remained unconvinced, believing her to be merely a woman, lacking their vigor and strength. Yet, they could not deny that Ansha was indeed formidable. As night fell, the fire crackled, and the sentinels remained vigilant. This marked the first night since entering the perilous cliffs, and they could not afford to relax. If they were discovered by rival fleets, ensuring the safety of the main forces was paramount. As darkness enveloped their surroundings, the sounds grew louder. Qin Yuan Fan and Adam discerned the faint cries of small creatures, yet struggled to identify them. There are others here. The cries of a person startled Qin Yuan Fan and Adam, who exchanged a glance, and without hesitation, roused Gu Chun from his slumber. Gu Chun and the others, though alert, did not express anger at being abruptly awakened. Instead, they swiftly adjusted their demeanor. Of course, their quick adaptability was also attributed to the soothing balm brought by Ansha. With eyes wide open, they listened to the approaching footsteps, realizing it was quite late. They had not anticipated being discovered by another fleet at such an hour, and the prospect of engaging in conflict was indeed unfortunate. Why were they able to find a place to sleep amid such toxic vegetation, a locale seemingly inhospitable to human life? Moreover, how could they manage to set up such a large tent? The voice from earlier showed no signs of restraint. Such a loud and familiar tone conjured a singular image in everyone's mind. It was indeed the fleet they had been trailing before. They had assumed they would be destined to meander through the central region for eternity, yet serendipitously, they had stumbled upon the path leading here. Were they truly so determined to travel at such a late hour, enduring such hardship? Everyone held their breath in anticipation. However, the confrontation they had envisioned did not materialize. Although they were close, no action was taken. It seemed they had no choice but to find a place to rest, hoping not to disturb the others present. Initially, they believed this was merely a ruse, expecting the pirates to strike without mercy. Yet, to their astonishment, the pirates remained utterly inactive. Could it be that such a naive and harmless band of pirates truly existed? Yuchen signaled to Qin Yuan Fan and Adam to exercise caution and continue their watch. Everyone was weary, and regardless of the circumstances, it was imperative to maintain a good night's sleep. It was a mystery how they managed to endure. In any case, they rose early the next day. Qin Yuan Fan and Adam succumbed to sleep in the latter half of the night, leaving the two of them to guard throughout the entire night, an exhausting endeavor indeed. Should they be found slacking off again during future watches, Guchen warned. He would not hesitate to reprimand them thoroughly. He regarded the two with a stern expression. Qin Yuan Fan and Adam nodded, not daring to utter a sound. They were acutely aware of their wrongdoing. Despite knowing they were not alone, they had still succumbed to slumber. Had the others harbored malicious intent, they would have been entirely oblivious. This was largely due to their own foolishness. As the group emerged from the tent, they fell into silence at the sight before them. The band of pirates was brazenly asleep, some even perched on the branches of the nearby camphor trees. It seemed they had little choice in the inky darkness of night. The only discernible areas free of danger were these few camphor trees. Last night, they had indeed possessed the opportunity to act against their slumbering foes, yet they had refrained. This realization stirred genuine emotion in those who had believed their fate was sealed. "You are awake," said Or, approaching from beside the camphor tree. It was evident he had only just roused from sleep, and his expression bore a hint of surprise upon seeing them. "If I am not mistaken, the fleet I sensed lingering nearby during this time must be yours. You must have passed the previous trial before us, correct?" Guchen nodded. "Both parties, as captains, should engage in a thorough negotiation. Last night, we were indeed aware of your presence. However, you did not initiate any provocation. Consequently, we chose not to commence hostilities under the cover of night. Had we done so, a conflict would likely have ensued. Nonetheless, this locale is truly ill-suited for combat, particularly after dark. If we were to inadvertently encounter certain toxic entities, it would spell disaster for all involved. Wouldn't the very purpose of your visit to this island be rendered futile? This place harbors peril, with an array of poisonous substances lurking everywhere. We are not adept at identifying toxins, and throughout our journey, we have merely navigated by trial and error. It was a stroke of luck to encounter these 3 camphor trees, only to discover your encampment nearby, which piqued our curiosity. After all, it is difficult to fathom why one would choose to reside in tents in such a treacherous environment. At first, Guchun did not believe that they could reside here. Yet the reality proved that living in this place posed no issues, albeit it was rather ordinary compared to the cave. Our captain possessed a commendable understanding of toxins, and it was through his guidance that we managed to arrive at this point unscathed, a remarkable achievement in itself. Aside from Qin Yuanfan and Adam, the rest of their group consisted of exceptional individuals. Although Qin Yuanfan and Adam's abilities were rather mediocre, their character was truly admirable. They remained steadfast in their principles even in such an environment, and their future prospects are undoubtedly boundless. Ower gazed at their party, particularly at Gu Chen, with a hint of envy in his eyes. Though they were all pirates in pursuit of treasure, Gu Chen's group appeared to navigate their journey with relative ease. The crises they encountered along the way seemed trivial to them, yet for Ower and his fellow mediocre companions, these challenges felt insurmountable. Life often proves to be unjust. Some individuals, despite being reluctantly thrust onto the path of piracy, are endowed with innate talents far superior to those of ordinary folk. Lowering his head, Ower chuckled to himself in a self-deprecating manner, pondering whether his perseverance and training held any significance for his crew, who possessed rather average aptitude. Gu Chen is an astute individual, and at this moment, he can discern the underlying meaning in Ower's expression. Shaking his head, he said, "Ower, I comprehend your current thoughts. However, our group is not solely reliant on innate talent. Every individual here depends on sheer effort. Inch's ascent to her current stature is undoubtedly attributed to her experiences within the Revolutionary Army, as one of the most renowned forces on the continent opposing dark powers. The training regimen is terrifyingly rigorous. Countless individuals, despite their robust physiques, have faltered under the strain of the Revolutionary Army's training. Inch's ability to wield a certain level of influence within the army signifies that she has endured immense hardships without faltering and has gradually learned the nuances of human emotions within the barracks. All that she has faced is beyond the imagination of others, and they cannot fathom the depth of her suffering. After all, Inch is still quite young. During her time in the Revolutionary Army, she was likely even younger, perhaps merely a child forced to live in a military environment. How many can truly endure such a reality? Let us also consider Qin Yuanfan and Adam. Their dispositions are commendable. Qin Yuanfan, as the son of the Fire Wolf, has experienced little familial affection throughout his upbringing. It is likely that such sentiments were scarce during his childhood. Nevertheless, he has managed to retain his true nature, enduring immense grievances while steadfastly preserving his authentic self. Is that not a painful and arduous journey? As for him, before acquiring the system he possesses, he was no different from a humble, pitiable figure, and his astute heart reflects the trials he has previously encountered. Ower and his companions have indeed faced perils on their path to becoming pirates. Yet those dangers pale in comparison to the complexities of human nature. This explains why Ower, despite now being a captain and appearing more mature than others, still struggles to conceal his true emotions. It is quite remarkable that Gu Chun, at such a tender age, can maintain an air of indifference towards everyone. Ower paused, observing them. Perhaps their innate delicacy masked their overall aloofness, as he initially failed to recognize the uniqueness of their group. Surely, those he greatly envies must bear their own burdens as well. How did you manage to achieve this? Here, we barely scrape by, yet we are uncertain how many more days we can endure in this wretched place. This cursed land is likely fraught with toxic elements, rendering everything inedible. If we remain here, we may very well perish from slow attrition. Guchen and his companions observed the group before them. Their hearts were not devoid of kindness. Last night, they had ample opportunity to strike a lethal blow, yet they refrained, choosing instead to linger around their tents until they awoke, solely to share experiences. This act of goodwill deeply moved Gu Chun. Initially, he had thought that encountering a few decent souls in such a desolate place would be a stroke of luck, but to his surprise, the entire squad radiated sincerity and benevolence. Unbeknownst to Ao Air, Guchun had already resolved that, due to their decision the previous night, he would journey alongside them, providing protection on their path ahead. However, once they approached the vicinity of their destined opportunities, they would inevitably part ways, and any future encounters would render them adversaries. In truth, their purpose was not the treasures of this place, nor were they after the so-called fortune. Rather, they sought merely to hone their skills. Yet, if their assumptions proved correct, escaping this locale would be far from feasible. With a sigh, Ao Air voiced their predicament, revealing that they had initially intended to return to the central area and then depart directly from there. However, they found themselves utterly lost, regretting not having halted at the entrance of the first checkpoint, where the experience would have sufficed, sparing them from the perilous risks they now faced. Regret hung heavy in the air. So what is your intent now? To accompany us, and, once we attain our fortune, escape this island together? Guchun inquired, suddenly intrigued by Ao Air. He had not anticipated that their motives were so straightforward. This request, as long as it did not impede their progress, was quite agreeable. Nevertheless, the uncertainty lingered. Could this group harbor malicious intent, ready to strike when the moment was opportune? If they successfully navigated the challenges ahead and followed in Guchun's wake to seize the treasures, what then? Tension escalated among the group as they exchanged uneasy glances. Suspicion was an inevitable response, and they had no compelling reason to extend their goodwill toward Ao Air and her companions. Ao Air, feeling somewhat helpless, recognized the absurdity of their current thoughts, knowing full well that everyone here was drawn by the allure of the island's treasures. If not for this, they would not have congregated in such numbers. Upon returning to the tent of their fleet, the crew engaged in quiet reflection. Clearly unable to relinquish their unease in this unsettling environment, Guchun observed them with a hint of exasperation. Why the anxiety? Are you truly afraid of me leading you into danger? As everyone opened their eyes to regard him, it was evident that they were not intimidated by a group of half-hearted individuals. Although these figures appeared formidable, they understood that even such a robust assembly might not stand up to a true powerhouse like a white fox or a firewolf, alleviating their concerns of betrayal. We are drawing closer to the treasures of this place, yet we have only encountered Ao Air and her crew, whose caliber is apparent to all of us. Is it conceivable that all who arrive here share their level of skill? And Sha sighed, her greatest concern being the potential encounter with a formidable adversary, uncertain whether they could escape unscathed, especially when safeguarding another fleet. Each individual present harbored their own motives for being there, and it was clear that not all were naive. Yet, Guchun held a firm conviction. He believed that several fleets would soon arrive, and thus, they must strive for a temporal advantage, aiming to reach the final checkpoint before others, ensuring they were not mere pawns in a struggle where the victor reaps the spoils. They aspired to be the cunning sparrow, watching and waiting. As they gazed at Guchun, each member harbored their own scheming thoughts. Guchun's abilities are commendable, however, at times, his thoughts diverge from those of others. This includes the decision to retain the group led by Ao Air. While they do not pose a significant threat to their status, they also contribute little to their journey. Rest assured, keeping Ao Air and his companions is a decision I have contemplated deeply. They harbor no malice towards us, which is undoubtedly the most favorable scenario. Should there be any ill intentions, we would not succumb to them. I merely believe that the mere chance of encountering one another on this island is a rarity, and life as a pirate is inherently fraught with difficulties. I hope that, as newcomers, they too will persevere. Guchun's original intention was to wish that everyone's experiences could be as delightful and beautiful as he had imagined. Although such a desire may be unattainable, it remained a small wish of his youth, one that he and others were willing to endure. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in his mind, announcing the completion of a task. Act from the heart. Guchun was momentarily taken aback. Task? When had he assigned this to himself? Why was he unaware that the sound of completion had already begun to resonate? There was no time for further contemplation. As Guchun swiftly received the reward bestowed by the system, perhaps due to the simplicity of his system, it did not provide him with anything particularly useful, however. It did grant him a rejuvenating elixir. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Guchun gazed intently at the elixir in his hand. Should they indeed encounter a situation on this island where conflict was necessary to procure the treasures of this land, he could utilize this potion to restore the vitality of the fire wolf and the white fox, thereby enhancing their collective odds of success. Upon reflection, this prospect seemed rather promising. The following day, perhaps in a bid to assert their presence, Our and his companions rose at the break of dawn, with their primary objective being the search for sustenance. Although nearly everything on this island was tainted with venom, they eventually discovered a few fruits that, while edible, were no toxins. It took considerable effort to unearth even a single consumable in this desolate place, making such a find a significant achievement. By the time Guchun and his companions awoke, Our and his group had already gathered a substantial collection of fruits to present to them. I understand that our presence may not be regarded as that of allies, but rather as a burden to you, Our remarked, his eyes brimming with sincerity. Nonetheless, this offering is a token of our goodwill, and we genuinely hope you will accept it. Guchen and his companions did not refuse. They had adapted well to this environment, and they had previously tasted the fruits brought by these individuals. The flavor was acceptable, and there were no toxins. However, the fruit trees were not clustered together. Much like the nearby camphor trees, they could find normal, non-toxic trees scattered about. This scattered nature was a source of their frustration. While this place indeed offered them a glimmer of hope, it also posed significant dangers that required immense effort to grasp. This arduous struggle was exhausting. You have worked hard. There is no need to rise early next time just for us to enjoy the fruits. If you wake up early, you will surely lack the energy during the day. And that will hold us back. We can gather the fruits together. Surely, you have some provisions as well? Let us conserve our supplies. Since we must live here, we should utilize all available resources. Should we encounter a situation where we need to flee, carrying provisions makes a world of difference. Everyone understood Guchen's intent. And Our felt an indescribable gratitude towards him. It was truly moving. Our had never expected that, despite having taken significant advantage of this group. Guchen treated them as equals. If it were another pirate crew, they would likely wish for them to leave at the earliest opportunity. Perhaps even to perish along the way. Instead, Guchen genuinely regarded them as companions. We understand. Now that they had formed an alliance, it was essential for it to be as thorough as possible. If minor issues related to daily life caused friction or disrupted the balance of fairness, Guchen believed they should not remain together. After all, such an unequal relationship would inevitably lead to gradual disintegration. Undoubtedly, Guchen's approach had helped them evade many dangers, and their respect for him grew increasingly sincere. The lurking threats had not yet dissipated. Today, they would attempt to unravel the mysteries surrounding them. Guchen was well aware that their true adversaries had yet to reveal themselves. You two display remarkable patience, remarked the tall pirate, known for his humor. Chen Yuanfan and Adam exchanged glances, momentarily perplexed by the unexpected praise. The elder brother appeared slightly bashful, scratching his head in resignation. Was my message not clear enough? I simply think you two young men are quite impressive, full of vitality and vigor. You will face many trials on this journey. Yet I see no signs of confusion regarding your future. You are undoubtedly part of a particularly thoughtful younger generation, though his assessment was not entirely accurate after all. Guchen considered them more naive than insightful. He acknowledged that they were still commendable, perhaps due to Guchen's guidance. Both Chen Yuanfan and Adam generally preferred not to dominate conversations or draw attention to themselves. More often than not, they were content to follow the group quietly without causing any trouble, not seeking accolades. Nevertheless, the heartfelt compliment from this imposing figure genuinely pleased them. Receiving sincere praise from their allies, Chen Yuanfan and Adam silently reminded themselves to continue striving forward. Guchen constantly reminded his companions along the way about the poisonous plants. Although they were not particularly skilled in identifying toxins, their pace was significantly quicker than usual. A formidable guide indeed. It seemed that today they were left with no choice. They could not survive solely on fruit for so many consecutive days. I spotted a mountain spring nearby, and perhaps we might be fortunate enough to catch a fish or two. Securing meat in such a desolate place would be quite a feat. Guchen's assumption was merely speculative, as it remained uncertain whether they could find any sustenance here. Nevertheless, the mere notion of meat was enough to excite everyone. For after days of fruit, spirits were understandably low. Upon reaching the mountain spring, Chen Yuanfan and Adam took turns standing guard, ready to alert the others at the slightest unusual rustle in the breeze, while the rest sought after the elusive fish in the water. I see fish, Baihu exclaimed, visibly thrilled. After days of bland sustenance, even the notorious four great villains could not bear the monotony. Following Baihu's gaze, it became apparent that more than one fish swam in the spring. Could it be that today they would finally feast? The prospect of satisfying their hunger made everyone a bit anxious, particularly seasoned hunters like Baihu and Huolang, who were adept at securing fresh fish with precision. All had developed a unique fondness for them, likely due to Guchen's assistance. He earnestly wished for himself and his team to be of use. A level of dedication unmatched by many. They successfully caught fish. The process lasted about half an hour, yielding a bountiful catch of 8 fish. While insufficient for their regular meals in this rugged terrain, it was a remarkable achievement. Let us find a suitable place to set up camp. Erecting tents will require time. And I shall prepare the fish for everyone, Guchen called, inviting Chen Yuanfan and Adam to assist while All's team took on the lookout duty. The location was quite favorable, nestled beside a grove of bamboo that provided perfect concealment, creating an ideal natural windbreak. Baihu and Huolang, seasoned veterans, skillfully utilized the resources at hand to construct a makeshift shelter. They gathered around a fire, savoring grilled fish alongside some delectable roasted fruits, which added a unique flavor to their meal. What shall we do if there are no developments by tomorrow? Ansher inquired, looking at Guchen. After a day of labor, fatigue had set in, and it was time to reflect on their endeavors. Yet, it became evident that they had achieved nothing that day. With a sigh, Guchen found himself at a loss for words. Despite their enthusiasm, this cursed place had proven to be exceedingly vexing, leaving them bereft of any significant clues. However, if each day continued in this manner, what, then, was the purpose of their alliance? Regardless, their fate seemed to lead only to entrapment. Do not dwell on such thoughts. We shall undoubtedly find a way out. All of you are exceptionally talented, all interjected, attempting to lighten the atmosphere. During our last trial, Hualang did not even locate the core of the formation. We merely forced our way through. You, on the other hand, demonstrated your intelligence in overcoming the previous challenge effortlessly, and I believe you shall do so again. This earnestness in all S tone eased Ansh's earlier impatience, though it was evident that anxiety lingered in the air. They had never before traversed a trial where they left empty-handed, shrouded in confusion. Let us not worry too much. Enjoy the grilled fish. I sense that this mountain spring holds secrets yet to be unveiled. Tomorrow, we shall follow its course, and perhaps we shall uncover unexpected delights. It is possible that this path may lead to an exit. Regardless, it promises surprises. Whether treasure or an escape, it matters little to us at this point. Guqin, we have been attentively listening to your words. Are you suggesting that, aside from us, others inhabit this island? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Guqin's conjecture was indeed accurate. Within the abyssal reef, several fleets had come to know one another, yet it was evident that their relationships were far from the harmonious bond shared by Guqin and Ao Air. They had nearly reached a state of complete estrangement. You've all lingered here for so long, yet remain utterly at a loss. I fear we shall perish in this place. Spoke a slender man, whose appearance was not that of a pirate, but rather that of a well-educated scion of a wealthy family. However, at this moment, his gaze was dark and menacing, suggesting he was not one to be trifled with. All eyes were fixed upon him, filled with curiosity and contemplation, as if pondering how he had come to assume a position of leadership among the opposing fleet, though not the captain. The majority of the pirates aboard appeared to heed his commands, which was rather perplexing. The fleet he derided had been stranded here for a full 2 months. They had sampled every edible and inedible morsel this desolate place offered, and now, in a bid to conserve their provisions, hardly touched their rations. In contrast, other fleets, intent on immediate gratification, had neglected to stockpile food. This cursed locale seemed incapable of yielding treasure, with scarcely anyone ever returning. Yet, inexplicably, it continued to draw such throngs of adventurers. Guqian and Hour's concerns are indeed valid, yet they are not immediately relevant to their current situation. After all, they must first overcome this minor obstacle before encountering those whom they might consider rivals. I sense that we are the only 2 fleets remaining at this stage. Chen Yuanfan furrowed his brow. If there were indeed others present, they should have been visible after such a duration of time spent here. This can only indicate one thing. Those fleets they regard as adversaries have likely already progressed to the next level. Their pace has slowed. Noticing Guqin's anxious demeanor, Hour felt at a loss for words and sighed, offering a blend of comfort and cryptic insight. This place is full of surprises. While those individuals have indeed surpassed us in this stage, it does not necessarily imply they are significantly ahead. The complexity of this location is overwhelming. The current challenge has already proven intricate, and overcoming the next one will be an unparalleled feat, leading them to the treasures hidden within this realm. I grasp the essence of your words. However, I had not anticipated the urgency of our circumstances. Compared to others, we still lag behind in progress. Nonetheless, they will soon close this minor gap. The grilled fish is delectable, perhaps due to the satisfaction of consuming meat, causing everyone's spirits to lift as they contentedly observe their surroundings. Ignoring the toxic flora that permeates this area, it truly is a picturesque locale. The scenery is splendid. I wonder if we will encounter such beauty in the forthcoming challenge. Guqin suddenly appeared deep in thought, his expression stern. There are still plenty of fruits in this place. I believe that when we reach the next checkpoint, we will encounter numerous fleets, and the living quarters will likely have been fought over. We must do our utmost to transport the necessary supplies from this place. One must admit, Guqin truly possessed foresight. Upon reaching the subsequent checkpoint, they would come to realize that these fruits were, in fact, quite a decent source of sustenance. Without the provisions they had brought, they would struggle to afford even the roots of grass. Almost everything in this cursed land was tainted by poison, and few dared to extract resources from such a treacherous environment. Yet, relying solely on their strength and with scant food supplies, they had no choice but to procure whatever sustenance they could. The following day, everyone rested well. Guqin surveyed the brilliant surroundings, which seemed to foreshadow the impending storm of bloodshed they were about to face. Today, they followed the mountain spring. This spring was merely a tributary, and along the route were the very toxins it had nurtured. Remarkably, beside this spring stood the most distinctive plant, the fruit tree they had longed for. It was, indeed, their most delectable source of nourishment. Their pockets were nearly filled, and they stowed the fruits in their luggage, knowing that resources would be scarce at the next checkpoint. They had truly found the right path. Following the mountain spring, they finally reached the barrier of the next checkpoint. Tension filled the air as everyone became alert, particularly Qin Yuanfan and Adam, who feared an ambush by pirates that could lead to their capture and become a burden for the entire team. Be cautious. Qin Yuanfan and Adam, there is no need to be overly anxious. We are surely safe. This was indeed true, as the children were not lurking around but were instead embroiled in a quarrel. In the distance, faint sounds of an argument emerged. Although the voices were quiet, everyone could hear them. Cautiously, they approached, and Guchen noticed a thicket that appeared particularly toxic, yet was devoid of actual poison. They concealed themselves within. The larger members of the Hour fleet found it quite challenging to squeeze themselves in. This wretched place was undeniably perilous. You all seem to be living frugally here. What you've saved must be the rations you brought with you. Are you really unwilling to part with your food, even at this dire point? The speaker was an effeminate man. Their group had sought the thrill of the journey and had nearly exhausted their provisions. In the remaining time, they could hardly afford to starve, so their thoughts turned to those in front of them. These individuals typically scavenged for food in this accursed place, unsure of what they consumed, barely having enough to survive for 2 months. Now, their physical condition was certainly inferior to that of the young men before them. Thus, it would be more prudent to offer their rations to them, granting these weaklings a swift end. You lot, why should we relinquish the hard-earned food we have? Your lack of foresight is your own issue. To suddenly extend your hand toward me is rather audacious, don't you think? They had indeed endured much hardship. The crew had grown noticeably thinner, yet they were tough and would not yield over such trivial matters. The effeminate man's expression darkened. In his eyes, the current state of this group was far from their peak performance, yet they dared to challenge him. The audacity was remarkable. The man stared defiantly at the effeminate figure, unwilling to concede. I am aware of your ruthless methods. You have dealt with many pirates who came here before us. We have been here nearly 2 months, and we have performed exceedingly well at the previous checkpoints, far surpassing your inept group. While they might not match in brute strength, they possessed the cunning to outsmart their adversaries. Whether they could escape this place remained uncertain. With their abilities, they would soon begin to worry about their future. For a leader lacking capability, alongside a crew devoid of intellect, would only find life increasingly difficult after a victory. Numerous fleets lingered in this vicinity, preventing rapid advancement to the next checkpoint. Familiar faces abounded, as they were seasoned fleets. Any misstep would quickly lead to discovery, leaving them uncertain of how to establish themselves as prime suspects in this realm. Clearly, the effeminate man and his companions had not considered this aspect. They had initially not intended to let this group of bumpkins escape unscathed, yet the latter's cleverness was genuinely irksome. You possess quite the audacity. Should we engage in combat, you would undoubtedly be unable to match us. How bold of you to speak so arrogantly. It appears you, as the captain, still harbor some pride. To them, this fleet, which struggled to survive, had long since shed its arrogance. Little did they know, this fleet was far more astute. Life on this island would inevitably devolve into a protracted struggle. Whoever could endure the longest would emerge victorious. They regarded the effeminate man with a sudden burst of laughter. The crew stood tall, swiftly consuming their rations, finishing their water and bread before casting another glance at the effeminate man. Our supplies must indeed be quite enviable to you. They faced their adversaries without fear. Naturally, we envy our own provisions, for once consumed, we shall no longer be as we once were. The group before them appeared invigorated. As if they had consumed a potent stimulant, their demeanor calm yet resolute. You are destined to be defeated by us. Guchen observed the conflict unfolding before him, reflecting on the decisions he had made prior to his arrival, and he exhaled in relief. Fortunately, they had exercised considerable caution in various aspects. Otherwise, if they were unable to find their way back, they would likely have to deplete their resources in this desolate place. The skirmish before him no longer warranted his attention. Yet it imparted a crucial lesson. In this realm, the law of the jungle prevailed, and one must possess an exceptionally astute mind to assert their authority here. To be like that effeminate man would merely be to humiliate oneself in front of the multitude. Although they remained concealed within the underbrush, they were not entirely invisible. This treacherous locale undoubtedly harbored numerous fleets. Should they encounter an overwhelming number of adversaries, their conspicuousness might render them susceptible to a collective assault. They needed to identify the safest refuge within the shortest possible time, ensuring that their considerable group had a secure haven. Let us take the initiative, proposed Qin Yuan Fan and Adam. Recently, they had come to realize that their fleet could indeed be deemed the most fortunate, frequently stumbling upon paradisiacal realms that others had yet to discover. Perhaps, in this very place, they would encounter another such haven. However, what they did not anticipate was that Guchen would soon uncover such a paradise. Wait, it seems I have discovered a promising location. You need not seek that paradise any longer. Guchen gazed at the towering tree beside him, unable to suppress a smile. Indeed, since entering this observation, they had come to a striking realization. Nearly all the plants surrounding them had grown to more than double their usual size, particularly the trees. A tree of considerable age could nearly accommodate their entire group. Wait, the tree. The others instantaneously grasped Guchen's intention. He slowly maneuvered his body, aware that beyond lay a formidable thicket of poisonous vegetation. Navigating through it would prove quite challenging, nonetheless. Guchen appeared to possess a clear understanding of how to handle such toxic flora, remaining remarkably composed as he took Ansh's hand and advanced cautiously. With so many poisonous plants, it seemed impossible for them to venture forth. The vastness of the area they had discovered would surely be noticed by others. Yet the menacing thicket outside likely deterred many from approaching. Guchen waved his hand dismissively. He had just been contemplating the extraordinary coincidences of this world. The thicket they found themselves in possessed a significant advantage. Aside from being non-toxic, it effectively shielded their exposed skin from poisonous plants. The foliage here was notably large, and they collectively gathered 5 or 6 leaves from the underbrush to cover themselves. After successfully navigating through the toxic vegetation, Insha and Gu-chin released their grip. Although Gu-chin's expression remained concealed, Insha was acutely aware of her own flushed face, undoubtedly crimson with embarrassment. Having all traversed the poisonous plants successfully, and considering their need to exit this place, everyone had stashed leaves from the thicket in their pockets. They were not entirely foolish. They had indeed prepared a contingency for themselves. This tree hollow was likely ensorcelled by others, contrary to their assumptions of decay and ruin. It was instead surprisingly clean and orderly. Although the light was dim, it was still quite acceptable. The sounds from outside were faintly audible within the hollow. If you choose to vacate our site, we may consider refraining from hostility, they warned. After all, inflicting harm in this location could tarnish the reputation of their fleet. Yet the previous actions of the effeminate man had undeniably incited public ire. The unexpected turn of events had rendered the once arrogant man silent. Gu-chin and his companions shook their heads in disapproval. The actions of that effeminate man were precisely what they despised most, bullying the weak with brute strength. Fortunately, they had encountered a formidable opponent this time. Otherwise, they might have continued their reckless behavior. If they had crossed paths with that group, it was likely they would have faced an intimidating display of power. Enough of thinking about matters and people unrelated to us. Insha began to unify everyone's emotions. We should all recognize that the place we find ourselves in now is far more perilous than any we have encountered before. We are not merely contending with the natural environment. In previous trials, although their intellect had been tested, many fleets had already completed those stages, sparing them from the dangers posed by numerous rival crews. Each individual who reached this location was undoubtedly formidable. They couldn't help but ponder the effeminate man they had encountered, who might, in the future, become a source of torment for them. Perhaps due to the presence of rivals, everyone's mood was somber. They wore stern expressions, reluctant to engage with others. If they could coexist amicably, it would be acceptable. However, they understood that, more often than not, conflict was inevitable. They felt at a loss for what to do. Shen Yuanfan and Adam decided to gather firewood. If they couldn't find suitable pieces, they would resort to collecting what they could from the underbrush. Their 2-person team would undoubtedly be more efficient than a larger group, facilitating both their task and their ability to conceal themselves. Be cautious. This area harbors numerous toxins. While the types may not differ greatly, should you encounter any creatures, avoid interaction. Regarding those fleets, ignore them. Do not utter a single word, and strive to remain undetected. Otherwise, the outcome may be dire. They retrieved the fruits they had on hand. Each person's capacity for carrying fruit was limited, and if they solely relied on it for sustenance, they could last approximately 5 days. This indicated they could survive here for 5 days with no additional resources, a distinct advantage over others. An hour later, Shen Yuanfan and Adam returned, drenched in sweat. Clearly, the conditions outside were worse than they had anticipated. They must have encountered some formidable challenges. You appear to be in poor condition, Gu-chin observed, noting their disheveled state. Fortunately, they had managed to collect a significant amount of useful firewood. What could be more crucial than the supplies they had secured? This firewood was painstakingly acquired from another fleet, but we didn't steal much. Most of it was gathered by ourselves. The firewood they collected was mostly damp, indicating that they needed a suitable place to dry it, ensuring they would maintain an advantage during the night. Once the fire was lit, visibility improved considerably. The condition of the tree hollow exceeded their expectations. Gu-chin chuckled. It seems we have indeed found a splendid refuge. There are few toxins here, although we cannot entirely rule out the possibility of venomous creatures intruding. But such occurrences should be rare. The thicket of poisonous plants outside has significantly deterred foreign species. As they glanced around, they felt a wave of gratitude for the camaraderie of their loyal companions. Or, moved, looked at Gu-chin and said, "To be frank, you possess far more loyalty than I had imagined. I admire and appreciate you greatly. Without your presence, I doubt our group of brawny men would have lasted long in this place." "Those who have made it this far are no fools," Gu-chin replied. "Even these simple-minded brutes could easily fall prey to those who excel in cunning. Let us not dwell on futile matters. Since we are together, we are brothers. This place is treacherous. We must keep our voices low to avoid detection. If possible, we should refrain from speaking altogether." Insha nodded in agreement. Though the space in the tree hollow was limited, they felt relatively comfortable with one another. Considering Ansha was the only female member, they made an effort to create a sleeping area for her, even crafting a blanket from leaves and underbrush. "You all treat me so well," she noted, recognizing the preferential treatment she received. However, the collective care made it impossible for her to decline. She resolved to contribute more for the group. "So, what did you see outside?" "Only you two ventured to gather firewood and encountered those people," Insha queried, looking at Shen Yuanfan and Adam. Their expressions darkened, clearly affected by what they had witnessed. They sighed. "We were aware of the resource scarcity here, but we never anticipated it to such an extreme. We saw them deeply shaken, and we could only cling to our rationality as we took what we needed and hurried back. This place is indeed perilous." Those without combat capabilities should remain in the tree hollow unless absolutely necessary, for the outside world is fraught with danger. Everyone's gaze turned toward Ansha. While she was indeed capable, she was still a woman, and if others banded together against her, she would be vulnerable. Their concern for her was palpable. Upon hearing this, disbelief washed over them. It was merely a patch of wild grass, appearing lush and vibrant, but it could not be claimed as edible. Fine, if you insist. We shall defer to your judgment, Guchen decided, determined to prove his worth in front of the group. Subsequently, Chun Yuanfan led the others to the island to collect fresh vegetables for the kitchen, ensuring no one else entered as they sat on the wooden boards. Uncertain of what to do. Is our leader perhaps unhinged? How could he think those are edible? They look no different from weeds. Can they truly be palatable? Others nodded in agreement, as none had eaten grass before. They doubted it could ever be prepared to taste good. What are you all pondering? If the leader is preparing the meal, it surely cannot be unappetizing. Once he finishes, you will undoubtedly catch a whiff of something delightful. While some remained skeptical, others were swayed by the optimism. Qin Yuanfan, you are closest to the leader. How much faith do you have in his culinary skills? Another man inquired. Though my acquaintance with Gu Chun is relatively brief, I firmly believe his cooking will be exquisite. You need not worry. But what can be made from grass? I believe that one would only resort to consuming grass when utterly powerless. Otherwise, who would willingly choose such a diet? Upon hearing this remark, others expressed their curiosity, observing as they proceeded to the kitchen. After a series of meticulous preparations, Gu Qin soon presented the meal. Aware of the group's fatigue and busyness that day, he had prepared generous portions of both dishes and vegetables. However, upon seeing the vegetables, an awkward silence ensued. None dared to pick up their chopsticks, as they could only imagine how unpalatable the dish might be. Boss, is this dish truly edible? If so, why don't you take a bite first? Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. How could Gu Qin possibly be unaware of their thoughts? While I comprehend your subtle intentions, you merely wish for me to sample this dish and discern whether it is indeed palatable. Am I correct? Little did they realize that their leader had already perceived their innermost thoughts, resulting in an awkward smile. In a bid to convince them of the delectable nature of the vegetables he had prepared, Gu Chan took a generous portion and placed it into his bowl. Upon witnessing this scene, Chun Yuanfan adopted a resolute expression, adding some greens to his own bowl as well. The others braced themselves for the inevitable moment of spitting the food out. However, to their astonishment, Qin Yuanfan's countenance transformed into one of enjoyment as he savored the dish. You must try this vegetable. It is truly delightful, far from the unpalatable flavor you imagined. It does not possess the taste of wild grasses. After hearing his words, the others hastily picked up their chopsticks to take a bite, only to discover that the dish was indeed delicious, much more so than any they had previously tasted. It was evident that, as Gu Qin had suggested, their appetites had significantly increased, as they devoured every morsel of the rice he had cooked without leaving a trace behind. Allow me to clarify something, he began. The item you referred to earlier is not merely a type of wild grass. It is known as leeks, a highly esteemed vegetable. Though it may not be widely recognized in your region, it is considered a delicacy in ours. Henceforth, whatever I suggest you should consume, you must trust me wholeheartedly. Should you doubt my judgment, it would greatly displease me. The others erupted in laughter upon hearing this. Rest assured, boss, after this experience, we shall embrace whatever you prepare without question. We will never again doubt your culinary skills. Indeed, boss, your cooking has improved remarkably, far surpassing our expectations. We shall strive to learn from you more in the future. Now, they relished a leisurely existence. Following their meal, they reclined on the deck, basking in the sun, enjoying the tranquility of their days. As Guchen soaked in the sunlight, he pondered whether this lush island might also be home to other creatures. Perhaps wild chickens, or small, useful wildlife. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Guchen nodded slightly, and they began to search around. Ultimately, under Guchen's guidance, they successfully captured several wild chickens. Shall we roast this chicken or stew it? Qin Yuanfan inquired with curiosity. Are there no other methods of preparation aside from these two? Upon hearing this, they appeared momentarily taken aback, as if unaware of a third option. To accompany me is a true culinary delight. You shall pluck the feathers from this wild chicken, and I shall prepare a delectable dish for you today. Guchen had previously been quite troubled. The mushrooms he had painstakingly gathered would likely spoil, if not consumed soon, and he felt reluctant to discard them, especially since he had caught so many wild chickens. A stew of wild chicken and mushrooms would indeed make for a delightful dish. Having learned from past experiences, they understood the importance of heeding his advice, thus they diligently proceeded to pluck the feathers from the wild chicken. As they journeyed back, one of them suddenly exclaimed, I've never seen this red object before. It appears rather intriguing. Upon hearing this, Guchen turned to look and discovered it was indeed a red chili pepper. He instructed everyone to carefully place the chili plant onto the boat. Boss, please don't tell me this red thing is edible, Chun Yuanfan remarked, his tone earnest. Guchen nodded affirmatively. You are correct. This is indeed consumable. Upon hearing this, the other person immediately popped the chili into his mouth before Guchen could intervene. Almost instantly, he spat it out, exclaiming, "What is this? It's far too spicy. It feels as if my tongue is being scorched." The sight prompted hearty laughter from the others, some of whom had already offered him their water out of consideration. "This is a condiment, not something you eat directly. I will use this fiery ingredient to prepare a delicious meal for you. So just wait here," Gu Chen assured. Thus, Qin Yuanfan joined him in the kitchen. The pirates they had previously subdued lay comfortably on the deck, relishing the fact that their current existence was vastly superior to their former lives. They could bask in the sun while searching for food. Their daily routine consisting of playing until tired, then resting, eating, sunbathing, and resuming their quest for sustenance. Such a delightful existence was truly gratifying and enjoyable. Why didn't we realize how comfortable life could be before? One of them pondered. If only we had experienced this sense of ease earlier, it would have been splendid. The others exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. In truth, they had never derived pleasure from killing nor harbored any sadistic tendencies. They were merely products of their harsh circumstances. However, since aligning themselves with Gu Chen, they gradually discovered that a pirate's life could indeed be so pleasant, relaxed, and comfortable. Qin Yuanfan and Gu Chen took charge of the cooking, though Qin Yuanfan was uncertain about the proper techniques, relying solely on Gu Chen's guidance. "Now, take the knife and cut the chicken into pieces about 3 centimeters in size," Gu Chen instructed. Qin Yuanfan picked up the knife, assuring Gu Chen, "Leave the cutting to me. I will handle it beautifully. By the way, make sure to chop those potatoes as well," Gu Chen added. Qin Yuanfan nodded in agreement. Gu Chen had a multitude of tasks ahead of him, such as harvesting mushrooms and chopping peppers. But the most crucial aspect was to perfect the preparation of the Huang Min chicken, which necessitated the meticulous blending of the sauce. Should the sauce be improperly concocted, the dish would be rendered a failure. The two of them collaborated exceptionally well, and within less than an hour, the tantalizing Huang Min chicken was ready. The members on the deck were astounded by the alluring aroma, completely taken aback by the delightful scent that wafted through the air. When the meal was served, they descended upon the dining table like famished wolves. "Today, I shall introduce you to another method of preparing wild chicken," Gu Chen declared. The other members nodded in agreement. Intrigued, they savored the Huang Min chicken, astonished that such delectable cuisine existed in the world. Having drifted at sea for so long, their diet had primarily consisted of the ubiquitous ribbonfish. This was their first encounter with such exquisite flavors. They relished the moment, reveling in their joy, having completely emptied the resources of the little island. Just as they were savoring the blissful life, an unexpected sight emerged. A pirate ship appeared on the horizon. Upon spotting them, the pirates' eyes sparkled with a predatory gleam, as if they had encountered a fabled quarry. These reformed pirates had never anticipated crossing paths with fellow marauders. Initially, when they encountered Gu Chen and his crew, their expressions mirrored one another's. However, the pirates who now found themselves alongside Gu Chen were suddenly gripped by fear at such a menacing gaze. "What shall we do? I never imagined they would be so fierce. Were we ever this intimidating?" One pirate incredulously remarked. "API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted." Upon hearing those words, Gu Chen was instantly filled with excitement. Previously, he had not experienced such a feeling, but ever since the last time he plundered a cave, his passion for treasures had soared, and for Gu Chen, such treasures were akin to his heart's fervor. What was there to fear? Neither the equipment nor the defenses on their ship could compare to the superior quality of their own. Why not seize all the treasures from their ship and leave them with just enough provisions? Adam and Qin Yuanfan had already entered when they heard Gu Chen's audacious proposal. If their memories served them right, Gu Chen had once been a proponent of peace. What had transpired to ignite such thoughts? "I remain a lover of peace," he asserted. "But I am simply filled with curiosity regarding the treasures aboard their vessel. Do you all wish to subsist on briny water and fish from the deep sea?" Naturally, everyone shook their heads. How could they possibly desire such a diet? Gu Chen felt he had achieved his objective with a little persuasion. These individuals would be incensed enough to join him in nefarious deeds. Yet, they still failed to comprehend the specific connection between sustenance and raiding another ship. "Ah, you do not understand," he explained. "There is indeed a significant connection. Only by commandeering another's vessel can we acquire treasures, enabling us to barter for food when we pass through smaller villages. Without treasures, how could the villagers possibly provide us with provisions?" After hearing this, the others aboard the ship began to see the sense in his reasoning. Consequently, they were all filled with fervor and prepared to assault the ship before them. Meanwhile, the pirates aboard the other ship, upon spotting Gu Chen and his crew, revealed predatory glimmers in their eyes, having set their sights on Gu Chen's vessel. However, it did not take long for them to realize that Gu Chen's crew was returning their gaze with the same intent, inducing an immediate desire to flee. "Captain, perhaps we should avoid that ship," one pirate suggested. "I can't quite explain it, but something about those people feels off." The opposing captain, upon hearing this, firmly rejected the notion. "Must you be so cowardly? How can you ascertain that they are indeed off? Besides, Look at their numbers, with a mere show of weapons. They will submit entirely. As they drew nearer, Guqin and his crew had long been prepared, having amassed a considerable arsenal. Just as the opposing ship approached, their captain seized an old megaphone that had not seen use in years. "We come with no other intentions than to propose this. Surrender your vessel, and we shall allow you to depart unscathed. I must inform you, that is a foolish daydream," Adam shouted from Guqin's ship. "Surrender quietly, and I may spare you and your crew some suffering. Otherwise, do not blame me for being uncivil. Enough with your empty rhetoric. I will never believe what you say. Hand over your ship, and we can consider the matter settled," the opposing captain retorted. The exchange of insults between Adam and the rival captain prompted laughter from Guqin and Chen Yuanfan. "Boss, could you perhaps adopt a more serious demeanor? I'm in the midst of an argument here, and your sudden laughter is quite embarrassing." Upon hearing these words, Guqin steadied his emotions and handed his weapon to him. "Why should we engage in futile discussions with them? We could simply take action and make them call us father directly." Adam found some merit in Guqin's reasoning, and thus each person grasped their weapons and began to assault them. "You reckless youths. How dare you disregard the ethics of combat? You commenced your attack without even declaring the start," the opposing captain exclaimed in exasperation. "Have you never heard that all's fair in war?" Guqin retorted while unleashing his weapon. The weapons wielded by Guqin and his companions are remarkably simple, consisting solely of ordinary bows and arrows. However, the arrowheads possess considerable penetrating power, should they strike a person. The likelihood of survival without prompt medical attention within 10 minutes is grim. The opposing captain initially intended to counterattack, yet the moment his crew exposed themselves, they were swiftly felled by Guqin's arrows. Witnessing his crew perish one by one, the captain's heart ached with despair. In a moment of surrender, he fashioned a makeshift white flag from his own undergarments. At first, Guqin was taken aback by this scene and inquired of Adam what was transpiring. It was explained that among pirates, there exists a peculiar code. A pirate captain must don white underwear, and during skirmishes, raising such an item signifies capitulation. Chen Yuanfan and Guqin had never encountered this unusual rule. They understood the act of raising a white flag as a sign of surrender. Yet the notion of using undergarments for the same purpose was entirely unexpected. Recognizing the enemy as surrender, Guqin proposed to grant them a chance at mercy. "You shall remain armed and watch over them, while Chen Yuanfan and I proceed to bind them." Upon hearing this, Adam wished to ensure their temporary safety, bringing two of his subordinates along. "Perhaps I should go instead," he suggested, "as both Chen Yuanfan and I possess certain skills, should they attempt any deceitful actions. We can manage." Adam found himself outvoted and reluctantly raised his weapon, maintaining vigilance over the captives. The opposing captain, disheartened by the loss of most of his crew, was hesitant to escalate the conflict further, recognizing the futility of continued resistance. Chen Yuanfan and Guqin exchanged glances and proceeded to bind the captives with the ropes they had brought. "Do not struggle. We have meticulously devised this knot. Without assistance from a second party, you shall find it impossible to escape." The captain, upon hearing this, was tempted to roll his eyes at Guqin. Yet the sight of the weapon in Guqin's hand compelled him to suppress his disdain and force a smile. "Take what you wish. But could you spare us some provisions?" the captain implored, desperation evident in his voice. "Rest assured, I harbor no interest in your food. My sole desire lies in the treasures aboard your vessel. Now, tell me, aside from the meager trinkets visible on the surface, where might the rest of your jewels be hidden?" The captain replied, "Alas, we truly possess only this scant jewelry on our ship. There is nothing more." Guqin observed the frantic rolling of the captain's eyes and immediately discerned that the situation was far from what it seemed. He raised his bow and aimed the arrow at the captain's throat, issuing a stern warning. "If you refuse to speak the truth, do not expect me to show mercy. Should this arrow pierce your flesh and remain untreated for 10 minutes, it would spell certain death. Tell me, if I were to insert this arrowhead into your artery and then withdraw it, how long do you think you would remain alive?" The captain, upon hearing these words, was gripped by fear. The intensity in Guqin's gaze convinced him of the man's resolve. With 3 seconds granted for a response that yielded none, Guqin applied a slight pressure. "Do not kill me," the captain pleaded. "I will divulge all the secrets of the treasure." Upon hearing this statement, Guqin smiled slightly. "Indeed, cooperating with me will not lead to your demise. Beyond the superficial treasures, there lie additional riches beneath this vessel." Upon hearing this, the other crew members swiftly retrieved more treasures and transported them back to Guqin's ship. He gradually untied them before returning to his own vessel. "I must truly express my gratitude for your gold and silver. Perhaps we can exchange your wealth for a substantial amount of food. I hope our paths cross again in the future." The opposing captain, witnessing the retreating figures of Guqin and his crew, spat disdainfully onto the deck. "Who wishes to meet you again? I hope to never encounter you all once more," the captain growled. "What should the captain do now? The treasures on the ship have been taken by the others, and we have now become the most impoverished pirates." Upon hearing this lament, the opposing captain could only sigh. For what else was there to say? Guqin, bearing the fruits of his triumph, is poised to embark with his crew to their next destination. "Captain, where shall we venture next?" Upon hearing these words, Guqin shook his head, for he too was uncertain of his destination. "I do not know where to go either. Our objective is devoid of definition, our direction lacks clarity, and we navigate solely by instinct. The other members felt a tinge of despondency upon hearing this, as none among them could ascertain their ultimate goal. Yet, listening to Gu Chen's remarks, they found a semblance of truth in his words. The day they chose to embrace the life of pirates, they had irrevocably committed themselves to the vast expanse of the sea. Gu Chen was steering the entire warship's course, feeling an unusual sense of joy throughout the day. However, this elation was fleeting as he soon spotted another warship approaching, one that appeared to possess a different status than his own. The voice emanating from the opposing vessel commanded, "Listen well, surrender without resistance, and we shall treat you with leniency, ensuring you remain unharmed. Comply and face your fate." Adamu and Qin Yuanfan recognized the voice immediately. It belonged to a long-standing adversary. They knew that if captured, their chances of escape would vanish forever. Who was the individual shouting from across the way? The voice bore a resemblance to that of an older gentleman. If memory served correctly, he was a recently prominent figure known as Tian Hu. Gu Chen pondered why this voice sounded so familiar. Was it not the voice of someone who had frequently visited him during his confinement? Although the words spoken had often been unpalatable, he had not anticipated the formidable prowess of this individual. Nevertheless, feeling rather amiable today, he decided against a direct confrontation, opting instead to grant them a chance for survival and suggesting a retreat. After Han Feng articulated this sentiment, he swiftly turned to flee in the opposite direction of tradition. Tian Hu, observing this scene, allowed a slight smile to grace his lips. It appeared these individuals possessed a certain intrigue. "Commander, what shall we do now?" Tian Hu, upon hearing this question, revealed a hint of a smile. "Having spent so much time with me, do you truly believe I would permit my prey to escape right beneath my nose?" Upon hearing this, Chen Ping issued a command for their fleet to pursue swiftly. As Gu Chen and his companions made their escape, they encountered the military vessel from earlier, and in a gesture of goodwill, they urged, "You must flee quickly. Tian Hu is coming again. If you do not leave now, it may be too late." The captain of the opposing ship scoffed at this warning, asserting that their vessel held no treasures worth fearing any adversary, be it Tian Hu or another. However, upon recognizing the insignia of a military ship, he promptly ordered his crew to set sail. "Captain, did you not just say you were unafraid? Why the sudden change of heart?" The captain, upon hearing this, delivered a swift smack to the crew member's head. "Do you not see this as an official vessel? If we are captured, our lives will be irrevocably ruined. We must flee at once." Thus, their legs propelled them forward, albeit feeling somewhat relieved that the man named Tian, who seemed solely fixated on Gu Chen's ship, disregarding their modest vessel entirely. "Captain, why do you think he isn't pursuing us? Is it because we are too insignificant?" The captain, hearing this, promptly delivered another reprimand. "What nonsense are you spouting? It is clearly because we are too formidable. This cunning man is unwilling to incur unnecessary losses." The crew member scoffed at this assertion, unwilling to accept that their captain had not recognized they were being bullied by the man named Gu Chen. They were likely the weakest in this predicament. However, these thoughts remained unvoiced. He dared not speak them in front of the captain. "It seems this military vessel has locked onto us," Gu Chen remarked. Qin Yuanfan nodded in agreement as they plotted their escape route, yet the vast sea offered no cover, leaving them uncertain about their next move. Adamu approached Gu Chen, declaring, "Captain, I know of a route that can evade these pursuers. There exists a dense fog that obscures all direction. If we venture beyond 5 meters, visibility is lost, allowing us to escape entirely." Listening to Adamu's proposal, Gu Chen decided to follow his lead. This appeared to be their most viable option thus far. Confronting the military vessel directly, armed as they were, would undoubtedly lead to their detriment. Gu Chen surmised that the primary reason the adversary had yet to deploy the wooden cannon was their desire to capture a living target. Under Adam's guidance, they hastened toward the enigmatic Misty Sea with utmost speed. This Misty Sea possessed a peculiar nature. On its surface, only this particular area appeared somewhat clear. Yet once one ventured into the fog, visibility vanished entirely. The officers were on the brink of entering the fabled Misty Sea, rumored to be a place from which no individual could emerge unscathed. The crew aboard the vessels, naturally, held some knowledge of maritime affairs. Yet Tian, who was unwilling to permit their escape, "Pursue. As long as we stay close, even if it costs us our lives, I shall bring them back alive." Upon hearing these words, the other soldiers had no choice but to muster their resolve and continue the chase, for they were not officers. Guided by Adam, he swiftly located a vantage point that offered an excellent view and optimal concealment, one that would typically evade the notice of that old rascal, Tian Hu. "Boss, this place isn't entirely secure either. Should the enemy charge recklessly in, they might discover us. Perhaps we should seize this opportunity amidst the fog to make our departure." Gu Chen found wisdom in the words spoken, realizing that Adam had likely traversed this path many times while evading pursuit. Under Adam's guidance, they emerged from the sea of mist. "Thank you immensely, Adam. Without your assistance, we would likely have been captured by now," Qin Yuanfan remarked to Gu Chen. Upon exiting the mist-laden waters, they continued their journey, their primary objective being to distance themselves from the military vessel. It was evident that the ship was equipped with numerous instruments. Lingering any longer could result in their capture. Meanwhile, the Tianhu found itself ensnared within the fog. oblivious to the chemical composition of the mist that interfered with their instruments. What should we do now, Commander? The compass is utterly incapable of determining any direction. No matter which way we turn, it seems we are merely circling, a crew member lamented, struck by the humiliation of their predicament. The commander slammed his fist against the bunk. Just steer vertically in this direction. I refuse to believe we cannot break free, he commanded. The crew, left with little choice, complied with his orders. As they observed the pursuing vessel fall behind and the familiar blaring of horns fade away, they dared to entertain thoughts of safety. Yet, suddenly, a violent tremor shook the ship, instilling a sense of foreboding that another peril was drawing near. Guchen quickly regained his composure and ascended to observe the situation. To his astonishment, he discovered a colossal tentacle had ensnared their vessel. With a mere flick, they could be plunged into the depths of the sea. He urgently instructed everyone to retreat to the interior, emphasizing the peril of remaining on deck. Upon hearing his words, Adam called out to the others, who hastily returned to the cabin, having never encountered such a massive tentacle before. Under the strategic guidance of Adam and Guchen, they endeavored to stabilize their ship. Yet the immense tentacle relentlessly assaulted them. Had their vessel not been constructed of formidable military-grade materials, it would have likely splintered in two by now. I have never laid eyes on such a monstrous creature, nor have I witnessed tentacles of this magnitude. Could it possibly be a transformation of some beast? Adam remarked, a hint of anxiety in her voice. At this moment, Guchen found himself contemplating the truth of a saying. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Having pilfered treasures from another ship, they now faced the wrath of official pursuers and the onslaught of a gigantic beast. However, this was not the time for reflection. He was focused on how to evade their dire situation. If they could not free themselves from the grasp of this gargantuan tentacle, they would have no opportunity to move. Thus, Guchen entrusted the helm to Chun Yuanfan and Adam. You two possess years of maritime experience. I am confident in your abilities. I shall sever that monster's tentacle. Naturally, Adam and Chun Yuanfan were reluctant to let him take such a risk, but they found no viable alternative. Perhaps I should go instead. I am stronger and can strike its immense tentacle more swiftly, Adam proposed. No, I shall take on this task. Your extensive experience makes you far better suited for it. The three of them debated fervently, each unwilling to concede. Please, do not bicker over this matter. It is imperative that I go. Only I understand the weak points of that colossal creature's tentacle. Chun Yuanfan and Adam exchanged glances, their skepticism evident regarding Guchen's assertion. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Guchen was perplexed by his own actions, yet he felt that if the entity truly had grown to such a size, it must possess a certain sentience, perhaps even an understanding of his words. However, instead of loosening its grip, the other party intensified its assault, shaking his vessel with increasing ferocity. Had he not managed to stabilize his position, he would surely have been swept away into the depths of the sea by now. Guchen has now mastered the patterns of the creature's tentacles. As he halted, he swiftly dashed to the side of the appendage, raising his axe and striking down with great force. The sharpness of the axe, combined with Guchen's utmost strength, swiftly severed the monster's tentacle. Meanwhile, in the control room, Chun Yuanfan and Adam discerned the glimmer of hope for escape. They maximized the warship's firepower and surged forward at the fastest speed. They could distinctly sense something pursuing them from behind. The monster's tentacles incessantly attempted to seize their vessel. Each time a tentacle threatened to grasp the ship's stern, Guchen would wield his axe to sever it. The sight of the creature sent a chill down Guchen's spine. If you dare pursue us any further, do not blame me for my lack of mercy. As Guchen spoke, he brandished the axe in his hand, and the creature seemed to grasp the situation. Ceasing its pursuit, they managed to flee a considerable distance, and when they saw that no further unusual movements were evident behind them, they finally came to a halt. The previous encounter had been exceedingly perilous. Had they not escaped, or had that monstrosity charged at them again, one could only imagine the dire consequences. Chun Yuanfan remarked with a hint of complaint. I am well aware of the potential outcomes, yet I assure you, I will not permit such a fate to unfold. Have faith. I am unscathed, am I not? Just as everyone believed they were in the clear, their vessel suddenly shook violently, causing each of them to tumble across the deck. It became apparent that the colossal beast had not abandoned its pursuit. Rather, it lay in wait beneath the waves, poised to strike when their vigilance waned. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Gu Chun, fearing that the person before him might be corrupted by the allure of the rose, spoke in veiled terms. In an instant, Tada understood, her fists clenched in determination, ready to charge forth, but he intercepted her at a critical moment. From Tada's account, it became evident that the rose was no ordinary entity, navigating the treacherous waters among the powerful, always flitting through the flowers without a single petal touching her. She was renowned for her multifaceted charm. Tada shot a venomous glare at the rose, lamenting that in her youth, she had been reckless enough to shatter her beloved mirror while toying with the rose. The rose held a deep grudge, directly luring her into a trap that led to her being captured by traffickers, confined in a woodshed for several days, surviving on leftover scraps. With a dismissive wave of her hand, Tada declared, "Regardless, I shall never coexist with him. You are not to associate with him either." Upon hearing this, Yuchen wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, realizing that everything unfolded as he had anticipated. The rose, aptly named, was indeed prickly. Fortunately, he had retracted just in time. Unbeknownst to him, in a realm beyond his sight, the rose had already infiltrated the territory of her prey, having never encountered such an innocent man, who exhibited no interest in her whatsoever. As for the woman beside Yu Qin, she felt a vague sense of familiarity, yet could not place it, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, footsteps echoed nearby. The rose nonchalantly reclined in her chair, displaying no sense of decorum. The man before her was either rich or noble, the host of the auction, and it seemed they had reached some form of agreement. A sly smile graced the rose's lips, curving upwards, just as Tada fortuitously witnessed the scene and, with a haughty demeanor, turned to leave. Unfortunately, she collided with the rose, their gazes locking momentarily. Tada's eyes betrayed her unmasked resentment, leaving the rose momentarily flustered as she watched her retreating figure. Could it be that little maid has snuck out? She murmured to herself, sensing that the auction would unveil some captivating drama. The spectacle had merely commenced. The atmosphere in the air became palpably tense. "I trust everyone has been waiting patiently," she began, as the auction reached its climactic phase, where many had secured their desired items. "Now, let us unveil the pièce de résistance." She deliberately paused, stirring curiosity among the crowd. All eyes converged on the box before her. The rose swiftly removed the black cloth, revealing the deep-sea gem within. The audience buzzed with excitement, a cacophony of whispers rising from all directions. The deep-sea gem, having vanished for years, had mysteriously reappeared at the auction. Who was the mastermind behind it? Whispers circulated that the auction was organized by powerful figures. Could it be their doing? They exchanged furtive glances, each harboring their own ulterior motives. Guchen sensed an inexplicable unease, his mind filled with murmurs. Tada was perplexed, utterly unable to fathom the situation. "What's wrong?" Guchen whispered softly. Tada quickly regained his composure, a hint of sorrow etched across his brow. The emergence of the deep-sea gem brought forth an uncertain mix of joy and dread. Years ago, a ship, manned by a crew of 30, ventured into the unknown depths of the ocean. After several months, only one soul returned, left to wander in madness. The deep-sea gem was the only remnant from that ill-fated voyage. It was highly probable that it could bring misfortune to others. A mysterious figure had seized it from the ship, and years later, it resurfaced at an auction in the quaint town. Tada coolly analyzed the situation, fiddling with an object in his possession, while Guchen fixated intently on the deep-sea gem. Suddenly engulfed in darkness before losing consciousness, Rose cried out amidst the crowd, striving to maintain her composure. When awareness returned, shock painted every face. The deep-sea gem had vanished. At that very moment, Rose's expression darkened. She struggled to suppress her fury, wondering who dared to disturb the proceedings under her watchful gaze. "Ladies and gentlemen, today's auction may not conclude as planned. I must detain everyone present." All exits were sealed, and Rose, her vibrant shoes echoing on the floor, turned and departed. Tada, disoriented and restless, was overtaken by an unsettling familiarity, trembling as Guchen noticed his distress and reassuringly patted his shoulder. "Do not worry. Once we uncover the thief of the deep-sea gem, we shall be free to leave." Tada nodded, gradually regaining his composure. Who could have taken the deep-sea gem? Adam, not far away, wore a furrowed brow, the individuals beside him appearing troubled, restlessly fidgeting with their belongings. The occurrence at today's auction was undoubtedly no mere coincidence. As dusk settled, the auction hall remained filled, with no one daring to leave. At such a critical moment, Rose was still preparing a lavish dinner for the attendees. "I apologize for this manner of invitation. However, the matter of the deep-sea gem is of utmost importance. All present bear responsibility, myself included, and I cannot evade it." Rose's tone was polite yet laced with dissatisfaction, her gaze sweeping over everyone, a glint of calculation flickering in her eyes. Clenching her fists, she grappled with uncertainty on how to proceed. The auction organized by Rose was meticulously planned, a culmination of significant events throughout history. In the stillness of the night, the auction bore an air of gravity, devoid of daylight's clamor. Rose sat in contemplation, her expression serious as she reviewed the guest list filled with affluent families, enigmatic men, and inconspicuous figures. Each connection could potentially set off a chain reaction. Suddenly, a voice pierced through her thoughts. She looked up, astonished to see him. The man before her donned a black Zhongshan suit, exuding an air of antiquity alongside a formidable presence. His discontent was palpable as he sat, striking his cane with force. "What are you still doing standing there? Do you not know to kneel before your godfather?" A whisper urged from beside her. Rose immediately knelt, her demeanor respectful. "What brings you here?" The man inquired, his gaze condescending as he scrutinized her. "I had placed my trust in you to auction the deep-sea gem. Yet you have managed to lose it." He continued, "If the mastermind behind this misfortune is not uncovered today, you shall never return." Rose felt a jolt of terror. She suppressed her ire, her face a canvas of shifting emotions. She understood that the man before her held dominion over vast territories, both land and sea, and was the true master behind the quaint town. Few knew of her influence, and those who did kept their silence. Rose was not someone to be trifled with. Without his protection, her future would be perilous. "Godfather, I was merely handling the auction's affairs, without guaranteeing its security. Such a significant item as the deep-sea gem should not have been so carelessly displayed." Before she could finish, he interrupted. "So, you imply it is our fault?" Rose shook her head, struggling to steady her thoughts, and began to pacify his anger. The immediate priority was to identify the thief of the deep-sea gem. In the brief time available, she had promptly sealed off the auction's entrances and exits, with guards stationed outside. Yet, the man's disdainful snort and fierce glare towards her made her heart sink. "You were unaware that when we arrived, those outside had already been incapacitated. The culprit may have escaped." He articulated each word with emphasis. Rose felt as though the ground beneath her was crumbling. The man sighed, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes, deciding to preserve the greater good. After all, Rose was his carefully nurtured asset, never having faltered in their dealings. He could not afford to cast aside the pawn he had cultivated over the years. "If you can find someone suitable to take the blame for the suspect, we can easily fabricate a reason to resolve the matter. Then, no one will hold you accountable." He whispered in a tone meant only for them. Rose contemplated deeply. Recalling the man who dared to meet his gaze, determination surged within her as she abruptly stood, commanding those nearby. "Fetch the man from the private room upstairs and his companion. I have matters to discuss with him." As her words echoed, the atmosphere grew tense, and several exchanged glances of disbelief. Truly, Rose was formidable, known for her ruthless efficiency and unwavering vigilance in her dealings. "I shall provide you with a suitable explanation for this situation. However, I wish to refrain from further discourse on the matter." Meanwhile, on the other side, Guchen sat idly in his chair, absent-mindedly toying with an object in his hand. Little did he expect that while he was seated indoors, a commotion would arise as several individuals materialized out of thin air, whisking them away. All eyes converged upon him, suspicion brewing. Could they have pilfered the deep-sea gems? The furtive attire of the newcomers suggested nefarious intent. Rose re-entered the fray, her countenance adorned with a faint, enigmatic smile. "I sincerely apologize. The remaining attendees at the auction may leave. We have apprehended the suspects in the theft of the deep-sea gems. In a few days, we shall provide a satisfactory explanation." The crowd exchanged glances, hesitant to speak. The power behind the intruders was formidable, and the aura exuded by the man who had just arrived was chilling. The gems had vanished under mysterious circumstances, and the fear of implicating the town loomed large, compelling them to depart in resignation. Chen Yuanfan furrowed his brows, contemplating Rose's departing figure. Adam observed his reaction, connecting the two in his mind, only to dismiss the notion swiftly. A character like him would only associate with that unfortunate soul. It was implausible he had any ties to such eminent figures. Recalling the man's prior words, a flicker of discontent ignited within him. Inside the room, both Gu Chen and Tarta donned masks. From the moment they were summoned until the conversation concluded, barely an hour had passed. "We have conducted a thorough investigation. We request that you remove your masks. Otherwise, we shall be compelled to assume you are the culprits behind the theft of the deep-sea gems." In a fit of rage, Tarta kicked the objects on the table to the ground and ripped off his mask. When Rose beheld that familiar visage, her expression transformed into one of shock. It was indeed that young heiress. The individuals present blinked in astonishment. "I have seen you before. At a significant conference. Regrettably, I did not attend. As for your accusation of stealing the deep-sea gems, kindly take me to my father, who was also involved in that affair." Rumors swirled outside, suggesting that Tarta was on the verge of a clandestine engagement with several prominent families, indicating he had stealthily slipped away. Those seated pondered, wary of attracting trouble. "How could you possibly be the thief of the deep-sea gems? I merely met your youthful companion. Do not be misled by others." Rose echoed, her mind abuzz with confusion. The two had stumbled into this predicament, and she recalled how, in her youth, she had nearly provoked them. Fortunately, her godfather had intervened, or she might have met a dire fate. Since then, Rose had made an effort to avoid the headstrong heiress, yet fate had conspired to bring them together once more. Explaining the familiar feelings she had sensed earlier, "You should hasten to free her from those bindings." A quick-witted individual behind her acted swiftly. Tarta, in a swift motion, kicked Rose backward. She was caught off guard, crashing against the wall and spitting blood. The atmosphere grew tense. Tarta loomed over her, enunciating each word clearly. "I have not forgotten the events of that year. Now, to frame and slander me, what a clever ruse. I carry a device that meticulously tracks my movements, utilizing cutting-edge technology. Perhaps you should test it?" Rose's face paled, suppressing her rage as she clutched her chest, struggling to rise. Those seat without uttering a word. Guchen swiftly removed his mask. Rose stood frozen in place, confronted by the strikingly handsome man before her, his jawline sharply defined. The individual seated nearby sensed an anomaly. As if they had encountered him before, a disquieting familiarity washing over them. "What is your name?" "Guchen," he replied with a nonchalant tone. Before the esteemed figures present, he maintained an air of indifference. The man's gaze, tinged with admiration, reflected the reason behind his daughter's earnest hospitality and fierce protection of him. He was indeed a man of merit. "You all may leave. We need to have a serious conversation," Tarda insisted, forcibly keeping Gu Chun by his side, steering him in another direction. The atmosphere thickened, plunging into an icy silence. "Your behavior is utterly unacceptable." Tarda shot a defiant glare at Rose, unyielding in her stance as she addressed the gathered crowd with a cold voice. "Rose, the matters between us must eventually be resolved. Weren't you the one who rose to power thanks to your father? Let us settle this with a duel as a means of avenging past grievances." The man seated nodded in agreement, recognizing the old adage that the younger generation pushes the older aside. The two shared a striking resemblance in temperament. Failure to avenge this grudge would undoubtedly lead to future bloodshed. After hearing this, the man patted Tarda on the shoulder, his heart heavy with concern for his daughter, whom he had cherished since she was born. Initially protective, he gradually began to relinquish his hold, feeling somewhat at a loss. "Very well. Let us serve as arbiters for this confrontation. Should anyone resort to deceit, I shall be merciless," he declared vehemently, observing the reactions of those present. The two adversaries faced each other, refusing to yield, while the onlookers were momentarily at a loss, their hands dropping the items they held. As Rose and Tarda clashed, Guchen quickly identified Rose's vulnerabilities. Their eyes met, a silent understanding passing between them. Let the duel commence. At the outset, the two fought evenly matched. Tarda deliberately exposed his weaknesses, enticing Rose to take the bait. Fueled by overconfidence, she fell into his trap. Seizing the moment, Tarda struck, sending her sprawling to the ground. Rose, already injured, paled, her lips devoid of color. The man seated observed with a grim expression, his chest tightening with anger, trembling as he processed the scene. Tarda awaited Rose to rise, ready to capitalize on his advantage, delivering blows with ruthless precision. Rose, though willing, found herself outmatched. Tarda had devoted years to honing his skills, investing more time and effort than most. The man understood this well and let out a hearty laugh. "I never anticipated my daughter would be outclassed. It seems your adopted daughter is not as formidable as you believed." His words dripped with derision, utterly dismissing Rose's abilities. With a defeated sigh, Rose slumped to the ground. In that critical moment, Guchen intervened, blocking Tarda's advance. Confusion etched across Tarda's face. "Why do you stand in my way? Step aside and allow me to teach this arrogant fool a lesson. If not for him, I would not have faced such humiliation. You have already inflicted some damage on him. If I am not mistaken, your earlier kick likely fractured his ribs." Tarda's reaction shifted, feeling somewhat unjustified in his aggression. "Once you are healed, we shall resume our duel." The man seated quickly processed the situation. "I had forgotten that the quarrels between girls should not be so brazenly confrontational." He scoffed, recalling a past incident when Rose had cunningly led Tarda into a den of thieves, nearly costing her life. Fortunately, she had escaped just in time. Now, a few broken ribs seemed a fair trade. Tarda shrugged indifferently, speaking candidly. "I brought him here. If you suspect theft of the deep-sea jewels, then you must suspect me." The man's expression darkened as he shifted the blame onto Rose, his anger surging as he trembled, a forced smile plastered on his face. "Tarda, I have watched you grow up. Naturally, I trust your character." He paused, directing a pointed look at Guchen, emphasizing his words. "But this stranger raises significant suspicions." Guchen was momentarily speechless. The old man's reasoning seemed flimsy, and with a clear intent, he pressed his point with unwavering insistence. Tarda furrowed her brow, her temper flaring as she stepped forward, but in a crucial moment, Guchen positioned himself in front of her. The man's gaze absorbed the scene before him, pondering silently. "What a clever lad. Quite formidable. Old senior," he called out, a term of respect that you took for granted. "Yet, you chose to overstep, to cast aspersions. I shall not allow it." The countenance of the man seated at the head of the table darkened, suppressing his rising ire. The man broke the room's tranquility with a hearty laugh, rising to pat Guchen on the shoulder, exclaiming, "What a remarkable lad, indeed." Surrounding individuals exchanged glances, their expressions revealing skepticism as they speculated on the identities of the two, while Guchen shrugged helplessly. The atmosphere in the room plummeted to a frigid silence, as both sides stood resolute, unwilling to yield. Tarda, finding amusement in the situation, lifted a cup of tea from the table, taking a delicate sip before raising an eyebrow at him, her demeanor replete with disdain. The man cleared his throat, responding with a nonchalant air. "Young ladies at home are often spoiled, unlike those who have raised their daughters to become instruments of mischief," he implied, leaving the seated man at a loss for words. Suffering in silence, forced to feign a smile. The matter of the deep-sea gem was of grave significance, and accountability loomed large. Perhaps it was time to contemplate the best course of action. The man, lost in thought, wished to steer clear of the ensuing conflict. He cast a gaze of mild sympathy towards them, whispering in a tone audible only to the two, "Tada, I fear you may have to part ways with this friend." Tada sprang up from her chair, perplexed and somewhat irate, casting a reproachful glare at the man, who felt a chill run down his spine as he wiped the perspiration from his brow. "Tada, listen to me. Do not involve yourself further. It will not end well for you." The man articulated each word with an unwavering resolve that had never been seen before. Everything unfolded as he had anticipated. "What are you all waiting for? Lock up the thief of the deep-sea gem completely," he said with a leisurely tone, an air of confusion lacing his words as he set down the items in his hand. "I dare you to try," Tada shouted defiantly at the crowd. The man immediately applauded, affirming, "Indeed, she is your daughter, full of vigor and spirit," matching his gaze effortlessly. "Alas, as you can see, their bond is profound. It requires time to nurture, yet they are still suspects. Until the true thief of the deep-sea gem is apprehended, whispers of doubt will linger," he implied, suggesting a substantial element of fabrication at play. Guchen found himself at a loss. With a commanding shout, a number of burly men surrounded him, their muscular forms brandishing clubs. Tada swiftly kicked, effortlessly incapacitating one of them. The expression of the man seated in the position of authority darkened, struggling to suppress the fury brewing within him. "Enough. Causing a ruckus on my territory, is there no shame left?" The man spoke with a measured calmness. The individual understood all too well. This matter revolved around certain personal interests. The century-old reputation was but a mere facade, even if Tada were to become embroiled. A slight nudge from him would suffice to extricate himself from the situation. Several powerful families stood as Tada's backing, and those few, relying on their insignificant tactics, were merely indulging in foolish fantasies. The losses incurred were of no concern to him. They were trifles, mere external possessions. As expected, the man in the seat felt a stirring of interest. The resources he had amassed over the year, the plants from the sea, were substantial figures. He had previously calculated that the resources of the man before him were several multiples greater. Regrettably, the man was cunning, hoarding all the resources tightly. This left the seated man unable to make any inroads into the ambitions of other families. The matter of the deep-sea gems was of utmost importance. He was convinced that Tada would not succeed. Even if he did, the man could easily lay traps behind the scenes. Tada lacked the capability. However, if Tada were to successfully locate the deep-sea gems, all resources would be returned in full, and even offered as tribute. The man's words were startling. The seated individual's expression remained unchanged, but he inwardly lamented. He was lost in delusions. Time passed slowly, and after a long while, he finally declared, "All right. It's a deal." Meanwhile, his men lay on the ground, groaning in pain, incapacitated. After all, they were his own hard-trained subordinates, which pained the man in the seat. "Get him taken down for treatment." He called over a nearby individual, who remained skeptical of his dealings. Tada was astute, seizing the opportunity. From his pocket, he produced paper and ink, and swiftly, a written agreement was established between the two, becoming effective immediately. The onlookers deemed Tada foolish for so readily offering them considerable advantages. The man led Tada and Guchen away, delegating other tasks to the remaining individuals. His strength could not be squandered. He intended for Guchen to maximize his utility. Of course, not without reward, acquiring numerous valuable items. This matter bore significant implications. Why were they subjected to such bizarre slander? The reasons were perplexing. And what could possibly be the motive? Someone was earnestly intent on casting dirt upon you. The man struck with precision, awakening the two from their reverie. They exchanged glances, helplessly lowering their guards, a faint sense of unease lingering in the air. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Gu Chun took Tada away, while a few individuals wore faint smiles on their faces. Meanwhile, the situation was far from simple on the other side. The small town, in the dead of night, lost the raucous clamor of the day, replaced instead by an air of tranquility. Rose gradually awakened from her slumber, memories of the past flooding her mind, causing her heart to race with unease. Approaching her was a man seated above, their eyes locking in mutual recognition. The person behind him spoke first. "Rose, what a performance today. How much face did you lose in front of the old seniors? Furthermore, your skills have declined. It's time for you to train properly." He articulated each word, leaving Rose pale, her lips devoid of color. Struggling to maintain her frail form, she knelt on the ground. The man above, with an air of authority, let out a cold snort as time ticked away. Rose's body swayed precariously, but the man swiftly grasped her, gently advising, "Your health is paramount. Take care of yourself." The man seated above sighed in resignation. Rose had consumed much of his efforts and investments, swiftly becoming the darling of numerous influential figures. In the future, she would have her uses, showcasing her talents before being cast aside. Rose pondered this, a glimmer of shrewdness flickering in her eyes. Their conversation meandered, and she learned of the man's notable background, hinting at support from powerful allies. They had wagered on finding the deep-sea gem within a year. At this thought, the man above scoffed. "The deep-sea gem is lost. The perpetrator is long gone. To recover it effortlessly is sheer folly, an absurd dream." Rose, standing by, nodded. I am unsure of what you require from me. The man's demeanor softened slightly. He patted her shoulder, speaking earnestly. The goal is to stay close to them. Observe their actions. If they truly locate the deep-sea gem and manage to smuggle it back, the resources from that old fellow will surpass the gem's worth. Rose quickly nodded, a calculating glint in her eyes. The man beside her felt a pang of frustration, clenching his fists. Rose had always been a thorn in his side, a formidable presence garnering public admiration. He had lost considerable benefits to her, and the matter of the deep-sea gem had dealt her a significant blow. The man before her remained unfazed, instead valuing her more, leaving him perplexed. I shall ensure this task is executed flawlessly. Please, trust me, Godfather, Rose declared solemnly. The man nodded, his gaze towards her tinged with appreciation. Her abilities and effectiveness were evident to all. Memories of the previous day surged back. When someone had solicited Rose to become a prominent general under his command, the man above felt dissatisfaction brewing within him, instinctively rejecting the notion. He resolved to cultivate Rose, transforming her into the sharpest weapon in his arsenal, ready to deliver a devastating strike at a crucial moment. Rose was acutely aware of her role as merely a pawn in his game, summoned at will and discarded when necessary. She had not been entirely cast aside, merely because she still held some value. Watching her retreating figure, he fell into contemplation. Meanwhile, the person behind remained lingering. What are you still doing here? He replied coolly, dismissing the individual with indifference, the atmosphere thick with tension. The person let out a cold snort, whispering in a tone only they could hear. I will absolutely not lose to you. A subtle smile played at the corners of Rose's lips as she prepared to return the favor in kind. Guqin and Tada engaged in a casual conversation, their words drifting like autumn leaves. In the stillness of the night, the man sat solemnly in his chair, poring over the pages of a book, when suddenly, the sound of footsteps pierced the silence. He abruptly lifted his gaze, only to find Guqin before him. And the weight that had burdened his heart swiftly lifted. Tada, disguised as a servant, stealthily slipped outside, unnoticed by anyone. The man cast a sidelong glance, his mind swirling with contemplation, allowing the moment to unfold. Guqin perceptibly sensed the man's unease, his brows furrowing in contemplation. Just as he was about to follow the man's gaze, the latter swiftly retracted it and gestured discreetly. Unfazed, Guqin settled into the adjacent seat, exchanging a knowing glance that spoke volumes. Pondering the reason behind his senior's summon, Guqin spoke with utmost reverence, his demeanor sincerely earnest. The man, appreciating Guqin's disposition, poured a cup of tea and nudged it forward. There is no need for excessive apprehension. Consider this place as your own home, he remarked. As he scrutinized the individual before him, he unearthed intriguing tidbits. Guqin was an orphan, his origins shrouded in mystery, and he had yet to uncover the whereabouts of his biological parents. Rumors suggested that they had perished at sea, leaving no trace behind. And even the few friends he had once relied upon had gradually turned their backs on him. Why then, do you seek peril on the ocean? Are you not afraid of encountering further calamities? He inquired leisurely. Guqin's expression shifted, a realization dawning upon him. This man was investigating him, suppressing his rising ire. He acknowledged the undeniable truth. It was all too easy for someone of such wealth and influence to delve into his past, with a hint of amusement gracing his features. The man sipped his tea and preemptively explained, I did not intend to pry. Rather, I found myself intrigued by your former circumstances. Outside the door, Tada listened in a state of confusion, her frustration mounting to the point where she wished to strike him with a stick. She had long harbored curiosity about her own affairs, but had consistently afforded the other party a sliver of grace, never daring to investigate. Little did she expect her father would so effortlessly traverse the boundaries she had hesitated to cross, all beneath her very nose. Very well, Guqin replied coolly. The man's lips curled into a smile as he retrieved a map from his drawer, detailing the surrounding maritime expanses and various directional points. In his earlier years, he had meticulously studied navigational routes, discovering numerous villages not belonging to them and an array of pirates lurking in the waters, all in pursuit of the fabled deep-sea gems. The only breakthrough lay in the gems, which had long been removed from the town and secretly transported elsewhere. If you wish to search, you may inquire among the locals in the nearby regions, but do exercise caution and avoid blind pursuits, he cautioned, producing a token from his possession. Years prior, he had established connections with individuals from various territories. The sight of this token would invoke recognition and lend him some favor. In critical moments, it could prove invaluable. Moreover, you must ensure her safety at all costs. Under no circumstances should she be harmed, or I assure you, I will not let you off lightly, he declared, each word imbued with an unwavering resolve reflected in his eyes. Guqin nodded, filled with profound gratitude. Time passed slowly, each moment ticking away. The man sighed in resignation. Tada's temperament was notoriously unruly, characterized by a forthright nature. He enjoyed making friends and valued loyalty, much like himself. However, circumstances often unfolded in ways beyond his anticipation. Had it not been for the preceding events, Tada would never have transformed into this current state. With contemplative thoughts, Tada observed the actions of the two, reflecting deeply. I will take good care of her, rest assured. I will not allow any danger to befall him at sea, Gu Chun declared, each word imbued with an unprecedented resolve. Causing the atmosphere to grow palpably tense, the man patted his shoulder, reassured by his words. He entrusted Gu Chun with the nautical map and tokens, nodding in acknowledgement. Noticing that dusk was settling outside, he prepared to turn away when he was suddenly halted by the man's gesture, his gaze filled with perplexity and uncertainty. What is it? At this critical moment, something important must be brought to light. Trust me, there is one more thing I forgot to mention. The man deliberately paused, hesitating. Gu Chun lounged casually in the chair, finding it somewhat inscrutable. After a considerable silence, he finally spoke. It is highly likely that Rose will be joining you. Gu Chun abruptly rose from his chair, still reeling from the sudden turn of events, as Tada swiftly strode forward, calling out loudly. There is absolutely no way I can agree to share a vessel with that woman. Furthermore, why has he come here so unexpectedly? From the man's words, it became evident that those individuals feared the deep-sea gem had gone missing, and that there was a significant chance of never returning from the voyage. To ensure their safety, they had summoned the concerned party, Rose, to accompany them, with the imperative that they must return within a year without fail. The man found himself unable to counter this arrangement, begrudgingly accepting the situation. Known for his cunning, he was uncertain how he had managed to persuade several old fellows to align their interests, likely all eager to claim his inheritance. Rose's capabilities were formidable. One must tread carefully on this journey to avoid falling into his traps. The man quietly cautioned, gently patting Tada's shoulder. Reluctantly, Tada acknowledged with a discontented grunt, harboring greater dissatisfaction, which culminated in a fit of rage as he kicked over the items on the table. That woman is clearly nothing special. Why must she accompany us? His words were laced with confusion, causing the atmosphere to grow tense. The man's face bore an expression of helplessness as he attempted to placate the situation. The matter of the deep-sea gem was of great consequence, with several old adversaries vying for dominance and numerous onlookers in the shadows. The loss occurring right under their noses could prove catastrophic. Take care of yourselves and remain vigilant around Rose. She is a key figure in my plans. Achieving such success in a brief span is not solely due to her backing, but also her own abilities. Every mission she undertakes is executed with impeccable precision, devoid of any errors, truly extraordinary. We understand, the two responded in unison, their minds racing with contemplation and a reluctant awareness that something was amiss. Observing their departing figures, the man fell into deep thought, feeling a profound sense of unwillingness, yet lacking alternatives. Tada lay on the couch, tossing and turning in a restless slumber. Rest well. Tomorrow, we shall set sail, he stated in a dispassionate tone. Tada let out a cold snort, his body trembling with frustration, chest tight with anger. Memories of the past flooded his mind, a resolve forming to teach Rose a lesson she would not forget. She must be reminded of her true place. The following morning, as he awoke from his dreams, the chatter of excited voices echoed from all directions. Rose had arrived early, accompanied by a number of individuals, carrying an assortment of packages. Several families had provided them with vessels, and a throng of people followed, including the likes of Chun Yuanfan and Adam. Gu Chun had never anticipated their presence. Exchanging glances, Adam's face fluctuated between pale and flushed, a hint of humor as he tugged at his sleeve, attempting to curry favor, while Tada shot him a sidelong glance. The two were at odds, unyielding in their stances. The man cleared his throat, shattering the prevailing silence. Enough. You are about to embark on a journey to locate the deep-sea gem. You must not act impulsively. The perils of the sea are numerous, and your safety is paramount. Those seated pondered the words, watching Rose nod in acknowledgement. You must exercise utmost caution, and seize any opportunity to eliminate adversaries if it means securing the deep-sea gem. The man whispered, ensuring only the two could hear. Rose's expression hardened, countering his words as she boldly strode toward the ship, waving to them as she prepared her belongings. Tada, unwilling and visibly displeased, glared at Rose. Miss, if you are unwilling, you may return at once. Rose responded coolly, her heart laden with resignation. Once, in her youth, she had left a lesson unlearned. Now, in the face of danger, she did not expect to find him still alive. Before she could finish her thought, an onlooker interrupted. Tada scrutinized Adam, his gaze piercing as he assessed him. His survival is what truly obstructs your path. Rose pondered the motives behind their presence, suspecting ulterior agendas from these individuals, who were decidedly untrustworthy. Rose, I advise you to refrain from employing your old tricks, or you shall find no mercy. There was a hint of menace in her words, as Rose struggled to contain her rising fury. Her injuries still not fully healed from rigorous training, leaving her pallid and bloodless. Gu Chun observed the surroundings. If you are unwell, you should return to rest without delay, he offered casually. Rose's lips curled into a faint, elusive smile. Truly, he had chosen an intriguing prey, within a brief span. No man had ever been able to refuse her. This voyage was fraught with peril, and the task was to locate the deep-sea gem within a year. Failure to do so would lead to consequences far graver than they currently faced. Gu Chun shrugged dismissively. Upon returning to the room, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Chun Yuanfan seated in a chair, maintaining a distance that was neither too far nor too close. The group deliberated and ultimately resolved to determine their next destination. Why not explore a nearby area? It is quite possible that the perpetrator has clandestinely fled to another location. What do you all think? The tranquility of the sea at midnight possessed a serenity that starkly contrasted with the daytime clamor. The group exchanged knowing glances, their understanding unspoken. He remained in the study, his expression grave as he examined the map in his hands, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps interrupted the silence. He instinctively looked up to find it was Rose, causing alarm bells to ring in his mind. "What brings you here?" he inquired coldly, noting the hint of dissatisfaction in her gaze. Rose wore a subtle smile, casually taking a seat without preamble. The two engaged in light banter, though an unsettling feeling lingered in the air, prompting him to ponder the unexpected nature of events. He set aside what he was holding, and with a serious tone, Rose addressed him. "I called you here to discuss the matters from our last encounter at the auction." Her words were imbued with an unprecedented resolve. He sheepishly scratched his head. The two maintained a distance that was neither too far nor too near. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Rose's eyes as she approached him with swift, purposeful strides, her pace visibly quickening. "Don't you have anything you wish to express?" Guchin furrowed his brow, retreating a few steps back. "I believe there is no need for excessive communication between us." He slowly began to speak. Rose's face was a picture of distress, as she struggled to suppress the anger churning within her. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps reached my ears. "What are you doing?" Tarda said, casting a cold glance at Rose before decisively kicking her out. Rose was caught off guard, crashing against the wall behind her and spitting blood. Adam, noticing from a distance, wiped the fine sweat from his forehead and strode forward, memories of the past flooding his mind. Vividly, he recalled the high-ranking official's explicit instructions. It was imperative to ensure Rose's safety and prevent her from harm. Otherwise, there would be no forgiveness. Adam hurriedly lifted Rose from the ground, noting her pallid complexion and bloodless lips, as she swayed precariously in the wind. He silently implored, "Tarda, do not act impulsively." Guchon whispered a reminder from the side. Tarda cast a fierce glare at Rose, completely disregarding him. "It was through such underhanded tactics that you easily handed me over to those traffickers, subjecting me to a period of unprecedented humiliation. I could almost envision throwing you into the sea." He articulated each word with an unwavering conviction. A chill coursed through Rose's spine, prompting him to instinctively retreat a few steps. Everything appeared to be beyond his expectations. Reluctantly, he set down the items in his hands. "It seems I won't be able to accompany you today," he murmured before turning to leave. Tarda watched her departing figure, trembling with rage, her chest aching with indignation. In a fit of fury, she overturned everything on the table. "Tarda, you should not have acted against him just now." Tarda's face was etched with shock as she stormed towards the exit. Qin Yuan Fan, preparing to discuss which area to explore next, happened to witness the scene and instinctively averted his gaze. "Since you are here, why not take a seat?" Guchin rubbed his temples, reflecting on the audacious nature of Tarda. In this brief moment, it was imperative to engage in rigorous training. He settled into his chair and delicately sipped from the teacup before him. Qin Yuan Fan, somewhat bashful, scratched his head and pushed forward the items he had meticulously prepared. "This is the map I specifically devised at the outset. It likely indicates the direction of the individual who pilfered the deep-sea gems. We should navigate towards this maritime region. Perhaps it will yield some valuable discoveries." He articulated succinctly, his analysis remarkably clear. One cannot help but acknowledge his remarkable efficiency in execution. Guchin regarded her with a hint of admiration in his gaze, gently patting her shoulder. Could we truly never return to the past? His words were laced with a touch of uncertainty, and his eyes were a blend of emotions that eluded comprehension. Guchin shook his head, his expression unchanging. In exasperation, Qin Yuan Fan turned away. Adam stood outside, looking down at him from a position of superiority. Having committed such acts, how could one still desire to share the same boat? It was incomprehensible to him. If friendship was unattainable, then let them be eternal foes. He lured Qin Yuan Fan with each word, clenching his fists. Qin Yuan Fan cast a cool glance at him, dismissing his arrogance entirely. It was far more admirable than the duplicity of a petty man who presented one face to him and another behind his back. He spoke casually, his words laced with a hint of mockery. Adam was utterly unprepared for such a turn of events and shot him a glare. Rose lay weakly on the couch, and Adam held the medicine in his hands. "I am here to follow the orders of the elder and take care of you. Besides, if your life is in danger, I will not escape unscathed either." A cryptic smile graced Rose's face as a sudden thought struck her. The loss of the deep-sea jewel was of paramount importance. It must not be revealed to outsiders. Adam remained unaware of her hidden intentions, quietly observing from the side. Night fell quietly, unbeknownst to them that danger was slowly approaching. Tarda sat on the deck outside, angrily setting down the object in his hands. He muttered to himself, utterly baffled by the thoughts of that thick-headed individual. Guchin stealthily approached his side, whispering softly in a tone audible only to the two of them. "We must not act impulsively, for that could easily reveal our intentions. Moreover, Rose bears wounds. Should he suddenly act, the outcome would swiftly become apparent." Tarda, upon hearing this, fell into deep contemplation. He set down what he held, his gaze reflecting a hint of confusion. After a considerable pause, he finally grasped the situation. I shall reluctantly let him off this time, he stated simply. His tone laced with dissatisfaction, showing no regard for him. The myriad of issues at hand was far from straightforward, leaving others somewhat bewildered. He carelessly placed his belongings on the table. We must think carefully about what to do next, he remarked to one of the individuals present. In resignation, he acknowledged. I believe I understand now. He took a moment to gain a clearer understanding of the situation, realizing it was not as simple as he had initially thought. Many matters required thorough deliberation. Tada then made his way inside, planning to organize a few individuals for the following day, though it felt somewhat rushed. I now know my limits. I will not act against him so easily next time. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished without a trace. The next day, upon awakening from his slumber, he was greeted by the incessant chatter and discussion echoing from all directions. Guchen, striding with vigorous steps, swiftly entered the gaze of the crowd. Rose fixed her eyes upon him, astonished at his early awakening. He shyly scratched his head, a flicker of confusion passing through his eyes as he surveyed their expressions. What is the matter? He inquired softly. Tada, keenly observing his actions, stealthily approached his side and, in a voice barely audible to the two of them, whispered in his ear, we are deliberating on which area to explore next. He articulated each word with an unwavering resolve that had never been seen before, as the atmosphere around them suddenly thickened with tension. Guchun, please make some adjustments on the map. I believe this spot is excellent. It is not far from the town and could very well be the place where the thief of the deep-sea gem has fled. The gem may have been taken to another location, with the thief lingering in the nearby area. Why? Adam's expression was strained, suppressing the anger that simmered within him. Dismissing the matter entirely, a vague sense of unease tugged at him, and he muttered to himself. From what he gathered, the area was surrounded by mountains, home to a considerable number of residents who lived in peace and prosperity. The deep-sea gem could be concealed there, making it unlikely to draw attention. Yet, that alone cannot serve as justification. Adam retorted coldly. Rose cast a sidelong glance at him, her eyes conveying a hint of warning. With a snort of disdain, Adam turned away, murmuring to himself in frustration, truly, I do not understand your thoughts. I hope you possess greater clarity than I do. Guchan gazed at her retreating figure, lost in contemplation. The two exchanged a glance, their unspoken understanding palpable. A subtle smile graced Rose's lips as she extracted a map from her bosom. If we decide to go there, we shall embark today and arrive by tomorrow, she proclaimed to him. Guchun instinctively took a few steps back. Chen Yuanfan seemed to sense something amiss, and a bold thought emerged in his mind. He patted Guchen on the shoulder, astonished by the situation. Chen Yuanfan reflected inwardly, realizing that Rose's various behaviors clearly indicated her affection for Guchen. Tada's complexion shifted between shades of anger and despair, his fist clenched tightly, causing a painful sensation in his chest. Why is he everywhere? I am the one responsible for accompanying the search for the deep-sea gem, and you know all too well the consequences of failing to find it. Rose's seemingly casual remark stirred tumultuous waves within him. Furious, Tada stormed off in a huff. Guchen, unconvinced, touched his nose. Since it is thus, let it be decided. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by the person in front of him. Aren't you going to leave promptly? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Guchen exhibited no genuine interest in him. A fact that surprisingly belied my initial underestimation of the situation. He spoke in a leisurely manner. Shin Yuanfan swiftly departed from the locale, his mind filled with contemplation. Why did he have to be the one to notice this matter? What could the Rose possibly be thinking? That favored lad, who presumed I was engaged in some peculiar undertaking. Adam was utterly perplexed about the true nature of the situation at hand. Nightfall descended quietly. A few individuals exchanged glances, utterly unprepared for the complexity of the circumstances. They set down their belongings. Adam turned his gaze elsewhere, lost in thought. He lifted a cup of tea from the table and took a delicate sip, his eyes scrutinizing the rose with a hint of examination. He regarded it with an appraising look. What brings you to seek me out at this late hour? He inquired simply, sensing an underlying dissonance. Many matters warranted careful reflection. What was the appropriate course of action? You are well aware of the reason behind your nocturnal summons, he whispered. A spark of inspiration ignited in the Rose's mind, giving birth to a bold notion. I desire your assistance in speaking favorably on my behalf in her presence. Adam's face was a canvas of astonishment. Taking a moment to comprehend the implication, an unsettling feeling lingered within him. Ultimately, he turned to leave, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. As soon as the Rose's words fell, it had not granted him a single glance, instead striding in another direction. The atmosphere became palpably tense. The two locked eyes, sharing an unspoken understanding, both acutely aware of the incongruity. Reluctantly, they opted to walk in a different direction. I hope you grasp the gravity of the situation, he stated plainly. In a reversal of expectations, an unsettling feeling persisted within him, overshadowed by a sense of resignation. Guchen sat in his study, his expression grave as he placed the object in his hand down. Suddenly, a series of footsteps echoed in his ears. He abruptly raised his head, only to discover that it was Tada. The heavy stone in his heart swiftly fell away. Uncertain of what would transpire next, he spoke deliberately. Do you know why I harbor such disdain for roses? His gaze bore an unprecedented determination. The two exchanged a knowing glance, sensing an underlying discord. Have you truly considered the current situation? He stated succinctly, conveying his sentiments yet unwilling to delve into extensive deliberations. He revealed that there had been an inexplicable bond between him and the rose. It was the rose that had deliberately entrusted it to another, leading to the subsequent events that unfolded. Guchen gently patted his shoulder, assuring him not to overly concern himself with the mere collaborative relationship he shared with Rose. Hoping that he could find clarity within himself, he simply expressed his inner indignation while placing the items he held aside. The two exchanged glances, attempting to convey their feelings, albeit with some reluctance. The hour is late. It would be prudent to rest early. Tomorrow, we shall embark on a journey to a new region, where various dangers may await us, he remarked casually, noting the encroaching darkness outside. Todd sighed in resignation, unconvinced, and shrugged, settling into a chair without any pretense of formality. Their conversation meandered aimlessly, each probing the other's sentiments. The atmosphere plummeted to a low ebb. I never imagined that such a trivial rose could exert such a significant influence over you, he observed, his eyes harboring an inscrutable mix of emotions. Reluctantly, he set down the items he had been holding. The prevailing sentiment was one of unexpected joy. I truly did not foresee it turning out this way, he stated succinctly, finally grasping the situation at hand. These matters are trifles. We are individuals who have witnessed far greater spectacles, Guchen jested, dismissing the significance of the events. Regardless of Rose's actions in this context, his priority remained the protection of those around him, devoid of any romantic entanglements. He had not anticipated that this situation would lead to a misunderstanding on Chun Yuanfan's part, and felt it necessary to clarify. We have all faced life and death together, and our objectives align closely, so I wish to avoid any ambiguities among us. Chun Yuanfan responded, feeling a twinge of guilt. Am I being overly petty in this matter? He was taken aback by Gu Chen's earnest explanation, for they had all tacitly acknowledged their circumstances. They had never broached the topic of difficulties, but it appeared that the challenges were indeed formidable. Some matters, though seemingly simple, proved to be quite troublesome to navigate. However, Gu Chen harbored no such thoughts of coercion. He resolved not to bring up the issue again, assuring Chun Yuanfan that he could rest easy. In a display of sincerity, Xiao Wang even swore an oath to the heavens. How could I ever doubt you? Moreover, this matter is not inherently connected to our discussions. Gu Chen felt the situation had been blown out of proportion. He sighed deeply before continuing, I merely wish to prevent any awkwardness among us. In truth, I find it inconsequential. Enough of this whispering. Let us see where we have arrived, Gu Chen suggested as he led Chun Yuanfan onto the deck. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Gu Chen also had a slight reaction, but what could the scent of roses possibly have to do with him? However, it didn't take long for him to realize the profound connection. It was indeed surprising that even the roses were adorned with perfume, and of the rose variety, no less. You truly live up to your name, Chun Yuanfan teased. It seems you all do not know me well. My favorite scent is that of roses. The rose proclaimed with unwavering confidence. It is precisely because of my fondness for roses that I took on the name. Why are you not resting below? What brings you up here? Gu Chen inquired, somewhat puzzled by the rose's actions. Their roles were distinctly defined, and time was of the essence. If the rose did not rest now, there would be no opportunity later. Furthermore, they were about to enter a phase of exploration where sleep would be a luxury, and even their lives could hang in the balance. Danger loomed, and in such precarious circumstances, fear was an inevitable companion. Yet, they had grown accustomed to it, and their abilities rendered them nearly invulnerable to harm. Even if you are not tired, you should lie down below and conserve your strength. Soon it will be your turn to set sail, Gu Chen urged. The rose smiled but chose silence, instead lying down resolutely before them. You all are here enjoying the fresh air. Why should I not? She retorted. I can do as I please. Who would dare refuse me? Chun Yuanfan interjected diplomatically, aware of the rose's intentions, ensuring Gu Chen did not feel overly embarrassed. Yet, he felt like a mere bystander, a third wheel in their interaction. However, if he were to leave, not only would Gu Chen feel awkward, but the rose would likely feel even more uncomfortable. To preserve their dignity and their friendship, he had to intervene tactfully. Rose, you truly are remarkable. Under such circumstances, you still refuse to rest. Should you find yourself unable to rest later, do not blame us for being unsympathetic, Chun Yuanfan cautioned. Here is an idea, the rose said directly. I shall relinquish my opportunity to rest so you can take it. And I will stay here with Gu Chen. This was perhaps her only chance to draw closer to him. In her heart, she believed Gu Chen held affections for her. Otherwise, why would he have rescued her so many times? They had shared many experiences together, and she simply did not wish to shatter the fragile layer of unspoken feelings between them. I cannot leave. I must observe you all and fulfill my own duties. Chun Yuanfan replied, firmly declining the rose's offer. Very well, continue your conversation. I shall check on Tada and see how things are progressing. It is time for a change. Guchen stated as he stood and made his way inside. The Rose attempted to follow closely behind, but Qin Yuanfan caught her arm. Don't blame me for not warning you. Guchen has no other intentions towards you. I hope you take care of yourself, he cautioned. What do you mean by that? Qin Yuanfan? Just because you have spent more time with Guchen does not give you the right to issue orders in his stead, the Rose retorted, visibly displeased. Having not yet confessed her feelings, it was disheartening to be rebuffed by someone unrelated. Anyone would find such a situation intolerable. The Rose glared at Qin Yuanfan, warning him. I like Guchen. That's an open secret. Until I hear it from his lips, I will not believe otherwise. Do not harbor any illusions that I might abandon my feelings. That is utterly impossible. I am going to confess to Guchen now. With those words, the Rose hurriedly made her way to Guchen. Guchen gazed at Rose, utterly bewildered, especially as he observed her panting for breath. He spoke gently, urging her. Please do not rush. Take your time to regulate your breathing. Rose, however, felt an overwhelming urgency to convey something of great importance to him, declaring, You cannot go anywhere right now. You must listen to me. She could no longer bear the weight of waiting, regardless of the magnitude of what lay ahead. Rose resolved to clarify her feelings with Guchen. There was no room for evasion, neither for him nor for herself. Once she regained her composure, she confessed, Guchen, I have feelings for you, and I wish for us to be together. Upon hearing these words, Guchen was taken aback, rendered speechless and uncertain about how to decline. Yet, an instinct within him warned that this was a proposition he could not accept. Rose, he began, I am unsure which of my actions or gestures may have led you to this misunderstanding, but I must firmly state that I have never harbored feelings for you. My affection for you is akin to that of a brother for his sister, devoid of any other sentiments, and considering our shared experiences of life and death. We are merely friends. Guchen articulated reasons that could be acceptable to Rose, not wishing to be excessively callous, yet aware that it would inevitably cause her some pain. He understood that any refusal would undoubtedly distress her, but there were matters that could no longer be neglected. He must strive for a better resolution. To him, every situation demanded improvement, and there could be no room for any other complications, regardless of how subsequent events would unfold. He was resolute that the decision would not inflict further harm upon them. I cannot believe it, Rose cried out, utterly unable to accept Guchen's words. In her heart, she firmly believed that he held affection for her. This sudden rejection caught her off guard. If she were not certain of his feelings, she would not dare to confess under such circumstances. Yet, the truth remained undeniable, leaving Rose at a loss. If you do not care for me, why did you save me before? Why have you treated me with such kindness? You have shown me concern in every little detail, no matter the situation. Whenever I looked at you, you were always gazing back at me. Calm yourself. I was merely attentive to you. I care for everyone aboard the ship. It is just that you have misconstrued my intentions, Guchen attempted to clarify. At that moment, he was beyond caring whether he might hurt Rose. He simply wished to elucidate the matter. He did not want these trivialities to cast a shadow over the crew or himself. Nor did he desire to impose any negative repercussions upon Rose. He certainly did not wish for his actions to lead to further misunderstandings. This is something I simply cannot accept. I do not comprehend why it is not as I had imagined. When you look at me, your eyes seem to shimmer with warmth and tenderness, Rose persisted, her hope unyielding. My eyes are simply as they are. What more can I alter? Should I gouge them out for you to believe that I do not harbor feelings for you? Guchen replied, somewhat exasperated. Rose had never anticipated such an outcome. It felt like a bolt from the blue. So, you do not like me. All this time, I have been deluding myself, she lamented, her spirit crushed. As though her words were intended for Guchen yet resonated more as a soliloquy. Guchen was about to grasp Rose's hand to offer some words of persuasion. Yet he pondered the appropriateness of his stance in doing so. If his words were to inadvertently deepen their misunderstandings, would that not be a case of diminishing returns? Such a scenario must never recur. Furthermore, every incident necessitates improvement from their perspective. It could not persist in its current state. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he could only watch helplessly as Rose departed. After a brief interval, Qin Yuanfan entered. Has Rose already left? What did you discuss with her? He inquired. Rose confessed her feelings to me, and I rejected her, Guchen replied candidly, having no intention of concealing the truth. How could such a trivial matter possibly warrant secrecy? Moreover, Rose's current demeanor would raise suspicions in anyone else. He had not anticipated that the situation would escalate to such a degree. Nor had he expected that Rose truly harbored feelings for him. Qin Yuanfan, where did things go awry? I never envisioned that Rose would develop affections for me. Guchen expressed his frustrations, feeling a profound headache settle in. His relationship with everyone had been strictly platonic. He had never foreseen the emergence of any misunderstandings. It appeared that certain matters must indeed be approached with caution. If misunderstandings could arise, it was undoubtedly due to a multitude of reasons. He could not lay the blame solely on others. He needed to reflect on his own actions. Do you think I've been overly concerned for them? Perhaps some matters should have been clarified earlier, without any room for complacency. You know your own heart. I cannot pass judgment on this situation. As it is deeply personal, neither party is inherently right or wrong. Qin Yuanfan, feeling reluctant to further criticize Guchen, considered the matter more deeply. In truth, this situation bore little significance. It was merely a case of unreciprocated affection from Rose. Moreover, clarifying the situation now was not necessarily a negative outcome, at the very least. It allowed them to remain a family moving forward. In an effort to alleviate Gu Chen's burden, Qin Yuanfan placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and spoke. Do not worry. Rose will come to understand. She will not allow this minor issue to incite anger or drive her away from us. If romance cannot blossom, friendship may yet endure. Besides, what joy is there in being lovers if you are subjected to daily admonishments from me? Qin Yuanfan jested, attempting to lighten the mood. Gu Chen could not help but chuckle. Indeed, that was the case. However, he harbored some concerns regarding Rose. You should persuade Rose not to get caught up in her own thoughts. Rest assured, I will handle this matter for you with utmost care and precision. Qin Yuanfan replied before turning to leave. Yet, just as he reached the doorway, he paused and glanced back at Gu Chen. By the way, if I recall correctly, we are merely 20 kilometers away from the opposite sea. When the time comes for the medical examination, we must proceed together and do not rush. We must ensure that we have all our equipment ready before we descend. Qin Yuanfan continued to organize matters for Gu Chen. Gu Chen nodded thoughtfully and spoke. You need not worry about this matter at all. Without your presence by my side, I have little desire to continue this conversation. Having uttered these words, Gu Chen became wholly absorbed in navigating their course, especially as he gazed ahead, his eyes unblinking, acutely aware that any potential issues could easily be overlooked. As they approached the opposite sea, a sense of unease washed over him. Under ordinary circumstances, such a stark whiteness would not manifest itself. Furthermore, considering their proximity, merely a kilometer away, such a phenomenon should not be visible. He hastily pressed the call button beside him, and after 5 minutes, everyone gathered before him. Take a look ahead. Do you not find it exceedingly frightening? The vast expanse of white is quite alarming. Gu Chen analyzed the situation unfolding before them. Qin Yuanfan boldly ventured a few steps forward, only to confirm that something was indeed amiss. Gu Chen quickly called for a halt. That blinding whiteness was nothing short of a divine beast. How could such a creature possibly reside in this location? If it truly existed, it would be the guardian of these waters, yet it was evident that others had traversed this area before. Tada, with a puzzled expression, remarked, This is utterly astonishing. If others had been here previously, they must have encountered this divine beast. At the very least, one of them would have suffered a loss. It seems highly improbable that the divine beast would allow passage. The very presence of such divine beings serves to protect the waters, preventing any intrusion by outsiders. If the accounts of those prior visitors hold any truth, then what exactly are we facing now? It is likely that those individuals fabricated their stories. They may never have set foot in this realm, and no one has ever mined here. Gu Chen ventured a bold hypothesis. It was not an overly grand conjecture, merely a recognition that they had all begun to entertain alternative thoughts regarding the situation, and indeed, many matters required a more meticulous approach. This was not the time to complicate issues further. Moreover, the emergence of various circumstances could enable them to act with greater precision, ensuring they would not live to regret their choices. Thus, the pressing question before them now was quite tangible. How shall we confront this divine beast? Shall we abandon our pursuit, or shall we provoke the creature to the point of combat? Gu Chen considered these two methods as indeed their final options. Yet Qin Yuanfan still wished to entertain a final fantasy. Gazing at the divine beast ahead, Qin Yuanfan spoke. If we could tame the divine beast and have it pave the way for us, would that not be splendid? Splendid it may be. But the likelihood of your audacious notion materializing is virtually nil. Tada interjected without hesitation, for the improbability of the situation was glaringly apparent. Had they been able to entertain more realistic thoughts, they would not be in such a state of urgency, and the worry etched on Gu Chen's face was unmistakable. Then our only recourse is to provoke it. If we truly wish to explore this maritime expanse, could it be that, as the legends suggest, we might discover something extraordinary? That would indeed warrant our endeavor. Gu Chen articulated his thoughts. However, this undertaking remained somewhat elusive for them, and many circumstances would require them to adapt spontaneously. Let us refrain from rushing towards an exit. Instead, we might circumvent this divine beast and explore other avenues, for there are indeed more than one way out, Rose advised. In their quest, it was imperative for them to contemplate various strategies, lest they encounter myriad complications. Rose's suggestion was certainly astute, prompting Gu Chen to assert, Then let us adopt a new mindset. We must not continue to entangle ourselves in this matter. The emergence of numerous complications would only render them more helpless. And some matters necessitated a more rational approach, devoid of any further issues. You shall observe the surroundings while I navigate to the side, Gu Chen declared. Ultimately, he adjusted their course, continuing to sail forward. Much to their dismay, they found themselves surrounded by an endless expanse, regardless of their direction. Finally, they conceded. With Gu Chen stating, It appears we truly must muster all our strength, for without it, we shall be unable to enter. Fear not. Have we ever shied away from such challenges? It is blatantly evident to us, Tada replied, displaying a sense of ease. Qin Yuanfan nodded in agreement, recalling that their past experiences had been far more harrowing. Then let us proceed accordingly. But do any of you possess sound strategies? I feel as though we are merely engaging in aimless discussions, Rose remarked, her words often cutting. Guchen could not help but chuckle upon hearing these words. I have observed that whenever we envisage a situation favorably, Rose inevitably emerges to disrupt our thoughts, casting aside all our assumptions. You see, Rose is not one to indulge in any illusions. She allows not even the slightest semblance of unreality to persist. Tada also chimed in with a direct remark. Chen Yuanfan, feeling somewhat helpless, shrugged his shoulders and stated, Rose, I have said nothing. It is merely those two who are critiquing you, and I am not involved. If you seek retribution, direct it towards them, but please do not implicate me. I am entirely innocent and have always held you in high regard. Rose scoffed, clearly skeptical of Chen Yuanfan's words. None of you possess any good intentions, so what shall we do next? At the very least, we ought to delineate our roles. Very well, let us proceed with a slight frontal assault and assess the situation, Guchen boldly proposed. Guchen glanced at Chen Yuanfan, then at Tada, and finally fixed his gaze upon Rose. After a considerable pause, he spoke again. Tada and Rose, you two remain here to manage the vessel. Chen Yuanfan and I will descend to assess the situation. The lifeline must remain accessible. Should we encounter any trouble, you must be prepared to adapt swiftly. Guchen was meticulous in his instructions. If not properly organized, the consequences could be dire, and they were uncertain of the true power of the mythical beast. Some matters could be approached with a degree of leniency, yet others were of utmost importance and must not be easily forgotten. Many situations required a deeper understanding. Regardless of what transpired next, their paramount objective was to minimize casualties while safeguarding their lives. Here is the plan. I will oversee from this location while the three of you venture forth. At the very least, you three may still have the potential to assist one another. Alternatively, Tada, you could remain at the base. Should any issues arise during the night, you can intervene. Rose was genuinely concerned about the emotions of Gu Chun and Chen Yuanfan, especially since the mythical beast appeared to be in slumber. Yet it loomed ominously over the entire coastal expanse. It was imperative that they did not leave anything to chance. Such an eventuality was simply intolerable. Rose gazed at them resolutely. We came here as a group, and we shall return as one. Otherwise, it would be utterly meaningless. Indeed, we shall all return together. We will not abandon any one of us, Chen Yuanfan asserted with conviction. Guchen nodded in agreement. We are indeed inseparable. How could one of us possibly be absent? Eventually, Guchen, Chen Yuanfan, and Xiaomin made their way to the deck together. Guchen placed a reassuring hand on Tada's shoulder. Tada, remain here and await our return. He gestured towards an excellent vantage point, one that offered both concealment and a comprehensive view of the surroundings. Very well, take care, and call for me if anything arises. Without hesitation, Tada retreated into his hiding spot, determined to excel in his role and ensure seamless cooperation. Their current endeavor was not a contest of superiority or strength. Rather, it was a quest for perfect synergy, essential for their advancement. Some matters may appear deceptively simple at first glance, yet they prove to be exceedingly challenging when confronted directly. In terms of overall prowess, Guchen and Chen Yuanfan stood as the most formidable duo, their collaboration remarkably harmonious. Tada's involvement was merely a contingency, stepping in only when the two could not manage or when assistance was required. Guchen, it seems that the divine beast has stirred. Could it be that it has sensed our presence? Tada pointed towards the distant white figures, which appeared to be gradually converging. At this moment, Guchen also noticed the peculiar situation, yet he remained perplexed about the underlying cause, necessitating careful observation. Observing the circumstances, he sensed something amiss and turned to Tada, instructing him, please find Rose and ask her to steer the ship further away. We must observe the transformations of the divine beast from a distance. I have a strong intuition that maintaining some distance is prudent, and we can only observe without being affected. Guchen maintained a composed mind, aware that the aggregation speed of the divine beast was escalating. If they did not depart soon, complications were inevitable. Moreover, it was essential for them to preserve their safety in this scenario, avoiding any additional issues that might arise. I wholeheartedly concurred with Guchen's perspective, urging Tada to act swiftly. Chen Yuanfan sensed an unsettling energy around them, as if the surrounding objects were undergoing transformations. Whether it was merely their illusion or a genuine phenomenon, from any vantage point, it was clear they needed to distance themselves. Soon, their golden vessel drifted further away from the monstrous entity. Upon reaching a safe distance, Guchen and Chen Yuanfan began to scrutinize the divine beast. They discovered that the creature astonishingly gathered all the surrounding white points, as if awakening, standing majestically before them. Guchen was acutely aware of the challenges they faced, however. This predicament also presented them with an opportunity. The divine beast had awakened, albeit occupying only a small corner of its domain. If they could approach from another direction, it would pose no insurmountable obstacle. Yet, uncertainty loomed regarding whether the beast would pursue them. If it remained at the fringes of the maritime expanse, all would be well. Internally, Guchen harbored numerous concerns about the situation, yet he recognized that some matters required neither excessive scrutiny nor undue anxiety, as certain circumstances could indeed be comprehended more thoroughly. Chen Yuanfan, he remarked, the divine beast appears as though it is merely slumbering, searching for sustenance. We must continue to observe. If it does not enter the island before fully awakening, we stand a genuine chance. However, that prospect seemed to fade. For Chun Yuanfan gestured towards the beast, which had now completely traversed into the island. If the divine beast truly entered the island, it signified that should they attempt to follow, discovery would likely lead to pursuit. Gu Chen glanced helplessly at Chun Yuanfan. Was there truly no alternative? Were we destined to confront this head-on? Yet, I questioned the benefits of such an approach. With no other options available, we had no choice but to proceed in this manner. Moreover, if he were indeed foraging for food at this moment, we might seize the opportunity to circumvent him. Chen Yuanfan proposed a bold hypothesis. He firmly believed that there must be a flaw in their strategy, one that had yet to be discovered. Should we launch an assault from the opposite side, it would likely remain undetected. In such a scenario, even if the divine beast were to sense our presence, it would not be able to locate us immediately. Chen Yuanfan recognized this as a daring venture. Engaging in any undertaking with them was inherently risky. For pirates, adventure was a commonplace occurrence. Without risk, there would be no significance to their endeavors. Although your suggestion carries substantial weight, it is indeed a splendid idea, and I am resolute in our commitment to this course of action. Having articulated these thoughts, Gu Chen led Chen Yuanfan and the others back to the cabin. Upon reaching Tada and Rose, Gu Chen inquired, "Have you two observed anything noteworthy here?" The divine beast seems disinclined towards carnivorous creatures, primarily seeking out flora on the island. Tada remarked through the telescope. It is fortunate that he descended. Through the lens, we have been able to glimpse what we sought. Otherwise, we might have been left in ignorance for an extended period. Clearly, your descent was essential. Without it, we would have failed to uncover this matter. Gu Chen readily praised Tada, giving a thumbs up in acknowledgement of her insight. Gu Chen believed that they could afford to be audacious in their next endeavor. Confronting the divine beasts was not a matter of great concern. Furthermore, if they could approach the island from a different angle, the divine beasts would likely show no interest in them. Even if they were indeed captured by these creatures, their lives would not be in jeopardy. With this thought in mind, Gu Chen frequently gazed towards the island. We shall approach from the other side. Thus, we must first conceal the boat, he articulated. Emphasizing a crucial point, Chen Yuanfan nodded in agreement, while Rose, at that moment, steered the vessel towards the alternate direction. Before long, they arrived at the other side of the island, where Gu Chen discovered an excellent hiding spot. Concealing the boat there would likely go unnoticed. With this in mind, Gu Chen pointed towards the area beside them. Rose maneuvered the boat to that location and brought it to a halt, ensuring that it would attract no attention. As it was perfectly positioned, once the boat was secured, Rose turned to Gu Chen and said, "Now we can all disembark. Let us proceed with caution." After Gu Chen and his companions disembarked, they cautiously made their way into the island. With each step, they were exceedingly wary. After a considerable duration, having seen no sign of the divine beast, they began to believe it would be unable to locate them, and gradually their courage began to swell. Gu Chen gazed ahead at a cave and spoke. "Let us venture into the cave and see if we can find a place to rest or perhaps discover something of interest." He continued, "I believe we should consider that temple over there. Although it is quite distant, I am certain there is something to be found." Chen Yuanfan held a differing opinion. "Very well, we shall heed your suggestion. I am curious to see what it is that you are so eager to seek," Gu Chen replied with a smile. For him, such matters were trivial. Their destination was entirely random, lacking any special arrangements. However, if they set their sights on the distant temple, the journey would be long and likely exhausting. "Let us rest for a while," he proposed, "for we have indeed traveled a considerable distance, and there remains quite a trek to reach that temple. It would be prudent to rest here." "I have no objections. I merely suggested we go there. We can visit at any time, so there is no need to accommodate my preferences." Chen Yuanfan understood that everyone was somewhat financially restrained and, therefore, should approach such matters with a measure of prudence. Having already set foot on the island, they were determined to pursue their goal, thus necessitating a more thoughtful approach in this regard. In their minds, clarity of thought was essential, and they would not allow themselves to be sidetracked by ancillary concerns. "You two decide. I am merely here to observe, and I feel quite secure in your company," Tada remarked. She held Gu Chen in high regard and perceived him and Chen Yuanfan as the perfect duo. "Let us take a break then. I am indeed feeling somewhat fatigued, and we should have something to eat to replenish our energy." Rose, feeling weary and having not eaten much due to her earlier distress, had come to realize that certain matters, particularly those of the heart, cannot be forced. The potential for her relationship with Gu Chen to flourish remained uncertain, contingent upon circumstances, and could not be resolved merely through a few words or a single confession. For now, as they continued to spend time together, Rose still held the opportunity to pursue what she desired. Gu Chen retrieved provisions from his bag and distributed them among everyone. Then he glanced into the distance and had a sudden inspiration. "Why don't we go hunting? However, Tada and Rose, you need not join us. Why would we miss out on such an opportunity?" Rose, naturally reluctant, was particularly eager to engage in this challenging endeavor. Besides, their current surroundings were rather dull, and undertaking such activities was entirely acceptable to them. They were adept at considering all scenarios comprehensively and performing better in any situation. "Indeed, Gu Chen, you seem to be dismissing both Rose and me, and we are not pleased," Tada chimed in, rallying against the notion of being left behind. Given the enthusiasm of the group, Chen Yuanfan interjected with a proposal. How about this? Let's form 2 teams. Tada and I will pair up, while Rose and Guchun will team together. We shall compete to see who can catch more game. Upon hearing Chen Yuanfan's suggestion, Tada clapped enthusiastically. I accept this challenge. It suits my current disposition perfectly. I have no objections. Rose readily concurred. If you all have no issues, how could I possibly have any? Let's proceed. Guchun shrugged helplessly. He exchanged glances with Chen Yuanfan and spoke again. Since we are wagering and competing, there must be some stakes at play. What shall be the consequence if we lose? This was indeed a significant question, yet one Chen Yuanfan had not contemplated. What if everything we discover belongs to the winning team? He proposed boldly. Is that so stimulating? Then we must prepare ourselves well. Rose was clearly taken aback by Wang's audacity. This was indeed a matter of great importance for them. Their arrival in this maritime region was motivated by tales of its rare treasures. If they truly found such riches, it would be immensely beneficial. In every circumstance, they were capable of envisioning broader possibilities, and any situation fueled their imagination. Regardless of the outcome, they aspired for clarity, and the reality often exceeded their expectations. This is thrilling. Let us proceed with this plan, Rose decisively affirmed. Very well, let us set forth. Tada, energized as if invigorated, declared. To ensure our safety, it would be prudent to act together. Ultimately, the prey belongs to the team that secures it. Guchun proposed a gentleman's agreement. In their current predicament, dispersing would be highly disadvantageous, as the appearance of divine beasts was unpredictable. If they did not manifest, it would be ideal. If they did, 2 individuals would be utterly insufficient to withstand them. Guchun feared that the combined strength of the 4 of them would be insufficient. If 2 were to separate, they would only await their demise. Thus, it was imperative that they act in unison. This was undeniable. Should they part ways now, it would certainly lead to greater complications, and their camaraderie would remain intact. Chen Yuanfan, with remarkable magnanimity, articulated this sentiment. Subsequently, the 4 aligned themselves in a row and commenced their forward journey. As they progressed, Guchun suddenly paused, relying on his acute sense of hearing to detect the presence of prey ahead. However, he refrained from speaking, instead cautiously advancing step by step. Wary of startling the quarry, Guchun slowly retrieved a dagger from behind, a motion observed by Tarda and Chen Yuanfan, who promptly mirrored his actions. In an unexpected burst of energy, Guchun hastened forward, diving without hesitation, and drove his dagger firmly into the ground. Guchun, why so impassioned? Chen Yuanfan scoffed mercilessly, noting that he had missed his target as the little rabbit had already fled. The others, having followed Guchun, were equally exhilarated, convinced that he would excel in their endeavor. Yet, many circumstances were far from the ease they had envisioned. For them, every task required a more comprehensive approach, devoid of any additional issues. Guchun, your image in my mind is shattered, Tarda remarked, utterly surprised by Guchun's exuberant display leading to such a trivial outcome. Moreover, Guchun's ability to detect prey seemed not merely a personal gift, but a reflection of the overall situation. They realized that all circumstances demanded a more adept response. And through this experience, they recognized the cunning nature of their quarry. It became evident that they would need to employ strategies if they were to achieve victory. Alas, Guchun, perhaps I shall no longer accompany you. I fear I may increasingly struggle to find any prey, Chen Yuanfan jested, deliberately stepping back as if Guchun truly had the power to frighten away the animals. Guchun smiled faintly, choosing to remain silent. For the words spoken by these individuals were undeniably truths, and he had no desire to refute them. Most importantly, he had never anticipated such a misstep. Naturally, he harbored no significant concerns regarding this matter. Now, any subsequent events must be faced with greater resolve, so feel free to proceed as you wish. I hold no objections, nor will I entertain any. After uttering these words, Guchun strode forward. Suddenly, he halted, turning to them with a warning gesture. Instinctively, the 3 of them sought refuge in various hiding spots. Guchun concealed himself behind a stone, meticulously observing the scene ahead. As expected, a divine beast was approaching their direction. The divine beast had arrived. Everyone should exercise caution and discern whether it was advancing towards them or if there were other concerns at hand. As Guchun's voice faded, he was taken aback to see the divine beast make a sudden turn. However, they could not afford to miss this opportunity. He promptly rose to his feet, trailing the beast at a respectful distance. The 4 of them followed the divine creature, only to marvel at its entrance into a dilapidated temple. The existence of a temple in such a place astonished them, and with the divine beast venturing inside, their curiosity deepened. Guchun, why do you think the divine beast has come to this location? Chen Yuanfan inquired, a hint of confusion in his tone. I surmise the divine beast serves as a guardian here. But what exactly is it guarding? We must venture in to uncover the truth. Guchun's mind began to formulate a bold hypothesis. Yet, if the divine beast truly was a guardian, they certainly would not dare to take anything. Their intention was merely to satisfy their curiosity. They understood that every endeavor required careful consideration and principles. Let us hide for now. Once the divine beast departs, we will investigate, Tada suggested, his curiosity piqued regarding what lay within. We can conceal ourselves behind this rock, which is ample enough to shield all four of us. Guchen found no surprise in the presence of such a large stone, contemplating that it must have formed over countless years, otherwise it would not be so immense. Hiding behind the stone, the four of them lost track of time until they finally glimpsed the divine beast emerging from within. As they watched its silhouette gradually fade from view, Guchen wasted no time and charged forward, leading them into the temple. Upon entering, each individual was struck with awe. The interior of the temple gleamed brightly, its surroundings adorned with gold, resembling a sea of yellow luminescence. Each step illuminated their eyes. Yet their interest in the gold was minimal. After all, it was embedded in the walls, and acquiring it would require considerable effort. Their purpose in this exploration was not driven by greed, but rather a quest for knowledge, making it imperative to press onward. Look, the divine beast seems to have reached this point, yet its footprints have vanished, Tada exclaimed in astonishment, noting the absence of any tracks ahead. While their own path was clearly marked, Guchen felt an insatiable curiosity regarding the footprints, though his heart was predominantly filled with perplexity. If these traces were indeed left by a divine beast, why were there none preceding them? Furthermore, it seemed implausible that such a creature would be so naive as to leave clues for discovery. Could it be that the divine beast was entirely oblivious to their presence, thus neglecting such particulars? Qin Yuanfan entertained these audacious speculations, yet soon deemed them overly bold and improbable. You are correct in your assumptions, yet your reasoning appears somewhat flawed. If these are indeed details, why are there none before us? Guchen incessantly posed questions. Could it be that this footprint is stationary? Perhaps there exists some mechanism here. Or this place is home to something entirely different, Rose conjectured boldly. They were no strangers to such circumstances, yet this particular scenario felt markedly unique. Nevertheless, they resolved to venture further inside. Allow me to proceed ahead and probe the situation. If all is well, you may follow, Guchen stated, stepping forward. However, the moment his foot touched the ground, a thunderous rumble erupted. He swiftly retracted his foot, yet it was too late. The golden faade that once adorned the walls had transformed into a state of disrepair. What had just moments ago seemed a mere illusion was now starkly tangible. Observing the surroundings with growing trepidation, Guchen pondered. I cannot discern whether the previous scene was an illusion or if we now find ourselves in one. Hurry, let us hold hands. We must not allow anything to befall us, Qin Yuanfan urged, grasping the hands of Guchen and Rose, while the Rose Alliance took hold of Tada's hand. At this moment, Guchen grasped Tada's hand, and the four of them held tightly together, forming an unbreakable circle, resolute in their determination not to allow anyone to stray. What shall we do now? We cannot simply stand here indefinitely, Tada expressed, a hint of fear creeping into her heart, as the current scene felt all too serious. Many circumstances were undeniably difficult for them to accept. Do not panic, let us first observe the situation. If this state persists for an extended period, we can then contemplate alternative actions, Guchen replied with remarkable composure. It was crucial, in such circumstances, to remain calm. Any haste would only disturb their minds and exacerbate the situation. This predicament, rather, presented them with an opportunity to gain a clearer understanding of everything, a state in which they would likely remain for quite some time. As long as they stayed united, the four of them would face minimal challenges, regardless of what transpired. Guchen, do you see that light ahead? It feels as though something is guiding us, Tada suggested, believing they should press onward rather than waste time. Even in their current predicament, remaining stationary only left them paralyzed by indecision. Since we are in this situation, we might as well boldly seek confirmation. For I feel as though some unseen force is leading us. Let us not be hasty. We must stabilize ourselves and observe the circumstances. For the abruptness of this moment is indeed terrifying. Even Guchen, who had witnessed much, could not ascertain the absence of danger in such a scenario. This was a first for them all. Their primary purpose was to seek treasure, not to engage in any nefarious deeds, so caution remained paramount. I believe we have been quite obedient to Guchen, yet I feel we should not remain idle here, Rose voiced her doubts. They certainly needed to exercise caution, but remaining still seemed counterproductive. They had already made their choices upon arrival, and retreat was not an option now. Every decision they made was well considered. From the very beginning, their quest was for treasure, and if they succeeded, their standing would surely rise. This place was exceedingly enigmatic, requiring them to maintain a steady rhythm, in terms of experience. Guchen undoubtedly surpassed them all. Qin Yuanfan unconditionally supported Guchen in this regard. In the past, he had questioned Guchen like Tada, firmly believing in his own reasoning, but reality had proven that without Guchen, he would not be who he was today. They could not afford to be overly anxious, lest they fall prey to this deceptive illusion. All right, let us gradually move towards the wall, Guchen suggested. Approaching the wall might reveal a different perspective, potentially shattering the illusion before them. If this reality were indeed genuine, how could one explain the light they had seen? He was unwilling to believe that fate would allow questioning to go unanswered. If that light were truly a guide, it might signify their demise. In any case, caution was paramount under the current circumstances. As they pressed against the wall and began to shift sideways, a sudden voice startled them into silence. You are quite perceptive. Had you proceeded towards that light, you would have been drawn away to another place by now. Who are you, and why do you hide, spying on us? What sort of skill is that? Qin Yuanfan was astonished to discover the presence of someone beyond their quartet. To know who I am, you must first prove yourselves. Given your current state, you may never learn my identity, the voice replied, leaving Qin Yuanfan utterly bewildered as he gazed at Gu Chun in confusion. Gu Chun, do you know who this person is? Brother, I arrived with you. How could I possibly know? Though Gu Chun said this, a suspect lingered in his mind. The only beings capable of traversing this space repeatedly, apart from divine beasts, would likely be extraordinary entities, if not a divine beast. Only a miracle would allow survival here for such a duration. However, such matters were far from certain. He recalled that the divine beast had departed the temple shortly after its arrival. Was it possible that the temple indeed harbored other presences? May I inquire which esteemed elder you are? If your intention were to take our lives, you would have acted by now. Your warning suggests you wish for us to live. A bold assumption from a young one is commendable, yet whether you survive ultimately depends on your own fate. The voice resonated with a hollow timbre, akin to an otherworldly echo. Gu Chun sensed that this figure was undoubtedly nearby, perhaps even above them. Suddenly, he looked up, his expression frozen in astonishment. Tada and Qin Yuanfan followed his gaze, and indeed, they beheld a divine beast hovering above them. It seems you are all quite clever. Very well, I shall cease my jest. The divine beast leapt down gracefully, and with a mere wave of its hand, the entire temple reverted to its former state. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The summary provided by Gu Chun regarding the divine beast seems to be somewhat of a jest. If the intention were truly to inflict harm upon them, he would not have offered a warning moments ago, although they traversed alongside the wall. This is not a sustainable strategy, and he harbors no clear thoughts on what to do next with the upcoming wall. A bold conjecture flickers in his mind as he approaches the divine beasts and extends his hand. How about a transaction? What kind of transaction? You accompany us, and should we inadvertently cause any damage, you will alert us. If not, we shall continue our search, Gu Chun stated earnestly. You appear to jest with me. Nothing here can be taken by you, so I advise you to depart, the divine beast replied. The divine beast wholly dismissed Gu Chun's proposition, offering no grounds for refusal, as this matter could not be easily overlooked. If you choose to ignore my counsel, there is little I can do. Ultimately, the situation is not dire. Who suggested otherwise? Yet still advised you to leave? Qin Yuanfan felt a twinge of discontent. They had arduously arrived at this location, and how could they simply abandon it? If they were to find nothing, it would indeed be most lamentable. Moreover, as the first to venture onto this island, how could they leave no trace behind to elevate their reputation? Let us each take a step back. We are determined to achieve our goal, regardless of the obstacles. If you do not permit us to remain here, we will manifest elsewhere. Rather than exerting effort to capture us, it would be more prudent to confront us directly. Qin Yuanfan articulated, believing his words to be quite reasonable and within the divine beast's realm of acceptance. For them, every situation is approached with stark directness and unwavering resolve. Some matters indeed require a more adept handling, rather than dwelling on alternative notions. They are steadfast in their pursuit, unwilling to relent due to mere words from others. It seems you are not prepared to concede, insisting on seeking this so-called treasure. In light of this, I see no reason to extend you courtesy, the divine beast declared, visibly irked by their demeanor. Initially, it had intended to play its part well and encourage their departure, but these individuals displayed a blatant disregard for such efforts. Do you not realize how unethical this course of action is? The complexities of certain matters are far from what you perceive. Should you choose to leave now, you may still find a path to survival. If you do not blame me for my lack of civility. The divine beast emphasized its words with a sweeping gesture, and in an instant, the winds began to stir. Gu Chun was utterly perplexed by the beast's demeanor. Even if it wished to deter their exploration, a gentle admonition would suffice. Resorting to force seemed rather excessive. He nodded toward the beast and spoke. There is no need for such cumbersome displays of power. We can simply engage in a civil conversation. There is no necessity for such formality. We have come this far. Surely you cannot expect us to leave empty-handed. Have you not contemplated departing from this place, given how long you have been stationed here? The beast, exasperated, rolled its eyes, clearly reluctant to engage with Gu Chun. However, it had been centuries since anyone had visited this place, and the prospect of conversing with him was indeed a welcome change. At the very least, it would alleviate its solitude. For a fleeting moment, the beast considered allowing Gu Chun and his companions to stay, if only for the companionship that would spare it from the overwhelming loneliness of its eternal vigil. Centuries ago, this land was not solely inhabited by itself. There existed a mysterious tribe. Yet, due to prolonged migrations, most of the tribe's members sought better living conditions elsewhere. While some simply passed away, over time, it was left with nothing but itself. If this is the question you seek answered, then I have provided my response. You may now take your leave, the beast declared, acknowledging that the desire for companionship was merely a fleeting fantasy. Moreover, it was resolute in its guardianship. vowing to prevent any harm to this island. Rest assured, we harbor no intentions of destruction. We have made it abundantly clear that we seek only knowledge, not conflict with you. In an effort to gain the trust of the divine beast, Gu Chun cast aside all his weapons before it. Noticing a shift in the beast's gaze, he realized that this gesture had instilled a sense of reassurance within it. Seizing the moment, he proclaimed, if our intentions were malevolent, we would have acted upon them while at sea, rather than attempting to navigate around you to enter these waters. Had we possessed the strength to overcome you, we would have taken control of the maritime routes without hesitation. Our restraint is a testament to our desire for peace. Qin Yuan Fan was taken aback by Gu Chen's eloquence, observing that the divine beast was showing clear signs of being swayed by his words. Encouraged by this realization, he added, we have approached you with nothing but goodwill. Even when confronted with illusions earlier, we caused no destruction. It is not due to a lack of capability, but rather a conscious choice to refrain from harm. Thus, you can trust us without reservation. Indeed, Rose chimed in, and we hardly resemble villains. Just look at how charming we are. Without hesitation, she showcased her playful demeanor to the divine beast. Tada, feeling compelled to further win its favor, rushed forward to embrace the creature. This audacious act startled both Gu Chun and Qin Yuan Fan, as Tada's recklessness took them by surprise. I truly adore you. Seeing you is akin to encountering my cherished toy, for you are its perfect replica, Tada declared earnestly. For him, this was no exaggeration. He felt a surge of uncontainable emotion in the presence of the divine being. Devoid of any fear, the divine beast did not express any aversion to Tada's affectionate gesture. Instead, it found the display endearing and heartwarming, instinctively nodding in response. You may remain here, but I must establish a few ground rules, it stated. Feel free to impose as many regulations as you desire. Qin Yuan Fan responded with a magnanimous spirit. Without hesitation, the divine beast outlined its stipulations. First, you must not harm any living thing, not even a blade of grass. Second, anything you wish to take with you must undergo my inspection. Only with my approval may you depart with it. Otherwise, it must remain here. Third, you are required to share your experience of visiting this place with the world. Otherwise, this sanctuary shall never again exist. Qin Yuan Fan felt a pang of difficulty at this demand, realizing that their purpose for coming was to elevate their standing and proclaim their grand achievements. If they were to remain silent about their exploits, it would render their efforts futile. While they did not covet fame and fortune, they were not foolish enough to relinquish it freely. This seems rather challenging, he confessed. Very well, we agree, he began, but Gu Chen interrupted him, asserting with unwavering certainty. For me, nothing else matters as much as this. The divine beast seeks to protect its island, and it has no reason to decline our request. Furthermore, refusing us would be entirely normal, and indeed, certain matters require greater diligence than mere words can resolve. Some circumstances may appear uncomplicated on the surface, yet the reality of addressing them often proves to be quite the opposite. Regardless of the outcome, they must maintain clarity in their thoughts and understanding. From the outset, we expressed our intention to seek treasures. Should we fail to find what we desire, we will not resort to taking anything else, Gu Chen clarified. What is it that you seek? The divine beast inquired, its curiosity piqued by their unusual presence in a place known as the Sea of Death, a domain most would avoid. Regrettably, we cannot disclose that information just yet, unless we locate it ourselves. Revealing it prematurely would only invite unnecessary complications, Gu Chen replied cautiously. He understood that every situation warranted careful consideration, and they needed to approach it with a broader perspective, avoiding trivial concerns that could cloud their judgment. Rest assured, once we have found what we seek, we will share it with you, he concluded, casting a hopeful glance at the divine beast, which nodded in agreement. Qin Yuan Fan felt a sense of admiration for Gu Chen's prowess in navigating this delicate negotiation. If they had revealed their true intentions, the divine beast would likely have rebuffed them outright. Some challenges were not merely a matter of ambition, they required calm and strategic contemplation. Given this, I propose a bold suggestion. Is there anything to eat around here? Qin Yuan Fan deliberately posed this question to shift the focus away from their true motives, recognizing that further discussion might lead to unwanted revelations. Earlier, they had intended to capture some wild rabbits or chickens. Tada, with unabashed frankness, urged, why not guide us to them? You must know where they are hidden. The divine beast was momentarily taken aback by Tada's directness, surprised by their unexpected boldness. Very well, I shall lead you, it conceded, albeit with lingering doubts about their intentions, suspecting they sought to seize the finest treasures of the fabled Blue Sea. Under the divine beast's guidance, they soon arrived at the hiding place of the wild chickens. You are truly remarkable, Tada exclaimed, darting towards the birds without a second thought. Qin Yuan Fan followed closely behind, with Rose equally eager to join the chase. Only Gu Chen remained still, observing the scene. Why do you not join them? The divine beast asked, puzzled by Gu Chen's inaction. Gu Chen smiled softly. With the three of them, it was sufficient. He could take a moment to rest. After uttering these words, he refrained from making further eye contact with the divine beast. In his mind, he pondered that the divine beast was likely already aware of their intentions, yet chose not to expose the underlying truth. Once certain matters are unveiled, The subsequent challenges may not be as effortless as they appear on the surface, and unforeseen complications might arise. However, if the divine beast were truly benevolent, then the suspicions they harbored previously might indeed warrant reconsideration. At this moment, he felt compelled to remain vigilant, approaching everything with caution rather than entertaining any alternative notions. It was evident that Chun Yuanfan and Tada harbored no animosity towards the divine beast. Should he place complete trust in the divine beast, it would render him utterly vulnerable. Divine beast, have you ever considered leaving this place after residing here for so many centuries? Gu Chun inquired tentatively. I possess a sense of belonging. I prefer not to venture elsewhere, finding solace in guarding this realm, the divine beast replied. Upon hearing this, Gu Chun chose not to press further. Continued inquiry would likely yield no substantial revelations, as the divine beast had undoubtedly formulated its responses long before. In light of this, any indirect discourse held little significance for them. I truly admire your steadfastness. Were I in your position, I might not exhibit such persistence, Gu Chun remarked, testing the waters. He felt an inner turmoil that prevented him from fully relaxing. Gu Chun, come quickly. There is so much to handle. We need your assistance in capturing. Tada's sudden exclamation interrupted Gu Chun's contemplations. All right, wait for me. I shall be there shortly. Without further entanglement with the divine beast, Gu Chun naturally opted to assist Tada and the others in this pressing situation. Gu Chun was utterly speechless upon witnessing their continued ineptitude. Frankly, in my estimation, you are the most foolish among us, and your actions truly leave me at a loss for words. 3 of you are incapable of catching even a wild chicken. Are you jesting? Or what exactly are you doing? Gu Chun, do not stand there and speak without feeling the weight of the situation. If you were to attempt this yourself, you would fare no better than us. Your very presence is a source of growing disappointment. Qin Yuanfan quipped. He had never anticipated the emergence of additional issues, and some circumstances were indeed within their control. Well, I must say, I am more than pleased with how you treat me. It certainly makes things easier on my end, though I implore you to refrain from any regrets. Upon uttering this, Gu Chun could not suppress a chuckle. Their interactions were perpetually characterized by this dynamic. They engaged in playful banter and roughhousing, never taking anything too seriously. If one were to interpret their jesting as earnest, they would find themselves perpetually exasperated. Those who took it to heart would inevitably appear foolish. And merely envisioning such a scenario was quite comical. Gu Chun, you must come and assist us swiftly. If you delay further, we may be rendered incapable, Rose interjected. Very well, I shall come to your aid immediately, Gu Chun replied, joining them. It appeared they were collectively trying to catch wild chickens, while in reality, Gu Chun was negotiating matters with them. Do you not find the divine beast rather peculiar? I cannot shake the feeling that they harbor ulterior motives. Gu Chun expressed his inner doubts. They had never relinquished their aspirations, nor would they abandon their quest for what they desired. While striving to enhance their capabilities, they remained vigilant about their safety. Yet, the true meaning of these divine beasts eluded their understanding. Gu Chun now refrains from taking rash actions, and is particularly cautious about revealing their thoughts to others. In the presence of the divine beast later, it would be prudent for us to maintain a semblance of calm and not overly expose our inner intentions. Rest assured, Gu Chun, we are not fools. Qin Yuanfan naturally comprehended the implications of Gu Chun's words. However, some matters, the longer they are postponed, become increasingly detrimental to them. After pondering for a moment, he spoke up. Do you think the divine beast is guarding something else here? Perhaps what we seek is entirely unrelated. It must be said, Qin Yuanfan. Your thoughts are audacious, yet I can only entertain the possibility. Tada also seemed to concur with this line of reasoning. The divine beast appears to harbor a profound fear of their pursuits, as if they might uncover something extraordinary. Nevertheless, they have yet to unravel the truth of the situation. Thus they will not act recklessly. Furthermore, with Gu Chun by their side offering counsel, they are unlikely to encounter significant issues. Enough of this chatter. The divine beast has been watching us intently, Rose kindly reminded them. Gu Chun nodded, yet a sense of unease lingered within him. Rather than fixate on the divine beast, it would be prudent to observe it subtly, allowing for a rotation among the 4 of them. Each person would keep watch for 2 hours, while the others refrained from gazing at the creature during that time. Having articulated this plan, Gu Chun resumed his pursuit of wild chickens. The divine beast regarded the individuals before it and found them remarkably innocuous. Each pair of eyes betrayed a sense of sincerity, and their conversational tones evoked trust. Although it had long since outgrown the naivete of youth, believing others with ease, it recognized that, after this extended period, few had truly earned its trust. To safeguard itself and those it wished to protect, it was imperative that Gu Chun and his companions remain oblivious to its true nature. After a moment of contemplation, the divine beast spoke. It seems you have captured quite enough. Surely this will suffice for your evening meal. It remarked, who would have thought your eyes possessed such acuity? You seem to know precisely how many you have caught. Tada found the divine beast somewhat intimidating. The 4 of them had been bustling about so energetically that even they had lost count of their captures. Yet the divine beast discerned their tally, indicating its remarkable intelligence, certainly more formidable than they had anticipated. This is merely a unique ability of mine. If I am not mistaken, you have caught nearly 10. When the divine beast accurately revealed this number, it noted the astonishment in Gu Qin and Chen Yuanfan's eyes. Realizing that its words might be misconstrued, it added, "I do not intend to surveil you. I simply possess an innate talent for mental calculation." Gu Qin nodded, seemingly convinced by the words of the divine beast. Yet a profound sense of doubt lingered within him. The true extent of the beast's abilities remained unverified, but current circumstances suggested it was far more formidable than they had anticipated. "It matters not. After all, we captured you for sustenance. So your words conveniently spare us from further calculations," Gu Qin remarked with a smile as he approached the divine creature, feigning relaxation. He harbored a desire to befriend the beast. Earning the trust of an individual is no simple task, especially when that individual is a millennium-old divine entity. Just as iron can be ground into a needle, he believed that genuine sincerity would ultimately yield rewards. "We are yet unaware of your appetite. May we approach? Given your prolonged residence here, what do you consume if not these creatures?" He continued, "You are indeed quite astute. I find myself inadvertently revealing much in our conversations." The divine beast held Gu Qin in high regard, its admiration evident in its demeanor. Gu Qin did not ponder too deeply. However, he remained vigilant towards the divine beast, which he deemed a wise course of action. He smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. After a while, he approached Tada and whispered, "The divine beast is exceedingly cautious of me. You should go and see what it is up to. Attempt to befriend it. But be careful not to reveal your true intentions. Your naivety may work to your advantage." Tada hesitated, expressing, "May I offer a suggestion? While I believe your words are sincere, perhaps it is best not to be so overt." The term naive struck a chord with Tada, who found it somewhat difficult to accept. He understood that Gu Qin's intent was not to offend, yet he felt compelled to respond to the situation appropriately. They were bound together in their quest. Getting upset over trivial matters was not an option. Nonetheless, reminders were sometimes necessary, and a more comprehensive approach to their circumstances was indeed warranted. "I believe Gu Qin's observation is correct. You possess that particular disposition. Your innocent demeanor is quite endearing." Rose chimed in. However, as soon as her words left her lips, Tada's expression soured. "Is that truly how you perceive me?" Upon witnessing Tada's grave demeanor, Rose felt a twinge of discomfort. "How can you be upset? I was merely jesting, and surely you have grown accustomed to our dynamic by now." "I'm not angry," Tada replied. "I simply feel I should not be seen in such a light." Deep down, Tada cared for Rose immensely but recognized that she regarded him solely as a brother, while his feelings transcended that bond. "Let us discuss this properly when I have the time," Tada conceded, resigning himself to the moment. Given the current circumstances, romance was not on their agenda. They needed to focus on dealing with the divine beast first. The more enigmatic the situation became, the more their curiosity about the divine beast intensified. He approached the divine beast, holding a wild chicken, and exclaimed with joy, tugging at its sleeve, his excitement palpable. Fingzi, witnessing this, could only shake his head in resignation. The boy remained silent, lost in memories of the past. Jiangli gently patted his shoulder, speaking softly so only they could hear. "You do not carry the scent of the demon clan. Instead, that peculiar creature bears a resemblance to it. There is no need for excessive worry." The boy nodded, a faint smile gracing his lips, perhaps finally grasping the gravity of the situation. Jiangli added, "Regardless of whether you belong to the demon clan, we will never abandon you." His words were imbued with an unwavering resolve that the boy had never witnessed before. Gratitude swelled within him as he regarded them with a sense of disbelief. The following morning, upon awakening, the two exchanged knowing glances, fully understanding one another, as it had become second nature. Reluctantly, they set down their belongings as a cacophony of chatter enveloped them. They looked up to find a group of a dozen individuals before them, instinctively retreating a few steps. From their reactions, it was evident that the leading man was the overseer of this region, the one in charge of the entire frigid territory, regarded by all as the leader. "You appear to be newcomers. Why are you associating with the demon clan?" Jiangli was taken aback, his gaze inadvertently falling upon the trembling demon in the corner, its body marred by wounds. The previous night's darkness had obscured his vision, but now it was a stark reality. The boy shuddered, drawing attention from several onlookers. "Shall I roast the wild chicken for you? I excel in that area. If you refuse, you might regret it." Tada feigned extravagance. The divine beast, however, showed no suspicion toward Tada's words. Under the circumstances, skepticism would indeed be excessive. Furthermore, Tada's somewhat naive demeanor instilled a sense of trust in others. In their dealings, calmness was essential, and certain situations required a more prudent approach. "You all indulge. I have no taste for carnivorous creatures." "Why not? You've been here so long. How do you sustain yourself without eating meat? Surely, you must consume something other than plants." Tada inquired. Genuine curiosity etched on his face. He found it astounding that if one truly abstained from meat, they would be emaciated, yet the divine beast appeared formidable. The divine beast found Tada's innocence endearing but chose not to elaborate. It merely shook its head at Tada before turning to depart. "I hope you can maintain order here and not disturb the locals." The divine beast's words halted Gu Qin and Qin Yuanfan, leaving them both astonished. They comprehended much, but also recognized that the divine beast's warning indicated the presence of others. Were they allies or other formidable creatures? No one could ascertain. We must tread carefully. We cannot offend what should remain untouched, Guchen remarked. I never imagined such events would unfold before us. And there are indeed matters we must understand better, Qin Yuanfan concurred. Though he himself was not overly concerned, the divine beast mystery loomed large. And its refusal to consume meat suggested deeper issues at play. How have you survived without consuming meat? There are wild chickens and hares. If they were not cultivated, they would have vanished long ago. We understand the law of the jungle. How could there be no signs of struggle? Qin Yuanfan's observations prompted Gu Chun to reflect. The existence of wild chickens and hares implied human intervention, suggesting that the divine beast existed to protect these individuals. Yet, Gu Chen's assumptions were slightly awry. It was not merely one person it sought to guard, but rather the entire clan. It appears we must embark on a search. We cannot allow ourselves to be exploited in ignorance, Gu Chen concluded, feeling the complexity of their situation deepen. They had to navigate these matters with greater care, ensuring no additional complications arose. Shall we proceed together in our search? But what if the divine beast discovers us? Tada's heart raced with uncertainty as he contemplated their next steps. Regardless of whether it pertains to divine beasts or the unknown, it poses a formidable challenge for them. The words of the divine beasts are often ambiguous, leading them to search haphazardly. If they truly betray the divine beasts, could it possibly invite further troubles? This uncertainty gnaws at him, yet there seems to be no alternative. Under such circumstances, it is imperative to strive for excellence. At this juncture, there is no time to dwell on trivialities. Ignorance could lead to greater peril. In the face of life and death, Gu Chen is compelled to prioritize their survival. Now that they have set foot on this island, returning to the ship swiftly seems an impossible task. Should they fail to safeguard their companions in this situation, he would feel an overwhelming sense of guilt. Let us divide our forces, Gu Chen boldly suggests. Even if the divine beasts discover us, we have no recourse. We must find ways to navigate around them. They must take care of themselves, facing each challenge with fortitude, for they cannot afford to show weakness. Every situation requires thoughtful consideration from them, and they must remain vigilant. They won't stray far. They can swiftly respond to any occurrences nearby. What you say is true. This is our only course of action, and we must not relent, Qin Yuanfan affirms resolutely. Let us ready all our weapons. There is no need to prolong this situation. Rose has resolved to confront the divine beasts with unwavering determination. Every endeavor will demand a greater sacrifice from them, and certain matters indeed require broader contemplation. They find themselves at a crossroads. Either they will safely extricate themselves from this place or perish here. Regardless of the circumstances, they must depart with what they seek. Rose's resolute tone instills strength in her companions. Tada nods, no longer consumed by fear. In my heart, I hold immense admiration for you all. Following you, I believe I shall cultivate greater courage, Tada expresses. Learning bravery is merely the beginning. We will acquire more wisdom, and we must ultimately depart together, Qin Yuanfan reassures Tada, feeling a deep sense of pride in her growth. Every situation invites more comprehensive thinking, and they will not allow further complications to arise. They have never encountered anything like this, and many challenges will require a more adept approach. Let us stick to our previous arrangement, Qin Yuanfan and Rose together. While Tada and I will team up, Gu Chun succinctly allocates their roles, and they prepare for battle. Tada follows Gu Chun towards the east, while Qin Yuanfan and Rose maintain their position on the left, ensuring a consistent distance between the two teams. Gu Chun, may I ask you something? Are you truly not afraid at all? Tada inquires, perplexed by the matter. How could one be devoid of fear? It is merely a facade of strength. I believe we can turn peril into safety, Gu Chun encourages Tada persistently. Tada's ability to voice such concerns impresses Gu Chun. After all, they are human, and both harbor fear, merely expressed in different ways. Tada finds solace in Gu Chen's guidance, realizing that sometimes a single word can imbue him with immense strength. And Gu Chen is indeed that source of power. Many challenges can be faced more effectively, and it is not the case that complications will invariably arise. He never anticipated that such circumstances would evoke confusion, yet some matters can indeed be approached with greater clarity. Thank you, Gu Chen. Without you, I would still be a person who merely dreams but dares not act, Tada says, tears brimming in his eyes. Following Gu Chen has taught him invaluable lessons. And alongside Qin Yuanfan, he has acquired numerous survival skills. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. As Gu Chen spoke these words, his heart brimmed with unwavering determination, and his gaze towards Tada was infused with ardor. For them, survival was synonymous with a heart filled with hope, and their quest was driven by the anticipation that resided within. Suddenly, Gu Chun came to a halt, gesturing for Tada to pause. There is something ahead. Let us pause for a moment. I just heard a sound, and I am uncertain if it belongs to the beings mentioned by the divine beast. Tada looked at Gu Chen with a face full of bewilderment. Gu Chen remained silent, continuing to lead Tada forward. However, their pace had noticeably slowed, and their movements became increasingly cautious as they scanned their surroundings. The two of them navigated through the jungle, advancing slowly, when suddenly they spotted individuals ahead. Gu Chen swiftly pulled Tada down into the underbrush. As they watched the figures pass by, Guchen's heart raced, and he dared not breathe. Tada, equally tense, gazed intently forward. It was not until those people had moved on that Guchen finally relaxed, whispering to Tada. I never expected that there would be others here besides us. He observed. It seems they have not just arrived. They must have been here for some time and are quite familiar with this place. Tada noted that the attire of those individuals was markedly different from their own. He boldly speculated that these people had likely been in this area for years, concluding that if they were all human, they should not pose a threat to one another. Is it possible that we could be rescued here? He pondered. After all, remaining here could enable us to assist them better, and in turn, they might be able to aid us. Guchen shook his head, finding Tada's optimism to be exceedingly naive. Deep down, he harbored doubts that these individuals would extend their assistance. If genuine help were intended, the divine beast would not have issued such a warning. Some matters cannot merely be assessed at face value. Furthermore, many situations arise not for their comprehension, but rather to ensnare them in further complications. We must remain cautious and tread lightly. The true nature of these people remains uncertain. Conversely, Tada held a different perspective, believing that a modicum of trust is essential among individuals, alongside a bold pursuit of verification. She felt confident that they would not inflict harm upon them. If their intent were indeed malevolent, why would they be oblivious to their presence? Tada articulated her thoughts, prompting Guchen to reconsider. If they were truly aware of their approach, why not seek them out? Could it be that these individuals had been utterly unaware of their arrival from the start? If such ignorance were genuine, then this matter is inextricably linked to the divine beast. Was it aiming to safeguard them? Or was it poised to reveal them at a critical juncture? In that moment, Guchen found himself enveloped in profound confusion. Numerous questions defied explanation, and certain occurrences simply lacked logical coherence. He had felt a persistent discomfort, yet the emergence of various circumstances had indeed equipped him to confront challenges more effectively. These individuals should be unable to detect their presence. Regardless of the reason, their appearance before them is perilous. However, if they were to conceal themselves, these individuals would remain oblivious to their existence. At present, even the divine beast, once deemed trustworthy, has proven to be exceedingly cunning. They are no match for it. Guchen pondered for a moment and resolved to articulate his thoughts clearly, lest Tada become befuddled. In their minds, they genuinely believe that all these matters should be anticipated with utmost diligence, rather than relying on mere chance in such circumstances. Should we not also conduct a thorough examination regarding Qin Yuanfan and Rose, to prevent them from being swayed by the words of the divine beast? Tada sensed that they were in a precarious situation. Guchen nodded slightly, and they proceeded in the opposite direction. When they finally caught sight of Qin Yuanfan and Rose, they were taken aback to find the divine beast standing before Qin Yuanfan. He quickly pulled Tada down again to avoid detection, eager to eavesdrop on the conversation between them and the divine beast. You have parted ways with Guchen, ultimately disregarding my advice. Did I not warn you against recklessly searching? The divine beast inquired. Although Qin Yuanfan wished to avoid direct confrontation with the creature, he could not remain silent in the face of such arrogance. He gazed at the divine beast and replied, On this island, you possess no authority to govern us. We are merely wandering about. Merely wandering? Yet your previous searches were thorough, the divine beast observed. It had been watching them for quite some time. Qin Yuanfan and Rose's behavior was indeed peculiar. Had the divine beast not intervened, their circumstances might have been vastly different. I truly find it difficult to convey these concerns to you, yet I hope you heed my warning. Should you choose to ignore it, do not blame me if calamity befalls you. The divine beast genuinely wished to spare them from harm. Qin Yuanfan was at a loss for words, but felt compelled to clarify. Since we have set foot on this island, we fear nothing and are fully prepared. We would rather leave with something in hand than return empty-handed or perish here. Qin Yuanfan's intent was crystal clear. Their perspectives diverged greatly, leading them to act in fundamentally different ways. There could be no other considerations regarding this matter. I hope you take care of yourselves. The divine beast stated before turning away. Once it was confirmed that the divine beast had indeed departed, Guchen hurriedly led Tada out. Qin Yuanfan and Rose wore expressions of displeasure, seemingly vexed by the divine beast's words. Upon seeing Guchen, Qin Yuanfan sighed. We were diligently searching when, to our surprise, we encountered the divine beast. It seems to have observed us for a while and has already concluded that we are here to seek something. Qin Yuanfan now regretted his earlier remarks. Their situation had transformed into one of enmity with the divine beast. On this island, the divine beast held the greatest power, and if it truly wished to act against them, it could do so with ease. Guchen nodded, acknowledging the situation. I just heard about this. It poses quite a challenge. He surveyed the surrounding environment. We have discovered some things. Let us find a relatively safe place to sit down, and I will share what I know. Due to the conflict with the divine beast, it was clear they could no longer remain in its company. The three of them sought refuge in a cave that appeared to offer some security. The entrance was obscured by dense undergrowth, devoid of any signs of habitation. Had it not been for Guchen's keen eyesight, they might have easily overlooked it. They gathered some dry grass to sit upon, and the four settled down together. Guchen began. Earlier, Kaka and I encountered some individuals, but they did not notice us. They are likely the race protected by the divine beast. A bold thought crossed Gu Chen's mind. Could the object of their desire be in the possession of those people? After all, why else would the divine beast go to such lengths to guard them? Upon reflection, it became apparent that those individuals must harbor some secrets, though the nature of those secrets remained to be uncovered. Qin Yuanfen nodded, a look of concern etched on his face. What should we do next? He inquired. I believe we must devise a plan to infiltrate that race. Suddenly, Rose, who had been silent until now, spoke up with a serious demeanor, proposing a rather audacious idea. Their understanding of that race was scant. To approach them recklessly could lead to peril. Considering this, Gu Chen shook his head resolutely. No. While acquiring what we seek is undoubtedly important, it pales in comparison to the safety of our lives. I do not wish to see any of us take unnecessary risks. He continued, you are all my companions, and in my heart, I regard you as family. Therefore, I hope for your well-being. Upon hearing his words, the others felt a wave of emotion. It was the first time someone had shown such concern for them. Concern for their lives, treating them as true friends, even family. Rose could not help but lower her head, tears welling in her eyes, feeling remorse for her earlier thoughts. Indeed, they should not overlook the dangers in their pursuit of that object. Had Gu Chen not rejected that decision, it was uncertain whether any of them might have paid the ultimate price. It seemed they would need to choose their words more carefully in the future. Gu Chen pondered for a moment. Indeed, the breakthrough lies within the divine beast. After a brief respite, we shall return to the divine beast, for I believe it possesses crucial knowledge. At the very least, we must ascertain why the divine beast is safeguarding this particular race on the island. The three of them nodded in agreement. Their earlier search had drained them of considerable energy, and upon hearing they could rest, they all closed their eyes to recuperate. Only Gu Chen remained alert and invigorated. He continued to mull over the events of the past few days in his mind, seeking answers and contemplating whether these occurrences were connected to the divine beast. He had never encountered a divine beast that actively protected living beings. This was a unique circumstance. Undeniably, this situation piqued his curiosity, urging him to delve deeper. It was not merely a desire to obtain the object of interest, but a genuine quest to comprehend the essence of it all. 3 hours later, Rose was the first to awaken, stretching her limbs. She felt refreshed after resting against the wall for a while. However, she soon noticed Gu Chen still leaning against the wall, his gaze directed outside, lost in thought. She seated herself beside him, prompting him to finally acknowledge her presence. You're awake, Gu Chen whispered, mindful not to disturb the other two still asleep. Rose nodded in response. Why haven't you slept? Aren't you exhausted after expending so much energy? Gu Chen let out a helpless laugh, expressing that no matter what, he could not find solace in sleep due to the turmoil in his heart. It was a pity that this era lacked the comfort of a cigarette. Had such a luxury existed, he could have found a moment's respite to dissipate the worries that had been plaguing him of late. Rose nodded in understanding, sensing Gu Chen's distress, likely stemming from the recent incident involving the divine beast. It was undeniable that both she and Qin Yuanfan had been rather reckless in their actions. Had they refrained from engaging in an argument with the divine beast, this predicament might have been averted. After all, the creature was unaware of their intentions. They could have simply claimed to have found nothing at all. She regretted not restraining Qin Yuanfan. His temperament was overwhelmingly forceful. It was fortunate that the divine beast had a relatively good nature. Had it been an ordinary person, they would undoubtedly have been incensed, and the consequences could have been dire for them. I am truly sorry, Rose admitted, her voice laced with guilt. You regarded us as trustworthy companions. Yet it appears we have inadvertently caused you considerable trouble. Gu Chen turned his head, unsure of what the girl had just conjured in her mind. He quickly shook his head, for such matters had not crossed his thoughts. He hurriedly said, I was merely contemplating that race. Please do not overthink it. I harbor no grievances regarding your actions. His flustered attempt at clarification elicited amusement from Rose, easing the unease in her heart. She smiled and nodded. I knew you were a generous person. It is impossible for you to hold a grudge over trifles concerning the two of us. Her smile was particularly radiant, tinged with a hint of mischief, which only served to enhance her charm. Gu Chen suppressed the fluttering sensation in his heart and nodded in agreement, acknowledging that it was sufficient to be aware of the situation. He had always been a remarkably magnanimous individual, naturally unwilling to dwell on trivial matters with his friends, provided that such friendships were genuine and not merely superficial. After engaging in conversation for a while, the remaining two gradually regained their senses. Tata rubbed his neck, which had been strained from an awkward sleeping position, realizing that resting in such an environment was rather torturous. He gently rotated his neck but winced in pain, gritting his teeth in agony, aware that others were observing him, and thus he bore the discomfort silently. Had he not restrained himself, he likely would have cried out in pain moments ago. Nonetheless, despite his efforts to mask his discomfort, the grimace on his face was unmistakable, transforming his otherwise adorable features into a somewhat comical display of agony, which only added to his charm. Gu Chen hurriedly approached him, inquiring, What troubles you? Both Mei Gui and Qin Yuanfen appeared anxious, their gazes fixed upon him as if fearing for his safety. Tata tugged at his own lips, suddenly feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. He stammered, I just slept in an awkward position, and now my neck feels a bit uncomfortable. But you need not worry about me. It's nothing significant. Upon hearing this, Guchin's expression turned serious as he reached out to examine Tada's neck, only to discover that the young man was indeed in a rather poor condition. It seemed that he had suffered a severe case of a stiff neck. If he truly insisted on being left alone, he would likely spend the entire day grimacing in pain. Despite being in obvious discomfort, he was still attempting to project a facade of masculinity before the group. It was imperative that he first attend to his own ailment. Recognizing that this young man was likely intent on preserving his macho image, Guchin could not help but voice his concern. He felt somewhat akin to a parent fretting over a mischievous child, with Tada embodying the role of that obstinate, unruly youth. In today's society, such a child would undoubtedly drive their parents to despair. As Guchin envisioned Tada being reprimanded by parents in a modern context, a smile crept onto his face, albeit one that appeared rather mischievous. This caused Tada to shrink back, attempting to diminish his presence. For reasons unknown, he found Guchin to be rather intimidating at that moment, especially with that particular expression. Though it hardly warranted a name, it certainly hinted at ulterior motives, as if someone were destined for misfortune. Strangely enough, he sensed that the unfortunate individual might very well be himself, and one could not deny that Tada's intuition was spot on. Guchin feigned difficulty. If you do not receive treatment now, your neck will continue to ache, and it is highly probable that you will inadvertently embarrass yourself. The notion of embarrassment was akin to a dagger aimed at Tada's very essence. He could not permit himself to falter in front of Rose. Thus, with a resolute expression, he nodded firmly. After all, it was merely a matter of allowing Guchin to administer treatment. He held an unwavering belief that Guchin would undoubtedly restore him to health. Although it may appear somewhat implausible, one must maintain such confidence in their friends. Tada pondered this internally, acknowledging that a significant part of this belief was simply a means of self-reassurance. Guchin struggled to suppress his laughter, already envisioning the expression on Tada's face after the treatment. He estimated that Tada would harbor a deep resentment towards his present self for seeking treatment. However, the die was cast. He gently gestured towards the cave entrance. Do you see anything there? Upon hearing this, Tada, without a hint of suspicion, turned to look. What he did not anticipate was that as he glanced away, Guchin swiftly clasped his head. With a sudden twist and an overwhelming surge of pain, Tada was left bewildered. Unable to contain himself, he let out a cry of anguish, still dazed and unaware of the situation he found himself in. The other two, witnessing Tada's bewildered expression, could not help but chuckle. Indeed, as Guchin fervently urged Tada to seek early treatment, they had suspected that his intentions were far from benevolent. Having spent considerable time together, they were well acquainted with each other's expressions and actions, which revealed their thoughts. Only Tada seemed somewhat oblivious, akin to someone being sold while still counting the money for the seller, unable to grasp what had just transpired. My neck seems to be pain-free, Tada exclaimed, astonished as he turned his neck, discovering that the discomfort had vanished as if it had never existed. One must admit, this newfound ease felt rather delightful. As the sensation of relief coursed through him, Tada suddenly recalled something. He discreetly glanced at Rose, only to find her stifling a laugh behind her hand. Her smile was not one of empathy, but rather one of amusement, akin to watching a comedy unfold. Tada's face flushed crimson as he recalled his earlier loud squeals of distress. Please, don't mock me for my earlier foolishness, he stammered, his cheeks ablaze with embarrassment. It is unlikely that either young man could tolerate such folly in front of a girl they admired. Nevertheless, Tada recognized that Guchin's actions were well-intentioned. Had he not intervened, Tada would likely have spent the entire day plagued by neck pain. He disliked that sensation, and upon reflection, he deemed that the trade-off was worth it. He had sacrificed his dignity before someone he fancied, but gained a healthy body in return. Upon weighing the two, he found the outcome quite satisfactory. We should hasten to find the divine beast and see if we can mend our relationship with it, Guchin suggested, rubbing his nose in a hurry. He truly wished to avoid witnessing Tada's mixed emotions, which conveyed a sense of being wronged, even though he had indeed played a part in that. Yet, Tada's naivety, counting the money for someone who had sold him, made Guchin feel a twinge of guilt, leading him to question whether his earlier actions were indeed wise. Yes, the divine beast will surely forgive us, Tada nodded. He believed the divine beast to be a good entity, feeling an inexplicable sense of comfort from its presence, and indeed, the beast appeared benevolent in every regard. Had the divine beast been a villain from the start, they would have surely sensed something amiss during their prolonged stay. However, they had found nothing of the sort. In fact, they had enjoyed their time immensely, indicating that the divine beast was quite hospitable. Moreover, the divine beast seemed to lack companions, having likely endured years of solitude in such a dreary place, undoubtedly feeling a profound sense of boredom. Although tasked with guarding an unknown race, it appeared that the inhabitants of that race did not hold the divine beast in high regard. Guchin led the others, marching grandly towards the dwelling of the divine beasts. As they approached, they discovered that the divine beast had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a pool of blood. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Guchin hurriedly glanced at the feathers, only to find them remarkably familiar. After a moment of contemplation regarding the individuals he had encountered, he recalled that they all seemed to be adorned with hats crafted from feathers. Indeed, these feathers must have been embedded in the hats, likely dislodged during an intense skirmish. Gu Qin was somewhat perplexed as to why those individuals sought to capture the divine beast, for to them, the divine beast was akin to a guardian spirit. The notion of seizing one's own protector was utterly incomprehensible. No rational person would ever entertain such an idea. I will lead the way. You shall follow behind. We must ascertain what has transpired with the divine beast. I have an ominous premonition that they intend to inflict harm upon it, Gu Qin stated, his countenance stern. The other three nodded in agreement, silent in their concern, having spent considerable time alongside the divine beast, which had always treated them with kindness. They regarded the divine beast as a friend, and naturally, when a friend is in peril, one must endeavor to rescue them. Under Gu Qin's guidance, they navigated a labyrinthine path until they eventually located the tribe in question. Each member of the group bore a grave expression, and there was a notable presence of personnel changing shifts, as if they were bracing for an impending threat. Could it be that we have been exposed recently? Yet, the likelihood seems slim. Had we been discovered, they would have apprehended us on the spot. It is inconceivable that they would only now take action. And that action directed at the divine beast, Gu Qin murmured to himself. He truly could not fathom the rationale behind their intentions towards the divine beast, which was, after all, their guardian. It seemed utterly shameless for them to contemplate inflicting harm upon it. They must understand that without their guardian beast, their existence would not be nearly as comfortable as it is today. What has become of the divine beast they captured? Has it divulged any information? In the midst of his growing fury, two guards stationed nearby suddenly began to converse. Of course it has been captured, but that divine beast appears formidable. Even the king is unable to subdue it, and must await a more opportune moment to strike decisively. Upon hearing this, Gu Qin's heart clenched with indignation. Even Tata's face was etched with fury, feeling a deep sense of injustice for the divine beast that had selflessly protected these hypocritical humans, who now sought to extinguish its life. He pondered the futility of defending such ungrateful beings. Damn it, if they truly intend to harm the divine beast, we must charge in at once, Gu Qin declared through gritted teeth. If they succeed in expelling the divine beast, our king will harness its power, rendering the guardian unnecessary. They foolishly believe we covet such beings, a soldier remarked, seemingly revealing the underlying motivations with contemptuous disdain for the divine beast, as though it owed them something. Gu Qin's worldview was thoroughly shaken by their audacity. Good heavens, I cannot believe the inhabitants of this place could be so despicable and foolish. Should any harm befall the divine beast, they, too, shall not escape unscathed, Gu Qin murmured. His mind raced as he contemplated how to rescue the divine beast, while simultaneously questioning why these individuals had so brazenly expressed such intentions, especially in their presence. The expressions on their faces suggested an obliviousness to their surroundings. Yet something felt amiss. He sensed that these individuals were concealing significant secrets. Let us proceed. I have heard that the king is soon to dispose of that shameless divine beast. This will surely bring great satisfaction, two attendants remarked before hastily making their way inside, seemingly indifferent to the possibility of intruders. This behavior confirmed Gu Qin's suspicions. They had indeed set a trap, for such nonchalance was uncharacteristic. They just mentioned punishing the divine beast. We must hasten to rescue it before it is too late, Tata declared, rising with determination. Gu Qin hurriedly restrained him, stating, in the current circumstances, if you venture outside, we would expose ourselves. I have a strong suspicion that this is a trap set by them, intended to lure us out. Upon hearing this, Tata remained seated, firmly believing in Gu Qin's words. Being a sagacious individual, he recognized that if Gu Qin deemed it highly probable to be a trap, then those involved were likely to be questionable. Nonetheless, he was still deeply concerned about the divine beast. While we dread falling into their snare, what shall we do if the divine beast is truly compromised by them? Gu Qin shook his head, remarking that since they were aware the divine beast was undoubtedly intended to lure them out, it indicated that their existence was already known. However, it seemed they could not ascertain their precise location, resorting to such a desperate strategy. In their eyes, the divine beast was a being not to be trifled with. As for what the group had claimed earlier, that their king sought to absorb the divine beast's energy, this was utterly implausible, with even a 1 in a million chance being unattainable. After all, the energy and blood of a divine beast were fundamentally different from those of an ordinary person. Any normal individual attempting such a feat would meet with a swift demise. This was a primary reason for his skepticism regarding their statements. Furthermore, the theatrics displayed were excessively evident, and their acting was so poor that it could be discerned at a glance. For someone like him, who had navigated the deceptions of modern society, these subtleties were critically revealing. However, a native, such as Tata, might not perceive the discrepancies and could fall prey to their ruse. Yet, fate had dealt them a different hand. Instead of Tata, they encountered Gu Qin. For now, they would remain in place, observing whether new individuals would arrive to reiterate the previous statements. Should this occur, it would validate his suspicions. If not, they would contemplate the immediate rescue of the divine beast. This was the sole viable strategy Gu Qin could devise. If these individuals were indeed acting, their true intentions would inevitably be revealed. Conversely, if they were not merely performing, the information gleaned could aid in rescuing the divine beast. Waiting a while posed no significant risk. It was a small price to pay for clarity. As anticipated, it was not long before two guards emerged. Distinctly different from the previous pair. Both bore serious expressions and suddenly resumed discussing the divine beast, their lines nearly identical with only slight modifications. At this juncture, Guchen felt a strong conviction that these individuals were merely attempting to capture their attention, thereby prompting them to rescue the divine beast. The question of whether the divine beast was present or the condition of their tribe was secondary. It was evident that the divine beast had been guarding this place for quite some time, and these individuals could not possibly be unaware of it. If they were aware yet chose not to harm the divine beast before, why would they opt to do so now? The more he pondered these matters, the more he sensed something amiss. It appeared they would need to deliberate further. If the divine beast had indeed been captured, they would certainly proceed to rescue it. However, if this were merely a ruse, they must devise alternative plans, ensuring they were not led astray. Moreover, they could not afford to act recklessly under the current circumstances. Now was the time to discuss their next steps, ensuring they had contingency plans at the ready. I understand what you're implying, Guchun. But do we truly need to rescue the divine beast? Qin Yuanfen expressed some doubts regarding this course of action. In his mind, the likelihood of the divine beast being captured seemed exceedingly low, not to mention the formidable nature of the creature, given its prolonged residence in this realm. How could it possibly be seized so easily? If they intended to act against the divine beast, why had they waited for centuries to do so? If their intentions were genuine, one would expect prior actions, rather than waiting until their arrival for the beast to be taken. Had they considered the possibility of this being a trap? And why would the divine beast cooperate with them? At this moment, they were shrouded in uncertainty, having yet to commence their search for what they sought. It would be unwise to recklessly expose their identities. Although Guchen comprehended Qin Yuanfan's intentions and recognized that Qin Yuanfan's actions and words were devoid of any faults, he still felt a twinge of guilt regarding the divine beast if they chose not to investigate. Regardless of the truth of the matter, they were compelled to seek answers. Upon their arrival at the island, the divine beast had neither harmed them nor failed to assist them. Thus, they could not repay kindness with resentment. I understand your perspective. Yet I cannot wholly concur, Guchen began. I firmly believe that whether the divine beast is cooperating with them or has indeed been captured, our priority must be to rescue the divine beast. However, we must approach this with caution. If the divine beast is indeed in collusion with them, we must devise a strategy to extricate ourselves without raising suspicion. As long as we remain concealed, we should be safe. Rose, however, expressed her dissent towards Guchen's plan, deeming it excessively perilous and potentially jeopardizing their lives. You have all conversed at length while I have remained silent. I wish to convey my stance. I do not share the same views as you and Qin Yuanfan. Until we thoroughly investigate why the divine beast was captured and their underlying motives, we cannot act impulsively, Rose asserted with unwavering conviction. With a profound sigh, Dustin turned his gaze towards Tada, soliciting her thoughts. Share your perspective. We've all voiced our stances. Tada responded with a touch of resignation. If I'm being candid, I lean towards the approaches of Chad and Rose. Ascertaining the truth is paramount. She desired to align with Dustin, yet recognized the imprudence of gambling with their lives. Vigilance was imperative in every situation, demanding meticulousness to preclude further complications. Haste would be counterproductive. Therefore, their focus should encompass not only locating the divine beast but also uncovering the underlying motive. Dustin, endeavoring to assuage concerns, stated, "Compose yourselves. I understand your intentions are benevolent and that rescuing the divine beast and discerning their motive are intertwined, ensuring no delays. There's no need to explain. I respect your opinions and acknowledge the merit in your reasoning." Dustin remained circumspect, keen to avoid misunderstandings. He recognized that dwelling on the magnitude of the situation or attempting to sway opinions would be futile. He proposed, rather than squandering time in fruitless debate, "Let us press on with our investigation. Perhaps the truth will surface, guiding our subsequent actions. Let us not tarry then. Proceed with caution. I propose a revised strategy. Tada and I will gather intelligence, while you two investigate the whereabouts of the divine beast." Dustin elucidated, "If they harbor ulterior motives, the divine beast will likely be heavily guarded, making their presence conspicuous." Chad concurred with Dustin's assessment. "Our endeavors, at present, pose no immediate threat to our lives. These humans do not intend to harm us presently, instead biding their time. This juncture presents an unparalleled opportunity. Rest assured, we shall accomplish our mission. Exercise caution. Intelligence gathering is fraught with peril." Dustin reassured them, "Have faith in our abilities. Let us depart forthwith." With that, Dustin and Tada embarked on their journey southward, towards the more populated settlements. Simultaneously, Chad and Rose ventured northward, towards the human encampment, now largely deserted as they foraged for sustenance. Gu Chun and his companions had been walking for quite some time when they suddenly heard sounds ahead. Gu Chun immediately pulled Tada down into a crouch. "Regardless of what transpires, we must not reveal our presence." "Oh, so you're afraid too? I thought you were fearless when it comes to confronting them." Tada teased Gu Chun. He understood Gu Chen's formidable abilities. Had it not been for their safety, Guchan could easily infiltrate their clan alone without a hitch. However, he harbored some doubts. Why had these individuals, having survived here for so long, suddenly turned to attack the divine beasts? Had they only recently become aware of their sacred existence? This thought unsettled Tada as he noticed the approaching figures drawing nearer. In a hushed voice, he asked, Guchan, do you think it's possible that we were mistaken from the very beginning? What do you mean by that? What could we have possibly misjudged? Guchan replied, perplexed by Tada's sudden line of questioning. What else could they have been wrong about? The situation could only yield two conceivable outcomes, both of which they had already contemplated. What if they had not discovered the divine beasts before, just as they had overlooked us? This means they might genuinely intend to harm the divine beasts. Tada stated with gravity. Although he had previously considered the possibility of these individuals attacking the divine beasts, he had never before contemplated this particular rationale. Guchan was suddenly taken aback, realizing that Tada's words were entirely reasonable. If it were indeed due to these reasons, then they were surely destined to rescue the divine beast unscathed. However, how could these individuals possibly fail to notice their presence? Was it conceivable that their auditory and olfactory senses were not highly developed? Yet, this notion was merely a figment of their imagination. To truly uncover the truth, they needed to approach the matter with patience and understanding. Many aspects required a more precise examination, rather than becoming ensnared in trivial disputes regarding such issues. This matter was merely a bold hypothesis. Should they wish to substantiate it, they could certainly provide proof. If these individuals genuinely lacked keen hearing and smell, then they could only rely on their sight. Do you grasp my meaning? Observing Guchan's enigmatic demeanor, Tada nodded, acknowledging that he could comprehend the situation. Naturally, one must rely on certain indicators to assess their senses. He should be capable of discerning the sounds. Please wait here for a moment, he instructed. I will position myself across from them. You simply need to observe their expressions and movements. With that, Tada stealthily slipped away, finding a small tree, and began to strike it repeatedly with his sword. After nearly 10 minutes, the small tree finally succumbed, and as it slowly toppled, Tada dashed away. Guchan observed the expressions of those before him. When the small tree fell to the ground, despite having anticipated the occurrence, his heart still skipped a beat. It seemed as though the individuals in front of him were utterly oblivious to the sounds, engrossed in their own conversations. He noticed Tada returning and speaking up. Indeed, your conjecture was correct. They appeared not to have heard anything at all. Guchan pondered. Do you think they might be feigning ignorance, believing we would attempt to test them? Their behavior seems deliberately contrived. Tada remained skeptical of these individuals. Such a loud noise, how could they possibly not hear it? Furthermore, their ability to communicate normally suggests they are not deaf. While one person may be hard of hearing due to ear issues, the fact that no one hears it raises questions. Yet, they seem to converse without difficulty. Merely contemplating this rationale gave Tada a headache. Everything felt discordant with the logic of the situation. To them, it was as if nothing had ever transpired. Human instinctive reactions are never deceptive. Though I was aware you had severed that branch and knew what would follow, my heart still trembled unexpectedly. Guchan explained that such matters would certainly not be overlooked, and many situations could indeed be better understood. Regardless of how things had transpired before, they needed to contemplate a broader perspective, rather than entangle themselves further in such trivialities. After all, their recent experiment had been exceedingly successful, and the issue of olfaction was not particularly daunting for them. These individuals had repeatedly failed to notice. Even if they were to probe now, the outcome would likely remain unchanged. The mere fact that they could not detect the scent in the living room indicated it had not reached a significant threshold. Thus, as long as they did not reveal themselves, they would be virtually undetectable. Guchan spoke with unwavering confidence. Tada was taken aback and nodded. Just as he was about to speak, the individuals ahead continued onward, their expressions fraught with urgency, as though a grave matter had unfolded. Without hesitation, he and Guchan followed suit. After a considerable distance, the group came to a halt, prompting Guchan and Tada to take cover nearby. The divine beast has escaped. What should we do now? If the boss finds out, we will be doomed. What can we do? We must quickly locate that creature. It surely hasn't strayed far after guarding this place for centuries. Why has our leader suddenly decided to act against the divine beast? You fools, it's obvious. It's because some strangers have recently arrived, and since we cannot find them, we can only use the divine beast as leverage. Enough of this chatter. We must hurry to search for it. If we fail to find it, we are all finished. Upon hearing their conversation, Guchan discerned that the divine beast would likely not conspire with them, yet they intended to exploit it to draw Guchan out. Once they made their appearance, these individuals could eliminate them without hesitation. Indeed, they were clever, albeit misguided. Guchan remarked to Tada. We must also hasten to locate the divine beast, and do so before they do. Guchan, do you have any idea where it might have fled? This information would facilitate our search, Tada suggested. Wary of acting too rashly. Time was of the essence, as this race had a larger number of members and they were but 4. Thus, they could only search in specific locations, while also seeking to understand the divine beast. Without such knowledge, their efforts would be in vain. Whose could it be? Might it return to the previous temple, or perhaps to that coastal region? Yet, why haven't we seen Qin Yuanfan and Rose? Gu Chen observed his surroundings. Yet he could not spot Qin Yuanfan and Rose. Logically, they should be present at this moment. For the small room ahead was the very place where the divine beast was kept, given that the creature had escaped. It was reasonable to assume that Qin Yuanfan and Rose would have discovered this location. However, their absence struck Gu Chen as peculiar. Could it be that Qin Yuanfan and Rose had encountered some predicament? With their swiftness, they ought to have arrived by now. Perhaps it would be prudent for us to seek them out and regroup. Tada, too, began to feel a sense of unease. It was entirely possible that Qin Yuanfan and Rose had faced unforeseen circumstances. After all, with the divine beast on the loose, those in pursuit would undoubtedly resort to any means necessary to capture it. If Qin Yuanfan were to cross paths with these individuals, he would surely be at risk of capture. The thought sent a wave of anxiety coursing through him. What would they do if he were indeed apprehended? Do not panic. Gu Chen reassured himself. If we manage to locate the divine beast, we can harness its power. He believed that finding the divine beast was of utmost urgency. Even if Qin Yuanfan and Rose were captured, their lives would not be in imminent danger. It was likely that they would be detained, awaiting rescue. In this light, the divine beast became their last beacon of hope. Furthermore, it was evident that their adversaries would likely become more astute, avoiding the confinement of Qin Yuanfan and Rose in that small room, which was heavily guarded. We must exhaust every effort to locate the divine beast, Gu Chen declared resolutely. We cannot afford any further complications. Then let us venture to the temple, Tada suggested. After all, it was there that we first encountered the divine beast. Gu Chen nodded slightly, and without further ado, the two of them made their way directly to the temple. Before long, they arrived at their destination. However, just as they were about to step inside, they were met with a voice brimming with fury from within. You worthless scoundrels, you have yet to locate the divine beast. If you fail to find it this time, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Boss, we sincerely apologize. We will surely exert ourselves to the utmost and ensure that such a situation will not arise again, one of them pleaded, kneeling on the ground. Now, everyone, go and search for me. If the divine beast remains unfound, I shall ensure that you all share its fate, the boss declared with palpable anger, leaving the others feeling a deep sense of trepidation. Gu Chen suddenly realized the situation, grasping Tada's hand as they turned to leave. The divine beasts were not present in the temple, and it was likely that they had captured the divine beast within its confines. Otherwise, these individuals would not be lingering here, which implies that if someone claims to have gone elsewhere, we should venture to the edge of the sea. Tada nodded, recalling that it was the very spot where they first encountered the divine beasts. According to the habits of these creatures, they often concealed themselves in that vicinity, thus evading detection by those of different races. We must quicken our pace. Our mission now extends beyond merely observing the divine beasts, as we are also tasked with rescuing Qin Yuanfan and his companions. However, Tada harbored a tinge of sentimentality, believing that Qin Yuanfan had not been captured. If he had indeed been apprehended, the leader's recent comments would have indicated such a predicament. Conversely, if he had escaped, then under these circumstances, we must consider our next course of action. Many matters require patience and discernment, for priorities must be established. If we fail to locate Qin Yuanfan, yet he remains unscathed, what shall we do then? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Gu Chen, accompanied by Tada, raced towards the ocean and soon arrived at the shoreline, where a vast expanse of white lay before him, reminiscent of what he had observed earlier. In that instant, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. As long as the divine beast remained uncaptured, everything would be perfect. Yet, he pondered why the divine beast did not seek vengeance against those who had imprisoned it, instead choosing to remain here as if nothing had transpired. They settled at the very edge, sitting together. Who says I know you can hear me? I am quite perplexed by your actions. You are aware that those individuals captured you. Why do you not resist? Why did you escape only to return here instead of seeking retribution? If you prefer not to converse, that is fine. We shall simply remain here in your company. Gu Chen resolved firmly that he would not leave until he unraveled these mysteries. Under ordinary circumstances, he would not have voiced such thoughts. But the divine beast's behavior was undeniably peculiar. Some matters could not be elucidated merely by what lay before them, and the emergence of familial bonds could indeed foster a more rational approach. O divine beast, why not revert to your former state? Your silence makes me feel as though I am speaking to myself. If you are aware that you are merely engaging in soliloquy, then perhaps it would be best to refrain from speaking. My intentions are driven by my own purposes, and you need not meddle in my affairs. The voice of the divine beast resonated, yet it showed no sign of change, continuing its actions. Those from your kind have long been aware of your existence. Did they harm you in the past? Is that why you can only linger at the edge of this ocean? Gu Chen speculated boldly, though he had yet to grasp the fundamental reason that had led the divine beast to compromise. Gu Chen, being overly intelligent is not always a virtue. The divine beast cautioned. If Gu Chen persisted in his current course, trouble would likely ensue. Moreover, some matters were not as simple as they appeared, and the divine beast was reluctant to elaborate further. If you wish to seek something, you may do so without concerning yourselves with my affairs. Should I be captured again? It would hold no relevance for you. If you insist on dissociating from me, I have no objections, however. I wonder if our presence might bring about a turning point in your situation. Gu Chun spoke plainly, convinced that he could assist the divine beast, whom he considered utterly innocent. Even if misunderstandings existed, they could surely be clarified if only the beast would speak up. Divine beast, if you truly feel wronged, we are here to support you, Tada chimed in. Although his reflexes were not particularly sharp, he had grasped the essence of the situation. The divine beast was undoubtedly under some form of duress. Otherwise, those individuals would not survive until the morrow. The divine beast had escaped yet chose to release those captors, acting as if nothing had transpired, which implied that it was being manipulated by them. Very well. If you wish to know, I shall tell you, the divine beast's voice echoed, devoid of any sense of sacrifice. The tale begins 2 centuries ago. It is a slow and rather tedious narrative, so listen closely. I am all ears, for I am exceedingly curious about your story, and I find your predicament quite despairing. Gu Chun encouraged. In truth, he was reluctant to persuade the divine beast, yet the circumstances necessitated such an approach. They needed to contemplate their situation thoroughly. Not every occurrence was met with sorrow, and some scenarios could indeed be better understood. You should have faith in your own strength. Some things are not a matter of doubt. Your actions have been quite evident, Gu Chun explained. Although Tada did not fully comprehend Gu Chun's reasoning, he wholeheartedly supported his words, recognizing the need for clarity. The divine beast still regarded them with some skepticism, and certain revelations had indeed caught them off guard. In such a situation, it was imperative for everyone to maintain a composed demeanor. Gu Chun found himself perplexed by the divine beast's behavior and state. I believe that someone as formidable as you should not display such overt vulnerability, even amidst these circumstances. May I inquire whether it is love or familial ties that influence you? Tada asked earnestly. Upon hearing Tada's words, both Gu Chun and the divine beast could not suppress their laughter. The manner of his inquiry struck them as endearingly naive. And some aspects of their situation were indeed more extraordinary than they had anticipated. Every occurrence has its reasons, divine beast. Trust that your emergence here is not mere happenstance. Gu Chun observed that the once melancholic gaze of the divine beast had transformed, gradually reflecting a semblance of humanity. He realized that the divine beast had opened its heart to them, and although they were aware of this, the implications of such a development remained uncertain. Whether it heralded good or ill was indeterminate. In the absence of any pressing issues, no one wished to provoke unnecessary strife. Yet, certain matters proved more complex than they initially perceived. Speak freely. We shall listen attentively. In this context, all will unfold as desired. And the timely emergence of these discussions will undoubtedly enhance our understanding. There is no room for misinterpretation here. Moreover, it is imperative that we engage in earnest communication. Some issues require mutual comprehension, Gu Chun articulated with utmost sincerity. Upon hearing Gu Chun's words, the divine beast hesitated not. After all, lingering indecision bore no merit. The man's presence had ignited a flicker of hope within it, compelling the beast to seize this opportunity rather than dwell on other matters. As for that tribe, I have long been patient, simply because my beloved resides there. However, our love remains unblessed. I have stayed here, unwavering, to await and protect him, the divine beast confessed. Its eyes tinged with a hint of melancholy. This was not a sentiment it ought to have voiced, yet some truths could not remain concealed. They must confront every circumstance with resilience, for many situations demanded restraint. Issues could not be resolved with mere words. From the outset, the intentions of all involved had been noble, and some matters indeed necessitated courage. Regardless of what lay ahead, they needed to adopt a more comprehensive perspective, as the divine beast merely yearned to express its thoughts. Perhaps due to prolonged solitude, or perhaps because it sensed Gu Chun's goodwill, the beast found solace in conversing, which offered a sense of security. I never intended to seek your assistance, yet I believe there are matters we can calmly deliberate together. Some realities are indeed more straightforward than anticipated, and certain situations can introduce challenges, it continued. Gu Chun felt a surge of emotion upon hearing the divine beast's words, yet he believed such sacrifices were unwarranted. Many aspects of their predicament differed significantly, and regardless of the outcome, they needed to contemplate their choices carefully. Suddenly, the reason for one's willingness to remain in an unrelated place became clear. It was for the sake of awaiting something or someone. To be frank, I greatly admire your resolve. Were I in your position, I could scarcely manage it. Yet, some matters cannot be perceived solely on the surface. There are deeper sentiments at play. What do you intend to do next? Do you truly not wish to be with your beloved? Gu Chun urged, the weight of his words underscoring the gravity of their situation. Regardless of the ensuing outcomes, they could strive for a more holistic understanding of their circumstances. The divine beast shook its head in response. Instead of discussing my situation, you would do better to seek out your companions. When I noticed your allies absent from your side, I understood that certain events would unfold effortlessly. Xiao Wang's caution was evident. He was acutely aware of the dangers posed by their adversaries, who would not hesitate to resort to cruelty if they captured Qin Yuan Fan and Rose. If not for my desire to protect you, I would not remain here. Thus, it would be prudent for you to depart. Lingering here is perilous. Thank you for your concern, but we are determined to clarify this matter. Some situations indeed prove more challenging than we envisioned, yet we are capable of overcoming them. Gu Chen asserted with unwavering conviction. Until they obtained what they sought, such occurrences would not befall them, and every situation necessitated calm and careful consideration. From the beginning, their thoughts had aligned closely, and every potential outcome felt familiar. Truth be told, upon arriving on this island, they had contemplated every possible result. Even the specter of life and death, surviving even as a solitary soul, had crossed their minds. They remained steadfast in their desire not to surrender, clinging to even the slightest glimmer of hope. Upon hearing Gu Chen's declarations, the divine beast ceased its attempts at persuasion, since a decision had been made. Further urging would serve no purpose and might lead to misunderstandings. After all, each individual's journey is unique, and none possesses the right to dictate another's path. If one were genuinely capable of heeding the counsel of others, they would not have lingered for centuries in this realm. Surprisingly, you and I share much in common. Our temperaments and dispositions are quite alike, the divine beast remarked with admiration. Since my words have failed to sway you, I can only wish you a safe return. With that, the divine beast produced a dagger from behind, offering it to Gu Chen. Noticing Gu Chen's reluctance, the divine beast nodded reassuringly. Leave this matter to me. I present this to you so that you may safeguard yourselves. In any circumstance, it is vital to maintain clarity and face challenges with resolve. Gu Chen nodded at the divine beast. This was indeed the first encounter of its kind for them. Few could genuinely cherish their existence. Yet it was not to say that they could act with complete sincerity in such matters. Regardless of the circumstances, they only needed to remain true to their own hearts. Dismissing any extraneous thoughts, thank you for your warning and for granting us this opportunity. Had you chosen to end our lives back in the temple, we would not be here today. Gu Chen reflected on the events of that time. Tada found the situation remarkably enchanting, noting that some aspects deviated from their expectations. I, too, feel fortunate. It seems we are destined to meet. Destiny is something one can encounter but cannot force. Let us engage in a meaningful dialogue with the divine beast. By the way, do you have any messages you would like me to convey to the woman you hold dear? Gu Chen inquired of the beast. The divine beast shook its head, at a loss for words, having not seen her in ages. Their last visit to the temple had been intended for a reunion. But Gu Chen and the others had disrupted that plan. Uncertainty loomed over when the next opportunity might arise, if at all. Every decision necessitated careful consideration, as various circumstances constantly reminded them of this truth. One must strive to gain clarity on the entire situation, regardless of how the outcome may unfold. This time, do not meddle in our affairs. Whatever transpires between us, I do not wish to entangle you in it, the divine beast asserted with unwavering conviction. Gu Chen nodded, realizing that time was of the essence and that the divine beast was safe and sound. Thus, they needed to locate Chen Yuanfan without delay. It was truly unexpected that, after lingering here for such an extended period, not only had they failed to find what they sought, but they had also inadvertently lost a companion. Given this situation, it was imperative to proceed. They could not afford to delay, as saving a life was paramount. Gu Chen was acutely aware that Chen Yuanfan and his companions had likely fallen into captivity. If they had not been captured, they would have already made their way to them. Yet their prolonged absence indicated that something had gone awry. They needed to consider matters more comprehensively. For every occurrence demanded that they act with greater diligence, rather than succumb to further unforeseen complications. From start to finish, such matters necessitated thorough contemplation, allowing for more rational thought amidst the turmoil. Let us take our leave. We shall meet again, divine beast, Gu Chen declared, before departing with Tada. They swiftly returned to their previous location, and indeed, their analysis aligned closely with that of the divine beast. They found no trace of Chen Yuanfan. Gu Chen, where do you think they might have taken Chen Yuanfan? Tada inquired, her heart heavy with concern for both Chen Yuanfan and Rose. If they failed to locate them this time, it would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences, and many relatives would also need to maintain a more advantageous distance. The emergence of such a predicament was profoundly disheartening, and regardless of the outcome, it was essential to contemplate the situation with clarity. Now, we must engage in a substantial discussion, yet it is just the two of us. We cannot afford to separate. The implications of division would be catastrophic. Therefore, in this endeavor, let us strive for a more harmonious collaboration, ensuring that our actions are executed with precision, devoid of any additional complications. Gu Chen must now proceed with utmost caution, ensuring that no further complications arise. Certain emotions allow them to perceive the entire situation with greater clarity, and they will not succumb to the helplessness previously expressed. Tada nodded, fully placing her trust in Gu Chen. Apart from this faith, there were no other alternatives available. At this juncture, we cannot split up, but we can gather information. Previously, we had arranged to meet Chen Yuanfan at the temple. Yet we assumed that he and his associates would dare to venture further. It seems that Chen Yuanfan and his group have underestimated us. We ought to investigate the temple, as those leaders from Xiaomi should have departed by now. Gu Chen's words evoke a profound sense of helplessness, and indeed, certain matters could be approached with greater rationality. From the very beginning until now, one can perceive the nation's clarity, and the reality aligns with this observation. Regardless of the unfolding circumstances, they are capable of perceiving the situation with heightened accuracy. Any scenario allows for a clearer understanding of the present conditions. Observe those individuals from the Rinjie village hastening towards a destination, seemingly intent on some endeavor. Should we continue our pursuit of Qin Yuanfan? Are we to simply follow in their wake? What if they are not Qin Yuanfan and Rose? Tada finds herself at a loss regarding Gu Chen's thoughts. Certain matters could indeed be managed more effectively, and the emergence of particular issues enables them to gain deeper insights. Yet confronting such dilemmas often gives rise to a myriad of thoughts. Tada wishes to persuade Gu Chen to refrain from squandering time on such matters. For some situations are not as effortlessly navigable as they might seem. Regardless, it remains essential to respond adeptly. From the outset until now, everyone has been able to discern with increased clarity, and the emergence of facts serves as a rational reminder. From the beginning, the collective mindset has been better equipped to confront challenges, and certain occurrences serve as warnings. Do you believe I have any room for choice at this moment? Not in the slightest, Gu Chun replies, feeling somewhat despondent. He too wishes to seek out Qin Yuanfan and Rose, yet in this moment, they are utterly in the dark. Knowing nothing. If it is indeed a search, it feels quite hopeless. We respect them more, perhaps we can glean some information, for now. Our primary objective is to gather intelligence, as Qin Yuanfan and Rose are not in immediate danger. How can you be so certain? If they were to eliminate Rose and Qin Yuanfan, would we not lose a significant amount of our strength? Tada questions, perplexed. According to his reasoning, it seems that Qin Yuanfan and Rose have already met a dire fate. Gu Chen understood that Tada's thinking was rather simplistic. He would not entertain elaborate ideas in such matters, nor would he contemplate the future. He patiently explained, if you were to eliminate Qin Yuanfan and Rose, it would undoubtedly incite resistance from both of us. Until they ascertain our true capabilities, they will refrain from acting recklessly. Have you not noticed? They have consistently sought to capture us rather than outright eliminate us, and they remain oblivious to the challenges that lie ahead. Therefore, if you were in my position, wouldn't it be prudent to first ascertain the opponent's strength before taking action? Upon hearing Gu Chen's elucidation, Tada nodded, finally grasping the point. This approach indeed made sense for them. It was no wonder Gu Chen remained so composed, although their mission involved locating Qin Yuanfan and Rose. There was no need to act in haste. It was imperative to comprehend the underlying reasons behind the situation. Some issues inevitably arise, and many emotions must be confronted more effectively. Regardless of how events unfold, it is essential for them to gain a clearer understanding of the overall circumstances. I see now. We are essentially approaching this from a different perspective. Regarding Qin Yuanfan and Rose, Tada remarked. Gu Chen nodded, feeling a profound sense of relief. He had not anticipated that this little fellow would come to understand the situation. Let us hasten after them. We must not allow them to get too far, lest we lose track of them, he remarked, as he and Tada followed closely behind. Due to the underdeveloped senses of these individuals, they remained oblivious to the sounds of pursuit, ensuring only that they remained unseen. The two captives they had just apprehended were surprisingly formidable, nearly escaping their grasp, but fortunately, their leader reacted swiftly. You two did not follow, and thus missed witnessing our leader's remarkable skills. No one could possibly rival him, one of them lamented. It is unfortunate that we cannot witness it ourselves, but the leader has instructed us to keep a close watch on these two, ensuring that nothing goes awry. They are securely bound and cannot escape. However, I find the woman quite appealing. Perhaps we should take her back with us and return her once our business is concluded. Upon hearing this, Tada grew anxious and, shaking Gu Chen, exclaimed, What shall we do? We cannot allow them to take the Rose. Do not fret just yet. We shall wait until they bring out the Rose. We will be ready, Gu Chen advised. He surmised that if they truly managed to retrieve the Rose, it would be an excellent opportunity. Remaining with them would be entirely different from confronting them alone. Hence it was imperative to remain calm and deliberate in their approach. Very well, let us bide our time, Tada affirmed resolutely. Gu Chen observed as those individuals entered a room, subsequently dragging the bound woman, Rose, out with them. This presented a splendid opportunity. Gu Chen patted Tada on the shoulder, and they followed closely behind the group. The woman was indeed quite attractive, stirring a flicker of desire within me. Do you think the boss would keep her? Unlikely, the boss has little interest in women. That bodes well for us. We anticipate that after our visit today, they shall be dispatched by tomorrow. Well then, enough of the chit-chat. We have arrived. Watching the group enter, Gu Chen nodded at Tada. You go in first and draw their attention. I will follow shortly after. Understood. I will wait for you here. Tada casually picked up a piece of wood and strode inside. He kicked the door open. Release this girl, or I assure you, you shall meet your demise here. Oh, quite the bold statement. I am curious to see how you intend to challenge us, one of the individuals retorted defiantly, stripping off his clothing. The group advanced menacingly towards Tada, who, despite his initial bravado, suddenly faltered. Gu Chen seized the opportunity and charged in without a moment's hesitation, swiftly overpowering all those present. His remarkable speed left them utterly unprepared. By the time they realized what was happening, Gu Chen had already bound them with ropes. You lot may boast impressive physiques, but you possess no other skills. Gu Chen could not help but remark derisively. He then approached Rose and untied her. We must hurry to rescue Qin Yuanfan. They intend to kill him, and he has angered their leader, placing him in grave danger, exclaimed the freed Rose. Guchen nodded slightly, casting a glance at the person bound nearby, before turning his attention to Tada. We must leave immediately with Rose and return to our golden ship. Tada, filled with urgency, inquired, what will happen to you and Qin Yuanfan if we go back? It was well understood that this journey held a significant risk of not returning. Now, with Qin Yuanfan's perilous situation known to all, Guchen's departure seemed little more than a march towards death. Yet, with no other options available, he resolved. Even if it means risking everything to rescue Qin Yuanfan, I shall make the attempt. However, you must ensure your safety. Remember to seek the divine beast. Having uttered these words, Gu Chun retraced his steps in the direction from whence they came. Tada, not daring to tarry, hastened with Rose toward the mountains. Should pursuers give chase, the mythical beast would sense their presence. Tada finally comprehended the rationale behind Gu Chen's arrangement. It was to implore the divine creature for salvation. It seemed Gu Chen had steeled himself for a fatal outcome, a fate Tada would not permit. I shall not allow Gu Chen and Qin Yuanfan to perish. We must hasten, Tada declared resolutely, grasping Rose's hand. Rose, though wounded and racked with pain, bore it stoically, unwilling to let Gu Chen meet his end. Nay. We cannot abandon Gu Chen, Rose retorted, wrenching free of Tada's grasp. Their fates were intertwined, a shared destiny. To forsake Gu Chun in this hour would be an act of utter inhumanity. You may abandon Gu Chun, but I shall not. On this matter, I am resolute. I shall return and stand with Gu Chun. Rose turned to retrace her steps, but Tada seized her arm. Must you be so disruptive? All the opportunity Gu Chun has wrought, you would squander. Not only would Gu Chun perish, but we as well. Tada spoke with urgency. Rose seemed unable to comprehend that Gu Chun had bidden them seek the mythical beast not as a means of escape, but to discover another path to salvation. Only the arrival of the divine creature could deliver Gu Chen and Qin Yuanfan. Their return would be a descent into death. In all things, they must eschew recklessness and not act upon impulse. She gripped Rose tightly, her voice tinged with exasperation. Must you be so disruptive? Because of you. We may both meet our end. I have explained the matter to you. What more do you desire? Only by seeking the mythical beast can we save Qin Yuanfan and Gu Chen. To return now would be to court death. We are not of such strength. Upon hearing Tada's words, Rose's resolve faltered, her gaze toward Tada beseeching. Do you believe Gu Chen will be safe? I apologize for my impulsiveness. Rose atoned for her actions, conceding their impropriety. Furthermore, matters were not as facile as they had imagined. Gu Chen undoubtedly possessed his own designs. Moreover, they ought not to be so impetuous. Had Tada not restrained her, she would have committed further errors. Matters that appeared simple on the surface often proved arduous in execution. Unforeseen circumstances could arise, and only a clear understanding of the issue could lead to resolution. Now, we must seek the mythical beast forthwith. Have you located it previously? Rose inquired, belatedly realizing the urgency. Tada nodded and led Rose to the edge of the sea. Who dare summon me? The mythical beast materialized abruptly, startling both women. Hasten to save Gu Chen and Qin Yuanfan. They have been captured by the tribe. Should you delay, they are doomed. What say you? Divine beast, we have rescued Rose. Gu Chen has returned to save Qin Yuanfan. Such folly. It is akin to courting death. The mythical beast spoke before rushing toward the island's interior. Tada and Rose followed closely behind, fearing the worst. Meanwhile, Gu Chen had reached the outskirts of the tribe's encampment, where he could hear the sounds of singing and dancing. He could only wait outside. He had been there for nearly an hour, yet he remained ignorant of Qin Yuanfan's location. It was as if the tribe had completely forgotten Qin Yuanfan's existence. Driven by urgency, Gu Chen resolved to abandon his passive stance and proactively seek solutions. With newfound resolve, he rose to his feet and cautiously advanced, each step measured and deliberate. He recognized the perilous nature of his situation, surmising that the tribe was aware of his intentions to rescue Qin Yuanfan. Their feigned indifference towards Qin Yuanfan, he believed, was a ruse to lure him into a trap, facilitating his capture. Despite this potential deception, Gu Chen pressed on, acknowledging that this course of action was the only viable means of reuniting with Qin Yuanfan. As Gu Chen proceeded, the sound of approaching footsteps reached his ears, prompting him to seek immediate concealment. Do you believe the princess will truly yield this time? One voice inquired. I dare say it is almost certain, another responded. Victory is at hand. For years, the chieftain has yearned for the princess, and now his desires are within reach. But isn't the chieftain deceiving her? The first voice questioned. The mythical beast is not deceased, and the chieftain's conduct is, to be frank, somewhat unseemly. Silence. The other voice hissed. Such pronouncements are akin to courting death. The chieftain's affairs are beyond our purview. Focus on your patrol. Listening to the exchange between the two individuals, Gu Chun perceived an inexplicable peculiarity, further complicated by the mention of a divine beast. A sudden recollection of the divine beast's previous narrative surfaced in his mind, prompting the question of whether this princess was the object of the divine beast's affections. Even if she were, why hadn't the divine beast absconded with the princess? Surely, with its inherent capabilities, such an act would be effortlessly executed. The collective strength of the entire tribe would be no match for the divine beast. Under such circumstances, the divine beast's inaction seemed incongruous. Moreover, the unfolding situation appeared to be somewhat more favorable than initially anticipated. The emergence of any event allows for a more lucid comprehension of the overall circumstances, and the revelation of certain truths can indeed enlighten them further. Gu Qin, burdened by confusion, continued onward. Before long, he heard raised voices ahead. Get out. I refuse to wear these so-called bridal garments. The princess urged calmness, stating, the boss has already spoken. If you do not comply, the divine beast may face utter annihilation. How audacious of you to threaten me. The princess retorted, her frustration palpable. I implore you to cooperate, for if the boss learns of this, we too shall face punishment. The princess, overwhelmed with helplessness, gazed at the crimson bridal attire before her, reluctant to don it, yet unwilling to allow the divine beast to perish without a trace. Contemplating this, she nodded at them. You may all leave. I shall wear it myself. Once they departed, Gu Qin strode confidently into the room, addressing the princess. Do not be alarmed. I come concerning the divine beast. As Qin Yuanfan cried out for help, Gu Qin revealed his purpose. Who are you? And why should I trust you? The princess, though eager to learn of the divine beast's fate, was not easily deceived. The boss has captured the divine beast, and the princess finds herself in a difficult position, forced to concede. The notion that Gu Qin might be an undercover agent sent by the boss to test her resolve left the princess bewildered. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she understood that trust was a luxury she could no longer afford. The entire tribe had been swayed by the boss, who was held in high esteem, leaving her with no choice but to rely solely on herself. You think you can deceive me? I will not fall for such juvenile tactics, she declared. Have you ever seen me in the tribe? Gu Qin believed this would compel her to trust him. He acknowledged her skepticism was justifiable, after all. Who would trust a stranger? Particularly when news of the divine beast's capture was so fresh, any claim seemed dubious. I understand your mistrust, but I must share something that may change your mind. The divine beast revealed that you once shared a pact, which you have now broken. Yet it continues to protect you. Otherwise, this island and your tribe would have long ceased to exist. The princess's countenance shifted to one of disbelief. The details of their pact were known only to her and the divine beast, making Gu Qin's knowledge profound and compelling. You have seen the divine beast? How is it faring? The princess's anxiety eased as she learned the divine beast remained free, powerful, and vigilant in its guardianship. Gu Qin was resolute in ensuring the divine beast's valor was acknowledged, particularly to the princess, to avoid further misunderstandings. You came merely to convey this? I appreciate your efforts, but I find myself with no avenues left for retreat, she lamented, fully aware that a future with the divine beast was unattainable, even if they wished to unite. Reality imposed insurmountable barriers. Furthermore, having pledged loyalty to the boss, any reversal would cost her not only the divine beast but also her family. My visit is not solely for the divine beast. I seek information about someone captured today, Gu Qin insisted urgently. Finding Qin Yuanfan was of utmost importance, for a delay could lead to dire consequences. Their discussion had reached its necessary conclusions, and he was confident the divine beast would come to aid. He felt no urgency to rescue the princess, for she was under the boss's protection and cherished by all. However, Qin Yuanfan's situation was precarious and time-sensitive. I implore you to assist me. If I delay, he may lose his life, Gu Qin pressed. I am aware of this matter. Yet I fear I may not be of much help, the princess replied hesitantly. Nevertheless, she recognized her potential to assist. Regardless of whether Gu Qin was affiliated with the divine beast or had other motives, whenever the need arises, we must confront challenges head-on, and in this circumstance, I should still be able to engage with you, she concluded. If you seek your companion, I can assist. I recall they mentioned capturing 2 individuals today. Thank you, princess. Your help is indeed invaluable. With your assistance, I feel considerably more at ease. Gu Qin expressed his profound gratitude. He understood that her willingness to help stemmed from the divine beast's favor. Otherwise, her cooperation would be unlikely. Just then, the sound of approaching footsteps alerted Gu Qin to the imminent arrival of others. What should I do? Where can I hide? He exclaimed, uncertain of their intentions. He realized he must vacate the premises to avoid any potential fallout. The princess quickly ushered him to the wardrobe, urging him to conceal himself. No matter what transpires, do not emerge. Thank you for your assistance, he whispered, remaining silent in his hiding place. The princess hurriedly returned to her seat, just as a voice called out, Princess, have you prepared yourself? I am quite anxious. The boss strode in without a care for her wishes. Next time you visit, could you please knock? It is a matter of basic respect, she retorted, irritation evident. In that moment, she realized Gu Qin's perceptiveness. He had sensed the boss's approach, showcasing remarkable acuity. Unperturbed by her complaints, the boss approached the princess with a grin. Soon, we shall be husband and wife. This formality is no longer necessary. If you claim I lack respect, that is quite excessive. When have I ever shown you disrespect? The boss replied, pulling her closer. The princess squirmed in his embrace. Filled with revulsion, yet recalling Gu Qin's earlier words, she stifled her discomfort and inquired, I heard you captured 2 individuals today. Who are they? They intruded upon our territory, seemingly in search of something. Regardless, none who enter here leave alive, the boss replied nonchalantly, his gaze fixed upon the princess. Tonight marks our wedding night. Perhaps we should retire early. But the ceremony has yet to be conducted. That is not permissible, she countered. The princess hastily declined, yet she found herself unable to escape. Here, I hold the authority. If I declare it permissible, then it shall be so, and I have been waiting for far too long, my impatience mounting. The leader remarked lewdly. If you continue to coerce me, I might as well end my life now. Can you not even wait a few hours? With that, the princess pulled a hairpin from her head and held it at her neck. She was not merely issuing a threat. She genuinely contemplated death. Were it not for the leader's constant threats against her family, she would have long since departed from this world. Very well, I shall wait a few more hours. Let us see what excuses you conjure thereafter, the leader said before storming off in a fit of rage. As the leader exited, the princess felt an immediate loss of strength, causing the hairpin to clatter to the ground. The princess is not angry. We shall all leave tonight, Guchen stated, retrieving the hairpin and addressing the imperial princess. Only moments ago had he grasped the difficulty of her situation. Initially perceiving her as a person driven by a desire for wealth and power, it was now evident that she was merely a victim of circumstance. He had never anticipated such a tale unfolding in this place. However, Guchen had resolved that once they acquired what they sought, they would not linger here any longer. Moreover, this tribe had no reason to persist. Should it continue to exist, the leader would undoubtedly pose a significant issue. Princess, you may be concerned about this tribe, but the leader must certainly be eradicated. I understand your sentiments, yet no one within the tribe can stand against him. The princess sighed deeply before speaking. She comprehended Guchen's implication, but some matters were far more complex than they appeared. Who do you believe is more formidable, the divine beast or the leader? The princess inquired of Guchen. Undoubtedly, the divine beast, Guchen replied with conviction, firmly believing that the divine beast surpassed the leader in strength. Then why does the divine beast not confront the leader directly? The divine beast cares for you and wishes to protect you, Guchen asserted resolutely. Indeed. Because the leader holds leverage over everyone, they are compelled to yield, the princess responded, her intentions unmistakably clear. In an instant, Guchen comprehended the princess's intentions. They were currently under the formidable grasp of their leader, rendering any rash actions unthinkable. They had truly reached an impasse, should they allow the leader to dictate their fates. They faced either death or unbearable suffering. Upon encountering the princess once more, Guchen spoke, even if you compromise for the sake of your family. Do you truly believe it is worthwhile? Some matters are not as simplistic as they appear at first glance. While certain events may unfold with impeccable timing, others ultimately lead us to despair. Guchen endeavored to persuade her. These profound truths are well understood. Yet that does not imply the princess is inclined to act upon them. The princess shook her head in response to Guchen. We are not the same. You and Qin Yuan Fan might be willing to exert every effort to save someone, but I cannot forsake my family simply to be with the divine beast. What if I were to take your entire family away and deal with the leader myself? The sudden appearance of the divine beast startled the princess considerably. Guchen remained remarkably composed, for he had already sensed the presence of the divine beast earlier. However, he did not anticipate the beast would actually reveal itself. He had assumed it would continue to conceal its existence. It appears that the recent influence of the virtuous and formidable divine creature was indeed significant. In their realm, it is imperative to understand and perceive matters clearly. Certain challenges must be confronted with resolve, without allowing the surrounding turmoil to overwhelm them. Reflecting on past thoughts, Guchen remarked, allow me a moment to indulge in some libation, but I must attend to rescuing Qin Yuan Fan. If I delay any further, Qin Yuan Fan will undeniably find himself in greater peril. Guchen's concern for Qin Yuan Fan was palpable. Guchen, wait for me a moment. I shall speak with the princess. And then we will proceed together to rescue Qin Yuan Fan. I have already positioned Tada and Rose in close proximity to Qin Yuan Fan, the divine beast conveyed to Guchen. Guchen, with great discretion, approached the door and found a suitable hiding spot. However, he did not stray far, continuously observing the surroundings of the princess's chamber. Apprehensive that the divine beast might be discovered by others, the divine beast gazed at the princess and spoke, in the past, your refusals left me powerless to respond. Yet now, with Guchen and his companions at my side, I am confident of success. This time, the leader will surely suffer immensely. I shall not let him escape. And I will first locate your family to rescue them. The princess shook her head, sorrow enveloping her heart. No one can vanquish the leader. You must relinquish this idea. Divine beast, I do not wish for you to be harmed because of this endeavor. But how can one know the outcome without trying? Replied the divine beast. Turning to depart. Upon seeing the divine beast emerge, Guchen waved to him, acknowledging that most matters were nearing conclusion. They had all been quite busy, presumably preparing for the leader and the princess's wedding. The places where Qin Yuan Fan and the princess's family were held were presently vulnerable. Hearing Guchen's words, the divine beast nodded, declaring, the reason I am resolute in confronting the leader is that I cannot allow the princess to wed him. Guchen, I hope you will assist me. I will help you rescue Qin Yuan Fan, and in return, you will eliminate the leader. The divine beast proposed a reciprocal condition. For Guchen, this proposition was advantageous, as the leader was destined to be eradicated eventually. Do not hastily reject my offer. Upon reflection, You will realize that the leader will certainly thwart your efforts to explore freely. Thus, to attain what you desire, the leader must be vanquished. No one can guarantee that the leader will not discover your plans, so I urge you to ponder this matter. The divine beast fell silent. Leaving all considerations to Gu Chun, the course of action rested solely on Gu Chen's decision. Every matter required careful contemplation, and while some aspects were clearer, others were more complex than they had anticipated. You can be assured that I am amenable to your request, and we can certainly reach a consensus on this matter. Gu Chen replied amiably. Both he and the divine beast found themselves devoid of options, necessitating a harmonious collaboration to avoid numerous complications. Moreover, some situations were far from as simple as they imagined. The outcome was paramount. Let us first rescue Qin Yuan Fan. If circumstances permit, we may also save the princess's family, Gu Chen stated. Although this was merely speculation, their willingness to act ensured their success, as there were only 2 locations where others were held captive. If they searched diligently, everything would fall into place. Very well, let us hasten, the divine beast declared, leading Gu Chen along a familiar path. The divine beast retraced that well-known route, albeit this time fueled by a surge of anger. After all, he was accompanied by Gu Chen, a younger ally whose strength, while lacking, was sufficient for them to fight side by side. Reflecting on his past, a fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed the divine beast's eyes, and he sighed softly, as if recalling a poignant tale. As the divine beast walked at the rear of the group, it was assumed that no one would notice their movements. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Gu Chen, who was in front, possessed a keen sense of observation. Consequently, all that the divine beast had done moments before was clearly perceived by Gu Chen. A flicker of doubt crossed Gu Chen's mind. After all, his encounters with the divine beast had not been brief. The creature had always been rather carefree and open. How could such a straightforward being now exhibit this peculiar mindset? Yet, the scene unfolding before him was undeniably real. Despite his profound disbelief, perhaps the divine beast harbored some unspoken sorrow. Gu Chen, do you think we can emerge victorious? The divine beast displayed a hint of dejection. Your prowess is formidable. How could you possibly worry about the prospect of defeat? Gu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and turned to fixate intently on the divine beast, who had always exuded confidence in his own abilities. I don't know. I just sense that things may not be as straightforward as they appear. The divine beast scratched its head in contemplation. Now that we find ourselves in this predicament, what options do we have? With a sardonic smile, Gu Chen observed that the capabilities of the tribal chieftain were universally known, yet such knowledge was inconsequential. Their course remained unchanged. Abruptly, a resounding blast echoed from the path ahead, arresting their attention. 2 figures, each bearing a cannon, materialized on the muddy trail. Huh, you've reached a dead end. One proclaimed triumphantly. Predictably, the mythical beast's premonition had materialized, as these henchmen appeared en route to the chieftain. Where's your leader? Summon him forth. What significance do you hold? The mythical beast bellowed derisively. Indeed, where is your chieftain? Did he not recently express a desire to make me his consort? The princess interjected, emboldened by the presence of the mythical beast and Gu Chen. Summon the chieftain? You rabble are hardly worthy, retorted the other, adorned with oversized spectacles and brandishing a Gatling gun. Incensed by the perceived affront to the princess, the mythical beast bristled at the sight of the Gatling gun. Had he, a once formidable entity, been reduced to a mere equal by such trifling weaponry? Throughout this exchange, Gu Chen remained in the background, a subtle smile playing upon his lips. His thoughts inscrutable. Meanwhile, the princess and the bespectacled henchman engaged in an increasingly heated exchange, their tempers flaring. The henchman's countenance flushed crimson, outmatched by the princess's verbal dexterity. As the tribe's third-in-command, accustomed to a position of eminence, he found himself humiliated by the young woman's scathing words. With a deafening roar, a hail of Gatling gun bullets erupted forth. Despite orders to capture them alive, the henchman's rage had eclipsed all restraint. Finally opening fire, are we? I had begun to think this tribe was entirely composed of cowards, the mythical beast remarked impassively, regarding the henchman with a gaze reserved for the condemned. With a sweeping gesture, a multitude of violet rays emanated from his sleeve, coalescing into an ethereal barrier of immense fortitude, deflecting the Gatling gun's assault with ease. Is this the extent of your power? So feeble. Can you provide even a modicum of challenge? The mythical beast scoffed. The henchman's face paled, realizing the mythical beast's overwhelming strength. Regret washed over him for having eagerly accepted this ill-fated mission. The mythical beast, aware of the henchman's inner turmoil, merely snorted derisively and pressed his attack. With a flash of predatory intent, he transformed into a colossal dragon-simian hybrid, his 9 golden markings shimmering brilliantly. This display startled Gu Chen, who pondered the novelty of this transformation, never before witnessed. While Gu Chen contemplated this revelation, the dragon beast wasted no time. With a swift and decisive strike, his claw descended, reducing the 2 henchmen to a pulpy mess. In his final moment, the 4th henchman's eyes widened in realization, uttering, "You are the Qiongqi." The mythical beast silenced him before the name could be completed. Their lives extinguished. The henchmen never anticipated that this seemingly simple task would lead to their demise. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Guchen discerned not a trace of artifice in the creature's countenance. He touched his own face, wondering if he had been overly apprehensive. One cannot perpetually remain mired in negative emotions. One must inevitably emerge from them. With this realization, Guchen felt a sense of release. Gazing ahead, the image of the divine beast's immensely powerful claw lingered in his mind, refusing to dissipate. The perplexity within him finally compelled him to voice the question that had been brewing. Divine beast, he inquired. What precisely is the nature of our relationship at present? Why? Friends, of course. The beast responded with alacrity, a hint of pride evident in its expression. Extraordinary friends, indeed. Friends of exceptional accord. Very well, Guchen said, his demeanor suddenly becoming grave. He narrowed his eyes and continued, I shall pose a question to you, to which I expect an earnest reply. The divine beast seemed to sense the nature of Guchen's impending inquiry. It turned its mouth in the direction of the tribal chief's tent, subtly reminding Guchen not to lose sight of their primary objective. Nay, Guchen insisted, there is no immediate urgency. They shall assuredly not perish in the interim. I must first have clarity on this matter before proceeding. At this juncture, Guchen's resolve was unwavering. Of course, this matter concerned his very existence. The divine beast had just displayed its belated power, implying that he wouldn't last 10 seconds in its grasp. Although he shouldn't become enemies with this divine beast for the time being, one never knows. What if it suddenly attacked him from behind? Guchen had never been one to help others. Although he had formed a quartet with Qin Yuanfan and the others, he would probably be the first to flee in any situation. After all, one can always start over, but life is priceless. Are you in such a hurry? The divine beast clearly didn't want to engage in much idle chatter with Guchen at this critical moment. Guchen, I advise you to have some self-respect, or you won't even know how you died. The divine beast's tone became ferocious. After all, everyone could see that it was currently the strongest force. Yet, Guchen dared to argue with it and not follow its wishes, making the divine beast feel humiliated. However, to everyone's surprise, Guchen's words were astonishing. Exploding fruit. With your knowledge, you should have heard of it. And wouldn't you know it, I happen to have one here. Guchen finally revealed his last trump card. Indeed. It was this exploding fruit, a fruit that can explode instantly with great power. The divine beast was stunned. It had originally thought that revealing its ultimate move would make it the leader of this small team. Unexpectedly, its plans were thwarted. So that's it. No wonder you have such confidence. You actually have this kind of thing in your hand. As expected of Guchen, so cunning. The divine beast was now helpless. His opponent held a primordial level weapon of mass destruction. What could he do? Ask what you want, it said. Alas, the ginger is indeed spicier when it's old, and the younger ones are more astute. Guchen naturally smiled at the divine beast's praise. The main priority now was to find out the divine beast's true origin and its strength. These were things that Guchen needed to know. Otherwise, if Guchen were to be ambushed and killed by the divine beast one day, he wouldn't even know how he died. All right, listen to me now. Guchen's expression grew serious as he spoke. What was that power you just displayed? And how did you transform into that dragon? Furthermore, what was it that the fourth one left unsaid? At this point, Guchen paused, his eyes darting thoughtfully, yet he refrained from continuing. He awaited a response from the divine beast. The divine beast sighed and replied, Do you truly wish to probe so deeply? What benefit do you gain from knowing too much? If your concern lies with your own safety, then I assure you, the knowledge you possess does not compel me to harm you. However, you do not instill a sense of complete trust in me, do you? That sense of security is something you cannot provide. The divine beast rubbed its forehead, seemingly at a loss for words. Well, very well. But you must promise to keep this a secret. Guchen did not even blink as he directly responded, no problem. However, I must first pose a question to you. Are you familiar with the legend of the 9 sons of the dragon? API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Upon hearing this, Guchen exclaimed in astonishment. Could it truly be so? Indeed, do you not humans frequently refer to yourselves as descendants of dragons? Yet, you do not believe in the existence of dragons. It is utterly ludicrous. A hint of disdain glimmered in the eyes of the divine beast. Guchen found himself in a somewhat awkward situation. What topic are you discussing? Please share your own story instead of always drawing me into yours. Very well, he continued. If the legend of the dragon is indeed true, then the 9 offspring of the dragon must also exist. Upon hearing this, a peculiar thought surfaced in Guchen's mind. Could he perhaps be a descendant of the dragon? I know what you're thinking. Indeed, I am a scion of the dragon. As he spoke, the divine beast's voice grew increasingly self-satisfied. The dragon has 9 sons. The 8th is named Jiao Tu, and I, by my humble lineage, am a direct descendant of Jiao Tu, the 998th generation. At that moment, no one noticed the brief flicker of intrigue in the princess's eyes as she seemed to ponder something, but it was so fleeting that it escaped everyone's attention. My true name is Jiao Lei, the 99th descendant of the dragon and the 98th descendant of Jiao Tuesday. Upon reaching this point, Jiao Lei raised his head, gazing at Gu Qin through his nostrils. However, Gu Qin's reaction seemed to take him by surprise. No wonder you are a divine beast. Even your lineage is astonishing. The corners of Gu Qin's mouth curled upward, his eyes glinting with a hint of mischief. If I am not mistaken, you must possess a trace of true dragon blood. Correct? Upon hearing this, Jiao Lei swelled with pride, replying promptly, naturally. It cannot be blamed on the divine beast, indeed. Preserving even a trace of true dragon blood is no easy feat after all. So many years have passed. And to retain even a semblance of true dragon lineage after 900 generations is remarkable given the passage of time. You seem quite pleased with yourself. It stands to reason that preserving true dragon blood is a considerable challenge, considering 900 generations. If one were to calculate accurately, it would amount to several millennia. At the very least, he added, I have fought alongside you for such a long time, yet I was unaware of this aspect of your heritage. It truly is a revelation. The legends among us humans are indeed real. No wonder we refer to ourselves as the descendants of dragons. Yu Qing jested with the divine beast, but suddenly he appeared to have a revelation, changing his tone. However, that doesn't quite add up. You dragons belong to the beast category, correct? Yet we humans are a separate race. How can we, two entirely unrelated species, claim such a title as descendants? As Gu Qing spoke, a sudden unease flickered within him, a sentiment he swiftly suppressed, determined not to reveal it to the divine beast. Upon hearing this, the divine beast shook its head and remarked, I am perplexed as to why you choose to refer to yourselves as descendants of the dragon. Perhaps it is because the existence of dragons is so utterly astonishing that you regard them as divine. The belief that dragons can bestow good fortune upon you leads to an unconditional reverence for them, eventually transforming your narrative into that of being the dragon's progeny. As Jiao Lei continued, a spark of realization seemed to ignite within him, and with a surge of excitement, he raised his voice, exclaiming, I believe I have discerned the reason behind your claim of being the descendants of the dragon. Gu Qin hurriedly inquired, why is that? I once came across information in our dragon clan records, which suggested that our lineage originated from the region beneath your slide. It is said that the first dragon emerged from that very place, the progenitor of all members of our dragon ancestry. Upon hearing these words, Gu Qin felt a quiet shock within. His astonishment was not merely due to the revelation that the origin of the dragon clan lay in Huaxia, but also because Jiao Lei had inadvertently disclosed several pieces of information that were profoundly surprising. The first revelation was that there were no records pertaining to ancient times in Huaxia's historical texts, primarily because humanity had only emerged a mere few thousand years ago, while the history of ancient times could be traced back tens of thousands of years. The second revelation was Jiao Lei's mention of their group, indicating that, aside from himself, other members of the dragon clan existed. This second point alone was sufficient to astonish him. However, he merely changed his expression slightly and did not exhibit much outward reaction. For Gu Qin had encountered many storms in his life. He then responded to Jiao Lei, so, are you implying that when humanity emerged, we discovered traces of your dragon clan's existence and subsequently began to unconditionally revere you? Eventually, this evolved into the belief that we are the descendants of dragons. Is that what you mean? Jiao Lei replied, yes, but not solely that. In truth, the dragon clan has existed on Earth for a remarkably brief period, merely 200 years. Yet, it is precisely these 2 centuries that have irrevocably altered the thoughts and history of humanity, has it not? Gu Qin scoffed coldly at Jiao Lei, both of them being far from foolish, naturally comprehending the implications behind each other's words. At this moment, they represented not merely themselves, but the identities of the dragon and human races in this dialogue. Swiftly interposing himself between the two, with one hand resting on each of their shoulders, he remarked with a hint of irritation, are you both not misdirecting your discussion? Gu Qin, is it not you who inquired about how he possesses the power of a dragon? Why delve into the histories of millennia past? Both individuals immediately sensed their words had perhaps crossed a line, and an air of awkwardness enveloped the atmosphere. Gu Qin ultimately broke the silence, saying, it seems we have indeed strayed from our topic. By the way, after so many years and generations, how do you account for the emergence of the true dragon's power within you? After 900 generations, I would assume the bloodline connection has faded considerably. He shook his head slightly, as if lost in recollection. Before continuing, I must admit, I am at a loss as to how to explain this. When I was born, I possessed none of it. It was only during a confrontation with a formidable foe that I found myself on the brink of death. At that critical moment, a brilliant golden light erupted from within me. To my astonishment, this golden radiance proved to be extraordinarily powerful, enabling me to turn the tide and vanquish that formidable enemy. It was only later that I gradually came to understand that this was the formidable bloodline power of the ancient true dragon. Having listened to Jiao Lei's elucidation, Gu Qin nodded, conceding the veracity of certain points. He expressed his belief. Why is it a golden radiance? Didn't you emerge with a violet glow just now? Jiao Lei inquired, casting a teasing glance at Gu Qin. Alas, why must you harp on that? He lamented. The power of the true dragon manifests as golden radiance. That is correct. He paused momentarily before continuing. However, there is a certain facet you may be ignorant of. In the distant epic of antiquity, the Dragon King sired 9 sons. Save for his eldest, born of his Dragon Queen, the remaining 8 were engendered with various creatures in disparate locales. Jiao Lei glanced furtively at the princess, seemingly avoiding her gaze, and whispered conspiratorially, shielding his mouth with his hand. My ancestor, the 8th son of the Dragon King, was born of a simian mother. Gu Chen was taken aback. The Dragon King was indeed lascivious, engaging in licentious acts with beings of different species. It is simply shameless. Gu Chen reflected on his own character, acknowledging that while it may not be exemplary, he could at least uphold fundamental principles. Indeed, the world is vast and full of wonders. It is ironic that he once claimed to be his successor. Gu Chen momentarily froze, spitting vehemently, his lips murmuring an unintelligible curse. So, you imply that the golden radiance embodies the dragon's power, while the purple glow you unleashed earlier is presumably the strength bestowed by that monkey. Jiao Lei, aware of his ancestor's virtues, felt his composure falter. He nodded slightly and murmured, You seem not entirely foolish. Now that you are enlightened, shall we proceed with the urgent matters at hand? I can now ascertain with complete certainty that this is indeed the very vehicle our master drove that day, and within it lie numerous bones, though it remains uncertain if any belong to our master. Presently, they all witness the grim scene before them. It is evident they have all exhibited a palpable sense of trepidation. Upon realizing that their master has likely departed this world, sorrow etched upon their faces became unmistakable. Given this reality, it might be prudent to continue our investigation. Should we uncover anything of significance, we may yet have the opportunity to examine it closely. They are acutely aware of the dire circumstances they face, yet they cling to the hope that with the passage of time, new revelations might emerge, suggesting that their master has not succumbed to the void. Currently, they nurture this hope, meticulously searching, and at last, they discover a vehicle that remains relatively intact. Without hesitation, they uncover an injured individual, bloody yet alive. They swiftly extricate the driver, and the determined warriors hastily provide him with water. After several minutes of attentive care and urgent treatment, he gradually regains consciousness and opens his eyes. Fear not, brother. We are the loyal warriors of the Han family. Do you know the current state of our master? Upon witnessing the glimmer of hope on their faces, the bodyguard, lying in the back seat, finally revealed the truth. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Gu Cheng understood that it was not particularly appropriate for one to confront this issue at that moment. Thus, he buried the matter deeply within his heart. As he turned his gaze back to the divine beast, a new depth appeared in Gu Cheng's eyes. The princess approached and gently patted the shoulders of both individuals, dispelling the awkward atmosphere that surrounded the strong. With a smile, she reminded them, let us not forget the pressing matter at hand. Indeed, the foremost task now was to locate the leader of the tribe, defeat him, rescue Qin Yuanfan, and exact vengeance for Mei Gui and Tada. It was only then that the two fully comprehended their objective. Consequently, the trio resumed their journey. After walking for approximately 5 minutes, a large tent came into view before them. Jiao Lei smiled and turned to the two, stating, this is the tent of the tribal chief. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Gu Chun. Unable to restrain the fury brewing within him, charged forward with the intent to strike down the leader. However, Jiao Tu swiftly intervened, reminding him that the leader's strength was undeniably formidable. Rushing in recklessly would only lead to certain doom. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 129. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Gu Chen offered a slight bow to the two individuals and then remarked, the strength of this leader is beyond question. Although I have faced her before and we reached a stalemate, I can distinctly sense that she did not unleash her full power. It is likely that she only exerted about 30 to 40% of her true capabilities during our last encounter. As he spoke, he shifted slightly. But the princess clapped her hands, exuding an air of mischief. Indeed, young yet sharp-witted, your analysis of the situation is quite astute. With a beaming smile, the princess skipped over and affectionately ruffled Gu Chen's hair. Gu Chen appeared to be on the verge of losing his temper, yet he ultimately restrained himself. He chose to disregard the princess, reminding himself of her youth and deciding not to engage in a dispute with such a child. He continued, stating, it is evident that among our trio, the highest combat power is Jiao Lei. However, I cannot be certain that he can defeat the leader of that tribe, as I am unable to gauge his full strength. He then cast a sidelong glance at Jiao Lei, noting the lack of any change in his expression, which allowed him to speak with more confidence. Thus, it would be unwise for any one of us to challenge him alone. United, we stand a better chance. We are, after all, a small collective. If the three of us confront him simultaneously, we might possess a sliver of hope for victory. Undoubtedly, this is currently our most viable strategy. He paused, clearly awaiting Jiao Lei's input. Regardless of whether Jiao Lei was simple-minded yet physically formidable, he was undeniably their squad's strongest asset, and certain matters necessitated his perspective. Jiao Lei squinted slightly, leaving but a narrow slit for his gaze. He fixed his eyes on Gu Qin until the latter felt a prickle of discomfort. At which point Jiao Lei slowly averted his gaze and uttered, "I don't mind." As for the princess, it goes without saying that she had always been obedient to the directives of the organization, a veritable model of compliance. At that moment, she was clapping her hands in support of Gu Qin's decision. The trio swiftly reached a consensus, and in an instant, the tent was devoid of any remnants of conflict. The leader leaped up, cursing under his breath. However, the din created by their formidable presence drowned out his words. "It's you three," the leader exclaimed. "You dare to return, especially you, Gu Qin. Haven't you learned your lesson from last time? I let you off easy before. Why don't you go home and feed properly instead of coming here?" Upon hearing these words, Gu Qin's lips curled into a slight smile as he coldly retorted, "Oh? What grants you such audacity? To my knowledge, our last encounter ended in a stalemate. By what right do you dare utter such claims?" The leader erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "Are you truly unaware? During our last confrontation, I exerted only a mere fraction of my true strength, while you could only manage to match that. I must say, it amuses me greatly that you believe that to be my full capability. How utterly laughable." He continued with a mischievous glint, "I must confess. Your companion Shen Yuanfan has already met a most gruesome fate at my hands. Perhaps he has even begun the cycle of reincarnation by now." After a moment, the leader gathered his hands and added, No, that's incorrect. Those who meet such a demise cannot be reborn." Ha ha ha. Gu Qin lunged forward. Unable to endure any longer, he unleashed a punch. Instantly, Jiao Lei grasped his intent, and the four of them engaged in battle right where they stood. The tribal leader, recognized as the chief among them, demonstrated remarkable strength as he swung his arms, conjuring a peculiar fruit in midair. The fruit bore strange markings, and to everyone's astonishment, it sported two rabbit ears, an oddity that hinted at terrifying potential. This was a lesson Gu Qin had learned from years of living in this place. The puppet fruit draws power from the earth, granting me growth. After reciting an elaborate incantation, the leader bellowed, "Puppet power, arise." In an instant, countless puppets emerged from the ground, their faces devoid of color, their eyes mere voids revealing a single pupil. The sight sent chills through Gu Qin and Jiao Lei, both astonished that such skills could exist in this world. The thought struck them in unison. This was simply unreal. Cold sweat broke out on their brows as they braced themselves. Regardless of their thoughts, the tribal leader was swift in his command. The numerous puppets summoned by the fruit advanced towards Gu Qin and Jiao Lei. Before Gu Qin could react, Jiao Lei transformed into the ancient dragon, Jiao Tuesday. A colossal dragon-like entity materialized from thin air, momentarily freezing the atmosphere around them and momentarily stunning the tribal leader. However, the leader, seasoned in combat, quickly regained his composure. This was a clash of titans, and no matter how formidable the tribal leader was, he understood that he had to confront this powerful opponent with all his might. Meanwhile, Gu Qin no longer stood idly by, he sprang into action, clashing with 5 of the puppets. While each puppet was weak individually, their sheer numbers posed a significant challenge. Even the strongest of opponents could struggle when forced to divide their focus among dozens of adversaries. Furthermore, the puppets seemed to possess a degree of intelligence, attacking collaboratively from multiple angles, making it difficult for Gu Qin and Jiao Lei to coordinate their defenses. The tide of battle began to shift in favor of the tribal leader, with Gu Qin and Jiao Lei finding themselves at a disadvantage. This unfolding drama did not escape the watchful eyes of the princess, who began to formulate a plan. She realized that the situation could not continue. If it did, not only would they fail in their vengeance, but all 3 of them could perish. Yet, she understood her own limitations and felt powerless to assist them. After a brief pause, a spark of inspiration ignited within her, and she approached the tribal leader without hesitation. He was engrossed in controlling the puppets and failed to notice her approach. With a playful smile, she gave him a light slap on the back of the head. Startled, the leader turned to face her, momentarily losing focus on the puppets. "What do you think you're doing? In a duel between men, you should stay out of it," he growled, though he recognized that his power relied entirely on the puppet fruit. If someone were to attack him now, he would be defenseless. "Since when do I need your permission to go wherever I please? You, a mere coward, dare to speak of a duel between men?" The princess paused, her eyes glinting mischievously. "Were it not for your hostage, they would not dare to harm you. Without that hostage, you would have perished long ago." The tribal leader felt belittled by her words, and in a fit of irritation, he recalled all the puppets, inadvertently aiding Gu Qin and Jiao Lei by relieving them from the overwhelming pressure. "Isn't it true? Gu Qin and Jiao Lei only used 30% of their strength to match you. If they unleashed their full power, you would have been defeated long ago," she asserted. The tribal leader's face flushed with rage. No one had ever spoken to him in such a manner, especially not a girl. "Very well. What do you propose? If you have the audacity, release Shen Yuanfan and his companions, and then we shall battle," he retorted, though he understood the princess's cunning intentions. Just then, his subordinates, having heard the commotion, rushed over. The first few to arrive grasped the situation and shouted, "Boss, don't agree to anything. They're up to no good." Another subordinate chimed in, "Exactly. I've dealt with them. They may not be strong, but they are crafty. Be careful." The tribal leader, irritated by their chatter, snapped, "Are you lot always so talkative? Keep silent. I have my own thoughts." Realizing the gravity of the situation, his subordinates quickly complied, knowing their leader's temper could be deadly. After a moment of contemplation, the tribal leader broke into laughter, his long-standing underlings aware that his rise to power was no mere stroke of luck. "Since you all seem so fearless, very well, I shall release your friend, and we shall engage in a fair and just duel." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Gu Chun whispered into Jiao Lei's ear, expressing concern over the increasing number of people on their side. "Our situation appears quite ambiguous at the moment." Jiao Lei cast a sidelong glance at Gu Chun, seemingly displeased, and retorted, "This idea originated from you. Although I possess the greatest strength, the current predicament should not be solely my responsibility. You are our spiritual leader. To my knowledge, you are not operating at full capacity just now. You likely exerted only about 30 to 40% of your strength." Why do you say that? Do you believe I am that formidable?" The tribal leader was taken aback by Gu Chen's assertion of having not yet unleashed his full potential, his eyes glimmering with a hint of apprehension, as if fearful that Gu Chen might uncover something. "No, I merely believe that what you displayed moments ago was far from your complete capability. Sometimes, young man, being overly clever is not a virtue. It may very well lead to your own downfall." Gu Chen shook his head, letting out a huff as his mind began to devise a plan. At that moment, the situation on the battlefield unfolded. The tribal chief strode confidently at the forefront, gesturing invitingly towards the trio, while his surrounding followers parted to clear a path. Ant's gazes darted between them, while the princess, unfazed, returned a gesture to the tribal chieftain and strode ahead with regal confidence. And, witnessing the princess's demeanor, followed suit. The trio advanced with the princess leading, flanked by Ant. They proceeded to a large tent a few hundred paces away. Even before entering, a man's voice could be heard bellowing, "Release me. If you little whelps don't release me, my elder brother will pummel you into oblivion." Oblivious to the unfolding events outside, was unaware of the situation. Upon hearing these words, the tribal chieftain furrowed his brow, flung open the tent flap, and delivered a kick to his abdomen. "What in blazes are you hollering about? One more peep, and I'll have you drawn and quartered." The chieftain's second-in-command, whose tent was conveniently situated nearby due to his duty of guarding, promptly emerged and joined his leader inside. Enraged by his insolence towards the chieftain, the second-in-command began to berate him. "You insolent cur! Even in your current predicament, you dare to spout such arrogance? I'll have my underlings dispatch you forthwith, ensuring you never witness the dawn." The chieftain observed silently, refraining from interfering with his deputy's outburst, his gaze filled with shrewd calculation. Outside, the princess could no longer restrain herself. Incensed by the treatment of whom she considered a dear friend, her royal sensibilities were deeply offended. "Hey, you lot, do you not recognize my station as a princess? I'll summon my father, and he'll bring ruin upon your entire tribe." She paused, catching her breath, and continued, "Never in my life have I endured such indignity. To witness my friend being assaulted while I stand idly by is simply unacceptable. Release him at once. Cease this futile charade, unless you fear the combined might of Ant." Realizing the futility of prolonging the situation, the tribal chieftain waved his hand, unleashing a beam of violet energy that severed the rope's binding. Flexing his wrists to alleviate the lingering ache, glared menacingly at the chieftain before retreating behind. "All right, children. Or rather, young adults." The chieftain addressed them with growing impatience. "Do you have anything further to add? If not, shall we commence the hostilities?" The chieftain's deputy, sensing the impending clash, retrieved a blade from a corner of the tent and presented it to his leader. "I've been eagerly awaiting this." Without warning, the chieftain lunged forward and swiftly responded, transforming into their dragon, rat, monkey, and mountain forms. Abandoning all restraint, unleashed his formidable dragon subduing palm, a technique honed in a realm known as, which had served him well in countless perilous situations. The ensuing collision generated a shockwave that flattened the surrounding grasslands for miles. Onlookers, including the chieftain's minions, the princess, and shielded themselves against the tempestuous force. The tribal chieftain's attack, imbued with the power of the blade, was the sky's severing edge, a technique capable of absorbing the very life force of those within hundreds of miles. However, dragon subduing palm was no ordinary technique either. Legend had it that its originator had once used it to subdue a true dragon. A technique capable of such a feat could hardly be considered insignificant. Facing the tribal chieftain, dared not hold back, unleashing a dragon that inherited the full power of the eighth son of the dragon. Their clash threatened to leave the surrounding land barren. Was astonished to discover that not only did he possess hidden reserves, but even the seemingly weaker had concealed his true strength. "Did you truly believe that those who have persevered this far could be mere simpletons?" A spectral voice echoed. All eyes turned to the esteemed princess. With a raised eyebrow and a sweeping glance, the princess addressed. Or whatever your name is, why aren't you assisting? Can't you see the stalemate unfolding? Jolted from his post-captivity days, clenched his fists and glared at the tribal horde. So, you tribal chieftains think you can bully the younger generation? The tribal chieftain, sensitive about his age, was further enraged by the princess's taunts, which struck at his vulnerabilities. By the way, where aren't? I haven't seen them, suddenly inquired, his words serving as a timely reminder. In the heat of the confrontation, they had completely forgotten about their missing companions. The princess pointed an accusing finger at the tribal chieftain's deputy. Where are our friends? Where have you hidden them? The princess was well aware that, and had been safely sequestered by. However, she harbored a deep dislike for the chieftain's deputy, whom she perceived as obsequious, cunning, and treacherous. The accusation caught the deputy off guard. Why are you involving me in your squabbles? I may be the second in command, but everyone here is more powerful and influential than I am. Princess, with your noble lineage, you shouldn't be making such baseless accusations. I've never even heard of these and... The princess, convinced that the deputy was lying, retorted, if they were here, our treasure hunting party would have gained 2 more formidable warriors. Unbeknownst to her, her words revealed 2 crucial pieces of information. The tribal chieftain, overhearing her statement, with a slight furrow of his brow, he paused in his actions and spoke. What brings you here? Are you in search of some treasure? The tribal leader's expression darkened, a flicker of something unusual glimmering in his eyes, while his heart surged with tumultuous waves. How could this be? How could there be another soul in this world who knew of such matters? It was evident that the tribal leader was indeed aware of the treasure's existence. Upon hearing his words, the crowd fell silent, each one grasping the unsettling truth. The knowledge of the treasure was likely not confined to a single group. An air of quietude enveloped them, as they struggled to find the words to speak. Yet, as the adage goes, those who share a common goal are neither friends nor foes. Ultimately, it was Guqin who broke the silence, his inherent leadership shining through. He directly inquired, how did you come to know about the treasure? The tribal leader swallowed hard, caught in a conflict of whether to divulge his thoughts. After a moment of silence, he finally relented. To recount this tale still feels quite surreal to me. He paused, seemingly lost in recollection. It was a moonless night, fierce winds howling, when my wife... Stop. The princess interjected. So you have a wife? Yet you claim you wish to take me as your consort? The tribal leader rolled his eyes, a gesture of disdain, and replied, just let me finish my story. It was around midnight. My wife, who was heavily pregnant, unexpectedly went into labor on the last day of September. Just as I was filled with joy at the birth of our son, calamity struck. A bolt of lightning from the heavens struck me down. As he recounted this tragic moment, the tribal leader's voice trembled, and tears brimmed in his eyes. Guqin gently patted his shoulder, urging him to continue his tale. The following day, an enigmatic treasure map materialized on my bedside table, truly startling me. I took this map to the tribe, inquiring everywhere. Yet no one seemed to know the origins of this peculiar occurrence. The tribe leader slowly lifted his gaze, surveying his subordinates, signaling them to return to their camps, and then proceeded to narrate the conclusion of the story. In due course, I ceased to regard the map with any significance, though I did not discard it. After all, it might lead to some hidden treasure, wouldn't it? Then, the most bizarre event transpired. 6 days after the map's appearance, something astonishing occurred. The princess eagerly pressed for details, her fascination piqued by such a suspenseful narrative. I distinctly recall that I had placed the map in a distant cabinet, far from my bed, right near the door, where I had buried it beneath a pile of books. Strangely enough, the very next day after that incident, I awoke to find the map had inexplicably returned to my nightstand. Unlike the previous time, it now bore 12 ominous characters. Heavenly fate emerges, human catastrophe looms. This treasure can save. The tribe leader deliberately lowered his voice as he uttered these words. With narrowed eyes, Guqin's mind raced. The tribal chieftain concluded his narrative, then shifted his tone, inquiring, my tale is complete. What of yours? Following the chieftain, the princess promptly took over. My story is far simpler. Yet it contains a rather startling revelation. This declaration piqued the curiosity of the assembly, who eagerly awaited her continuation. Mine is also a treasure map, though without your intricate details. The princess paused, inhaled, and surveyed the crowd before leaning in conspiratorially. Likewise, upon waking one morning, my map bore 16 cryptic characters. The audience held their breath, the silence so profound that a pin drop would have been audible. This was clearly the climax of the princess's story. Malevolent spirits reign. Demons run rampant. Abdomen yields no fruit. True spirits change course. What is the meaning of this verse? Jiale interjected, seemingly sensing an ominous premonition. Indeed. While the chieftain's verse was somewhat comprehensible, this one left the group utterly perplexed. Suddenly, enlightenment washed over Guqin's face. Behold, he exclaimed. Examine the initial character of each line. The group scrutinized the verse. Malevolent spirits reign. Demons run rampant. Abdomen yields no fruit. True spirits change course. The initial characters, when combined, form the words devil fruit. Guqin revealed. Understanding dawned upon the assembly, and a flurry of excited murmurs erupted. The devil fruit. Is that not the legendary fruit symbolizing ultimate power? Jiale exclaimed, his avarice unconcealed. The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging the terrifying implications of the devil fruit's existence. Should such a fruit still exist in the world, it would undoubtedly ignite another bloody conflict. The previous emergence of the devil fruit had led to the demise of several formidable masters. It seems the devil fruit is inextricably linked to this treasure, Qin Yuanfan surmised. His aristocratic background afforded him greater knowledge and a more sophisticated understanding. I propose a daring hypothesis. Could this treasure be meticulously planned by an individual who replicated the map into 8 fragments, now sought by 8 factions scattered across the globe? Gu Qin's statement was not without basis. Considering the 2 verses, his theory appeared to be the most plausible explanation. Indeed, that is the only logical explanation, the others concurred. Including the tribal chieftain, whose relationship with Gu Qin was less than amicable, yet found himself tacitly supporting him. Now that we are aware of the truth, will you heed my counsel? Gu Qin shifted his tone, evidently directing his focus toward the chief of the tribe. The crowd understood his implication and turned their gaze toward the chief. Please, do not all look at me. It makes me rather uncomfortable. If young Gu Qin has something to say, he should feel free to express it, the chief remarked, scratching his head. Clearly, he had chosen to place his trust in Gu Qin. Very well. Since this treasure has managed to capture the attention of 8 different factions and is intricately linked to the legendary devil fruit, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. With a gentle smile, Gu Qin nodded to the princess in agreement. Subsequently, all eyes turned to the tribal chieftain, awaiting his decision. The chieftain lowered his head, lost in contemplation. Before he could utter a word, 2 voices echoed from afar. Chief Gu Qin. As the crowd focused their gaze, they recognized Tada and Rose. Tada sprinted forward, playfully slapping Gu Qin on the shoulder, and exclaimed with a hint of complaint, "Why did you hide yourselves away here? Rose and I have been searching high and low for you." He then turned his attention to the tribal chieftain, his ears perked up with caution. "What brings you here?" It was with reluctance that Gu Qin finally spoke. After a considerable deliberation, he recounted the entirety of the preceding events to Tada and Rose. Rose, upon hearing the account, furrowed her delicate brows and directed the inquiry to the tribe's chieftain. "What are your thoughts on this matter?" Before the chieftain could respond, Tada, ever the forthright and unreserved maiden, interjected, "If you seek my counsel, I propose we unite our efforts in the treasure hunt. We shall then divide the spoils equally, thereby mitigating the perils significantly." The chieftain nodded in agreement, yet, as if struck by a sudden realization, he presented a formidable quandary to the assembly. The princess's verse alluded to the devil fruit, suggesting that this treasure is undoubtedly linked to it. I now posit a hypothetical. Should we ultimately discover the treasure and find within it but a single devil fruit, to whom shall this singular prize be bestowed? Upon hearing these words, Gu Qin also tapped his head, realizing that this question had never crossed his mind. However, one must always be adaptable in any situation. And he promptly responded, "Very well. If there is only a single devil fruit, I am willing to relinquish it to you." Oh, the tribe leader's eyes sparkled upon hearing this statement. Gu Qin's gesture significantly elevated his standing in the leader's esteem. "It seems you must have certain conditions in mind." Gu Qin nodded and remarked, "Boss, you truly are a person of great intellect. I relish collaborating with astute individuals. Let us speak openly." After a brief pause, he continued. "There is, of course, a condition. Should you acquire the devil fruit, then you must refrain from claiming any other treasures." Upon hearing this, the tribal leader exhibited no extreme reaction. After all, if one were to secure such a remarkable item for themselves, it would indeed be excessive to seek additional rewards. Furthermore, his cultivation level surpassed that of Gu Qin and his companion. "Very well, I accept your terms. Should I obtain the devil fruit, the other treasures shall be yours to divide, and I will not interfere." Following a discussion, the assembly unanimously endorsed the decision made by the 2. As twilight approached, Gu Qin suggested, "The hour is late. Let us rest in your tribe for the night. We shall set sail at dawn." He seemed to recall something and added, "It would be wise for you to bid farewell to your brothers, for this journey may prove perilous, and there is a chance we may not return." The tribal leader nodded solemnly, fully aware of the dangers that lay ahead. He arranged accommodations for everyone and, amidst the vastness of the night, began to outline the matters to be attended to in his absence. As anticipated, the second-in-command ascended to the position of tribal leader, albeit temporarily, and his excitement was evident on his countenance. The tribal leader was not surprised. He had long understood the ambitions harbored by the second-in-command, choosing to turn a blind eye until now. The following day, amidst the reluctant gazes of the tribe's younger members, the group embarked on their treasure-seeking expedition with everyone, save for the second-in-command, coming to see them off. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Gu Qin's furrowed brow relaxed, as they were all friends now, and his speech naturally lacked the previous awkwardness. Enough of the flattery. My friend, by the way, what is your real name? We can't keep calling you boss forever. Upon hearing this, the tribe leader wiped his nose and, as if awakening from a daze, remarked, Indeed, after all this time, I have yet to share my true name with you. However, I mustn't be blamed entirely. For within the tribe, my juniors have always addressed me as boss. A lapse on my part, haha. The tribe leader laughed heartily, his demeanor regaining the commanding presence of old. He then made a gesture of clasping his hands together and addressed Gu Chun, saying, I am Long Outyin. In the days to come, I kindly ask for your guidance. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota, status, resource exhausted Gu Chen. Jiao Lei and Chun Yuan Fan, along with other boys, shed their previous modesty and immediately returned the gesture with clasped fists. It turned out to be brother Ao Tian. I have long admired your reputation and, in the past, I must have inadvertently offended you. The crowd erupted in hearty laughter. From that moment on, the bonds among all members of the treasure-seeking team grew even closer in an intangible way. Days at sea were countless, and they could only gauge the passage of time by the rising sun and the setting moon. After approximately 9 sunrises, the ship approached an island. From a distance, it appeared quite substantial, with towering buildings rising from the ground. The island's inhabitants were numerous, each engaged in a cacophony of vendor calls, chatter, and classroom discussions. From afar, Chen Yuanfan peered through his telescope, and the sight filled him with exhilaration. Ah, he exclaimed. This outburst, however, disturbed the slumbering Tata. Ah, it seemed as though someone had responded to Chen Yuanfan. You fool, why are you shouting for no reason? You've disrupted my beautiful dream. Tata emerged from the cabin, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Jiao Lei also descended from the sails, having been bored and attempting to harness the power of the true dragon during these past few days. Chen Yuanfan's shout startled him as well. Confronted by the angry expressions of his companions, Chen Yuanfan awkwardly touched his face and quickly justified himself. No, I have an important discovery. But Tata paid no heed, scolding him instead. What could possibly be more important than my dream? She swiftly grasped Chen Yuanfan's ear. His discomfort caused by Tata's grip rendered him compliant as he pleaded, Ouch, Sister Tata, that hurts. I know I was wrong. Please let go. Only then did Tata release her hold. No, look quickly. 20 kilometers from our ship, there is an island, and it appears quite sizable. Oh, really? At that moment, Gu Chen unexpectedly emerged from somewhere, swiftly evading the telescope in Chen Yuanfan's grasp, and gazed ahead. The scene before him was identical to Chen Yuanfan's description. Gu Chen set down the telescope and murmured, It seems we have arrived at that place. The others, being cultivators, possessed keen hearing and promptly inquired, What place? Gu Chen surveyed the crowd, having devoted the past few days to the meticulous study of the map. To his astonishment, he discovered that 2 smaller maps could be combined to form a larger one. This revelation filled him with delight, yet he refrained from sharing it with others, perhaps due to a lingering doubt regarding the trustworthiness of some team members. Through his diligent research, he had long recognized the island they were currently traversing. He began to speak slowly, igniting the curiosity of those around him. In truth, I have conducted extensive research on this island. He paused briefly before continuing. This island is situated in the heart of the Kakashi Sea, a remarkably isolated landmass, characterized by its scarcity of mountains, making it a rare flatland island. After another brief pause, he elaborated, Given the unique geographical position of this island, the indigenous inhabitants have largely preserved their ancient civilization, akin to a culture from around 3,000 years ago in our history. However, it did not escape the attention of mainland merchants who recognized the island's strategic value. Approximately 300 years ago, merchants from our country engaged in a fierce conflict with the indigenous people, a battle that remains one of the reasons for the island's notoriety. Oh, what was the reason for that? The princess, ever the curious one, immediately inquired. Gu Chun, feeling a sense of futility, waved his hand dismissively, sensing that continuing the conversation would merely squander time. Nevertheless, he found himself compelled to speak. During that epic battle, the original inhabitants were initially at a distinct disadvantage. However, for reasons unknown, a mysterious force seemed to have come to their aid. The merchants, once emboldened to encroach upon their territory, now hesitated, yet these events transpired centuries ago, rendering their authenticity questionable. Perhaps it was merely the machinations of those with ulterior motives, deliberately instilling panic. Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively inhaled deeply. May rose to remark, Indeed, one should never underestimate the complexities of this world. As the group engaged in their discourse, they remained oblivious to the fact that their vessel was gradually drawing closer to the island. A new chapter was on the verge of unfolding. On the shore, a rugged man clad in a greenish-blue garment cast a sidelong glance at Gu Chun and his companions. At last, they have arrived, he mused. Engrossed in the allure of hidden treasures, Gu Chun found himself indifferent to the idle chatter of his companions. He recognized the imperative to seize every opportunity, a sentiment deeply ingrained in the ethos of piracy. Acknowledging the presence of unforeseen complexities, he emphasized the need for unwavering resolve. While expressing relief at having earned Long Outyan's trust, Gu Qin proposed a strategic divergence. Intrigued, Qin Yuanfan sought clarification regarding Gu Qin's intentions. Despite possessing a general understanding of Gu Qin's designs, he recognized the importance of explicit communication to avert potential misunderstandings. He emphasized the necessity of comprehensively evaluating the situation to facilitate effective decision-making. Elaborate on your plan, Qin Yuanfan urged, so that we may assess the feasibility of our collaboration. Should our efforts prove incompatible, we shall explore alternative approaches. Furthermore, I caution against placing excessive confidence in Lao Tian, for his cunning is not to be underestimated. Rose interjected, suggesting a discreet and unassuming approach. I propose that we dispatch inconspicuous individuals to slip away unnoticed, thereby minimizing the risk of detection, she offered. Yu Chen perceived this as a commendable action. However, certain matters should not be approached with excessive audacity. While they may choose to disregard these circumstances, it does not imply that such situations will perpetually remain inconsequential. Beneath the guise of adventure lies the necessity for greater diligence, and it is imperative to comprehend the intricacies of any situation more profoundly. Regardless of the forthcoming outcomes, it is essential for them to strive for improvement, gaining clarity on these conditions rather than resorting to what might be considered alternative methods. They can still attune themselves to the more conventional aspects of the situation. Your thoughts are commendable, yet I believe we should act collectively. However, this time we shall not choose the light of day, but rather the cover of night. Are you suggesting that we become nocturnal creatures? Rose found this notion somewhat audacious. However, if our endeavors are confined to the night, our operational window would be significantly limited, which could lead to considerable delays. We do not possess an abundance of time to linger here, and the longer we remain, the more likely we are to attract their attention. Rose expressed her concerns. Gu Qin had contemplated this issue as well. Yet one must confront reality rather than feign ignorance of circumstances. He recognized that everyone was indeed quite fatigued, but it was imperative not to return empty-handed this time. They had to uncover what was essential. Each step they took would gradually narrow their focus, thus it was crucial to comprehend the situation more thoroughly. In light of the events unfolding before them, a deeper understanding was necessary, and clarity of thought was essential. After all, the women need not accompany them in their endeavors. Qin Yuanfan and I will engage with Long Outyan, while you may take this opportunity to explore discreetly, ensuring you remain unnoticed. Gu Qin articulated the plan, which essentially involved maximizing both daytime and nighttime activities, with the understanding that the women had ample excuses to remain present. I comprehend, Rose replied, thus we shall stay. And you can manage the situation. When night falls, we shall act in unison, thereby hastening our efforts. After Rose concluded, she escorted the princess to rest. If they were to enact a performance, it was crucial to execute every detail with utmost precision. Moreover, every aspect of their undertaking required meticulous attention. It was not sufficient to rely on nonsensical chatter to resolve issues. Every situation was more complete than they had imagined, and the reality was far more expansive than it appeared to them. Gu Qin watched them depart, unable to suppress a smile. In such circumstances, the most astute indeed proved to be Rose, and with her presence, he felt a profound sense of reassurance. For them, everything could only be perceived with greater clarity. After all, for them, every outcome was the most favorable, and certain matters could also be comprehended with lucidity. Now, we must attend to our own affairs, and Qin Yuanfan must remain steadfast. Gu Qin spoke these words with intent, for Long Outyan was not an adversary to be trifled with, and they certainly needed to hasten their pace. Most importantly, the events unfolding before them required careful management. They also needed to prepare thoroughly for the matters that had previously aroused suspicion. Gu Qin and Qin Yuanfan approached Long Outyan, who appeared to be engaged in a mysterious conversation with his subordinates. Upon their arrival, he fell silent. What is the matter? Do you still harbor suspicions against us? Gu Qin feigned nonchalance, yet his words were laced with provocation. For them, every situation warranted deeper understanding. It was evident that mere pleasantries would not suffice. He had never intended to obscure the truth, but rather believed that in certain circumstances, a more comprehensive approach was necessary. Your words suggest we are somehow ignoble. We do not harbor aversions. However, there are matters that could benefit from mutual understanding, Long Outyan stated bluntly. Hearing his words, Gu Qin's heart sank, and he glanced at Qin Yuanfan, who grasped the underlying tension. They had no choice but to address the situation. What do you mean by that? Do you continue to doubt us? Nevertheless, rest assured, we shall strive for excellence in all endeavors. It is only natural to question us, just as we harbor doubts about you, Qin Yuanfan replied, a hint of displeasure coloring his tone, yet he refrained from further remarks. His daily existence involved a clash of wills, testing who would ultimately gain trust. What does this imply? Do we not even possess the right to question? Or do you deem us unworthy in your estimation? Long Outyan retorted, irritation evident in his voice. He had always regarded Gu Qin and Qin Yuanfan as excessive in their conduct, though past grievances had been overlooked. It did not grant them the liberty to dictate terms here. They were more than capable of navigating any challenge, and the circumstances, while perhaps better than anticipated, were still intolerable when thrust upon them unexpectedly. Primarily, Gu Chun and Chun Yuanfan's behavior seemed peculiar, as if they were pursuing an ulterior motive. Long Outyin sensed an ominous premonition, prompting him to scrutinize them closely. You claim to have inadvertently stumbled upon our territory. I am genuinely curious how you arrived in this maritime expanse. Even if it were an unintentional incursion, there are matters worthy of collective understanding, he asserted. Each word steeped in skepticism towards Gu Chun. It was clear that this issue was not easily resolved, though the root of Long Outyin's suspicions eluded comprehension. Some situations appeared deceptively simple, yet if they spiraled into confusion, resolution would be unattainable. Nonetheless, Gu Chun was determined to earn trust. Without it, all efforts would be futile. A notion contrary to his character. They needed to maintain control over every circumstance, dismissing any distractions. From the outset, they had aspired for perfection. With situations right for capable hands to manage, and thus, none wished to relinquish their hard-won position. Having arrived at this juncture, surrendering now would be an egregious waste. If you do not trust us, why engage in conversation here previously? Why feign trust if your intent was merely to deceive us? Gu Chen's words were laden with reproach. And it was indeed rather inappropriate for them to remain unperturbed in such a situation. He resolved to maintain his composure at all times, ensuring that he would not allow anyone to find fault with him. Otherwise, it would imply a sense of guilt akin to that of a thief. Had he spoken earlier, perhaps they would not have intruded upon him, yet now he accused them of deceit, despite them having been invited to stay. If he did not trust their words, there was little more to discuss. He believed they would manage to navigate the situation. After finishing his statement, Gu Chun turned to leave, taking Qin Yuanfan with him. They sought a clearer understanding of matters, striving to gain control over the unfolding circumstances. Qin Yuanfan, well aware of Gu Chen's intentions, promptly followed suit, wishing to depart. Please wait a moment. I have matters to discuss with you, called Long Outyin, observing the resolute figures of the two retreating. Yet Gu Chun remained steadfast, not glancing back as he continued onward, seemingly convinced that Long Outyin would extend further invitations. As they stepped outside, Long Outyin hurriedly pursued them, positioning himself before Gu Chen. I never anticipated your stubbornness, Gu Chen. I had hoped to keep you here, yet you seem utterly disinterested. Gu Chen replied candidly, you urged us to leave, then beckoned us back. Are we to be your pawns, at your beck and call? At this juncture, the matter of pride had become trivial, devoid of any real significance. The immediate concerns outweighed any notions of face-saving. The more they indulged Long Outyin, the less he would believe them. It was far better to confront the situation head-on. As the outcome could be foreseen, Qin Yuanfan, do you not find it peculiar how some individuals, lacking in ability, indulge in baseless suspicion of others? When the accused can no longer endure the doubt and seek to leave, they are deemed unreasonable. They wish to avoid disdain. Yet the accuser remains unwilling to let them go. Gu Chen's words dripped with irony, leaving no room for leniency. Hearing this, Qin Yuanfan couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, Gu Chen excelled at dismantling pretenses. His arguments were sound, articulating sentiments they all felt. Regardless of how events may unfold, such matters were not to be trifled with. This trial was a mere prelude. Failure could result in dire consequences, potentially leading to their capture. Some situations were far more complex than they appeared, requiring a thorough understanding rather than superficial contemplation. They had barely navigated this hurdle. Failure would have had graver repercussions. Reflecting on this, Qin Yuanfan interjected. It matters not if you choose to disbelieve, but I implore you to refrain from disparaging our integrity. We are all aware of the underlying truths. It is not as if we are entirely devoid of rational thought. Long Outyin, if you have no further matters to discuss, we shall take our leave. We are reluctant to impose upon you further. Being suspected again would be most unfortunate. Gu Chen and Qin Yuanfan's remarks left Long Outyin feeling quite exasperated. He had not anticipated the situation escalating to such an extent, and it was proving to be a considerable source of irritation for him. It was not that he wished to avoid resolving these issues, but rather that they seemed insurmountable. His suspicions were genuinely felt, devoid of any ulterior motives. While his doubts were not entirely unfounded, he believed Gu Chen and Qin Yuanfan's reactions were somewhat exaggerated. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to clarify matters to prevent further misunderstandings. A more comprehensive approach was essential in this scenario. He was astonished that, in such circumstances, they could maintain their composure. He acknowledged that his previous actions were questionable, yet he felt justified in his suspicions regarding their behavior. You claim to have arrived here without cause, and yet expect my acceptance. Who would not feel uneasy in such a situation? I suspect your actions are indeed rather unorthodox. Gu Chen chose not to engage in a debate, as they indeed shared similar thoughts. Moreover, certain matters were not as straightforward as they presumed. Regardless, it remained imperative for them to approach such issues with careful consideration. Continuing the conversation on this topic would likely yield an abundance of complications, offering no advantages for them. Is there anything further to discuss? It seems there is little left to converse about between us. Trust, after all, is a matter that springs from within oneself, and we do not wish to impose upon you. Gu Chen understood that they had emerged victorious. However, certain matters should not be rushed, as haste would yield little benefit for them. Yet, this topic seemed to linger indefinitely, rendering further discussion awkward. To clarify would feel peculiar. Yet to remain vague would be equally strange. Qin Yuanfan, let us proceed, Gu Qin declared, refraining from any superfluous words, and continued onward with Qin Yuanfan, denying Long Aotian any opportunity to interject. Long Aotian found himself at a loss. Thus far, Gu Qin had committed no wrongdoing. All had been mere figments of his imagination. Had Gu Qin harbored any ulterior motives, he would not have so readily chosen to depart. Rather, he would have waited until achieving his goals before making an exit. I acknowledge my error in this matter, Gu Qin, and I hope you will choose to remain here. Long Aotian ultimately conceded, bowing his head, allowing Gu Qin to stay. Gu Qin, ever the indulgent companion, smiled at Qin Yuanfan. Ultimately, they had achieved their objective. Under no circumstances would they entertain compromise. Thus, in matters of this nature, they were unequivocally destined for triumph, with no further issues anticipated. Given your generous invitation, we are obliged to reciprocate with due respect and will not permit any delay in this affair. We sincerely hope that such incidents do not recur, for we would find it intolerable, Gu Qin remarked. Qin Yuanfan nodded in agreement, affirming their absolute consensus on this matter. This was not a situation where unrelated discussions would intrude. Some issues, while better faced collectively, required clarity of thought. Thus, Long Aotian, have you come to a realization? Should you harbor doubts about us again, you will only find yourself foolishly exploited, he concluded, turning to depart, but their path led inward rather than outward. This was their opportune moment, a rare chance to continue their search. They understood that Long Aotian would not pursue them, making this a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In every circumstance, their perspective was comprehensive, enabling them to think with precision, devoid of chaotic distractions. Gu Qin, having secured a measure of victory, shall we continue our charade? Qin Yuanfan confessed feeling somewhat weary of the act. Each encounter with Long Aotian felt nearly overwhelming, for he was unpredictable yet endearingly foolish. However, they could not continuously resort to such duplicitous tactics. It would be far too unrealistic. Every situation necessitated a deeper understanding, rather than succumbing to frivolous actions. You suggest we abandon this method for next time, yet there should be no next time, should there? Thus, there is no cause for concern. Gu Qin replied with a sense of ease. Such occurrences, once experienced, would not reappear, and no one could whimsically alter their previous statements like a child. Every matter required their adept control, not allowing for erratic thoughts in these circumstances. We must now focus on more crucial tasks, cease the frivolity, and dismiss any distractions. With that, Gu Qin led Qin Yuanfan in another direction, unaware that they were still being followed. Upon reaching their destination, they discovered Rose and the princess exploring further within. Gu Qin was taken aback by their activities, as he had not informed Rose of such matters. Approaching Rose, he inquired, "How did you know to come here? Were you guided by someone? Gu Qin, are you out of your mind? No one directs us. This is our own desire to come. Are you not aware? There are legends associated with this place, and we came after hearing them," Rose replied proudly. Yet, Gu Qin dismissed her remarks, pondering the implications of these legends. If they were merely tales, how could they have been so effortlessly overheard? Typically, others would be wary of them. Who told you these legends? Think carefully. For a careless mistake could endanger us all, he urged, a note of panic creeping into his heart. While every situation seemed manageable, falling into another's trap was not out of the question. The speed with which Qin Yuanfan and the others had arrived was indeed suspicious. Given Long Aotian's prior suspicions of their entire tribe, the sudden emergence of this information indicated foul play. Relay every detail to me without omission, otherwise we may find ourselves in grave danger, Gu Qin said with utmost seriousness. Rose recognized the gravity of the situation and refrained from speaking recklessly. Qin Yuanfan and I merely took a stroll beneath a tree when we overheard discussions of the legend nearby. We were not discovered, just eavesdropping, and decided to investigate further. They mentioned that no one had ever entered this place, which piqued my curiosity, she explained. We must leave immediately. You have been deceived. Gu Qin realized that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. How could they have found this place so easily? He had refrained from informing Rose and the princess about his inquiries, and if they had indeed located it, it suggested someone had deliberately led them here. The more deliberate the effort, the more unsettling it became, especially as their actions were meant to remain clandestine. Are you both foolish? We have always acted in secrecy. If others reveal their secrets to you, and you act upon them, do you not expose yourselves to scrutiny? We must leave at once. There can be no delay. Qin Yuanfan, we shall remain here, while you two must go ahead. Though reluctant, Rose had no choice but to comply. Had they truly erred this time? They could not afford to let good intentions lead to detrimental outcomes. Rose nodded silently, trusting Gu Qin's judgment, not wishing to add to his burdens. We shall take our leave now. You must prioritize your safety and ensure no further complications arise. With those words, Rose took the princess and departed. Gu Qin cast a grave look at Qin Yuanfan, his gaze imbued with solemnity, emphasizing that they must bear the consequences of this matter. Little did they anticipate that their recent departure from Long Aotian would lead them back to their initial predicament, a situation that might erode Long Aotian's trust in them. The mere thought of this predicament caused a throbbing ache of worry, underscoring their need to strive for excellence in all endeavors, even if unforeseen complications were absent. They were inclined to contemplate matters with utmost thoroughness. Moreover, their capacity to perceive matters comprehensively precluded any notion of overlooking potential ramifications. Our immediate task is to safeguard them, Guchen asserted. For once they venture forth, their safety is virtually assured. However, we ourselves are likely under surveillance. Qin Yuanfan nodded, fully cognizant of the gravity of the situation. Nevertheless, their options remained limited to proceeding in this manner. If they were to shirk their responsibilities, no one else would step forward to shoulder the burden. Furthermore, their circumstances left them with no alternative but to fulfill their obligations. In this particular instance, they were compelled to gain a more profound understanding of the overall situation. Despite their aversion to certain tasks, they could not escape the dictates of their conscience. We must act swiftly, Qin Yuanfan declared. Let us devise a more plausible pretext. Having succeeded once, perhaps we can replicate our success. Furthermore, I believe we can fabricate an excuse, such as having inadvertently strayed into this predicament. Qin Yuanfan feigned an air of nonchalance as he spoke. His intention was merely to alleviate the pressure on Gu Qin and the others, recognizing that such matters must unfold organically. Moreover, each of them needed to comprehend the situation individually, rather than allowing extraneous issues to cloud their judgment. Your intellect is undeniable, Gu Qin remarked. But our success hinges on the quality of our performance. If we can secure the belief of others, we shall prevail. However, if we fail to convince them, our situation will become dire. After Gu Qin spoke these words, they exited through a different opening. Had they chosen to leave through the original entrance, they would undoubtedly have aroused suspicion, as their departure alongside Qin Yuanfan indicated that their large contingent was engaged in a singular pursuit, namely the search for something significant. Indeed, as soon as they emerged from the cave, they were confronted and halted by individuals who had been waiting. Gu Qin exchanged a knowing smile with Qin Yuanfan. They were brought before Long Outyen, who appeared somewhat astonished upon seeing them. Do you two have anything to explain this time? Long Outyen remarked, surveying Gu Qin with a scrutinizing gaze. If I had previously placed my trust in you, it seems you have taken that trust lightly. Long Outyen's words conveyed his discontent, as he regarded Gu Qin as quite an impressive character, having deceived him repeatedly while still believing he was justified in his actions. Without further ado, he delivered a punch to Gu Qin's abdomen, causing him to collapse in pain. Why resort to violence? What do you mean by this? Qin Yuanfan exclaimed, hastily stepping in to shield Gu Qin and pushing Long Outyen to the ground. Curiously, Long Outyen showed no sign of anger. Instead, he stood up with a cheerful demeanor. What do you think I mean? What brings you two here? Do I need to spell it out for you? Attempting to steal our treasured relic is simply out of the question. I advise you both to leave at once, or do not blame me for being ungracious. Gu Qin was aware that Long Aotian had discerned their intentions. However, in such circumstances, no one would choose to believe them, nor would they foolishly admit to anything. Thus, apart from feigning ignorance and outright refusal, they had no other recourse. What do you mean by that? If you do not believe us, you could simply state it directly rather than behaving as you did this morning. It hasn't been long since you began to doubt us again. Moreover, you claim we wish to take your possessions, yet have we ever seized anything? We merely visited a location, he asserted. Long Aotian applauded Gu Qin, genuinely impressed by his prowess. If it had been someone else, they would not have dared to speak so boldly, but Gu Qin was undeniably formidable. He truly wished to learn from Gu Qin, yet regrettably, they were not of the same ilk, rendering such learning impossible. Gu Qin, I genuinely wish to inquire why your skin is so thick. Why do you refuse to acknowledge such matters? Long Aotian declared resolutely. He had already concluded that Gu Qin and his associates aimed to steal something, and therefore would not afford them any opportunity for explanation. In other words, even if they were to clarify, Long Aotian would likely remain skeptical. Long Aotian, do not overstep your bounds. We are currently engaged in a civil discussion regarding this matter. Should you continue to provoke, do not blame me for being impolite, Qin Yuanfan retorted, supporting Gu Qin and glaring at Long Aotian. I would like to see how you intend to be impolite towards me, Long Aotian replied stubbornly. Gu Qin understood that further explanations would only lead to more complications. It would be wiser to admit the truth, as Long Aotian might truly find himself at a loss if they did. Repeated deception and concealment were indeed burdensome, yet in this instance, admissions must be approached with discernment. Certain truths must be acknowledged, while others should never be conceded. If you believe we intend to pursue such actions, we can concede that we have ulterior motives. We indeed seek to obtain something from here, although we are uncertain if you possess it, Gu Qin stated. It was rumored that this island was home to a plant that had endured centuries of storms and had become a coveted treasure, known to outsiders as Shui Ru. Upon hearing Gu Qin's words, Long Aotian furrowed his brow, displaying an expression of disbelief. Could it be they were mistaken? Yet, there was no injustice towards Gu Qin. They simply did not possess Shui Ru, but rather a millennial jade gem. He could no longer discern whether Gu Qin was employing some sort of tactic or if he was genuinely searching for the so-called Shui Ru. After pondering for a considerable time without resolution, he spoke candidly. Whatever your intentions may be, I will not permit them unless you conduct yourselves with utmost honesty here. Otherwise, you will find yourselves with no escape. Qin Yuanfan was taken aback by Long Aotian's apparent concession due to Gu Qin's remarks. Although his tone remained harsh, he no longer threatened their lives nor spoke of dealing with them. It seemed Long Aotian was indecisive, convinced they sought the Jade Gem, but now doubting it. Particularly after Gu Qin's admission, Long Aotian felt compelled to reassess the situation from a rational standpoint. He did not wish to wrongfully accuse them, hence his statements. Regardless of whether the accusations were justified, Long Aotian's pride was at stake. Reflecting on this, he said, "I never imagined you could articulate such sentiments. I thought you genuinely intended to eliminate us. However, since we desire something, will you grant it to us? Or shall we continue to search?" Qin Yuanfan feigned a demeanor of insatiable ambition. They had little to fear now, for while certain matters appeared deceptively simple, they were quite challenging in practice. Moreover, having gained an opportunity, they could not afford to relinquish it. Had Long Aotian not initiated this confrontation, their attitude would likely differ. Since all parties were now considering the situation on equal footing, many aspects could not be viewed solely through the lens of immediate concerns. Qin Yuanfan, do not behave so rudely. Even if Long Aotian does not trust us and has wronged us in this matter, we must still express our gratitude, Gu Qin remarked. At that moment, Gu Qin felt a resolute desire to fully exploit Long Aotian, ensuring he felt a sense of guilt, never again mentioning any ulterior motives. When undertaking a task, one must strive for utmost perfection, lest one is cast into suspicion once more. Long Aotian, if there is nothing further, we shall take our leave. After all, being constantly scrutinized by you is unnecessary. No one can endure such treatment day in and day out. However, we will only depart once we have located what we seek, and we hope you will grant us that allowance. Otherwise, we shall have no other options. Gu Qin firmly articulated his stance. Every situation required them to gain a clearer understanding of the entire circumstance, and often they could confront challenges with greater finesse. Regardless of how absurd the forthcoming events may be, they preferred to envision a more favorable outcome. He had already sensed certain developments in his mind, yet had refrained from addressing them. Once again, he turned to Long Aotian and stated, "Regardless of your consent, we shall not relinquish this pursuit. Should you remain apprehensive, you may assign someone to accompany us around the clock." Dragon Arrogant was rendered speechless by Gu Qin's words, unable to voice a refusal that might jeopardize their burgeoning friendship. Though their acquaintance was recent, some things were too important to dismiss lightly, and their situation was undeniably more precarious than others. Moreover, everything was turning out better than expected, and they were gaining a clearer understanding of the circumstances. From the outset, their thoughts had largely aligned, and many developments had been genuinely heartening. Let's consider today's events a misunderstanding. In the future, you are free to pursue your endeavors without hindrance. I am even willing to provide you with protection. It's settled then. I shall dispatch my most trusted aides to safeguard you. This will ensure your well-being, as this area is known for its formidable wildlife, and such precautions are essential for your safety. Gu Qin genuinely believes that Long Aotian is an exceptionally intelligent individual, what he refers to as supervision. In Long Aotian's eloquent expression, transforms seamlessly into protection. If it were someone else, they might lack the requisite insight. Yet for Long Aotian to articulate such thoughts seems perfectly natural, devoid of any lingering doubts. Furthermore, every endeavor for them is approached with an understanding that they can execute it more adeptly, and some circumstances exceed their initial expectations. Regardless of whether Long Aotian is indeed under surveillance, their ability to place their trust in him once more is a considerable feat this time. He is determined to excel, leaving no room for error. Thus, he extends his gratitude for their protection, though he remains unaware of these two gentlemen's names. Might they indulge him with a brief introduction? Long de Longair. The two introduced themselves succinctly, their demeanor grave, leaving Gu Qin no opportunity to speak further. Gu Qin understood that since Long Aotian could present these two individuals to him, they must be his trusted confidants, who would undoubtedly execute their tasks without excessive hesitation. Moreover, these two were not intended for his personal use. Hence, Gu Qin, recognizing the intelligence of the Discipline Inspection Commission, anticipated a clear resolution to this matter. "You shall be of assistance to us from now on, so please accompany us," he stated with straightforward candor. For Gu Qin, having realized that these individuals were unlikely to conspire against them, it was imperative to adopt the most amicable demeanor in their interactions. The more dire the circumstances, the less one should oppose them. Rather, warmth and cordiality were essential, as they harbored no ulterior motives and were unlikely to engage in unexpected actions. Others might have acted similarly. Thus Gu Qin's approach posed no additional issues. You must ensure their safety while accompanying Gu Qin. Do not stray from their side. Should any harm befall them, I will hold you accountable, Long Aotian declared with grave intensity. To an uninformed observer, it might seem that Long Aotian held great respect for Gu Qin and his companions, even cherishing them, which justified his protective measures. However, the reality was far more unsettling than one might imagine. Gu Qin and Qin Yuanfan walked ahead, while Long De and Long Air followed closely behind. Gu Qin turned to Qin Yuanfan and spoke. At this moment, we must exercise caution and refrain from rash actions. However, as we previously agreed, we must seek out Shui Ru. Hence, we must continue our movement, lest we arouse suspicion. Qin Yuanfan replied succinctly, "You are indeed correct. We cannot so easily abandon our course of action. We can also vanish at will, provided we have someone to cover for us." Qin Yuanfan understood that the challenges ahead would be formidable, yet regardless of the difficulties, they were determined to persevere. Surrendering to certain circumstances would only lead to distress. Regardless of the outcome that lay ahead, it was something they could envision, and the reality would affirm this. "I will entrust Longda and Long-Air to you. With their intellect, you should be able to manage them effortlessly. As for Meiwa and the princess, let them remain in their room. They should not wander about. Within those confines, they may serve to create a diversion. My responsibility will be to find suitable replacements for us." Qin Yuanfan expressed all his thoughts clearly, emphasizing that if they remained silent throughout their journey, it would also raise suspicions. As long as they maintained a relaxed demeanor now, there would likely be minimal issues. However, acquiring what they sought proved to be quite challenging. Any misstep could lead to a cascade of problems, resulting in suspicion that would not be easily dispelled. Guchen nodded, recognizing that they had no choice but to proceed in this manner. They could no longer afford to delay. It was truly unexpected that, after so many twists and turns, they found themselves back at the starting point, having triggered nothing and faced with suspicion not once, but twice. This was a profound blow to their spirits. Anyone in their position would feel a sense of trepidation regarding such matters, yet some situations could not be resolved merely through fear. Rather, the emergence of certain circumstances allowed them to gain a deeper understanding. From the very beginning until now, they had endeavored to be more comprehensive in their actions, and there was nothing that eluded their comprehension. Regardless of how events would unfold from this point onward, they would still be able to perceive the situation more acutely. "Very well, let us proceed as you suggested. In a moment, you shall stealthily leap from the window while I divert their attention," Guchen declared. With those words, they returned to their lodgings. However, instead of parting ways, they made their way directly to the chamber of the Rose and the Princess, subsequently closing the door behind them. Guchen glanced at the window, sensing it was the optimal moment, and nodded at Qin Yuanfan. "You must act now. Depart swiftly and without hesitation. Take care of yourselves. If someone truly intrudes and inquires, place the blame solely on me. Do not allow anyone else to fall." Qin Yuanfan orchestrated the plan for Guchen. At this juncture, they could only afford to sacrifice one for the sake of preserving the others, thus they must brace themselves for such a reality. Guchen nodded slightly, observing Qin Yuanfan depart, resolute in ensuring that no issues would arise among them. Indeed, it was imperative that those who arrived together would return together. Such matters could not be marred by disorder. As he contemplated the doorway, Guchen realized it was time to leave. With that thought, he pushed open the door and stepped outside, promptly closing it behind him with remarkable swiftness, leaving no opportunity for Longda and Long-Air to react. "You two have worked hard here. Our literary figures, do you still not comprehend this?" he mused. "For us, these matters can be better coordinated." He suggested they take a brief respite, inquiring where they might encounter the snow fungus. Guchen employed this pretext to engage them in conversation, as he genuinely struggled to find suitable topics. "Apologies, but we cannot answer any questions," Longda replied curtly, refusing to engage with Guchen, fully aware that communication would yield no fruitful outcome. Primarily, they harbored suspicions regarding Guchen's intentions, believing he was probing for information, thus deeming it unwise to converse further. Guchen let out a deep sigh, feeling utterly helpless in this situation. Since Longda and Long-Air were proving to be ineffective, they had no choice but to rely on themselves. Moreover, they harbored little hope regarding this course of action. It was clear to Guchen that one must depend on oneself in all matters. Pan found the situation somewhat amusing, believing that reality often turned out to be slightly more favorable than their expectations, and indeed, this was the case. "Very well, since you are unwilling to speak, I shall not compel you," Guchen remarked. "After all, we are all of the same kind, and there is always room for improvement in our endeavors. Henceforth, when we venture out to seek assistance, it is imperative that we do so together. Otherwise, we shall have no one to safeguard us." With that, Guchen turned and walked away. For Guchen, this matter was inherently advantageous, and regardless of the outcome, they had reached a consensus. As long as they did not overstep their bounds, Longda and Long-Air would likely refrain from questioning them. Thus, everything remained quite favorable for them. No matter what transpired next, they felt equipped to address these issues more adeptly, ensuring they would not engage in actions that might lead to misunderstandings. "As the Master has entrusted us with your protection, we shall fulfill our duty," Longda stated coldly. Noticing their apparent disinterest in conversation, Guchen smirked. These two truly resembled stones. It seemed that to capture their attention, he would have to approach from a different angle. Continuing to converse with them would likely result in his own exasperation. "All right, let us go see Rose and the others," Guchen proposed. Having spoken, he took the lead, while Longda and Long-Air exchanged a glance before following suit, for their master had commanded them to closely guard Guchen. Guchen is not a simple man. He might concoct some schemes while they remain oblivious. As for Qin Yuanfan, at most, he merely acts upon Guchen's instructions and is unlikely to stir up any significant turmoil. Upon reaching the door of the room, Guchen knocked twice, and the door instantly swung open from within. Rose, somewhat taken aback, exclaimed, What brings you here? Gu Chen discreetly cast her a glance, signaling her to come and observe. Rose promptly nodded and welcomed him inside, while Long Da and Long Air dutifully remained stationed at the door, resembling two devoted bodyguards. The moment the door clicked shut, the expressions of both Rose and Gu Chen underwent a significant transformation. What has happened? Has Qin Yuanfan gone out to search for something? Is it safe? Rose whispered cautiously. Long Outyin is no ordinary individual. The people he trains are undoubtedly astute and perceptive, she added, raising her voice slightly. Fearful of being overheard by Long Da and Long Air, Gu Chen gently nodded, settling into an empty chair. We need to bide our time and ensure the two outside do not catch on, he remarked. Mei Rose acknowledged this with a nod, and the three of them began to engage in conversation, primarily discussing the whereabouts of the elusive Shui Ru. Their voices were deliberately raised, ensuring that Long Da and Long Air at the door could overhear. Long Da exchanged a knowing glance with Long Air, who promptly turned to report the situation to Long Aotian. Are you certain they are truly discussing Shui Ru? Long Aotian squinted. An unmistakable skepticism etched across his features. He had a lingering suspicion that Gu Chun harbored ulterior motives. Furthermore, having resided in this locale for an extended period, he had never encountered anything referred to as Shui Ru. Logically, if such a treasure existed, it would be the outsiders who were first to know. Long Da, his demeanor noticeably tense, nodded fervently, his gaze aflame with intensity. Indeed, they have been incessantly discussing their desire to locate Shui Ru. Master, if such a treasure truly exists, why not seize the opportunity to claim it before them? Upon hearing this, Long Aotan drummed his fingers thoughtfully on the pearwood table, seemingly contemplating Long Da's suggestion. After a moment of reflection, he finally acquiesced. Keep a close watch on them. If this treasure known as Shui Ru is indeed discovered by Gu Chen, eliminate him and take the prize. As he uttered these words, a palpable aura of lethal intent enveloped Long Aotian, starkly contrasting with his earlier demeanor while conversing with Gu Chen. While he may appear amicable and approachable in the presence of ordinary individuals in the shadows, he resembled a cunning and venomous serpent. His every disguise served to uncover others' weaknesses, waiting for the opportune moment to strike with fatal precision. Understood. Long Da retreated, resuming his surveillance of Gu Chen. Gu Chen estimated that the time was appropriate and loudly informed Rose that he would embark on a quest for Shui Ru the following day before departing the room and returning to the quarters he shared with Qin Yuanfan. Indeed, as soon as he opened the door, he spotted Qin Yuanfan seated not far from the entrance, engrossed in a book. His attire was immaculate and tidy, leaving no indication that he had ventured outside. Upon noticing Gu Chen's return, he greeted him with a smile, inquiring, "How are they faring at present?" Gu Chen nodded and then closed the door to the room. He had not anticipated that Qin Yuanfan would exercise such caution this time, even going so far as to change his attire. Had he uncovered anything that had gone unnoticed by others? With a grim expression, Qin Yuanfan shook his head, stating that he had found nothing. After all, the jade treasure was a family heirloom, surely well preserved by them. Thus, they would need to seek additional time. Gu Chen remained silent, naturally holding the same belief. If his family possessed such a formidable treasure, it would undoubtedly be secured within a vault, meticulously layered with protections. The temporary inability to locate the jade treasure was indeed part of his strategy. By the way, we must seek out Shui Ru tomorrow. Having already disclosed this matter to Long Aotian, it is imperative that we take decisive action. Otherwise, he is likely to grow suspicious, Gu Chen remarked. He sensed that although Long Aotian appeared quite affable on the surface, there were undoubtedly many convolutions within his mind, and with the eloquence he possessed, he could easily turn black into white. Should they remain inactive, Long Aotian would surely rekindle his doubts about them. However, for the moment, he had not entirely lowered his guard. If he truly had, he would not have permitted Rose and the princess to remain in the room. Nor would he have allowed Long Da and Long Air to accompany them. Those two were there to surveil, while Rose and the princess were, of course, held as hostages. Should they attempt any actions, Long Aotian would undoubtedly strike at the two women without hesitation. Qin Yuanfan understood these dynamics as well, nodding gravely in agreement. They had scarcely exchanged a few words when a knock resounded at the door, accompanied by Long Da's voice from the outside. "Gentlemen, the master inquires if you would like to join him for dinner, as it is now time for the evening meal." Gu Chen raised an eyebrow, surprised by Long Outyin's attentive service, which even included having Long to notify them about dinner. As the saying goes, a free meal should not be passed up. He grunted towards the door, stood up, and was about to step outside when he was hastily pulled back by Qin Yuanfan. "Aren't you worried that Long Outyin might poison the dinner? I still have the provisions we brought a few days ago. We can manage with those for now." As he spoke, he reached into his bag for the food, but Gu Chen quickly restrained him. "He wouldn't poison us." His expression was resolute, prompting Qin Yuanfan to roll his eyes. How can you be so sure he wouldn't? He believed that rather than dining with that smiling tiger, it would be wiser to consume their less palatable provisions. After all, the food they had brought was certainly free of poison, providing a sense of peace and assurance, even if it was undoubtedly less delectable than a proper dinner. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Given Gu Qin's unwavering determination, Qin Yuanfan had no alternative but to accompany him to the restaurant for dinner. Deep down, he acknowledged that Gu Qin's words held some merit. If Long Outyin truly intended to act, he would not have waited until now. Nevertheless, caution remained essential. For who could predict whether he would deviate from the norm? Upon witnessing the two actually dining together, Long Outyin appeared somewhat taken aback, exclaiming, "I assumed you would not join us for dinner." Gu Qin chuckled lightly, graciously taking his seat and lifting a glass of wine to his lips, his eyes narrowing in satisfaction as he savored the drink. "This wine is truly excellent. We are not esteemed guests, yet to receive such regard from Mr. Long is indeed a rare fortune." His demeanor greatly pleased Long Outyin, who erupted into hearty laughter, raising his glass in a toast to Gu Qin. "Your disposition is indeed well suited for friendship with me." As the meal progressed, the atmosphere was one of mutual enjoyment. Even Qin Yuanfan, who had initially harbored some trepidation, found himself indulging heartily in the feast. However, upon returning to his room, he began to sense an unsettling dissonance. What does Long Outyin truly mean by this? Knowing our intentions are not pure yet treating us so kindly, it feels rather suspicious, Qin Yuanfan remarked, rubbing his belly, his expression one of puzzlement. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Gu Qin and Qin Yuanfan walked ahead, while Long Da and Long Air trailed behind, vigilant in their protection. Spotting a snow-white flower in the distance, Gu Qin's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hurried forward. "Oh, this resembles the shape of Shiweru," he exclaimed. Qin Yuanfan appeared momentarily perplexed, for Shiweru was a figment of their imagination, a creation that did not exist. However, upon reflection, he quickly understood that Gu Qin was merely teasing the two behind them. Indeed, upon hearing the mention of Shiweru, Long Da and Long Air dashed over, only to be met with evident disappointment upon seeing the flower. Long Da reached out and plucked the bloom, stating, "This is simply the snow mist flower, which we frequently encounter here. It blooms during this season. If we proceed a bit further, we will come across an entire field of snow mist flowers." Gu Qin suddenly realized and nodded, his tone tinged with disappointment. "I thought it was Shuiru." His expression bore no semblance of pretense. Rather, it appeared genuine, prompting Qin Yuanfan, who observed from behind, to nearly chuckle. One must admit that Gu Qin was quite the trickster. His eloquence was formidable, adept at ensnaring individuals unwittingly. Even the likes of Long Da and Long Air remained oblivious to the underlying deception. As they traversed further, Gu Qin repeatedly mistook ordinary flowers for Shuiru, causing Long Da and Long Air to feel a sense of unease, as if they were being toyed with. Yet, witnessing Gu Qin's repeated expressions of disappointment seemed sincere, leaving the brothers no choice but to patiently explain. By the end of the day, Gu Qin and Qin Yuanzhou were relatively unscathed, while the brothers felt utterly exhausted. Upon returning, Long Da promptly reported the incident, sharing his suspicions with Long Aotian. "You suspect he's toying with us?" Long Aotian inquired, somewhat taken aback. Naturally, he understood that such a remarkable treasure could not be unearthed in a single day. Yet he did not anticipate the extent to which Long Da and Long Air would be led astray. A crack appeared on Long Da's typically unperturbed visage. "Every time I encounter those utterly mundane flowers, I mistake them for Shuiru. I believe you may be jesting with me." Long Aotian pondered deeply, his expression darkening as he shook his head. "The likelihood is slim. If he truly intended to mock you, he would not allow you to discern it. He is still on my territory and would never act so recklessly." Long Aotian's analysis held merit, prompting Long to suppress his frustration, conceding that Gu Qin might genuinely be unaware, thus leading to his myriad misidentifications. After all, he was not from this place and lacked familiarity with its flora. However, the events of the day weighed heavily on his heart, leaving him quite uncomfortable. For no one relishes the sensation of being manipulated, especially since they were to take turns watching over Gu Qin that night, fearing he might engage in some mischief. The day's exertions had been considerable, and the prospect of enduring another taxing night seemed daunting. Upon arriving at Gu Qin's door to stand guard, Long Air, visibly disgruntled, addressed Long Da. What did the master say? He too had been thoroughly worn out by the day's events and harbored a desire to confront the two individuals in question. "The master claims he is not toying with us," Long Da replied coldly, returning to his post, still brooding in silence. Both he and Long Air sensed something amiss, convinced that Gu Qin was acting with intent. However, since no orders had been issued by their master, they dared not initiate an attack, lest they bear the brunt of the consequences. "I must uncover their weaknesses and show the master their true nature," Long Air muttered through clenched teeth. His voice was far from quiet, unbothered by the potential eavesdropping of the two inside, for the words were intended for their ears. "They seem to hold a grudge against us. Are you certain this is wise?" Qin Yuanfan inquired, concern etching his features as he addressed Gu Qin. Although Gu Qin's actions today were indeed satisfying, incurring Long Aotian's wrath would be exceedingly disadvantageous, especially since they were still on his territory. Not to mention the roses and the princess were firmly within their grasp. Gu Qin maintained the demeanor of one assured of victory. "No problem. Long Outyin is arrogant, and he currently holds a certain level of trust in us. I believe he will not entertain any suspicious thoughts, but rather perceive me as a mere outsider, entirely oblivious. Shen Yuanfan pondered carefully and concluded that there was indeed no issue with what was said, thus alleviating his concerns. After all, Gu Chun was a man of strong convictions, well aware of right and wrong. He would never take unnecessary risks, especially considering their ultimate objective was the precious jade belonging to the Long Outyen family. Reflecting on the jade, he inquired, "Will you investigate tonight?" "Yes, I shall slip out through the window this evening. I may not return early. So keep an ear out for any unusual sounds outside. If they attempt to sneak a look at us while we are under the covers, you must catch them in the act and simply claim that I am asleep," Gu Chen instructed. Shen Yuanfan nodded eagerly, signaling his understanding. As night fell, Gu Chen donned a complete black outfit, moving like an agile cat across the rooftops. Despite the numerous guards below, none noticed his presence. Any who sensed something amiss attributed it to the wind. He moved with remarkable speed, soon reaching the rooftop of Long Outyen's residence. Silently, he created a small opening and lowered himself to observe the individuals within. At that moment, Long Outyen had just finished his cleansing ritual, pulling the attendant who had served him into his embrace, a sight that was utterly astonishing. "Master, would you like me to attend to your needs?" The woman replied coldly, as if such an occurrence were entirely commonplace. Gu Chen was somewhat taken aback. He had initially thought that Long Da and Long Air were already quite indifferent. Yet this woman proved to be even more apathetic than the two of them. She was currently cradled in her master's embrace, yet displayed no signs of shyness. Nor did she exhibit any desire to ascend to greater heights. Long Outyen, however, appeared exceedingly pleased, engaging in some form of activity with the woman, their sounds echoing incessantly, nearly overwhelming Gu Chen's senses. He had intended to glean some valuable information, but was instead bombarded by such audacious sounds. Alongside the realization that Long Outyen truly was capable of such behavior, suddenly he sensed something amiss. Upon his arrival, he had seemingly failed to conceal his breathing. A grievous error for a pirate. Realizing his mistake, he hastily subdued the sound of his breath and created a slight commotion to indicate his departure. Indeed, shortly thereafter, Long Outyen released the woman, his expression one of astonishment, utterly unlike someone who had just exerted themselves. "I never anticipated they would be so disobedient. Daring to sneak out at this hour to my vicinity," Long Outyen scoffed. He was aware that Gu Chun was not one to be underestimated. Yet he had not expected such audacity from him. A flicker of anger surged within him. Despite the number of people at his disposal, they had failed to restrain an outsider, rendering their presence utterly ineffective and wasting valuable resources. "Master, do you require me to take any action?" the woman inquired. Her own ire evident, for she had witnessed how her master generously treated the two out.